gods and they don't believe in anything that they didn't experience of. This means if you tell them any story of your prophet, God, and show them your holy book, they will not believe it because they never personally met them. They have no religion, no concept of a deity, no concept of an afterlife. Their extreme skepticism is interesting thing, and they base their beliefs of evidence-based beliefs and personal experience-based beliefs instead of a faith-based belief like most religions. They believe on some kind of ghost, but is referring to animals in their area, the closest they can get to believe. Anything in the supernatural is when they have dreams, hallucinations, and other similar events they believe they saw in their hallucinations or dreams. Most religions have a heaven or hell concept, reincarnation, spiritual word, and other similar concepts. It all depends of the religion and denomination. 2. Reincarnation. Jainism believe in reincarnation. The soul has a relationship with karma, but by reaching godhood they can reach higher status and escape the death and rebirth cycle and achieve eternal life. But they do have a hell concept, Naraka. Even the most peaceful religion has a place of torture. Hinduism believe in reincarnation, but after you maximize good or bad karma you go to heaven or hell, respectively. Buddhism suffers the same problem. They also believe in reincarnation. They have a temporary heaven and hell. Sikhism, they believe in reincarnation, and like the others they have a temporary heaven and hell. There are many religions/denominations that has beliefs of reincarnation, and here's some examples. Akankar, Spiritism, Theosophy, Cathars, Christian dualist movement, Alawites, a branch of Shia Islam, Druze, Rosicrucianism, Neoplatonism, Orphism, Hermeticism, Manichaeism, Gnosticism, Unity Church, New Thought Christian Organization, Orthodox Judaism, some sects of Judaism, Celtic mythology/paganism. Druids are the wise man that express belief in reincarnation. Proto-Indo-European religion, debated but do express belief of the underworld. Orphic religion. Pythagoreanism, Sethianism, a branch of Gnosticism of early Christianity. Taoism, Polychaeanism, Christian denomination. Bogomilism, Christian denomination. Norse/Germanic mythology, in their sagas. Cambridge Platonist, traditional religion of the Yoruba people, traditional religion of the Inuit people, religion of the Ho, Chunk, some sects of Sufism, Islamic denomination. Gulat, theological sect of Shia Islam. Anthroposophy, philosophy, Scientology, some sects of Wicca, some sects of Kabbalah, esoteric Christianity, and few mysticism and esoteric New Age religions. People in the ancient times expressed beliefs of reincarnation and made philosophy of the possibility of reincarnation. Philosophers like Plato, Pythagoras, Socrates. One source of Socrates state this: I question the existence of the gods and the afterlife, but believe of the transmigration of the soul. But Xenophon, like Plato, wrote the life of Socrates, but not mentioned that Socrates believed in reincarnation. Pherecydes of Syros, Hemertica was a text that reincarnation is central to their belief, and many people follow in the 2nd century. Origen was an early Christian church father, expressed the belief of the possibility of reincarnation. Basilides was an early Christian, Gnostic, teacher that also has a belief of reincarnation, and Benjamin Franklin believed the teachings of Plato about reincarnation. Soul must be finite because soul is indestructible. 3. The heaven and hell concept. Many religious beliefs in a black and white views on death. If you're good you have eternal happiness, and if you're bad you are tortured forever. Here are some examples of different versions of heaven. In Mesopotamia the sky is a series of domes, different numbers from 3 to 7, covering the flat earth. Again the Bible, Torah, Quran and Dead Sea Scrolls copying the Sumerian stories. Each stone is made of different stones. The lowest dome, heaven, is made of jasper, and that's where the stars are. The middle were the Igigi live, younger gods, and the highest is made of Lilith and Issha stone were Anu, the sky god and supreme god live. But mortals don't go to heaven when they die because it's the domain of the gods, but instead they go to Kura, dark shadowy underworld, deep below the surface of the earth, where all souls go to spend their afterlife. Their actions made no impacts in the afterlife, no final judgment, no punishment, no reward, and the only food and water is dry dust. In ancient Egypt heaven is called Eru, is a paradise where oases rule. Its location indicates beyond the universe or possibly another universe. In the Book of the Dead there are many trials the mortal have to face. In Hittite mythology heaven is above the gods, but mostly is similar to the Mesopotamian mythology. In Hinduism version is called Deva, but it depends of which school of thought you follow. Some see it as the final goal, some see it as related to physical body, and heaven cannot be perfect. The gods reside there, but the highest heaven is called Vaikuntha, in Vaishnavism tradition. In Jainism, unlike other religions, that the north is heaven, but instead there is the south. There are many heavens, but the very top, south, of the universe is the pure soul who reached Siddha status. In Buddhism there are several heavens, but you only stay there for a certain amount of time. It's different for one's karma, but to break the cycle of death and rebirth you had to reach nirvana, is not heaven but instead a mental state. In Judaism has different version of the afterlife. Some even believe in reincarnation, but one version is similar to the Mesopotamian religion that I mentioned earlier, and it's Shul, where both the righteous and wicked go. There are different interpretations, mostly 2 variants. 1. Is a literal place you go like the Mesopotamian one, that there is no punishment nor reward. 2. It's a metaphor for grave and there is no afterlife. But different sects of Judaism have their versions of heaven. In Yahwism their heaven is called Shamayim, located above a solid, transparent dome which covered the earth and separated it from water. This is where Yahweh lives. Rabbinical Judaism is called Makath Hashemayim, kingdom of heaven. Some sect of Rabbi believes of the resurrection of the dead, but the Sadducees sect rejects it. Kabbalah has 7 heavens. The lowest, Vilan, is governed by Archangel Gabriel. The second, Rakia, is controlled by Zachariel and Raphael. The third, Shehakim, is where the Garden of Eden, Tree of Life, Manna, food for angels, and hell are located there. The fourth, Man, is ruled by Archangel Michael and where the heavenly Jerusalem is located. The fifth, Makon, is where Samuel is the administrator. The sixth, Zebul, is the jurisdiction of Sachiel. The seventh, Araboth, is God's throne under the leaderships of Cassiel, and is where Seraphim, Cherubim, Hayoth and unborn souls live. In Christianity their heaven varies from denomination. Some is a condition of existence, others is a place in the cosmos of paradise. In John some dwelling in heavens, some in paradise and others in cities similar to the Holy Trinity. In Islam where the followers of Allah go to Jannah and the unbelievers is fire. Islam, unlike Christian, they reject original sin. They believe all humans are born pure. There are many heavens depending of the person's actions and way of life, but believes in determinism. In Baha'i faith they have concept of heaven but no description because it is beyond our comprehension. In Confucianism their version is called Tian, which is one end of Shangdi, supreme deity, the other is the natural world. This was adopted by Neo-Confucians. In Aztec and other Mesoamerican religions, they have 13 levels that is controlled by many lords. The most important one is the Omeacan. In Polynesian mythology is divided in the underworld, mortal world, and upper world of the gods. This differs from groups like the Maori, the Papago, and Pima. Their version of heaven is unique because unlike other religions are either up in the north or to Jane south, but instead in the east where you die you will no longer suffer from thirst and hunger. Some Native American religions, some versions of the Polynesians and Celts is in the west. The Celts believe the soul is departed west over the sea with the setting sun. Their heaven is called An. In Wicca there, heaven is called the Summerland, and other New Age religions have their own versions that are unique to one another. In Germanic/Norse mythology is called Valhalla, where Asgard resides, ruled by Odin. Only for those who die in combat go here, led by Valkyrie preparing for Ragnarok. In Greek there are many places to go in the afterlife, but the closest we get to heaven is Elysium, where only people chosen by the gods go, and beautiful fields blessed with a happy life. In Zoroastrianism, where a person dies, their spirit lingers on earth for 3 days before departing the kingdom of the dead. The righteous souls sit the head of their bodies chanting the Ustavedi Gathas. Like all these religions with their concept of heaven, they have their concept of hell. Here are some examples. In Egyptian mythology, if found guilty, the person was thrown to Emmet, the devourer of the dead, and would be condemned to the lake of fire, and the person will receive extreme torture and later annihilation, non-existence. This may influence the Christian version of hell. In Aztec mythology is called Midland. They face many challenges like a river of blood with fearsome jaguars. This is where one of the giant trees of Tlalocan, a world tree that appears in many religions, people who die of diseases, with some exception, people who are sacrificed, women who die in childbirth, and warriors who die in battle. They go here in different destination. In Babylonian is Ur-Kala, the body continues in the afterlife and eat dust and mud for eternity. In Buddhism is Niraya, hell realm, is a cold place where your body cracks. It is not eternal, and not for punishment. You be there for millions to quintillions of years. In some realms there's Abysai, is an underground cube to a lake of fire, is the lowest part of hell for people who killed their parents or holy person goes here, but if the parents or holy person want to kill you and you kill them in self-defense, do you still go there? In Celtic mythology the heaven and underworld are both paradises. In Taoism is Daiwu, is similar of the Buddhist hell realm, but the people receive gruesome torture to their death after restoring to their original state to repeat the torture. They have 18 levels of hell and 10 courts. In Greek mythology is Hades, a lake of fire, but even deeper in the abyss there is Tartarus, a place of torment and the prison for the giants. In ancient Egypt is Duat, the realm of the dead, where the dead kings live. In Germanic mythology is hell, only people die of sickness and of old age go here, despite being literally called hell with one L. Instead, a place of fire is a place of cold snow. In Hinduism is Patala, composed of 7 loka, is described a place of beautiful demon maidens, beautiful lakes, and other luxuries. In Judaism they don't believe in hell with the exception of Kabbalah. In Islam is Jahannam. It has 7 layers of torture, which most religions for some reason their god is sadistic, a place of boiling water, rip the skin from the body, boiled the brain with hot coal, fire, and when their bodies burned beyond repair their bodies regenerate to continue the endless torture and wear cloths of fire just for the cherry on top. In Zoroastrianism the soul sits the feet of their core and will remain in hell until Ahura Mazda destroy evil and resurrecting the tormented souls. There's the Chinvat bridge for good people, cross the bridge, lead to happiness, but if you're wicked the bridge goes upside down and you are forcing to eat rotten fish, and Islam has the same bridge. In Sikhism hell like heaven is beyond comprehension, but Guru Arjan made a description. So many are being drowned in emotional attachment and doubt, they dwell in the most horrible hell. In Christianity, hell has conflicting views but is a mix of Hades and Sheol. Some denomination is a place only for Lucifer and his demons, some see a place of torture to reference of being the lake of fire and where you receive the second death, and some is that there is no hell, and some Mormons believe is a place of non-existences. Here are some verse like James 3:6, and the tongue is a fire, a world of iniquity, so is the tongue among our members, that it defileth the whole body, and setteth on fire the course of nature, and it is set on fire of hell. Mark 9:43, and if thy hand offend thee, cut it off, it is better for thee to enter into life maimed, than having 2 hands to go into hell, into the fire that never shall be quenched. Matthew 13:42, and shall cast them into a furnace of fire, there shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Isaiah 66:22-24, and they shall go out and look on the dead bodies of the men who have rebelled against me. For their worm shall not die, their fire shall not be quenched, and they shall be an abhorrence to all flesh. Matthew 18:6-9, whoever receives one such child in my name receives me, but whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him to have a great millstone fastened around his neck and to be drowned in the depth of the sea. Woe to the world for temptations to sin. For it is necessary that temptations come, but woe to the one by whom the temptation comes. And if your hand or your foot causes you to sin, cut it off and throw it away. It is better for you to enter life crippled or lame than with 2 hands or 2 feet to be thrown into the eternal fire. And if your eye causes you to sin, tear it out and throw it away. It is better for you to enter life with 1 eye than with 2 eyes to be thrown into the hell of fire. Matthew 25:31-46, when the Son of Man comes in his glory, and all the angels with him, then he will sit on his glorious throne. Before him will be gathered all the nations, and he will separate people one from another as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. And he will place the sheep on his right, but the goats on the left. Then the king will say to those on his right, Come, you who are blessed by my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. Then he will say to those on his left, Depart from me, you cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. And these will go away into eternal punishment, but the righteous into eternal life. 2 Thessalonians 1:5-10, this is evidence of the righteous judgment of God, that you may be considered worthy of the kingdom of God, for which you are also suffering, since indeed God considers it just to repay with affliction those who afflict you, and to grant relief to you who are afflicted as well as to us, when the Lord Jesus is revealed from heaven with his mighty angels in flaming fire, inflicting vengeance on those who do not know God and on those who do not obey the gospel of our Lord Jesus. They will suffer the punishment of eternal destruction, away from the presence of the Lord and from the glory of his might, when he comes on that day to be glorified in his saints, and to be marveled at among all who have believed, because our testimony to you was believed. Jude 7, just as Sodom and Gomorrah and the surrounding cities, which likewise indulged in sexual immorality and pursued unnatural desire, serve as an example by undergoing a punishment of eternal fire. Revelation 20:10, 14-15, and the devil who had deceived them was thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur where the beast and the false prophet were, and they will be tormented day and night forever and ever. Then death and Hades were thrown into the lake of fire. This is the second death, the lake of fire. And if anyone's name was not found written in the book of life, he was thrown into the lake of fire. 4. Proto-angels and demons. The concept of angels and demons have been seen in many religions predating all Abrahamic religions like Mesopotamia have ghosts that if you do not make offerings it will lead to misfortune, but if you do make offerings, you are helping the spirit of his condition, and there are many famous demons like Asag. Zoroastrianism have different angel-like figures like Fravashi the guardian angel, and the Devas are the demons that can be referred as a group or an individual, and Angra Mainyu was the enemy of Ahura Mazda, the first example of the rivalry of God and Satan. Hinduism have Rakshasa, the first demon, a being with such bloodlust that you can call it as the precursor of the concept of demons. He tried to eat Brahma the creator god, and it's the antagonist of the Buddha. Mara, Deva are the deities and the proto-angels of Hinduism, the Kali are the dark gods and is the precursor of the devil. Taoism believe the body is filled with angels and demons, and many traditional religions in China, Japan, Vietnam, Thailand, and other countries in the world have angel and demon-like creatures. Some are neutral or are very vague to classify. Egyptian mythology have Apep, the god that represent chaos, that was the earliest example of the devil concept, and it was a giant snake, which is where it originated. The Christian concept of Satan and the stereotypical appearance of angel, a human with wings, originated in Greek mythology, the primordial god Eros. The concept of the devil/Lucifer/Satan in the Abrahamic religion was originally a word to mock Nebuchadnezzar 2 in Isaiah 14:12. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? The word Lucifer means morning star or light bringer, but many gods in the Greco-Roman mythology have the same title, like Phosphoros and Eosphoros. Do you wonder what was the origins of the number of the beast? Well, in reality there are two numbers of the beast, 666 and 616, and it was referring to Nero. The Latin for Caesar Nero can correspond to the number 666 in Hebrew, while the Greek for the name of Emperor Caligula can represent the number 616. Almost all religions in Europe, India, China, America, Middle East, and some in Africa believe in a place of torture, and some of them is eternal, a God who created a place so horrible, so disgusting, that the idea that I go to heaven and knowing someone in my family, my mother, my father, my grandparents, or my children in a place of torture is something I against. If this is your God, a God drunk with blood, regardless if his polytheism or monotheism, this is extreme brutality and this is unacceptable. I don't care what crime you did, but eternal torture is inhumane. This is something you expect of a dictator would do. At least in North Korea you can escape and have a good life, but with the omnipotent God you can't escape. You will be brutally destroyed and tear your soul apart. And some religions is eternal war, like the Norse and Aztecs. You have to kill, fight, suffer, and bloodshed. This is the pinnacle of human chaos. Chapter 12, Floods. Many civilizations and their religions have their own flood myths, and before we continued there never was a global fold, but instead a series of local floods that people at the times think where they live was the world. Like many Middle Eastern religions, the earth is flat and nothing beyond their own civilization. Most flood myths have a hero in their stories, and here is the list of flood myth. In Africa the Kwaya, Beauty, Maasai, Mandin, and Yoruba people have their flood myths mostly about angering the gods are usually the reason. In Aztec their version is about a human couple survive by hiding in a hollow vessel and start to cook a fish when the water subsides. When the smoke reaches the heavens, the gods become angry and punish them by turning them into dogs. In Maya and Popolva the gods attempted to create creatures who would worship them 3 times before finally succeeding in creating a race of humans that would pay proper homage to their creators. The 3 previous creations were destroyed. The third race of humans carved from wood were destroyed by a flood, mauled by wild animals, and smashed by their own tools and utensils. In Hopi mythology the gods created the world 4 times, this is the 4th. In one version the 3rd version is destroyed in the flood. In Mapuche is about the origins of the Chilean archipelago, a fierce fight between 2 snakes, Trenvilu and Kayakevilu, which caused the flood. In Judaism, Christianity, and Islam their flood myth differs from each version slightly. There are many contradictions, like in Genesis says that the flood lasted from 40 days and 40 nights, but also in Genesis lasted 150 days. In Genesis 7:8 and 7:12 was caused by rain, but in Genesis 7:11 and 8:2 the waters above and below the earth are unbound. Noah lets out 3 doves, but it also says that he lets out a raven once. God, a being that creates anything with perfection, in Genesis he regret creating humans and those the floods came. He's supposed to be omniscient yet can't see/know the consequences of his creation, and like other myths it doesn't make sense in any field of science. In Mesopotamia, where the Abrahamic religions copy it, have their own version of Noah called Utnapishtim, but he built a small ship for his family and animal were slaughtered for food during construction, and the people fled in Lil's territory, and gather all living beings he could gather. It lasted for a week, and for his survival he was granted immortality. In China there was the Great Flood of Gunyu that lasted for 2 generations. There is archaeological evidence of a local flood in the Yellow River in the 3rd millennium BCE which gave birth to the myth. Yu the Great was the hero of the story. Instead of building a boat like other flood myths, he builds dams, dikes, and digging canals. In Andaman mythology, Pulya the creator god made a devastating flood because humans forgotten his command instead of reminding them of what command it have giving them. In Hinduism, Matsya, Lord Vishnu incarnated into a fish, tells Manu about the upcoming flood and collect all the grains of the world in a boat, which later the flood destroyed the earth and Manu survive. In Hawaiian mythology, Nuyu, who built a boat to escape the flood, later he landed to the top of Mauna Kea. He mistakes it for the moon. He thought he was in the moon. He made a sacrifice, but the creator god Cain descended on a rainbow and explained of his really stupid mistake. In Celtic mythology there are many versions of the flood, but in one version that the great flood was caused by a monster called Ifan. All humans were drowned except Nwifin, and Nwifik they built a boat called Naf Neophion. In Greek mythology has multiple flood myths. The flood of Ogyges, the flood of Deucalion, and the Greek ages of man ended in a flood, where Plato made the description of the Ogyges flood in his work Critias. Many great deluges have taken place during the 9,000 years, for that is the number of years which have elapsed since the time of which I am speaking, and during all of this time and through so many changes, there has never been any considerable accumulation of the soil coming down from the mountains, as in other places, but the earth has fallen away all round and sunk out of sight. The consequence is, that in comparison of what then was, there are remaining only the bones of the wasted body, as they may be called, as in the case of small islands, all the richer and softer parts of the soil having fallen away, and the mere skeleton of the land being left. The Tanzanian myth is that the water that is now in the oceans used to belong to a couple who stored it all in a small pot and used that to fill 2 cups, but a lit girl accidentally knocked it over and broke it, spilling dust drowned the whole world. You read that right, the world had a flood by accident. The Congo version tells us that an old woman who hoarded all the water until a man came and stole it, accidentally washing everything away including himself. Kenya tells that a family of spirits caused a flood with a lake full of beer. I bet Americans would love to be there. Celtic mythology tells that the flood killed everybody except for one couple who was saved in a ship built by a titan, and this flood was not of water but instead blood from a giant who was also the sky, because he laid down too low, too close to the earth, and the sons of the earth killed the giant. A Turkish tells a story that Alexander the Great caused the flooding of the Mediterranean Sea by digging a canal all away from the Black Sea. Transylvania tells that men once lived forever in a paradise with rivers of milk and wine where meat grew on trees, but someone broke a promise and caused the rains to flood and destroy that world that now we live in, a new one created after the previous one destroyed. Siberia tells that there was a 7-day flood and people saved themselves by clinging to floating logs. In Scandinavia tells a giant and his family survived the flood by floating in hollow tree trunk and their descendants become a race of ogres. In Cameroon, a brother and sister had to marry each other after the flood killed everyone, and the reason these two survived because a talking goat warned them. Zoroastrian version tells the world have to expand it in size to accommodate the growing population, but when the earth couldn't extend it anymore, Ahura Mazda sent a flood as population control. The Ural Mountain says few people and giants build multiple boats, and after the flood they pray to God to bring back all the dead animals, and this God created the animals all over again, and Yahweh can't even do that. In China, a man climbed to the firmament and tried to commit suicide. He tear the sky using his spear, thus causing the flood. Naga mythology, here goddess patched the hole in the sky and dry the earth and later created man in clay. The Mi'kmaq mythology believe that at one point were wicked that killed each other, that the creator sun god was so sad about this that he cried and his tears caused the flood. Many other religions/mythologies have similar stories that happen in their local area and confusing it as the apocalypse without realizing that there is a whole planet that many of them would never know. Chapter 13. Let's compare. Many religions have similarities to one another, while many apologetics makes claims that their version is correct and is a historical fact without realizing that one of their religions are a retelling of previous religions in their unique ways. Trinities. The Trinity is very common from religion, and here is an extended list. Note not all religions that the Trinity is God. It can be creatures, symbols, and demigods. Christianity, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are one, but some Christians do not worship. Non-Trinitarians. Muslims called it a heresy because it is an indirect worship of polytheism and a specific denomination. Gnostic is 3 forms of the divine, the Father, Son, and Mother. The 3 wise men in Christianity is another element of anything with the number 3. Asa he is an evil figure in Persian mythology, and in Zoroastrianism he was called he who has 10,000 horses. Balaam, the king of hell. On Christian demonology, Balor, a Romanian 3-headed dragon. Some versions 12 or 7. Bune, a 3-headed dragon that is called the great duke of hell. Cerberus, the dog that guards Hades. Geryon, a 3-headed giant in Greek mythology. The Gorgons, the original Medusa in Greek mythology. The Grey are 3 sisters that share 1 eye in Greek mythology. Zime Gorinek, a 3-headed dragon in Slavic mythology. The Ahuric triad of Ahura Mazda, Mitra, and Apamnapat in Zoroastrianism. 3 pure ones and Fulushao in Taoism. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. The Hindu trinity. The Charites, the goddesses of charm, beauty, nature, human creativity, and fertility in Greek mythology. The Triglava god in Slavic mythology. There are 3 different trinities in Norse mythology: Odin, Vili, and Ve/the Norn/Odin, Freyr, and Thorlagus in Celtic mythology. The Fates in Greek mythology. Olympic triad in Greek mythology: Zeus, Athena, and Apollo. The Eleusinian mysteries. Persephone, daughter, Demeter, mother, and Triptolemus, to whom Demeter taught agriculture. Durga, Tris Iras, and Dattatreya. They are 3-headed gods in Hinduism. Kutchuistar Tanat, a 3-headed god that is a fusion of 3 different gods in Canaanite mythology. Al-Lat, Alua, and Manat are 3 goddesses in pre-Islamic Arabia. There are a few religions where a god dies. Cosmic eggs are a common explanation of the creations of the universe and create reality. Here are a few examples. Pangu is the first living being and the creator of all, and when he dies the world as we know it is created. Ymir was born from venom that dripped from the icy rivers Alivigar and lived in the grassless void of Jinyangagap, and his death created the earth and his blood made a massive flood. Purusha is one of the many creation myths and is similar to Ymir. 2. Locations. In many religions had many locations where connects the heavens to the earth, or a very sacred place. Either is a tree, garden, or mountain, tree of life and tree of knowledge of good and evil. Ararat, landing place of Noah's Ark, Jacob's ladder, Jerusalem. Specifically, the Holy Temple, focus of Jewish prayer where Abraham bound Isaac. Kaaba in Mecca, focus of Muslim prayer. Qud. In Sufism, an intermediary figure between God and mankind. Dome of the rock where Muhammad, in Islam, is believed to have ascended to heaven. Cave of Hira where Muhammad had its first revelation but was already an independent tradition in Arab Christian culture before Islam. Minaret traditionally used for the Muslim call to prayer. Dilmun is called the Garden of Paradise in Mesopotamian mythology, and Dilmun may have been an inspiration for the Garden of Eden story. Gerizim, the location of the binding of Isaac. Hara Barazidi, the root of all mountains and where the planets revolve. In Zoroastrianism, Zaphon, the home of their storm god Teshub. Waimarie, the sacred land free from all evil. Turtle Island, Emain Ablacha, gate of the Celtic underworld. Mount Olympus in Greece is the court of the gods. Yggdrasil, the world tree in Norse mythology. Mago stronghold, the primordial home of the great goddess and her primordial descendants in Korean mythology. Kunlun Mountain, the residence of the immortals and the site of a peach tree offering immortality in Chinese mythology. Mount Mandara, where the footmarks of Lord Vishnu are located in Hinduism. Jambudvipa, terrestrial world in Hinduism and Jainism. Mount Meru, the center of the physical world and spiritual world in Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism. Bodhi tree, where Gautama Buddha found enlightenment. 3. Books. All religions have their own unique holy book and other texts that tells fictional stories, pseudepigraphies, juristic laws, and others that all of them or at least most of them claims to have the true word of God. Here are some examples. The Dead Sea Scrolls, Adi Dalavan and Samraj, Alethean, Gandharan Buddhist texts, the Companions of the True Dawn Horse, the Dawn Horse Testament, Gnosticon, the Heart of the Adi Dam Revelation, Not 2 ISPs, Numiton, the 9 Freedoms, Asatrud, Habamel, Eder, Great Hymn to the Aden, Ayabaji, the Akilathira to Ammonai, the Arul Noal, the Borja Group Codices, the 4 Valleys, the 7 Valleys, the Hidden Words of Baha'u'llah, Gems of Divine Mysteries, the Book of Certitude, Summons of the Lord of Hosts, Tabernacle of Unity, Kitab Ayaktas, Tablets of Baha'u'llah, Epistle to the Son of the Wolf, Bonkangayur, and Tenjayur, the Tipitaka, Polycanon, Vinyapitaka, Sutta-pitaka, Dingha-nikaya, Mahyuhima-nikaya, Samayutta-nikaya, Anguttara-nikaya, Kadaka-nikaya, Abhidhamma-pitaka, the Chinese Diamond Sutra, and the Heart Sutra, Shurangama Sutra and its Shurangama. Mantra, Great Compassion Mantra, Infinite Life Sutra, Amitpa Sutra, Contemplation Sutra, Pure Land Sutras, Tiantai, Tende, and Nichiren, Lotus Sutra, Shinjin, Mahabharagana Sutra, Vajrasekhara Sutra, Tibetan Kangayur and Tenjayur, Kintian Deo Va the Deo, Papchan Triyen, Tanluade, Tongan Hiptiyen, the Donghak Scripture, the Songs of Yongdam, the Sermons of Master Hoel, the Sermons of revered teacher Uiam, the Canon of Trent, the Prayer of Manasseh, 3 Esdras, 4 Maccabees, the Letter of Baruch, Science and Health with Key to the Scriptures by Mary Baker Eddy, the Gospel of Marcion, the Book of Mormon, the Pearl of Great Price, the Doctrine and Covenants, the Book of the Law of the Lord, the Word of the Lord, the Writings of Ellen White, the 5 classics, the 4 books, the 13 classics, the 3 commentaries, the Principia Discordia, the Mabanagian, Lebergable Aaron, Raza al Hikmah, the Dude de Ching, Deuteronomy, Pyramid texts, Coffin texts, Book of the Dead, Book of Caverns, Book of Gates, Amduade, Book of the Heavenly Cow, Litany of Re, Liber Lentuas, Pirgi. Tablets, Aretalogi, Argonautica, Bibliotheca, Derbini Papyrus, Ahoy, Iliad, Odyssey, Telegoni. The Golden Verses of Pythagoras, Theogony, Works and Days, Epic Cycle, Theban Cycle, Hermetica, Kybalion, Emerald Tablet, and associated writings, Sriti, Rigveda, Samaveda, Yajurveda, Atharvaveda, Brahmanas, Aranyakas, Upanishads, Smriti, Itihasas, Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita, Ramayana, Bhagavata Purana, Tantras, Statras, Ashtabhakrajita, Garan Samhita, Gita Govinda, Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Yoga Vasistha, Purvamamamsa Sutras, Brahma Sutras of Vyasa, Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. Samkhya Sutras of Kapila, Nyaya Sutras of Gautama, Vaisheshika Sutras of Kannada, Vaikanasa Samhitas, Pankaratra Samhitas, Divyaprabandham, Sakta Tantras, 64 Bhairavagammas, 28 Shiva Shiva Sutras of Vasugupta, Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Pashupata Sutras of Lake Kolish, Pancharthabhashya of Kundanya, Ganakarika, Ratnatika of Basarvajana, 28 Saiva Agamas, Tirumure, Mikandar Shastras, Brahma Samhita, Jayadevas Gita Govinda, Krishna Karnamrita, Chaitanya Bhagavata, Chaitanya Charitamrita. Prema Bhakta Kendrika, Haribhakta Vilasa, Siddhantashikamani, Vachana Sahitya, Mantra Gopya, Shunya Sampadane, 28 Agamas, Karana Hajig, Baisava Purana, E-Poems of Kabir, Poems of Dedu, the Quran and its many versions, Hadith, Jain Agamas, 11 Angas, 12 Upangas, Formula Sutras, 6 Jita Sutras, 2 Kilika Sutras, 10 Prakirnikas, Digambara, Karma Prabhaitrita, Kashaya Prabhaitrita, Jina Vijaya, Tatvartha Sutra, Gandhahasti Mahabhashya, Ionamika, Ramagan, Nivaim, Prophets, Ketuvim, Writings. The Talmud, Mishnah, Gemara, Zohar, Hasidism, No Milimelech, Kedushit Levi, Likudi Moharan, Miranaim, Mahashilosh, Tanya, Veol Moshe, Hamanot, the Tanakh, Konko Kyokipin, Asheres Godu Abokcho, Konko Dajan Abo Igaki, Gorakai, Gorakai 2, Gorakai 3, the Ginzerba, Book of the Zodiac, Kalista, Canonical Prayer Book, Book of John the Baptizer, Devana Bader, Purgatories, 1012. Questions, Coronation of Shislamrba, Baptism of Abel Zawa, Haran Gaweda, the Gospel of Mani and the Living Gospel, the Treasure of Life, the Pragmatia, the Book of Mysteries, the Book of Giants, the Epistles, Manichaean Psalter, the Shavaragan, the Arjang, the Kephalaya, the Popolva, the Dresden Codex, the Madrid Codex, the Paris Codex, Countless, Meher Baba, God Speaks, Discourses, A Course in Miracles, Conversations with God, OSP, the Urantia Book, Isis Unveiled, Orphism, Orphic Poems, the Gospel of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, the Writings of Rael aka Claude. Vorlhan, Intelligent Design, Message from the Designers, Sensual Meditation, Yes to Human Cloning, The Holy Piby, The Kebir Nagast, Rabbi Desia, Amripani Satguru Ravidas Ji, The Amripani Guru Ravidas Ji, The Samaritan Torah, The Satanic Bible, The Satanic Rituals, The Science of Mind, Dianetics, The Modern Science of Mental Health, The Kojiki, The Rikokushi, The Fudoki, The Jino Shodoki, The Kujiki, The Guru Granth Sahib, The Dasam Granth, The Spirit's Book, The Book on Mediums, The Bible, and its 1,400 different versions, The Works of Emmanuel Swedenborg, Tao Te Ching, Zhuangzi, Daozang, Tenrikyo, the Afudasaki, the Makagura Yuta, the Osishizu, the Book of the Law, the Voice of Venus, the Urantia Book, Book of Shadows, Charge of the Goddess, Threefold Law, Wiccan Reed, Yarsan, Kalami Saranjam, Yazidai Black Book, Yazidai Book of Revelation, Yoruba, Oduifa, Jap Birdwitchens Oduifa, the Avesta, the Yasna, the Gathas, the Visparad, the Yashts, the Vendidad, the Yashts the 5 Nishes, the Sarazeh, the Afrinans, the Denkard, the Bundishan, the Managai Krad, the Ardavir of Namak, the Sad Dar, the Ribbayats, the Zend, the Corday Avesta and more books that I didn't mention. All religions and their holy texts claim that their book is the true word of God or some other nonsense that causes so much conflict that is honestly embarrassing for people killing each other for a book that is base of lies. I decide to give you a list of atheistic or at least irreligious literature by atheist, agnostic, deist and pantheist to show you their perspective. Not all books has to be about atheism but their scientific, mathematical, and philosophical book that goes against religious doctrine. Apology of Socrates, The Play of Bellerophon, The Lost Satyr Play Sisyphus, The Knights, On the Nature of Things, On Prophecies, On the Tricks of False Prophets, Paragraphs and Periods, A Parody of the Quran, Belief and Unbelief in Medieval Europe, Theophrastus Redivivus, Short Treatise on God, Ethics, Demonstrated in Geometrical Order, De Non-Existentia Dei, Diderot and Dalembert's Encyclopedia, Leviathan, Dictionnaire Historique et Critique, The System of Nature, The Natural History of Religion, Letters to a Philosophical Unbeliever, Thoughts and Feelings of Jean Meslier. Clear and evident demonstrations of the vanity and falsity of all the religions of the world, the necessity of atheism, the essence of Christianity, the gay science, thus spoke Zarathustra, why I am not a Christian, the end of faith, religion, terror, and the future of reason, the God delusion, breaking the spell, religion is a natural phenomenon, God is not. Great, how religion poisons everything, the caged virgin, an emancipation proclamation for women and Islam, letter to a Christian nation, godless, how an evangelical preacher became one of America's leading atheists, God, the most unpleasant character in all fiction, the moral landscape, how science can determine human values, waking up, a guide to spirituality without religion, the blind watchmaker, why the evidence of evolution reveals a universe without design, the portable atheist, essential readings for the non-believer, Hitch 22, a memoir, the archaeology of knowledge, simulacra and simulation, empiricism and the philosophy of mind, Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, being and time, critique of pure reason, God, the failed hypothesis. How science shows that God does not exist, the atheist Muslim, why people believe weird things, pseudoscience, superstition, and other confusions of our time, the atheist Muslim, a journey from religion to reason, foundational falsehoods of Creationism, the demon-haunted world, science as a candle in the dark, Jesus, interrupted. Revealing the hidden contradictions in the Bible and why we don't know about them, the origin of species, misquoting Jesus, the story behind who changed the Bible and why, a brief history of time, God's problem, how the Bible fails to answer our most important question, why we suffer, good without God, what a billion non-religious people do believe, a universe from nothing, why there is something rather than nothing, Atheist Manifesto, the case against Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. The Atheist's Introduction to the New Testament, how the Bible undermines the basic teachings of Christianity, Freethinkers, a history of American secularism, the believing brain, from ghosts and gods to politics and conspiracies, how we construct beliefs and reinforce them as truths, the darkening age, the Christian destruction of the classical world, Deconvert, a journey from religion to reason, battling the gods. Atheism in the ancient world, brain droppings, caveman logic, the persistence of primitive thinking in a modern world, forged, writing in the name of God, the universe in a nutshell, counter-knowledge, how we surrender to conspiracy theories, quack medicine, bogus science, and fake history, history of Jainism, the argumentative Indian, confession of a Buddhist atheist, did Muhammad exist? An inquiry into Islam's obscure origins, the quest for the historical Muhammad, a confession, when will Jesus bring the pork chops, the case against the case for Christ, the God myth, how knowledge destroyed the Almighty, the biblical commentary which shows how science, math, astronomy, evolution, and Egypt disprove the biblical God, women be religion, the case against faith and for freedom, the pre-Socratic philosophers, a critical history with a selection of texts, Kalama Sutra in the Tipitaka, the art of happiness, common sense, the world as will and idea, beyond good and evil, Aristotle, ethics, an inquiry concerning the principles of morals, a letter concerning toleration, the Bible unearthed, archaeology's new vision of ancient Israel and the origin of its sacred texts, the age of atheists, how we have sought to live since the death of God, the subtle art of not giving a fuck, a counterintuitive approach to living a good life, moral tribes, emotion, reason, and the gap between them, atheism, the case against God, the God argument, the case against religion and for humanism, biocentrism, how life and consciousness are the keys to understanding the true nature of the universe, atheist universe, the thinking person's answer to Christian fundamentalism, icons of unbelief, atheists, agnostics, and secularists, voices of unbelief, documents from atheists and agnostics, atheism, a philosophical justification, philosophy and atheism, in defense of atheism, against the faith, essays on deists, skeptics, and atheists. Critiques of God, making the case against belief in God, philosophers without gods, meditations on atheism and the secular life, about gods, I don't believe in none of that shit, the facts are backwards, Slaughterhouse's lyrical atheism, inventing the Enlightenment, anti-Jacobins, British Hegelians, and the Oxford English Dictionary, Wednesdays, an ex-pastor's voyage into unbelief, all that's wrong with the Bible. Contradictions, absurdities, and more, against religion, the atheist writings of H.P. Lovecraft. Papal Bull, an ex-Catholic calls out the Catholic Church, the Christian delusion, why faith fails, consciousness explained, faith versus fact, why science and religion are incompatible, why there is no God, simple responses to 20 common arguments for the existence of God, origins, 14 billion years of cosmic evolution, candidate without a prayer, an autobiography of a Jewish atheist in the Bible Belt, the necessity of secularism, why God can't tell us what to do, drunk with blood. Philosophical investigation and on the historicity of Jesus, why we might have reason for doubt. Most of these books were made by people who are scientists, mathematicians, scholars, philosophers, activists, historians, people who publish peer-review academic works, novelists, writers, journalists, and people with a PhD or lower in philosophy, chemistry, biology, physics, astronomy, cosmology, religious studies, theology, former clergies, math, quantum physics, archaeology, genetics, engineering, social science, linguistics, psychology, computer science, medicine, anthropology, metaphysics, epistemology, philosophy of the mind, philosophy of science, philosophy of math, philosophy of philosophy, metaphilosophy, philosophy of morals and ethics, philosophy of religion, analytical philosophy, and continental philosophy. 4. The pagan/polytheistic origins of Judaism. One last thing is that many Jewish and Christian apologetics, mostly from creationist literalists, flat earthers, and geocentrists, for some reason refuse to accept that Judaism was originally a polytheistic religion, especially I'll be focusing of the Nephilim. The word Nephilim is translated to as the fallen ones, which many experts agreed it means fallen warriors, and this is what is referring to as such in 2 Samuel 1:19, 25, 27, and in Genesis and Ezekiel it is similar to ancient warriors like Hercules or for this religion like Gilgamesh, which these Nephilim lived before the flood, that people lived for centuries, just like the Sumerian king list, which also mentioned people that live very long lives, which the longest reign is from the king Enmenluana, 43,200 years, but the Nephilim is the offspring of a female human and sons of God, and in the book of Enoch, the Dead Sea Scrolls version in the 3th century BC, this book says the Nephilim are the offspring of the Watchers, angels. The book of Giants is written in the 11 BC, mention Gilgamesh and Humbaba as Nephilim. These are demigods, which shows the influence of polytheism in Judaism in their pre-monotheistic period, and many scholars support this conclusion. In ancient versions the name Elohim is used as plural, meaning multiple gods or sons of the gods. Elohim is used to refer to the Jewish God and other polytheistic gods. Genesis 35:2 and Exodus 12:12. In Job mention gods, which Satan is one of them, present themselves to the Lord. Deuteronomy 32:8, the Dead Sea Scrolls version, 4QDTJ and 4QDTQ. When Elion gave the nations as an inheritance, when he separated the sons of man, he set the boundaries of the peoples according to the number of the sons of God. For Yahweh's portion was his people, Jacob was the lot of his inheritance. This is an influence of the Canaanite religion, which the supreme god El and his wife Asherah and have 70 sons that divide the world, which in the Bible separate to 70 nations mentioned in Genesis 10 and generations of Noah, and is implied that Yahweh is one of the sons of a god and not God himself, son of the Most High. Our clear polytheistic message, and there is the myth of the death of gods in Psalms 82, which Yahweh is the Most High of the other gods like Zeus, monolatry, which Professor John Day say this. Originally, these are gods, but as monotheism became absolute, so these were demoted to the status of angels. The God of the Jews and Leviathan was based on the original story of Marduk and Tiamat, and the Babylonian story of creation are the original Genesis, which the Israelites were based on. El Elyon, who was at first the father of the other gods, and this proto-Jewish god, have a wife named Asherah, and Baal was the storm and fertility god and was their son. which the early Israelites started to write creation myths starting in Genesis 2:1 where Abraham worship El Shaddai the god of the mountains and El Elyon visit Abraham in human form. Jacob climbs a ladder to heaven and talks to El Elyon in a dream and Jacob made El Elyon his primary god, Elohim, and it shows us that these fictional characters Abraham, Jacob, and Isaac were pagans. The worship of El Elyon was replaced to Yahweh in Exodus but the people were still pagans in Exodus 15:11, who is like you among gods, Yahweh, and Exodus 18:11, now I know that Yahweh is greater than all other gods, and in Exodus 15:3 is established that Yahweh is Israel's war god, calling him a great warrior, which Yahweh's full name is Yahweh Sabaoth, Yahweh, God of the armies, and there was a West movement which will give birth to Judaism which three prophets emerges, Isaiah, Amos, and Hosea which they are the real founders of Judaism but Isaiah sees Yahweh as a king, but Amos describes his empathy with the poor who suffers to Yahweh and Hosea saw Yahweh as a jilted husband who's still yearning for his wife Israel and their words impact Israel till King Josiah was a member of the West movement and his priest made reforms to their religion to destroy idols of other gods, made their own holy texts and rewrote Israelite history and made Yahweh the official God of Israel which was not still monotheism but instead an extreme form of monolatrous polytheism. The prophet Jeremiah believed that Yahweh will use the Babylonian army as his instrument to destroy his own people as a lesson. Like other prophets he used his emotions like in Jeremiah 6:11, I am filled with the fury of Yahweh. The second Isaiah officially made monotheism and all other gods that their ancestors worship were the same God and write Genesis 1 as a new monotheistic version of creation and this in 600 BC is where Judaism, Christianity, and Islam was born. Which Philo of Alexandria and his version of God was panentheistic similar to Brahma and many people have their own concept of God and that is just that a concept and that is more evident that there is no God. It is a human concept to things they yet still not understand, awe to the universe, human emotion, and God is the expression of the mind and God is just an idealized version of themselves of what they personally view God thus God is just a useless label for things of their own comfort thus the word God is misleading and meaningless and God is just a feeling to find meaning in their lives. Another example of pagan influence of Judaism is the monotheistic religion of Aten in Egypt which the hymn to Aten is very similar to Psalm 104. Hymn to Aten. Sole God beside whom there is none. How many are your deeds? You made the earth as you wished, you alone, all peoples, herds, and flocks. When you said in western lightland, earth is in darkness as if in death. Every lion comes from its den. When you have dawned dead live, when you set they die, you set every man in his place, you supply their needs, everyone has his food. The entire land sets out to work. The fish in the river dart before you, your rays are in the midst of the sea. Birds fly from their nests, their wings greeting your call. He makes waves on the mountain like the sea, to drench their fields and their towns. Psalm 104. Yahweh my God you are very great. Yahweh, how manifold are your works. In wisdom you have made them all, the earth is full of your creatures. You make darkness, and it is night, when all the animals of the forest come creeping out. The young lions roar for their prey. When the sun rises, they withdraw and lie down in their dens. When you hide your face, they are dismayed. When you take away their breath, they die. These all look to you to give them their food in due season. People go out to their work and to their labor until the evening. Yonder is the sea, great and wide. Creeping things innumerable are there by the streams. The birds of the air have their habitation. They sing among the branches. You make springs gush forth in the valleys. They flow between the hills. The trees of Yahweh are watered abundantly. The Garden of Eden was originally a place only a special view, warriors and kings, to go after they die and the concept of sin/fall was a later creation. Thanks to religion and their explanation people don't need to question things. Today we call this the God of the gaps. Lastly, while many Christians believe Jesus will come back or many Hasidic Jews believe their dynastic leaders can become a Messiah any moment but forgetting that the founder of Judaism Elijah, who started the Yahweh-only movement, is prophesied to return because he went to heaven while still being alive while the second and third oldest prophets Isaiah and Jeremiah who are his followers went to make, accidentally, atheist arguments. Isaiah 41:21. Set forth your case, says the Lord, bring your proofs, says the King of Jacob. Let them bring them, and tell us what is to happen. Tell us the former things, what they are, so that we may consider them, and that we may know their outcome, or declare to us the things to come. Tell us what is to come hereafter, that we may know that you are gods, do good, or do harm, that we may be afraid and terrified. You, indeed, are nothing and your work is nothing at all, whoever chooses you is an abomination. Jeremiah 10:3-5. Their idols are like scarecrows in cucumber field, and they cannot speak, they have to be carried, for they cannot walk be not afraid of them, for they cannot do evil, neither is it in them to do good. They are both stupid and foolish, the instruction of idols is but wood. Psalms which has the oldest scripture, as far back to 9th century BC, made atheist arguments in Psalm 115:4-7. Their idols are silver and gold, the work of men's hands. They have mouths, but do not speak, eyes, but do not see. They have ears, but do not feel, feet, but do not walk, and they do not make a sound in their throat. Chapter 14, Why question? Why we believe in things without evidence. Why as humans when time pass by and use religion to justify of the answers, we still don't know, why we reduce our rationality and intelligence to satisfy these questions without being honest and say I don't know. Why we cherry pick of your choices of the millions of gods and pick the one that so happens has the same views as you. Why the prophets with their communication with and their God never tell how to cure cancer, solve world hunger, an effective world government, travel, and colonize the solar system. If they're blind minds and make prophecy so vague that it can fit in any period in history without being specific and the some that are specific but always fail or mostly fail. Why such knowledge that only is a select few and instead to also for us and progress in a rate beyond our understanding. Why a creator of reality and the universe can't create humans or other animals that understand the reality, instead of knowing nothing. We don't need such false promises and study and question everything even we have to be skeptical of our skepticism and a skeptic to question of our conclusions and to be sure if they're correct as we can be. Agnosticism and skepticism are very powerful things that help understand of the natural universe and possibly the multiverse. The mind of the individual that relies on reason, facts, realism, and evidence it currently has and use its reason without any special superstition and discover new discoveries and may disprove our current theories and improve current theories. The failures of religion and of its flaw gods with ignorance and mortals that has more intelligence, rational and more moral than the being who suppose that create these concepts and when a blind philosopher that has better understanding of the natural world than a clergy it shows that faith-based beliefs are not reliable path to truth. Truth a phenomenon that shows what is real and the failures of faith that we take longer to find these answers and lead to false answers. Faith is a cancer of knowledge a disease of philosophy, science, and mathematics and faith leads to the opposite like theology, magical thinking and emotion, and we are nihilist with the existential dread of the unknown and the fear that we don't know. Many people that was led to skepticism like Socrates, David Hume, Albert Einstein, and Sam Harris. These people in different times with different people and different religions, they all share something in common. Questioning the horrors of religious ignorance that spreads like a plague to human progress, religion with their beliefs take it to the extreme. Literally, these dangerous mentality causes wars, tribalism, racism, sexism, ignorance, prejudice, discrimination, persecution, pain, suffering, the indoctrination of children. This is mental child abuse, ethnic cleansings, massacres, genocides, genital mutilation, the rape of women and children, liars of truth and are the demons of the world. People who are indoctrinated with dangerous ideas and they will not see the negativity of these ideas because of the indoctrination regardless when there are children and adults. Ones when they are convinced with something they believe without evidence, almost no evidence of the contrary will change their mind. No argument will change their mind. No way to show/point out their flaws will change their minds, and as long we have the fear of death and nothingness after death, religion will persist and the extreme side will slowly but eventually rise. When their beliefs are challenged, they will feel personally attacked up to their core, and any person that has any different views in religion, politics, morals, ethics, sexuality and epistemology. For this not only their beliefs had to be challenges but the justification of their beliefs and the logic of their beliefs. For many years people claim that people, locations, animals, objects, buildings, and phenomena are supernatural, paranormal and preternatural, but when we investigate this strange event and proven to be wrong over and over and over and over and over again. The foundational falsehood of religion that stared by the first mistake of knowledge in the forgotten past, when things were going better in India using reason, and for many years they progressed knowledge even believing in other things without evidence like reincarnation, but when the man in the desert went mad and hearing voices, that creates a series of religions that leads to the failures of man, worshipping his god of death, a destroyer of worlds and a monster of humanity. We have a problem, and is that for belief that can't answer these questions and can't find a way to rationalize their belief, they jump to the conclusion and say just have faith. That is the definition of laziness of knowledge, and this God promotes and advocates faith. Then it is the God of laziness, the God of failure, the God of delusion, the God of cancer, and the God of ignorance. This God is unforgivable in Matthew 12:30-32, Mark 3:28-30, and Luke 12:8-10. He that is not with me is against me, and he that gathereth not with me scattereth abroad. Wherefore I say unto you, all manner of sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven unto men, but the blasphemy against the Holy Ghost shall not be forgiven unto men. And whosoever speak the word against the Son of Man, it shall be forgiven him, but whosoever speak against the Holy Ghost, it shall not be forgiven him, neither in this world, neither in the world to come. Verily I say unto you, all sins shall be forgiven unto the sons of men, and blasphemies wherewithsoever they shall blaspheme, but he that shall blaspheme against the Holy Ghost hath never forgiveness, but is in danger of eternal damnation. Because they said, he hath an unclean spirit. Also I say unto you, whosoever shall confess me before men, him shall the Son of Man also confess before the angels of God, but he that denieth me before men shall be denied before the angels of God. And whosoever shall speak a word against the Son of Man, it shall be forgiven him, but unto him that blasphemeth against the Holy Ghost it shall not be forgiven. And even Hinduism for having very progressive views, and I was praising it and praising their texts for their skepticism, but these same texts there are ugly flaws in their texts like sex slaves and the treatment of slaves in Mahabharata 4:72, Rigveda 4 hours 17 minutes and 16 seconds, Rigveda 6:27:8, Mahabharata 66, and Rigveda 8 hours 19 minutes and 36 seconds. And Krishna gave unto each of the illustrious sons of Pandu numerous female slaves and gems and robes. Eager for booty, craving strength, and horses, we singers stir Indra, the strong, for friendship, who gives the wives we seek, whose succor fails not, to hasten, like a pitcher to the fountain. A gift of 50 female slaves hath Trisadasyu given me, Purukutsa's son, most liberal, kind, lord of the brave. 2 wagon teams, with damsels, 20 oxen, O Agni, Abhidvartan Kayamna, the liberal sovereign, giveth me. This curtain of Pirthu seed is hard to win from others. But thus is Anna dragging Draupadi forcibly by her black locks while she was praying piously unto Krishna and Vishnu, who were Narayana and Nara. Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 6:4:6. 7. If she should not grant him his desire, he should bribe her. If she still does not grant him his desire, he should hit her with a stick or with his hand, and overcome her, saying, with power, with glory I take away your glory. Thus she becomes inglorious. Rigveda 8 hours 33 minutes and 17 seconds, Indra himself hath said, the mind of woman brooks not discipline, her intellect hath little weight. ADH Veda 4:30:5, I bend the bow for Rudra that his arrow may strike and slay the hater of devotion. I rouse and order battle for the people, and I have penetrated. Rigveda 3:24:1, Agni, subdue opposing bands, and drive our enemies away. Invincible, slay godless foes, give splendor to the worshipper. Vishnu Purana 3:17, this deceptive vision shall wholly beguile the deities so that, being led astray from the path of the Vedas, they may be put to death, for all gods, demons, or others, who shall be opposed to the authority of the Vedas shall perish by my might, whilst exercised for the preservation of the world. Vishnu Purana 3:18, in consequence of the fault committed by Satadanu, by speaking to an infidel when he was engaged in a solemn fast, he was born again as a dog. Vishnu Purana 3:18, let therefore a man carefully avoid the discourse or contact of an unbeliever, especially at seasons of devotion. How much greater need must there be of expiation after encountering one who has wholly abandoned the Vedas, one who is supported by infidels, or who disputes the doctrines of Holy Writ. Let not a person treat with even the civility of speech, heretics, those who do forbidden acts, pretended saints, scoundrels, septics and hypocrites. Intercourse with such iniquitous wretches, even at a distance, all association with schismatics, defile, let a man therefore carefully avoid them. These are the unrighteous heretics to whom a man must not give shelter, and speaking to whom effaces whatever merit he may that day have obtained. Men, indeed, fall into hell as the consequence of only conversing with those who unprofitably assume the twisted hair and shaven crown, with those who feed without offering food to gods, spirits, and guests, and those who are excluded from the presentation of cakes and libations of water to the manes. Bhagavata Purana SB 7:132, somehow or other, one must consider the form of ka very seriously. Then, by one of the 5 different processes mentioned above, one can return home, back to Godhead. Atheists like King Vina, however, being unable to think of ka's form in any of these 5 ways, cannot attain salvation. Therefore, one must somehow think of ka, whether in a friendly way or inimically. Women's punishment for adultery, Manu 8:371. If a wife, proud of the greatness of her relatives or her own excellence, violates the duty which she owes to her lord, the king shall cause her to be devoured by dogs in a place frequented by many. Bhagavata Purana SB 4:4:17. If one hears an irresponsible person blaspheme the master and controller of religion, one should block his ears and go away if unable to punish him. But if one is able to kill, then one should by force cut out the blasphemer's tongue and kill the offender, and after that one should give up his own life. Brahmavaivarta Purana 4.1.61.62.43. The pious credits earned in 100 births are at once destroyed for they who blaspheme Lord Krishna or his saintly devotee. They are cooked in the terrible hell called Kamhipaka. They are eaten by worms for as long as the sun and moon exist. Simply by seeing such a blasphemer all one's piety is destroyed. If he sees him, a wise man bathes in the Ganga or glances at the sun, and in that way becomes purified. Buddhism is not immune to this. Zen Buddhism was the religion of the samurai and their beliefs are violent like seppuku, head hunting, and is true it has beautiful teachings, but you can't ignore their darker side of religion. Despite this they are against killing with the exception of the Ekantaka, a deluded person that never reached nirvana and are considered evil similar to an infidel. The Ashokavadana massacre, a mass killing of Jains for disrespecting the Buddha by King Ashoka in which around 18,000 followers of Jainism were killed. Possibly propaganda. Buddha has his chosen people and Sri Lanka, island, is their promised land and was with war against the Tamil king Ilara and they killed thousands. The 8 arhats come to console him reply that no real sin has been committed by him because he has only killed Tamil unbelievers who are no better than beasts and go on to say, thou wilt bring glory to the doctrine of the Buddha in manifold ways, therefore cast away care from the heart, O ruler of men. In Sri Lanka Buddhists are very hostile to Christians and Muslims. Militant Buddhist, national Buddhist, and warrior monks have been around for a millennium causing ethnocracy and the civil war, made many anti-Muslim riots and attacks for many years in Southeastern Asia that brings to question of the reputation of the religion that many people in the West admires. In the testaments of the 12 patriarchs have ridiculous views like women as the cause of the downfall of the watcher, and of man. Reuben promotes theocracy and xenophobic attitude. Judah, in the testament of Kahad has some racist elements like Amram directed to his children, are first to protect their heritage from mingling or half-breeds and strangers. The book of Enoch has verse that if you don't follow God, you will be cursed, those who deny the name of the dwelling of the holy ones and the Lord of spirits. And into the heaven they shall not ascend, and on the earth they shall not come, such shall be the lot of the sinners who have denied the name of the Lord of spirits who are thus preserved for the day of suffering and tribulation. The unfaithful will be destroyed. The Son of Man shall loosen the reins of the strong, and break the teeth of the sinners, and he shall put down the countenance of the strong, and shall fill them with shame. And darkness shall be their dwellings and worms shall be their bed, and they shall have no hope of rising from their beds. Because they do not extol the name of the Lord of spirits, there are other gods and the Jewish God is their leader like Zeus, bring our cause before the Most High. And they said to the Lord of the ages, Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings, and God of the ages, the throne of thy glory, standeth, unto all the generations of the ages. Book of Isaiah. The book many Christians claim fulfilled prophecy, but in Isaiah 45:1 the anointed is translated to Messiah, and it seems to assert that the Persian king Cyrus the Great is the Messiah. Thus saith the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have holden, to subdue nations before him, and I will loose the loins of kings, to open before him the 2-leaved gates, and the gates shall not be shut. Some Christians claim that Isaiah made a prophecy of Jesus, but in Isaiah 53:10 Jesus died young and childless, while in Isaiah the Messiah dies old and has children, yet it pleased the Lord to bruise him, he hath put him to grief. When thou shalt make his soul an offering for sin, he shall see his seed, he shall prolong his days, and the pleasure of the Lord shall prosper in his hand. In Nahum, God is jealous, and the Lord revengeth, and is furious. The Lord will take vengeance on his adversaries, and he reserveth wrath for his enemies. Take ye the spoil of silver, take the spoil of gold, for there is none end of the store and glory out of all the pleasant furniture. But with an overrunning flood he will make an utter end of the place thereof, and darkness shall pursue his enemies. What do ye imagine against the Lord? He will make an utter end, affliction shall not rise up the second time. For while they be folden together as thorns, and while they are drunken as drunkards, they shall be devoured as stubble fully dry. Yet was she carried away, she went into captivity, her young children also were dashed in pieces at the top of all the streets, and they cast lots for her honorable men, and all her great men were bound in chains. In Micah, therefore I will make Samaria as an heap of the field, and as plantings of a vineyard, and I will pour down the stones thereof into the valley, and I will discover the foundations thereof. And all the graven images thereof shall be beaten to pieces, and all the hires thereof shall be burned with the fire, and all the idols thereof will I lay desolate, for she gathered it of the hire of an harlot, and they shall return to the hire of an harlot. Therefore I will wail and howl, I will go stripped and naked, I will make a wailing like the dragons, and mourning as the owls. The nations shall see and be confounded at all their might, they shall lay their hand upon their mouth, their ears shall be deaf. They shall lick the dust like a serpent, they shall move out of their holes like worms of the earth, they shall be afraid of the Lord our God, and shall fear because of thee. Therefore also will I make thee sick in smiting thee, in making thee desolate because of thy sins. Thou shalt eat, but not be satisfied, and thy casting down shall be in the midst of thee, and thou shalt take hold, but shalt not deliver, and that which thou deliverest will I give up to the sword. Thou shalt sow, but thou shalt not reap, thou shalt tread the olives, but thou shalt not anoint thee with oil, and sweet wine, but shalt not drink wine. For the statutes of Omri are kept, and all the works of the house of Ahab, and ye walk in their counsels, that I should make thee a desolation, and the inhabitants thereof an hissing, therefore ye shall bear the reproach of my people. And I will pluck up thy groves out of the midst of thee, so will I destroy thy cities. God will destroy entire cities, and execute vengeance in anger and fury upon the heathen such as they have not heard. In Hosea, and the Lord said unto him, Call his name Jezreel, for yet a little while, and I will avenge the blood of Jezreel upon the house of Jehu, and will cause to cease the kingdom of the house of Israel. Afterward shall the children of Israel return, and seek the Lord their God, and David their king, and shall fear the Lord and his goodness in the latter days. Plead with your mother, plead, for she is not my wife, neither am I her husband. Let her therefore put away her whoredoms out of her sight, and her adulteries from between her breasts, lest I strip her naked, and set her as in the day that she was born, and make her as a wilderness, and set her like a dry land, and slay her with thirst. As for Ephraim, their glory shall fly away like a bird, from the birth, and from the womb, and from the conception. Though they bring up their children, yet will I bereave them, that there shall not be a man left, woe also to them when I depart from them. Therefore I will be unto them as a lion, as a leopard by the way will I observe them, I will meet them as a bear that is bereaved of her whelps, and will rend the call of their heart, and there will I devour them like a lion, the wild beast shall tear them. Therefore shall a tumult arise among thy people, and all thy fortresses shall be spoiled, as shall man spoil Beth Arbel in the day of battle, the mother was dashed in pieces upon her children. Give them, O Lord, what wilt thou give? Give them a miscarrying womb and dry breasts. In Amos, shall a trumpet be blown in the city, and the people not be afraid, shall there be evil in the city, and the Lord hath not done it. And I will cut off the judge from the midst thereof, and will slay all the princes thereof with him, saith the Lord. Thus saith the Lord, as the shepherd taketh out of the mouth of the lion 2 legs, or a piece of an ear, so shall the children of Israel be taken out that dwell in Samaria in the corner of a bed, and in Damascus in a couch. Hear ye, and testify in the house of Jacob, saith the Lord God, the God of hosts, that in the day that I shall visit the transgressions of Israel upon him I will also visit the altars of Bethel, and the horns of the altar shall be cut off, and fall to the ground. And I will smite the winter house with the summer house, and the houses of ivory shall perish, and the great houses shall have an end, saith the Lord. In Yahweh's source Yahweh is an anthropomorphic figure both physically and mentally. Genesis 3:8, 11:5, 17:7, Sodom and Gomorrah and the Exodus, relationship between humans and soil. Genesis 2:4b 3:24, 3:17, 4:11, and 5:29, separation between the divine and human. Genesis 3:22, 6:1-4 and 11:1-9, the J-source God accepts that his creation is flawed. It begins with the creation myth at Genesis 2:4, then the Garden of Eden, then Cain, and Abel, then Cain's descendants, then the flood, then Noah's descendants, and ends in the Tower of Babel. J-source accounts of releasing water from a rock and God raining manna, typical magic from D&D, upon the Israelites, account of the ritual Decalogue, Numbers 10:14, story of the bronze serpent, talking donkeys, and the first verse of the heresy of Baal Peor. The Elohist source God's name before Moses' revelation is Elohim or El, and after his revelation is Yahweh. Its account says that Shechem was purchased not massacred, has a negative view on Aaron. It has an account that Abram actually sacrificed Isaac, but the J-source has no such tale. The Elohist source that the angels has a bigger role unlike God in the J-source. The Elohist account of Jacob's ladder is an actual event, but the J-source it was a dream. J-source has a negative view on the northern tribe, but Elohim has a positive view. Elohist portrays Joseph an interpreter of dreams, but in the J-source he was the victim of an attempted rape. Elohist Moses threatened the Pharaoh, plagues, but the J-source God caused the plagues. Elohist enforced their covenant code. Apollonius of Tyana, a contemporary of Jesus, and Apollonius was a wandering teacher, a philosopher, and miracle worker in Greece. Sound familiar? Remember before, during and after the life of Jesus there were other prophets in his area and outside of Galilee like Honi the circle drawer, Hanan, Abba Hilkiah, Hanan of Bendosa, Eleazar, and Simon Magus, which many early Christians believe that Simon was Jesus, and upon his death he underwent of heavenly assumption. The Bible has magic, like astral projection, divination, curses, Genesis 3:14, potions, Numbers 5:12-24, enchantment, Genesis 22:16-17, incantations, Genesis 1:3,6 and 9, necromancy, Ezekiel 37:5-10, golem spells, Genesis 2:7, transformation, Exodus 7:8-12, exorcism, Matthew 8:28-34, purification, Leviticus 14:1-14, weather control, Luke 8:24-25, ghost, Leviticus 19:11, demons, 2 Peter 2:4, angels, Luke 20:35-36, dragons, Job 41:1-19, faith healing, Matthew 9:35, forecasting, Ezekiel 26:1-14, lycanthropy, Daniel, and water bending, Exodus 14:1-21. Also another Christian pagan influence that Alexander the Great was assimilated to the sun god Helios and depicted with a solar crown, which later becomes the Christian halo. For Buddhists, why is there a false reality at all? If there is no self, by what mechanism do come to think of themselves as being individual? But if nirvana and heaven are perfect, why is it that anything needs to be done to improve on that state? For Buddhists that make universal claims just so happen to look like Eastern views of the times it was created. Nuns in Tibetan lineages of Buddhism can never be more than novices because there is no ordination process for them, and female Theravada Buddhists cannot become ordained either because the lineage required died out and has not been revived due to opposition from Buddhist authorities. The Roman Catholic Church are having criticism because of their sex scandals, but Buddhist churches also have the same problem. They accept suffering as the status quo instead of fighting it to improve human life, and they can't agree to each other of theology, practice, and philosophy. The Confucius philosophy can be a best philosophy for cult leaders to learn to find members, and the Chinese Communist Party/government want to revive Confucianism in order to justify its authoritarian grip on power. What about the Hindus who take their texts literally? Their texts have contradictions like, God has hands and legs everywhere, eyes, ears, heads and faces everywhere, and envelops everything in this world. Shvetashvatara Upanishad 3.16 and Bhagavad Gita 13.13, God is without a body, sinless and without any wound. Mantra 8/ The Isha Upanishad, why they can't agree which version of Buddhism is correct, like polytheism, monotheism, pantheism, or monism. Which creation myths is correct, like Rig Veda 10.90 says earth, sky, heaven, and other creatures were created from Purush's body. But Yajurveda 14.28 said, with 1 they praised, creatures were produced, with 5 they praised, beings were created. Rig Veda 10.72 says that the earth was born from the upward growing tree, Indra, and Varuna Suktas. There it is written that Indra and Varuna are the creator. O Indra Varuna, as ye created all these creatures of the world by your surpassing might, in peace and quiet Mitra waits on Varuna, the other, awful, with the Maruas. Seeks renown. Atharva Veda 1.3.1.52 says Rohita created earth, Rohita made the earth to be his altar, heaven his Dakshina. Then he took for Agni, and with rain for molten butter he created every living thing. If you look at Puranas, their Brahma is the creator. Most Hindu that subscribe of the 6 orthodox schools is somewhat atheistic because some schools does not believe in gods, but the belief in gods is not important, but the authority of the Vedas is more important, similar to biblical and Quranic literalist. I reject that the Vedas is a valid source of knowledge because the Vedas and other Hindu texts is no different than the Bible and Quran, because if the Veda says is true it does not mean is true. For example, that the earth is a square, and if the Veda says is square therefore is true. In Ramayana, Ram kills Shambhuka simply because he was performing tapasya, ascetic exercises, which he was not supposed to do as he was a Kshatriya by birth. In Mahabharata, Dronacharya refuses to teach archery to Eklavya, because he was not a Kshatriya by birth. The Mixing of varnas lead downfalls of families, and that is the destructive nature of the caste system that the Holy Vedas promotes. A Brahmin, according to Manu, must not teach the Shudra and woman even if he dies with his knowledge without imparting it to anybody. On the other hand, if anyone studies the Vedas on his own, he or she will go straight to hell. This, and caste is the ultimate form of slavery, an undemocratic system that this religion is an insult to the freedom of the people that wants equality and democracy. In Manusmriti said that anybody who argues critically and logically about Dharmashastras ought to be ostracized. Non-believers, including freethinkers, rationalists, and Buddhists, are not to be entertained respectfully as guests, though, mercifully, they may be given food. The families of non-believers are destroyed sooner than later, according to Manu. A state with a large number of Shudras and Nastikas soon meets its destruction. Religious people can't just call us heretics and kill us for it like in the good old days thanks to a secular country's laws, morals, and ethics. With the exception of the Middle East, they can't just suppress certain fields of science and only allow priests and believers to study science, but instead they try to use fallacious arguments, lie and distorted information for their own ideologies, and they get offended that conflicting views challenge their belief while they themselves just killed anyone who disagree with them, and they dare to call us ignorant, close-minded, a fool, uneducated. You don't understand. You taking the verse out of context. You didn't study our holy book, and they need apologetics to painfully try to justify in their beliefs with empty hands. This is the reason we question. We must question everything. If we don't, our knowledge will slowly die in the abyss. Chapter 15. Brothers of Destruction. This is why religions should die. There are many groups that cause violence and destruction in the name of their God/book/prophet/religion, and they mostly are religious literalists. Many of these groups have apologetics to justify their death cults. For this reason they cause harm and destroyed lives. Here's a list. By Lakafa, also known as without asking how, they are Quranic literalist, and some believe that we should believe everything it says as literal without questioning it because that is sin. Many Islamic terrorists that follows this doctrine. Circumcellions is a Christian extremist group in the early to mid-4th century in North Africa when they kill and mutilate strangers and priests because they are unholy. Biblical literalists, the group that rejects sciences but support flat earthers and geocentrism, try to justify slavery, sexism, racial segregation, cherry picks verses to fit their beliefs, and anybody find evil verses and they called it as, they take it out of context, they say is an infallible word of God while Jesus himself used metaphors, rejects medicine but instead faith healing, believe everything in the Bible is literally true, including the two different creation myths from Genesis 1 and 2, rejects evolution and Big Bang. Young/old earth creationism, they prefer homeschool because they don't want their kids to think, to know the facts, science, and anything that goes against their fantasies. They must reject thermoluminescence dating, dendrochronology, oxidizable carbon ratio dating, Woodman-Stinton patterns, mitochondrial leave, DNA evidence, ice layering, rock varnish, permafrost, weathering rinds, Y-chromosomal atom, fission track dating, relativistic jets, space weathering, petrified wood, nega. Megacrystals, cosmogenic nuclide dating, iron manganese nodule growth, amino acid racemization dating, stalactites, geomagnetic reversals, erosion, Milankovitch astronomical cycles, sedimentary varves, corals, seabed plankton layering, Baptistina asteroid family, continental drift, nitrogen impurities in natural diamonds, impact craters, rotation of the Earth, helioseismology, radioactive decay, recession of the moon, pyrochronology, globular clusters. Distant starlight, astronomy, astrophysics, physics, cosmology, Newtonian mechanics, nuclear physics, electromagnetism, fluid mechanics, heat transfer, mass transfer, reaction kinetics, material science, chemistry, botany, genetics, biology, immunology, mathematics, computer science, cellular automata, geology, geomorphology, plate tectonics, petrology, stratigraphy, fossil fuel, paleontology, metrology, archaeology, anthropology, history and linguistics to have their false beliefs, literally reality as we know it. These creationist movements are mostly Christians but also Jews, Muslim, New Age Jews and Hindus. Positive Christianity are an extreme right-wing religion in Nazi Germany that promotes Nazism, fascism, xenophobia and ultranationalism and is considered the true version of Christianity to remove the materialistic Bolshevik atheist Jewish origins of the already existing Christian denomination of his time, which is based on Marcionism, a dualist Christian group in the 2nd century with similar views. In Germany used Germanic paganism, esoteric, mysticism, cult of personality, theistic or deistic version of the supreme German god. Hitler believed that Jesus was Aryan anti-Semitic warrior, pseudoscience, and this religion was created by Hitler himself, and this exactly shows us his bizarre theism. But there were other movements like the German Christian movement which promote Nazism, and when the Nazis united all Protestant church into one German evangelical church, some Protestant were the confessing church because they were against the German Christian movement for theological reasons, but they are not against the Nazis, but because of this conflict they were persecuted, and half of all victims of Nazi euthanasia were from the church institution. There was the pagan movement called German Faith movement that wants to revive Nordic paganism that was supported by Nazi official, and lastly the Nazi wanted to make the true German church called National Right Church, while various esoteric beliefs were promoted, like the second most popular book, beside Mein Kampf, is the myth of the 20th century which promotes occult, esoteric, and pagan beliefs which Heinrich Himmler II, most powerful man, was a heavy promoter which bring conflict. Hitler a Christian vs Himmler a occult pagan. Esoteric Nazism, also known as esoteric Hitlerism, is a neo-Nazi and neo-fascist religious cult that believe Hitler is the 9th avatar of Vishnu, promotes the Aryan race, the India caste system. He will be the 10th reincarnation of Vishnu, Kalki, ancient astronauts. They believe the Nordic white race originated in Hyperborea, a mythical place where a race of giants live in Greek mythology. The races was extraterrestrial in origin. The Celts is the ancestor of the Hyperboreans. They also believe they are descendants of the Nephilim, from Genesis. They believe that Hitler was in Shambhala, mythical kingdom of Hinduism. Nazi UFOs. Some followed Catharism and Gnosticism, both Christians denomination. Believe Hitler escaped to New Swabia, Vril energy, from the novel The Coming Race, Agartha, Hollow Earth, and one last thing, that they think the Fourth Reich will bring a world government. The first is the Holy Roman Empire, second the German Empire, and third Nazi Germany. Ku Klux Klan, a white supremacy, racist, hate group, and Christian extremist, but anti-Catholic, created by Confederates in the American Civil War. They are the American Christian version of ISIS, the hatred and killing of many people of colors and irrational hatred of Jews, Freemasons, and Hispanics. They massacred the Communist Workers' Party in the 1970s. Their actions in the Civil War and the most famous, controversial, and influential movie of all time, The Birth of the Nation from 1915. Popular Orthodox Rally is a far right-wing political party, are against many policies from the European Union, anti-democratic, extreme nationalist and neo-fascist. Front of Islamic Revolution Stability is Iran's most right-wing party. They oppose democracy, made civil unrest, breaking human rights and economic instability. National Christian Party, a defunct far-right-wing party that are Christian fundamentalist and anti-Semitic that promotes fascism and Nazism. Christian Liberal Party is a political party from South Korea that are homophobic, Islamophobia, and started a revival adultery law. While the country is 56% irreligious and 5th atheist country. Spanish Catholic Movement, a political party from Spain, follows the ideas of José Antonio Primo de Rivera, ultra-Catholic and clerical fascist. Christian Right, a Christian extremist political party that wants to promote Mosaic laws, anti-homosexual laws, atheist phobia, anti-secular, promoting creationism, intelligent design, against science, especially evolution, and 52% of the USA believe in a flat earth, almost 40% believe in intelligent design, and 32% believe in creationism. They are against embryonic stem cell research, pro-life, and wants a theocracy for a Christian nation. Evangelicalism, conservative, have many similarities to the Christian right and religious right, promotes literalism, Bible, Quran, Torah, Vedas, and etc. Creationism, televangelists are professional liars. They are worse than most politicians, most lawyers, and con artists, mega churches that don't pay taxes, and extreme corruption. Some Buddhist dogma that are hostile, like in Bangladesh, and some Buddhists believe certain views are correct and others are wrong, even they would reject current scientific knowledge. Islamic dogma completely follows the Quran, Hadith, and the 6 articles of faith, which cause conflict within themselves and others. Christian dogma is basically every fundamentalist, conservative, and some liberal groups that, like all the world's religions, have apologetics, and I think Benjamin Franklin made a point. He that is good for making excuses is seldom good for anything else. Christian fanaticism started after Constantine I made into power in the Roman Empire, and violence and corruption started to occur, and I give you 2 quotes as the example of early Christian fanaticism. A quote from J. Harold Ellens. When Christianity came to power in the empire of Constantine, it proceeded almost to viciously repress all non-Christians and all Christians who did not line up with official Orthodox ideology, policy, and practice. A quote from Charles Selengut. The Crusades were very much holy wars waged to maintain Christianity's theological and social control. On their way to conquering the Holy Land from the Muslims by force of arms, the Crusaders destroyed dozens of Jewish communities and killed thousands because the Jews would not accept the Christian faith. Jews had to be killed in the religious campaign because their very existence challenged the sole truth espoused by the Christian church. Khawarij is an Islamic school of thought that are fanatical that made many assassination attempts. Even before they attack, they pray and then attack with the sword with poison. The Khawarijite belief that all Muslims holding differing viewpoints were infidels. Ellen G. White, one of the founders of the Seventh-day Adventist Church and a militant Christian. Now the church is militant. Now we are confronted with a world in darkness, almost wholly given over to idolatry. Heritage Judaism and ultra-Orthodox that by many they are homophobic, misogynistic, intolerant, and isolationist. They want the Jewish/Mosaic law in their secular humanistic country, censored books that contradict their creationist views. They oppose to the viewing of television, films, reading of secular newspapers, books. They made strong campaign against the internet, and internet-enabled mobile phones. They have modesty patrols, gender separation. They are against individual thinking and supports child indoctrination. Sunni Islam, also known as Orthodox Islam, the dominant denomination in Islam, believe in the signs of the apocalypse. While this denomination in and of itself is not dangerous, but subgroups made extremist and terrorist with the influence of the Sunni beliefs. Theravada Buddhism is the most orthodox of the Buddhist schools and the strictest of the Pali Canon, and are very conservative. The Naked Monk website talking the more cult side of Theravada Buddhism. You should regard your guru as a fully enlightened Buddha. To benefit from your relationship with him, you must see him as always having your interests at heart, no matter what. If you doubt, question, or reject that, you're cut off from your source of spiritual advancement now and in future lifetimes, where you'll suffer countless rebirths in tantric hell. Many monks and followers in Asia have become too similar to Catholicism. The esoteric/mystic/occult tradition of Hinduism and Buddhism encourage abusive behavior to achieve enlightenment, like molesting children, magic, to curse or kill unbelievers, cannibalism, human and animal shit and piss, take pleasure in lying and other antisocial behavior, having sex with 16-year-old girls. Read the Gaudiya Samaha Tantra, Kandamaharo Sanda Tantra, Hebavar Tantra, and the history of Aghori. Sanatani is a fundamentalist and orthodox denomination in Hinduism that strictly follows their texts and are against the Hindu Reform movement, their Vedas as infallible, revealed scripture, and rejects what it regards as non-Vedic innovations and made the 2002 Gujarat riots. Eastern Orthodox Church is a Christian denomination that has a rich and complex history, but through history made many relationships with dictators, far right-wing groups, xenophobia, made anti-gay riots, involvement in simony, drug and antiquity smuggling, bribery/perversion of justice, and various sex scandals. Fundamentalist Christianity, they are denouncing biblical criticism, secularism, socialism, Catholicism, evolution. They are against gay rights and democracy. Buddhist fundamentalism, they targeted other religious and ethnic groups. There were in the hardlines in the 969 movements. They have a right-wing nationalist organization called Baju Balasina, which all of this caused violence and death and many warrior monks in history. Jewish fundamentalist defense revere to militant Zionism, or Ashkenazi, or Sephardic Heritage Judaism. Public buses segregated by gender and ethnic, with women having to sit in the back of the bus. Bat Ayan Underground are a Jewish terrorist group in the West Bank by the title as terrorist. You can understand why. Islamic fundamentalists, they want a world caliphate, global theocracy, and mistreatment of women. Homosexuals and non-Muslims are so horrible I don't understand they are not charged for crimes against humanity. They will kill anybody who makes fun of Allah or makes a drawing of Muhammad. There is a crime that if a woman is raped, the woman could be severely beaten, possibly to death, by her own family for bringing dishonor upon the tribe. They are against democracy, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and has many terrorist groups that committed genocides, massacres, ethnic cleansing, many bombings, beheading, the death of children, and the infamous September 11th attacks. Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, All India Majlis-e-Ittihad Muslimin, AIM, Al-Qaeda, Abu Sayyaf, Ansar al-Islam, Armed Islamic Group of Algeria, Army of Islam, Boko Haram, Taliban, Egyptian Islamic Jihad, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Jamaat Islamiyah, Hamas, Harkat al-Jihad al-Islami, Harkat al-Mujahideen, Indian Mujahideen, Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan, Caucasus Emirate, Al-Shabaab, Boko Haram, Ansar Dine, Muslim Brotherhood and Nation of Islam. Salafism, Wahhabism, and Islamism, all of them have similar views with different histories. They want Sharia law and rejects democracy. Many followers in this movement that want to express stupidity, especially a certain medical doctor that despite being a doctorate doesn't understand the scientific method and the word theory in the field of science and made this dangerous quote to understand his brain. If bin Laden is fighting enemies of Islam, I am for him, and that if he is terrorizing America, the terrorist, biggest terrorist, I am with him. Every Muslim should be a terrorist. The thing is that if he is terrorizing the terrorist, he is following Islam. Whether he is or not, I don't know, but you as Muslims know that, without checking up, laying allegations is also wrong. In Saudi Arabia prints textbooks for schools and universities to teach Salafism as well as recruit international students from Egypt, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Africa, and the Balkans, sexism to many women in the Arab world. They are avoiding non-Islamic cultural practices and non-Muslim friendship no matter how friendly they are. Christian extremist and terrorism can trace back to the Crusades by the Knights Templar killing many people. There was the gunpowder plot. It was an assassination attempt to King James I and to blow up the Palace of Westminster. Peter James Knight, a Christian terrorist that he intended to massacre everyone in the abortion clinic and attack all Melbourne abortion clinics. He developed homemade mouth gags and door jams to restrain all patients and staff inside a clinic while he doused them with the kerosene, and he intended to massacre the 15 staff and 26 patients at the clinic by burning them alive. Anti-Balaka are an alliance of Christian terrorists in Central African Republic that killed many Muslims in their own mosque and in some reports of cannibalizing Muslims. They have forcibly converted Muslims and animists to Christianity. They buried about 50 bodies within 48 hours. They accused 2 people as Muslims and were burned alive. Local priests said 75 people were killed in the town of Boda by this group plus 1,000 people, also kidnapped, burnt and buried alive women and men accused of being witches in public ceremonies, and for this actions many Muslims immigrant to other countries in a real-life exodus. Church of Almighty God, also known as the Eastern Lightning, are a Christian extremist group in China of all places, causes many riots that lasted for almost 2 weeks. They broke the arms and legs, and cut the ears off their victims, killed an elementary school student because one of his relatives wanted to leave the group. Ming Yongjun, a member of the group who tried to fulfill the end times prophecy, they stabbed 24 people including 23 children, and the group was involved in the Zhaoyuan McDonald's cult murder. In 1988 in Paris, the controversial film Last Temptation of Christ was in theaters and an acidic device was detonated inside which caused a fire which destroyed the cinema and caused serious injuries to people inside, and this was caused by an extremist Catholic group. Christian Identity is a Christian extremist group that has racist, anti-Semitic, and white supremacist ideologies. They believe all non-whites on the planet will either be exterminated or enslaved in order to serve the white race in the new heavenly kingdom on earth under the reign of Jesus Christ. Jesus was a Jew and definitely not white. This group didn't try to learn history. They believe the earth and the universe is billions of years old, but non-Caucasians were around for hundreds of thousands of years, and God created Adam, the first white true human, 6,000 years ago. They believe that racial miscegenation is a sin and a violation of God's law in Genesis 1:24-25. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle, and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind," and it was so. And God made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind, and God saw that it was good. They have traditional views of women's role, are against abortion and homosexuality, believe in the Armageddon and be prepared for a race war. They believe that an unclean person, people who are mixed race, cause disease, addiction, cancer, and sexually transmitted infections like herpes, HIV, and AIDS. They killed homosexual, people of color, and people of mixed race, and they justify because they are following in the Old Testament where they mention to commit these atrocities. Army of God is a Christian terrorist organization that use anti-abortion violence, kidnapping, attempted murder, arson, chemical attacks, invasions and bombings. They planted bombs at 7 abortion clinics in Maryland, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. in 1985. They mailed over 500 letters containing white powder to 280 abortion providers and was supposed to have anthrax, but thankfully there was no such biological attack. Order of Nine Angles is a theistic satanic group that support neo-Nazism. They combine paganism and praise Hitler to be a symbol of the Aryan race. The Russian Orthodox Army is a Christian militant terrorist extremist group. They have anti-Semitic themes and attack many people including other Christians like God's Church of Ukraine, Jehovah's Witnesses, Seventh-day Adventists, and a variety of Protestant denominations. Tikhon Gulbekha was abducted and according to reports, his captors reportedly subjected him to repeated mock executions and took away his medication, threatening him with a slow death unless he joined the Russian Orthodox Church. He also sustained physical injuries before his release. Lord's Resistance Army, a Christian militant group in Uganda that cause horrible crimes like massacres, abductions, child soldiers, mutilation, torture, rape, and using forced child laborers as soldiers, porters, and sex slaves. Adiak Massacre, over hundreds of people die. Abok abductions, 139 schoolgirls were the victims. Christmas Massacre, 620 people die and 180 were abducted. 75 people were murdered in a church near Dongwu. 80 were killed in Batanda, 48 in Benjadi and 213 in Gabo were hacked into pieces, decapitated, or burned alive in their homes. Reports of victims being crucified. 100 people were massacred by the LRA in Kapanga. Dominic Ongwen, a member of the group, killed at least 321 civilians and abducted 250 others. The group killed over 1,600 Congolese civilians and abducted more than 2,500 and killed more than 2,300 people, abducted more than 3,000, and displaced over 400,000 across the DR Congo, South Sudan, and the Central African Republic. Charles Colcock Jones, a Presbyterian missionary that published The Religious Instruction of the Negroes in the United States, to provide religious instruction to slaves and convert them to Christianity. Catalan Militia is a Christian paramilitary group in Spain. They promote Spanish nationalist and ultra-Catholic. They attack clinics where abortions is practiced, LGBT locals and brothels. They give death threats whoever makes fun Catholicism, and their most famous attacks was the provoked fire near the sanctuary of Montserrat in August 1986, burning 2,000 hectares, the 75% of the mountain area, and leaving 1,000 people isolated in the sanctuary for a day. Ilaga is a Catholic extremist group from the Philippines. In the span of March 1970 to January 1972, they committed 22 massacres resulting in the deaths of hundreds of Muslim civilians, burned down and looted many houses and properties. On June 19, 1971, when the group killed 70 to 100 Moro civilians inside a mosque, mutilating bodies of victims and marking bodies with a cross. Anders Behring Breivik is a Christian terrorist from Norway. He killed 8 people by detonating a van bomb, then shot dead 69 participants of a workers' youth league. 77 people die. He blames feminism for creating a European cultural suicide. He believes feminism and Islam exist to destroy Christian European culture. He is waging a Christian crusade against multiculturalism in the name of Christianity, in the name of the Christian God, and in the name of Jesus and Odin. In Northern Ireland, the conflict of Catholics and Protestant using a mix of Christian terrorism in the name of their religion and ethno-nationalist terrorism, and many experts of religion and counter-terrorism can't agree if this is a religious conflict or nationalist conflict. Order of the Solar Temple is a secret society that is a mix of Christianity, Neo-Templarism, Rosicrucianism, and New Age movement. This group is considered part of the Rosicrucian order. The Rosicrucians never actually existed, by the way. They did horrific crimes like the victim. Tony Dutoit's 3-month-old son was murdered because the group think it was the Antichrist. The baby had been stabbed repeatedly with a wooden stake. They did many rituals of mass suicide that cause in the death of hundreds using plastic bags, poison, and other means. Scientology is a dangerous cult that is also a UFO religion. Even their founder was a fraud and made his own religion for money. L. Ron Hubbard: if a man really wants to make $1 million, the best way would be to start his own religion. In the website Why Are They Dead? There is a list of the people that die by this insane belief. This group made fraud, false claims, lies, social abuse, embezzlement, and some members murder their parents for their Scientologist beliefs. Opus Dei are the Freemason of Christianity. They promote to their members to whip themselves, and to wear a chain of metal spikes designed to pierce the skin, mortification of the flesh, separate families for recruitment, women visit every evening to cook for the men and then leave without social interaction, as a way of making amends for their sins and participating in the physical sufferings of Christ. They have deceptive and aggressive recruitment practices such as showering potential members with intense praise. Once you join this secret society, they have extremely high degree of control over the personal lives of its members. The members were required to submit their incoming and outgoing mail to their superiors. They forbidden to read certain books without permission from their superiors. They have been linked with the government of Francisco Franco in fascist Spain and Opus Dei served as ministers in the fascist government. The Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints is a cult that practiced polygamy like Rulon Jeffs was confirmed to have married 22 women and fathered more than 60 children. Charlene Jeffs claimed in a custody dispute that the group currently enforces a doctrine allowing sex with women only by men of the group appointed as seed-bearers, and they are allowed to rape his wives. Excommunication, forced marriage, sex trafficking, racism, blood atonement, and labor child abuse are all committed by this shithole they call the religion. The Westboro Baptist Church are a small hate group and spreads hate speech on LGBT people, homophobia, transphobia, Catholics, Orthodox Christians, Muslims, Jew, Romani people, U.S. soldiers, and politicians. Holding signs that says God's hate fags, thank God for dead soldiers, AIDS are punishment of God, and thank God for 9/11. The National Revolution Front is a militant Islamic group is having a war against the government in the South Thailand insurgency, committed atrocities of killing people including children, abducting children for their ideologies, and assassinated teachers because they teach secular education. The Babbar Khalsa is a Sikh terrorist organization and they want to create their own country, Pakistan. They use armed attacks, bombings, kidnappings, and murder, and their most infamous attack, they kill 329 civilians in Air India Flight 182. The People's Temple of the Disciples of Christ, a cult created by Jim Jones that spreads the teachings of Christianity, communism, and socialism based on the Acts of the Apostles. With mass manipulation, using donations for their group, using faith healing, and the infamous mass suicide where 918 die, including the children drinking cyanide mixed with juice. Heaven's Gate, a UFO religion believing in biblical prophecies where they committed mass suicide believing in the end times where 39 people died. The Branch Davidians, a Christian cult where David Koresh is their prophet, believe that they live in the end times and where they made the Waco siege that results the death of 82 people. Robert Bowers, a Christian neo-Nazi that killed 11 Jews in Pittsburgh in October 27, 2018. Before the shooting he screams all Jews must die, and his justification is from the Bible as proof that the Jews are the children of Satan from John 8:44. Ye are of your father the devil, and the lusts of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speak the lie, he speak of his own, for he is a liar, and the father of it. Jair Bolsonaro, a Brazilian politician, Christian extremist, right-wing extremist, and fascist dictator who wants a theocracy, God above everything. There is no such thing as the secular state. The state is Christian and the minority will have to change, if they can. He believes torture is a good practice, he believes unregulated capitalism, big money for fascism, wants to exploit the Amazon rainforest, hates the natives, capitalist extremist. If people who are not Christian should leave the country and wants to put the death penalty, he admits he will never pay women as the same salary as the man. He rather have his son die if he becomes a homosexual and wants a civil war for his dictatorship and create a theocratic Christian country that is too similar if not the same as Hitler's in Nazi Germany. Rodrigo Duterte, a spiritual Christian that believes in one true God Allah and a brutal leader that will kill anybody that don't agree of their views, killing drug dealers and their families, people of the Catholic Church, communist, and anybody else. Plus for his war on drugs while he himself is addicted to drugs, and he is equally as dangerous as the Islamic terrorist group that are also killing the innocent Filipinos, both theist and atheist. Nicholas Cherviatioka, ex-Orthodox priest, was arrested for ripping off a Nazi camp survivor that suffers from dementia, stealing $300,000. He used religion for to take advantages of elderly person. She is a Holocaust survivor. Nigeria and Cameroon that believes in the epic mythology use witchcraft, necromancy, and believes that giving birth to twins are evil because is a disgrace to their supreme god Abasi. They will burn the mother and leave the twins in the desert to die. Muslim carried out slavery in the Ottoman Empire, and sex slaves was the central part of this disgusting system of economics which results the death of 10,500,000 to 11,250,000. The concept of smoking originated as religious rituals by the shamans that almost all religions in the ancient past like India, Aztec, Mesopotamia and Israelites, thanks to this practice to gain spiritual insight, and that has been a result of 71 million to 90 million people dead. I know people smoke for non-religious reasons. The second intifada was an uprising/riot that many Islamic terrorists and fundamentalists involved in this event, and a small Marxist-Leninist Maoist group that was also involved that results of the death of 4,179 to 4,354 people. The Islamic Revolution of 1979 was a religious-motivated uprising to remove the Persian monarchy and replace it to an Islamic republic that was supported by the United States, and this event killed 2,781 people. The human sacrifice in Aztec culture to please the gods that killed 20,000 to 5 million people. The Battle of Al-Qadisiyah of the Muslim conquest of Persia that killed 31,000 people. The Battle of Las Navas de Tolosa of the Reconquista killed 60,000 people. The 1971 Bangladesh genocide committed by militant Muslims and was supported by Islamic religious leaders that killed men, women, children, and committed genocidal rape and killed 300,000 to 3 million people. That is 4% of Bangladesh's total population and more than 20% of Bengali Hindus. Muhammad during his military days he invade and kill pagans, Christians, Jews, and infidels in the name of Allah that results in the death of more or less than 1,000 people. The estimated death toll of the Islamic invasion of India resulted in 200 to 800 million deaths and the Muslims reintroduced slavery in India. The justification of these unholy crimes because in Sunan Nasai 4:25-31-77, whom Allah will free from the fire, the group that invades India, Elisha, with help from God, sent 2 bears to kill 42 children for making fun of his bald head. 2 Kings 2:22-23 Abimelech killed 69 of his brothers on a stone. Judges 9:5. Dog the Edomite killed 85 priests and all the men, women, children, infants, oxen, donkeys, and sheep with a sword. 1 Samuel 22:18-19. Elijah, and God, burned to death 102 men. 2 Kings 1:10-12 David killed 200 Philistines to purchase his first wife with their foreskins. 1 Samuel 18:25-27. Abishai killed 300 men with a spear. 2 Samuel 23:18, 1 Chronicles 11:20. The chief of David's captains killed either 300, 1 Chronicles 11:11, or 800, 2 Samuel 23:8, men with a spear. Elijah killed 450 religious leaders in a prayer contest. 1 Kings 18:22-40. The total in this massacre may have been 850 if it included the priests of the groves. Shamgar killed 600 Philistines with an ox goad. Judges 3:31. Samson killed 1,000 men with the jawbone of an ass. Judges 15:14-15. Tomasz Turkmen, a Catholic priest and the first Grand Inquisitor that during his reign to make Christianity pure he ordered the death and torture of heretics, infidels, and tried to force the Jews to reject their Judaism and convert to Christianity which results the death of 3,000 to 5,000 people. John Chivington, a former Methodist pastor and a colonel in the U.S. Army who lead the massacre at Sand Creek where 70 to 163 Cheyenne and Arapaho and 2/3 of women, children, and infant are murdered and use their scalps, genitalia and fetuses as human trophies, and here is a quote from him. Damn any man who sympathizes with Indians. I have come to kill Indians, and believe it is right and honorable to use any means under God's heaven to kill Indians. Kill and scalp all, big and little, nits make lies. Olympias is the mother of Alexander the Great that was a member of the cult of Dionysus and convinced his son that his father is Zeus, portraying his son as a demigod that play a big role in his conquest of the world, killing thousands of people, 142,000 plus. The man was a tyrant believing he was a god and doing this for divine reasons thanks to the brainwashing his mother did. Tergesius was a Viking in Dublin that his wife made shamanistic prophecies from Odin that Tergesius will conquer all of Ireland to make a new Scandinavian kingdom. There is a certain Muslim scholar who is respected by the Muslim world but the rest of the world, especially the atheists, sees him as a fucking idiot, and here is his words. There are 3 types of women with whom life is impossible without beatings. The Quran says and beat them. This verse is of a wondrous nature. There are 3 types of women with whom a man cannot live unless he carries a rod on his shoulder. The first type is a woman who was brought up this way. Her parents ask her to go to school and she doesn't, they beat her. Eat, I don't want to, they beat her. So she became accustomed to beatings, she was brought up that way. We pray Allah will help her husband later. He will only get along with her if he practices wife beating. The second type is a woman who is condescending towards her husband and ignores him. With her, too, only a rod will help. The third type is a twisted woman who will not obey her husband unless he oppresses her, beats her, uses force against her, and overpower her with his voice. What I discovered that in January 5, 2019 at Ismailia, Egypt, that women lick a hot piece of iron as part of her lie detection test because she committed a crime. It is a traditional court, Bishay, in the Bedouin justice system, and if the tongue burns she is guilty. In January 3, 2019 there was a Muslim apologist that tried to justify pedophilia, Muhammad having sex with his second wife and she was 9 years old when she lost her virginity. In January 20, 2019 in Idaho a woman covered up her husband's child sex abuse because it's against her religion and this crime they have been committing for 20 years. She attempted to protect the children through praying for the demon to leave her husband. Creed Al Calhoun, a Mississippi legislator that proposed a bill that teachers are forced to recite the 10 Commandments in the beginning of every school day, which is a clear violation of the First Amendment and which of the 7 version he will use anyway. Also a Christian homeless shelter called Hope Center are suing over the right to reject trans people. Al-Azhar University expel a female student because she hugged a man after he proposed to her. A Orthodox Christian priest called Patriarch Kirill does not support technological progress because it would be a rival of the Antichrist, January 10, 2019, but in reality in scripture and early church fathers use the word Antichrist as a category of people who reject Jesus and preach false doctrine and not an individual. This is the same man that believed that ISIS are radical secularists, marriage equality is similar to the laws of Nazi Germany, and sprayed holy water at computers to prevent to have a virus. In January 9, 2019 a man called Nathan O'Bain killed 2 people by chopping them to pieces. The victims were 90 and 87 years old respectively, and in his words, I'll chop anyone up who disrespects Jesus Christ. Aum Shinrikyo, a terrorist cult from Japan that mixed Buddhism, Hinduism, and Christianity that kill many people using chemical terrorism. The most infamous was the Tokyo subway attack in 1995 that killed 12 people. Rakamadakil, an Islamic terrorist that killed 5 people and injured 14 in Stockholm, Sweden by ramming them over using a truck, and he did it to kill the evil infidels, atheist. The movement for the restoration of the 10 Commandments of God was a Christian cult in Uganda that committed mass suicide/mass murder that killed 924 people, the highest death toll than any other cult. The Fansigara Hindu cult/crime organization kills somewhere between 500,000 to 1 million people in the name Kali, and these victims were a sacrifice for the goddess. Ulster Protestant Volunteers, a Christian terrorist group in Northern Ireland, and started attacking the IRA before they engaged paramilitarism. Mislan School siege, the deadliest school shooting in history with 385 deaths committed by Islamic terrorist. Valisango School massacre which killed 191 people committed by Christian terrorist. Peshawar School massacre which killed 159 people committed by Islamic terrorist. Garissa University massacre which killed 148 people committed by Islamic terrorist. Kabul school bombing which killed 90 people committed by Islamic terrorist. Democratic Karen Buddhist Army, a military group in Myanmar. Buddhist massacring Tamils in Sri Lanka. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, also to some extent Zoroastrianism, are the only religions, ignoring the New Age/thought movement, Discriminate the LGBT in scripture with the only non-Abrahamic example is the Buddha did not allow Abhitavyanjaka and Pocket to become ordained. They are the fourth and third gender in India. Believe will bring male and female followers sexual desire and Zoroastrians dislike homosexuality, but if one have done anal sex is consider a demon and the punishment is death. Despite Judaism is a monotheistic religion that is against any sexuality that is not hetero but in its polytheistic past believe in multiple genders. Zakir, male. Nakiba, female. Androgynos, someone with both male and female genitalia. Tum-tum, someone with indeterminate or obscure genitalia. Ilonit, someone born female who develops male characteristics. Saris, someone born male who develops female characteristics. Racism which discriminate based on the color of their skin has its origins in Islam. During the Islamic slave trade made justification that the dark-skinned Africans are inferior and dumber, which dark-skin discrimination is justified using the curse of Ham, which early Jews held some similar views and early Christians, especially the Desert Fathers, view black skin with darkness and death, which was a common view at the time, but theological reasoning became associate demons with dark skin. 2. Theism vs atheism, who kills more? Compare all atrocities that people did in the name of religion, God, and prophets that I mention, and compare all atrocities of atheism in history. Religion from the span from 3500 BC, 2019. 123 Holy Wars 2. 9/11 3. The hundreds of terrorist groups and the many massacres throughout history 4. Ultranationalism 5. Nazism and Nazi Germany 6. Fascism 7. Bombing abortion clinics 8. The persecution of atheist, other religions, races/ethnicity and other irreligion views 9. Slavery 10. Violation of human rights 11. Child abuse 12. Discrimination, prejudice, persecution, and tribalism 13. Honor killings and stoning 14. Genital mutilation 15. Persecution of homosexual 16. Theocracy 17. Sexism 18. Child indoctrination, brainwashing, manipulating of people's emotions and preying of the weak. 19. Child marriage 20. One-sided view against anybody that has different views from both religious and irreligious. 21. Encomienda 22. Spanish colonization of the Americas 23. The early Muslim conquest 24. Christianization of Europe. Atheism from the span of 1000 BC, 2019. 1. The Reign of Terror and the French Revolution 2. De-Christianization of France, Cult of Reason and Avarice 3. The Soviet Union, state atheism, and the persecution of religious people during the Soviet era and currently in China. 4. The League of the Militant Godless, the only atheist terrorist group in history. If you notice that atrocities made by atheism happened almost exclusively in the 18th century and the 20th century compared to religious atrocities, atheism and violence is a very rare occurrence. That the idea that atheism is dangerous is a myth. Compare the consistency of religious violence that can be seen through the history of civilization, and this radicalization in the 18th and 20th was not created by atheistic reason but rather for political, economical, ideological, and social reason. While it's true that communism killed religious people by the millions, but also many atheists died during theses times that the Soviet Union admitted on paper that many unbelievers were killed. Compare about how many religious people kill other religious people and irreligious people, and the majority of deaths were from political projects and the dictator's paranoia, and these dictators have an intense cult of personality that is no longer atheism but a political religion. Here is an example that Tomasz Aquinas support the extermination of heretics. With regard to heretics, 2 points must be observed. 1. On their own side, the other, on the side of the church. On their own side there is the sin, whereby they deserve not only to be separated from the church by excommunication, but also to be severed from the world by death. For it is a much graver matter to corrupt the faith that quickens the soul, than to forge money, which supports temporal life. Wherefore if forgers of money and other evildoers are forthwith condemned to death by the secular authority, much more reason is there for heretics, as soon as they are convicted of heresy, to be not only excommunicated but even put to death. On the part of the church, however, there is mercy, which looks to the conversion of the wanderer, wherefore she condemns not at once, but after the first and second admonition, as the apostle directs. After that, if he is yet stubborn, the church, no longer hoping for his conversion, looks to the salvation of others, by excommunicating him and separating him from the church, and furthermore delivers him to the secular tribunal to be exterminated thereby from the world by death. By today's standards, Thomas Aquinas will be called a Catholic extremist, especially his views on people who are not Catholics like atheists, Jews and pagans. That the happiness of the saints may be more delightful to them and that they may render more copious thanks to God for it, they are allowed to see perfectly the sufferings of the damned. The conquest and enslavement of unbelievers and pagans during the papal bull issued on 18 June 1452 by Pope Nicholas V. We grant you, kings of Spain and Portugal, by these present documents, with our apostolic authority, full and free permission to invade, search out, capture, and subjugate the Saracens and pagans and any other unbelievers and enemies of Christ wherever they may be, as well as their kingdoms, duchies, counties, principalities, and other property, and to reduce their persons into perpetual servitude. Mother Teresa is considered a modern saint, but it has her flaws, like Christopher Hitchens pointed out. Mother Teresa was not a friend of the poor. She was a friend of poverty. She said that suffering was a gift from God. She spent her life opposing the only known cure for poverty, which is the empowerment of women and the emancipation of them from a livestock version of compulsory reproduction. Many more people are poor and sick because of the life of Mother Teresa. Even more will be poor and sick if her example is followed. She was a fanatic, a fundamentalist, and a fraud, and a church that officially protects those who violate the innocent has given us another clear sign of where it truly stands on moral and ethical questions. She is the enemy of women's rights when it comes to abortion, and Hitchens reports that Mother Teresa tells of a patient suffering unbearable pain from terminal cancer. With a smile, Mother Teresa told the camera what she told the patient: "You are suffering like Christ on the cross. So Jesus must be kissing you." Apparently unaware that the response of the sufferer was a put-down, she freely related it: "Then please tell him to stop kissing me." Hemant Mehta made this horrifying report. Over hundreds of hours of research, much of it catalogued in a book he published in 2003, Dr. Chatterjee said he found a cult of suffering in homes run by Mother Teresa's organization, the Missionaries of Charity, with children tied to beds and little to comfort dying patients but aspirin. He and others said that Mother Teresa took her adherence to frugality and simplicity in her work to extremes, allowing practices like the reuse of hypodermic needles and tolerating primitive facilities that required patients to defecate in front of one another. Western audiences don't care about whether a third world city's dignity or prestige has been hampered by an Albanian nun, he said. So, obviously, they may be interested in the lies and the charlatans and the fraud that's going on, but the whole story, they're not interested in. The mistreatment of the poor. A widow, Sarnikar said she was admitted to Nirmal Hriday a decade ago with tuberculosis. Medical care was basic, and Sarnikar recalled that many in the women's ward did not survive. The ones who die, they die, Sarnikar said. But for those who can get better, the sisters are very good to us. They die if they don't get medical treatment. The nun could have spent the money to make that happen, but she gave it to the Vatican instead. Many people noticed that Mother Teresa was a sadist. When it came to her own death, Teresa refused to be treated in one of her own unsanitary facilities that glorified and promoted the suffering and pain of others. Researchers said that when it came to her own treatment, she received it in a modern American hospital. Apparently for Teresa's suffering was beautiful only if it was someone else doing the suffering. Serge Larrabee considered her sainthood are based on phony miracles. Following her death, the Vatican decided to waive the usual 5-year waiting period to open the beatification process. JAC, as I recall, it took only a year. The miracle attributed to Mother Teresa was the healing of a woman, Monica Bisra, who had been suffering from intense abdominal pain. The woman testified that she was cured after a medallion blessed by Mother Teresa was placed on her abdomen. Her doctors thought otherwise. The ovarian cyst and the tuberculosis from which she suffered were healed by the drugs they had given her. The Vatican, nevertheless, concluded that it was a miracle. Mother Teresa's popularity was such that she had become untouchable for the population, which had already declared her a saint. What could be better than beatification followed by canonization of this model to revitalize the church and inspire the faithful, especially at a time when churches are empty and the Roman authority is in decline? Gregory A. Clark also criticized her when it comes to her work. It's nice that Mother Teresa miraculously healed 2 people, according to her church. How unfortunate, though, that she didn't bother to heal the many others who have died under the care of her missionaries of charity, often in squalid conditions with poor medical treatment, despite the unaccounted for millions of dollars raised in her name. Robin Fox and other people criticize about her treatment of medical care that sisters and volunteers, some of whom had no medical knowledge, they did not distinguish between curable and incurable patients and other disasters, that even Mother Teresa herself referred to the facilities as houses of the dying. Many people found out that her group were baptizing dead patients and forced conversions regardless of their religion or consent. She was accused by Hindus of trying to convert the poor to Catholicism by stealth, and Christopher Hitchens' account of Mother Teresa that her organization promoted suffering and did not help those in need. He said that Mother Teresa's own words on poverty proved that her intention was not to help people, quoting her words at a 1981 press conference in which she was asked, "Do you teach the poor to endure their lot?" She replied, "I think it is very beautiful for the poor to accept their lot, to share it with the passion of Christ. I think the world is being much helped by the suffering of the poor people." Before her death, her final wish was to destroy all of her writings but never fulfill that promise, and many of her private documents shows that she may possibly be a closet atheist or agnostic because of her crisis of faith. I call, I cling, I want, and there is no one to answer, no one on whom I can cling, no one. Alone. Where is my faith? Even deep down right in there is nothing, but emptiness and darkness. My God, how painful is this unknown pain. I have no faith. I dare not utter the words and thoughts that crowd in my heart, and make me suffer untold agony. So many unanswered questions live within me, afraid to uncover them, because of the blasphemy. If there be God, please forgive me. When I try to raise my thoughts to heaven, there is such convicting emptiness that those very thoughts return like sharp knives and hurt my very soul. I am told God loves me. And yet the reality of darkness and coldness and emptiness is so great that nothing touches my soul. Lastly, she support Albanian nationalism. When she visits her homeland after the death of Enver Hoxha, a man that made Albania the world's first atheist state, instead of going there to spread Christianity but instead endorsed it, which Hitchens reports. The Mother Albania monument, it might be worth emphasizing, is not an abstract symbol of sentimental nationhood. It is the emblem of the cause of Greater Albania. A nearby museum displays the boundaries of this ambition in the form of a map. Mother Albania turns out to comprise, in addition to the martyred province of Kosovo, a large piece of Serbia and Montenegro, a substantial chunk of formerly Yugoslav Macedonia, and most of that part of modern Greece now known as Epirus. Mother Teresa Charity Organization in 2018 has discovered by the Indian government that they are selling babies by thousands of dollars. Also another Christian organization in Indonesia that, according to Associated Press, that kids, mostly girls, are being kidnapped, that results to 61,000 deaths. Other atrocities of Christianity. Reconquista, 7,000,000 plus deaths. 1,400,000 to 2,300,000 million people die in the Spanish colonization of America. Spanish conquest of the Aztec Empire have 24,300,000 deaths. 3 million people die in the Crusades. Catholic extermination of Cathars results in 1 million deaths. 90,000 to 2 million people die in the Albigensian Crusade. European witch hunts, 100,000 deaths. Catholic priest actively participated in the genocide of American Indians, results of 60,000 to 100,000 deaths. Here is a one document of this event. On one occasion, writes Hugo Reed, they went as far as the present Rancho del Chino, where they tied and whipped every man, woman, and child in the lodge, and drove part of them back. On the road they did the same with those of the lodge at San Jose. On arriving home, the men were instructed to throw their bows and arrows at the feet of the priest, and make due submission. The infants were then baptized, as were also all children under 8 years of age. The former were left with their mothers, but the latter kept apart from all communication with their parents. The consequence was, first, the women consented to the rite and received it, for the love they bore their children, and finally the males gave way for the purpose of enjoying once more the society of wife and family. Marriage was then performed, and so this contaminated race, in their own sight and that of their kindred, became followers of Christ. The elimination of Waldensians, which results 900,000 to 2 million deaths. The French Wars of Religion, 2 to 4 million deaths. The Cromwellian conquest of Ireland, 200,000 to 618,000 deaths. The War of the Three Kingdoms, 315,000 to 868,000 deaths. The 80 Years' War, 600,000 to 700,000 deaths. German Peasants' War, 100,000 to 200,000 deaths. Taiping Rebellion, 20 million to 100 million deaths. Grand Mosque Seizure, 200 deaths. Jamaat al-Muslimin coup in Trinidad and Tobago, 24 deaths. The clerical fascist regimes of the Francisco Franco and the Ustase, 200,000 to 400,000 deaths and 300,000 to 500,000 deaths respectively. Congo Free State, 8 million deaths. Hussite War is a conflict between the Catholics and Hussites and the first conflict that use handheld firearms. 20,000 deaths Crimean War, 356,000 to 410,000 deaths Lord's Resistance Army Insurgency, 100,000 to 500,000 deaths All of these atrocities were caused by Christianity and the death toll of Christianity for the past 2,000 years is 9.264 million to 107.352. It is possible it can be as high as 200 million or more, million deaths plus including the Christian God and the prophecies of the end times that results in 214,624,272 deaths at maximum or 116,536,272 at minimum. If we compare today's population, 7.6 billion, and use the maximum death toll of Christianity and the current population will reduce to 207,024,272 people, that is not including Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, Judaism, and many other religions that surpass the communist by a long shot, especially including God's kill count, which the atheist communist death toll is 25 to 110 million deaths. According to Dr. Bill Warner that the death toll for political Islam is 270 million deaths. Yugoslav War is a war between Christian Orthodox, Catholics and Muslims result in the deaths of 130,000 to 140,000 people. Dungan Revolt, a Muslim uprising in China, Qing Dynasty, that results in 8 million to 12 million deaths. Panthay Rebellion was a Muslim rebellion that caused the death of 890,000 to 1 million people. The Nigerian Civil War, a conflict mostly ethno-religious tensions that results in 1 million to 3 million deaths. Sudanese Civil War started when Muslims were the center of the government and imposed Sharia law to non-Muslims, which results in 1 million to 3 million deaths. The Panthay Rebellion, a Muslim rebellion in the Qing Dynasty that results in 890,000 to 1 million deaths. The series of conquest by Murm II to expand his caliphate, Ottoman Empire, which results in 873,000 deaths. The Kato's War is the second Jewish-Roman war, which is a religious conflict, for the Jewish side, which results in 600,000 deaths. Iraq-Iran War, a mix of pan-Islamic and Arab nationalist war, which 289,220 to 1,100,000 people died. The War on Terror, which is a world war against Islamic terrorism, which results, so far, in 1,300,000 to 2 million deaths. James II of England, who was a tyrant king and the last Catholic king with his absolute monarchy and his divine right of kings, and because of his conversion to the Catholic faith that caused conflict in England, and his brother Charles II ordered his daughters Mary and Anne to be raised in the Church of England, and the English Parliament's fear of Catholic influence made the Test Act of 1673 that officials denouncing Catholic practices and joined the Church of England, or to be more simple, screw Catholics and Anglicanism is superior. But during James' reign that he made the Declaration of Indulgence as an early attempt of religious freedom. Both the archbishops of the Anglican faith were against this, and James put them in prison, Tower of London. That the Anglican elite sent a letter to William of Orange, who was a champion for the Protestant, and he was going to free England from the Catholic menace but try its best not to start a war and exclude Catholics from the throne of England. Not only we never have another Catholic king, but William is the only Dutchman to become the king of England. The natives of Mexico suffer from the Catholic menace when the Mexican Inquisition forced the natives to convert the Catholic faith, and before the Mexican War of Independence have a caste system who killed an unknown amount of people, but they executed 29 people for practicing Judaism, or they were Judaizers. The Algerian Civil War, a conflict between Muslims rebels and the Algerian government that results in 44,000 to 200,000 deaths. The Sikh War, also known as the Infidel War, because for the Muslim side where their military was dominated by religious guardians, and they view this war as a holy war and believe they are martyrs fighting against the infidels, Dutch, which results in 97,000 to 107,000 deaths. The Arab-Israeli conflict, a battle between the Jews and Muslim claiming the Holy Land for theological reason, despite that modern Israel was founded by Jewish atheists, which results in 116,074 deaths. The Moro conflict, an insurgency between the Filipino government and Moro Muslims, which results in 120,000 deaths. Second War of Kabul, 500 or more deaths. Great Turkish War, also known as the War of the Holy League, a conflict between the Ottoman Empire, Islam, and Habsburg Empire, Christianity, which results in 120,000 deaths. The Lebanese Civil War, a conflict between Christians and Muslims, which result in 120,000 to 150,000 deaths. North Yemen Civil War, a conflict that Imam Muhammad gained support by Shia Muslims to retake power, which results in 100,000 to 200,000 deaths. The Somali Civil War, a conflict between militant Muslim and the government, results 10,000 deaths. The war's crimes committed by the National Islamic Front results in 100,000 deaths. Sheikh said rebellion, an Islamic movement to revive a caliphate, which results in 15,000 to 250,000 deaths. The Sabra and Shatila massacre, a crime committed by right-wing Christians, which results in 450 to 3,500 deaths, Muslims. Dzungar genocide, a massacre caused by the orders of Qianlong Emperor, Tibetan Buddhist, killing 480,000 to 600,000 Mongol Buddhist. The Greek genocide committed by the Muslim Ottoman Empire for ethnic and religious reason, which results in 289,000 to 750,000 deaths, Christian. The independent state of Croatia, a fascist government, started persecuting Serbs and forced them to convert to Catholicism, which results in 200,000 to 1 million deaths. The 1971 Bangladesh genocide, a crime committed by Muslims, which results in 26,000 to 3 million deaths. The Assyrian genocide committed by the liberal Muslim group called the Young Turk, which results in 150,000 to 300,000 deaths. The Great Famine of Mount Lebanon committed by the Young Turks, which results in 200,000 deaths. Hamidian massacres committed by Abdul Hamid II to reasserts pan-Islamic ideology, which results in 80,000 to 300,000 deaths. Anti-Jewish pogroms in the Russian Empire, where Jews barely have rights unless they converted to the Russian Orthodox state religion, which results in 52,000 to 254,000 deaths. The Kapibidi of Mangalorean Catholics committed by Tipu Sultan for religious reasons, which results in 10,000 to 65,000 deaths. The 1946 Bihar riots, a riot caused by Hindus that target Muslims, which results in 2,000 to 30,000 deaths. White Lotus, a Buddhist secret society that caused the Red Turban Rebellion and White Lotus Rebellion, which results in an unknown amount of deaths. Mormon Wars, when Joseph Smith, making himself a theocratic king and church leaders, caused the Mountain Meadows Massacre, 194 to 300 plus deaths. Society of Righteous and Harmonious Fists were a Buddhist/Taoist secret society that caused the Boxers Rebellion, anti-Christian movement that caused the death of 54,000 people. The Noakhali riots, a period caused by Muslims that not only force Hindus to convert to Islam but also kill and rape them, that results in 5,000 to 10,000 deaths. Direct Action Day, a riot between Hindu and Muslims, which results in 4,000 deaths. The demolition of the Babri Masjid, a massacre committed by Hindu that killed 2,000 Muslims. The Rohingya genocide, a crime committed by Buddhist extremists with anti-Hindu and anti-Islamic sentiment which result in 9,000 to 43,000 deaths. Buddhist uprising, 300 plus deaths. Children's crusade, uncertain but possibly in the tens of thousands. Liuzong of Tang, a Taoist who started the great Buddhist persecution for religious reasons, unknown but possibly thousands. Assyrian Empire in the 8th century BC made the world's first professional army and started the first holy war because the ancient Assyrians see war as a religious duty and the god Ashur tells them to go to war and the people blindly go to war to please their god. Their bloodshed was motivated by religion, making them the world's first religious terrorists, very similar to the Jewish god in the Old Testament. Civil war between Christians and Norse pagans in Iceland in the year 1000. Unknown amount of deaths, somewhere between 200 or even 1,000 deaths. In Greenland where Norse used to live during this many ice age that because of their strict religious beliefs and rules that they were not allowed to learn to hunt and sail from the Inuit, and the church made a barrier between the two cultures and preach avoidance of the Inuit because they were not Christians and avoid any influence by heathen magic. Also they burned adulterers, seducers and witches to death, and because the Church of Greenland have this totalitarian grip on their people that eventually lead the extinction of the Vikings of Greenland. In Japan during the theocratic rule of Hirohito, which Shinto was the state religion and people believed he was a living god according to the imperial tradition and to his divine knowledge that he ordered his soldier to massacre the Chinese, which results in the rape of Nanjing that between 47,000 to 100,000 people died. After their holy leader was forced to give up his divinity, that eventually Japan became the one of the most peaceful country in the world, one of the most educated country in the world, one of the most democratic country in the world, one of the richest country in the world, top 5, one of the countries with the lowest crime rate in the world, one of the safest country in the world, and the second least religious/atheist majority country in the world. During the reign of terror, many apologetics blame atheists while the majority were deist in the movement and want to replace the theocratic Catholic Church to a deistic version of the Supreme Being, thus not an atheist state, cult of the Supreme Being, and atheists were a very small group that made the cult of reason. This group was founded at the very end of the de-Christianization of France, but it was short-lived and barely did anything significant, and atheists did almost nothing in this revolution, but instead deist, feminist, liberals, Freemason and secularists did most of the destruction. The Hebridists was the only legit militant atheist group that was created during the reign of terror and only lasted for 4 years, and when I mean militant only, they use articles to make negative views of the monarchy and the church that supports the monarchy, using journalism, replace the traditional calendar to the republican calendar, making festivals, one of the first to propose the freedom of press, and the only extreme thing they did is the destroying and desecrating churches to make these churches as festivals for reason, but the other deistic groups did more the killing, like the deist Maximilian Robespierre and his allies during the reign of terror, 16,000 to 42,000 deaths. During the French Revolution was anti-Catholic, but Protestants and Jews were granted full civil and political rights, and other folk religions were more common. The Bolsheviks did kill Orthodox Christians and other groups including Republican liberals, but with the assistance of Muslim mercenaries. During the Soviet era the majority of the population were openly religious. Even after the communist establishment, atheism and most organized religion were still never outlawed and people still allowed to carry religious and anti-religious materials. Even Stalin allowed the Russian Orthodox Church to resume at least some of its former position of the community. I'm not defending Stalin, he was an idiot monster who killed both religious and irreligious people for his own power, and Pol Pot another insane maniac that killed people who have glasses because only smart people wear them, and he didn't want anybody to be smarter than him, and many atheists fled away from the Soviet countries because they were also persecuted. Many religious groups have killed other religious groups in the name of their beliefs, like the Puritans torturing Quakers in the American colonies in the name of God. There were many people who are religious did horrible atrocities, like Pope Nicholas direct King Alfonso to capture, vanquish, and subdue to Saracens, pagans and any other enemy of Christ, and took these people as slaves. While many apologetics use Joseph Stalin, Mao Zedong, Fidel Castro, Mengistu Mariam, Jean-Baptiste Carrier, Jean-Paul Marat, Alexander Lukashenko, Benito Mussolini, Francisco Macias Nguema, Nicolae Ceausescu, Joseph Tito, Enver Hoxha, Matthias Rákosi, Kim Dynasty, and Pol Pot. As the evil atheist, rather or not, these people kill in the name of atheism, which they did not. That is an associated fallacy, aka non sequitur, while forgetting many people who are religious or believe in a god and committed atrocities, or people who are just insane regardless they did or did not kill people in the name of God, which most of them did in this list, like Genghis Khan, Tengrism, Herod the Great, Judaism, Mary I of England, Catholic, Ruhollah Khomeini, Islam, Damashta, Turkmeta, Christianity, Woodrow Wilson, Presbyterian, Park Chung-hee, Buddhism, Juan Maria Bordaberry, Catholic, Emomali Rahman, Sunni Islam, Islam Karamuev, Islam, Rafael Trujillo, folk religion, anti-Pavlik, Catholic, Omar al-Bashir, Islam, Suharto, Islam, Chiang Kai-shek, Methodist, Jose Efren Rios Mod, Christianity, Nero, Roman paganism, Ismail Enver, Islam, Augusto Pinochet, Catholic, Yacob Gowon, Islam, Jonas Savimbi, Christian, Mullah Omar, Islam, Saddam Hussein, Sunni Islam, Pope Alexander VI, Catholic, Muammar Gaddafi. Sunni Islam, Ho Chi Minh, Confucianism, Caligula, Roman religion, Wuzation, Buddhism, Henry VIII, Christian, Maximilian Robespierre, Deism, Idi Amin, Islam, Timur, Islam, Vlad the Impaler, Orthodox Christian, Ivan the Terrible, Russian Orthodox, Salman of Saudi Arabia, Islam, Bashar al-Assad, Islam, Said Bar, Islamic Marxist, Osama bin Laden, Islam, Ibrahim of the Ottoman Empire, Islam, Enver Pasha, Islam, Leopold II of Belgium, Christian, Charles VI of France, Catholic, Anna of Russia, Russian Orthodox, Eric XIV of Sweden, Lutheran, Ferdinand I of Austria, Catholic, Farouk of Egypt, Islam, Frederick William I of Prussia, Calvinist, Qin Shi Huang of China, Chinese folk religion, Joanna of Castile, Catholic, Ludwig II of Bavaria, Catholic, Maria Eleonora of Brandenburg, Lutheranism, Fifer I of Russia, Russian Orthodox, Queen Maria I of Portugal, Catholic, Otto of Bavaria, Catholic, Christian. 7 of Denmark, Lutheran, Carlos II of Spain, Catholic, Afonso VI of Portugal, Catholic. Charles IX of France, Catholic, Henry VI of England, Catholic, Ted Bundy, Methodist, Hideki Tojo, Shinto, Yahya Khan, Islam, Fode Sanko, Christianity, Nicholas II of Russia, Russian Orthodox, Yahya Khan, Shia Islam, Gavrilo Princip, Christianity, Omar al-Bashir, Islam, Yaqub Gowon, Islam, Kaiser Wilhelm II, Lutheran, Moses, Judaism, Muhammad, Islam, Joseph Smith, Mormon, Chiang Kai-shek, Christian, Robert Mugabe, Christian, Pope Urban II, Pope Leo X, Pope Julius 3, Pope Stephen 6, Pope Paul III, Pope John XII, Pope Boniface 8, Pope Urban 6, Pope Benedict IX, Adolf Eichmann, Christian, Al Capone, Christian, Jim Jones, Christian, Joseph Mansell, Catholic, Christopher Columbus, Christian, Hong Xiaoquan, Christian, Francisco Franco, Catholicism, Joseph Tissot, Catholic, Ion Antonescu, Christian, Vietcong Quisling, Universim, Ferenc Selassie, Catholic, Cornelius Elia Codorando, Catholic, William Dudley Pelly, Christian, Adrian Arcand, Christian, Leon de Grelle, Catholic, Purvis Musharraf, Muslim, Tony Blair, Christian, George Bush, Christian, Jorge Rafael Videla, Christian, Infrain Rios Montt, Evangelical Christian, Rafael Trujillo, Catholic, Juan Maria Bordaberry, Islam, Jean Fidel Bacasa, Catholic, Porfirio Diaz, Deist/Freemason, Francois Duvalier, Voodoo, Ian Smith, Freemason/Deist, Myra Hindley, Christian, Joseph Goebbels, Christian/Nazi, Rana Bologna, Folk Religion, Anders Bering Breivik, Odinism, Reinhard Heydrich, Catholic, Jean Fidel Bacasa, Islam, D.F. Malin, Christian, Ferdinand Marcos, Catholic, Heinrich Himmler, Deist/Pagan, Elizabeth Bathory, Calvinist, Ludwig Muller, Protestant, Gary Ridgway, Christian, Constantine I, Nicene Christianity, John Hawkins, Christian, Alexander the Great, Greek religion, Joshua Blahai, Wuzong of Tang, Taoism, and Hirohito, Shinto. This group of people who committed massacres, ethnic cleansing, the reign of terror, Armenian genocide, Nazi human experiments, Adolf Isham the Christian who was a major organizer of the Holocaust, Osama caused 9/11, the rape of children, political corruption, slavery, the mistreatment of the American natives, terrorism, Pope Urban II initiate the first crusades, Ion Antonescu was the mastermind of the Romanian Holocaust that killed 250,000 to 290,000 Jews and 400,000 in total, max, and he was the more extreme Christian version of Hitler. Woodrow Wilson, a Christian racist that led the U.S. in World War I that caused the death of 4 million Americans. Joseph Tissot, a Catholic priest that was an ally of Nazi Germany and his anti-Semitic views killed thousands or tens of thousands of people. Genghis Khan, who started the Mongol conquest so he can create the Mongol Empire, which results the deaths of 30,000,000,2,500,000,000 people, which was 10% of the world population at the time. And Timur the Lame called himself as the Sword of Islam, and his military campaigns killed 17 million to 20 million that during his time was 5% of the world's population die by his reign of terror. Compare that to World War II that 3% of the world's population die, and that war was caused by Hitler, Christian, and this is the same war where the godless Soviets suffers the most casualties, 13,684,700 to 40 million Soviets, and the 30 Years' War killed 1.4% of the world's population while World War I killed 1.7% of the world's population. Heinrich Himmler was the main architect of the Holocaust, and he killed 11 to 14 million people, total, and directly killed 6 million Jews. John Hawkins, he was England's first slave trader. He sold slaves by imposing taxes, and he will burn town so he doesn't pay taxes, and he have a slave ship called Jesus, and the ship was the first slave ship that arrives to America and started the Atlantic slave trade. And lastly, that Bush and Blair claimed that God wanted them to invade Iraq, thus starting the Iraq War, a holy war between today's two dominate religions, Christianity vs Islam. Even we use 30 of the people, the ones who believe in God/religion, of this list that their death toll at minimum is 59,656,503, and that is not including the rest of this list and terrorist group throughout history, which the numbers are extremely higher, or if we use only 22 people on that list at their maximum death toll, that results in 239,718,692 deaths. Hong Xiaoquan, a self-proclaimed brother of Jesus and self-proclaimed as the heavenly king that was the leader of the Taiping Rebellion to create a theocratic China that killed 20 million to 100 million people. This death toll is higher than World War I, World War II, Cold War, Stalin's reign, Mao's reign, Pol Pot's reign, Ho Chi Minh, North Korea, and all communist dictators. Jacques Roux, a radical Catholic priest that wanted an anarcho-communist society called the Paris Commune, where deist, atheist, and religious people live together, that his philosophy inspired to the radical atheist group the Hebridists, but when he was a victim of Maximilian Robespierre's reign of terror that he committed suicide, and all members of the Hebridists were executed mostly because of Jacques Hébert and François Henriot were against the ultra-extremist violence of Robespierre, and also the mass execution caused by Herbet own members Jean-Baptiste Carrier, and out of all executions in the reign of terror that the execution of atheists brought the largest crowd ever assembled for a public execution. Let's not forget Christopher Columbus, the second European that discovered America, and romanticize him as a hero, while in reality if he was alive today he will be put to death on crimes against humanity, and I think nothing said it best than an educational channel called History Buffs, edited. The fact is Christopher Columbus did not discover America. He only sailed through the Caribbean, later to Central and South America, never reaching anywhere close to North America, and until his dying day he thought he had reached Asia. Whilst the king and queen of Spain offer the promise of 10,000 silver coins for life for the first man despot land and the man Rodrigo de Triana when he spotted land, Christopher cheats him of his pension, stating he had seen the light 4 hours earlier and it must have been on the island, and therefore the reward was rightfully his. The real Columbus thought it was an opportunity to exploit them, natives. Columbus sold little girls into sexual slavery. He actually wrote himself, 100 castellanos are as easily obtained for a woman as for a farm, and it is very general, and there are plenty of dealers who go about looking for girls. Those from 9 to 10 are now in demand. Michele de Cunha wrote, while I was in the boat, I capture a very beautiful Carib woman whom the said Lord Admiral Columbus gave to me, and with whom, having taken her into my cabin, she being naked according to their costume, I conceived desire to take pleasure. I wanted to put my desire into execution, but she did not want it, and threatened me with her fingernails in such a manner that I wish that had never begun, but seeing that I took a rope and thrashed her well, for she raises such unheard of screams that she would not have believed your ears. Finally we came to an agreement to such a manner that I can tell you that she seemed to been brought up in a school of whores. Columbus forced thousands of natives to work for gold mines. They were told that they had to supply a thimble of gold every 3 months to the Spanish, or else there would be consequences by order of Christopher Columbus. If the native resisted from working in the mines, then they would have their noses or ears cut off. If they were unable to find gold, and they would have their hands chopped off and have them tie around their necks until they bled to death. 10,000 natives died this way, and the many who tried to escape were either burned alive when they were captured or were torn apart and fed to the dogs. One of Columbus' men, Bartolome de las Casas, wrote, they attacked the towns and spared neither the children or the aged nor pregnant woman nor woman in childbed, not only stabbing them and dismembering them but cutting them to pieces as if dealing with sheep in the slaughterhouse. They laid bets as to whom with one stroke of the sword could split a man in two or could cut off his head or spill out his entrails with the single stroke of the pike. They took infants from their mothers' breasts, snatching them by the legs and pitching them headfirst against the rocks, or snatched them by the arms and threw them into the rivers, roaring with laughter and saying as the babies fell into the waters, "Boil there, you offspring of the devil." Columbus' first thoughts about the natives was this: they ought to make good and skilled servants, but they repeat very quickly whatever we say to them. I think they can very easily be made Christians, for they seem to have no religion. Weapons they have none, for I show them swords which they grasp by the blade and cut themselves through ignorance. I could conquer the whole of them with 50 men and govern them as I please. This monster commit genocide on the scales he haven't seen until World War II, and in Hispaniola alone the population of 3 million natives reduced to 60,000 in 1515, and that is not including Cuba and Puerto Rico. Constantine the Great, the man, made Christianity the official religion in the Roman Empire, and the first Byzantine emperor, which during his reign was a theocracy, mostly how he treated non-Christians like Jews were not allowed to convert, and his letter in the First Council of Nicaea, which shows his dislike of the Jews. It appeared an unworthy thing that in the celebration of this most holy feast we should follow the practice of the Jews, who have impiously defiled their hands with enormous sin, and are, therefore, deservedly afflicted with blindness of soul. Let us then have nothing in common with the detestable Jewish crowd, for we have received from our Savior a different way, after his policies that started prosecuting pagans and destroying pagan temples and desires to eliminate non-Christians, which results in no amount of deaths. Not all communists agreed with the Soviets, like Karl Koskay, who was an early critic of the Bolsheviks, and in some parts of the world that some type of communism and socialism actually work in the past and present, like China, the Zapatista Army of National Liberation in Chiapas, Mexico, India, Marinaleda, Spain, Twin Oaks Community, Virginia, the Kibbutz Community, Israel, Revolutionary Spain, and the Ukrainian Free Territory. I'm not defending communism and socialism. I prefer democracy and capitalist systems similar to Sweden and Norway, other countries like Japan, New Zealand, and United States, and to be more specific, in the greater San Francisco Bay Area, Seattle metropolitan area, and northeastern United States, which they use social democracy, liberal democracy, and secular humanist laws. While many apologetics point Marx as anti-religious, but in reality, Marx did not advocate the banning of religion, but instead religion could coexist to communism, but over time people will leave religion and find happiness without it, and here are his words. Religion is, indeed, the self-consciousness and self-esteem of man who has either not yet won through to himself, or has already lost himself again. But man is no abstract being squatting outside the world. Man is the world of man's state, society. This state and this society produce religion, which is an inverted consciousness of the world, because they are an inverted world. Religion is the general theory of this world, its encyclopedic compendium, its logic in popular form, its spiritual point d'honneur, its enthusiasm, its moral sanction, its solemn complement, and its universal basis of consolation and justification. It is the fantastic realization of the human essence, since the human essence has not acquired any true reality. The struggle against religion is, therefore, indirectly the struggle against that world whose spiritual aroma is religion. Religious suffering is, at one and the same time, the expression of real suffering and a protest against real suffering. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, and the soul of soulless conditions. It is the opium of the people. The abolition of religion as the illusory happiness of the people is the demand for their real happiness. To call on them to give up their illusions about their condition is to call on them to give up a condition that requires illusions. The criticism of religion is, therefore, in embryo, the criticism of that veil of tears of which religion is the halo. Criticism has plucked the imaginary flowers on the chain, not in order that man shall continue to bear that chain without fantasy or consolation, but so that he shall throw off the chain and pluck the living flower. The criticism of religion disillusions man, so that he will think, act, and fashion his reality like a man who has discarded his illusions and regained his senses, so that he will move around himself as his own true Sunday. Religion is only the illusory sun which revolves around man as long as he does not revolve around himself. He did not object to a spiritual life, but it was necessary. To developing greater spiritual freedom, a people must break their bondage to their bodily needs. They must cease to be the slaves of the body. They must, above all, have time at their disposal for spiritual creative activity and spiritual enjoyment. The state should regard each person's religion as a private matter, and not discriminate on grounds of religious practice or affiliation. People's Republic of Kampuchea after the overthrow of the Khmer Rouge and Laos were neutral and have sought to use the influence and respect religion compared to other Soviet countries at the time. This is closer to Marx wanted, and Marx dismissed violent measures against religion. He considers it as nonsense, and almost all communist dictators ignores this part of Marx's views on religion and goes against his teachings when it comes to religion. The People's Republic of Kampuchea helped the Buddhists and restore their temples and allowed Buddhist festivals. The worst part is that Pol Pot was supported by the United States. You read that right, that the actions of the U.S. prior to Pol Pot's regime played a role in the rise of the Khmer Rouge, that there was a 5-year period of U.S. bombings in the 1970s. In this time about 600,000 people died, but high U.S. officials predicted that about 1 million would die in the aftermath due to conditions that Cambodia suffers. This immoral act acted a catalyst for building support for the Khmer Rouge following the bombing campaign. Britain and the United States covered funding towards the regime under Pol Pot. 1 to 3 million people die from executions, forced labor, malnutrition, poor medical treatment, and half a population of Cham Muslims were killed. If the U.S. never did those actions, then Cambodia would never have the dark period in which they created. Before the Soviet era started in Russia, when many people accused them of religious persecution while forgetting Christians persecuted pagans in Russia according to a sacred space is never empty. The history of Soviet atheism. For Russia, the story of the old world begins in 988, with the baptism of Rus. According to the primary chronicle, the land of Rus came into being when Grand Prince Vladimir's adoption of Christianity unified his lands and peoples. Before 988, Vladimir had already tried to build a pantheon to the multiple pagan gods of the Eastern Slavs living in his realm in an effort to consolidate power, but when the pantheon failed to do this political work, Vladimir turned to the monotheistic faiths of his neighbors. In 986, the story goes, he received emissaries from the Muslim Bulgars of the Volga, the Jews of Hazaria, the Western Christians of Rome, and the Eastern Christians of Constantinople. Impressed by what he heard about Constantinople, Vladimir sent his own emissaries to Byzantium, who, upon their return, reported that Constantinople's St. Sophia Cathedral was so magnificent that they did not know whether we were in heaven or earth. Vladimir became a Christian, destroyed the pagan pantheon, and forcibly baptized his people. And so, in 988, the land of the Rus became Christian, and in becoming Christian, it became a state with a history. In the early years of the Soviet era, Lenin made policies that religion was to be tolerated and suppressed as required by political conditions, but Lenin still wanted to make an ideal atheist state society, and his version of Marxism was part of atheism but did not seek to replace religion with atheism as an end in itself, but to communicate Russia in a materialistic worldview. Marxism is materialism. As such, it is as relentlessly hostile to religion as was the materialism of the 18th century encyclopedists or the materialism of Feuerbach. This is beyond doubt. But the dialectical materialism of Marx and Engels goes further than the encyclopedists and Feuerbach, for it applies the materialist philosophy to the domain of history, to the domain of the social sciences. We must combat religion, that is the ABC of all materialism, and consequently of Marxism. But Marxism is not a materialism which has stopped at the ABC. Marxism goes further. It says, we must know how to combat religion, and in order to do so we must explain the source of faith and religion among the masses in a materialist way. The combating of religion cannot be confined to abstract ideological preaching, and it must not be reduced to such preaching. It must be linked up with the concrete practice of the class movement, which aims at eliminating the social roots of religion. Lenin made clear to not put his criticism of religion and his atheism in our program. But under no circumstances ought we to fall into the error of posing the religious question in an abstract, idealistic fashion, as an intellectual question unconnected with the class struggle, as is not infrequently done by the radical Democrats from among the bourgeoisie. It would be stupid to think that, in a society based on the endless oppression and coarsening of the worker masses, religious prejudices could be dispelled by purely propaganda methods. It would be bourgeois narrow-mindedness to forget that the yoke of religion that weighs upon mankind is merely a product and reflection of the economic yoke within society. No number of pamphlets and no amount of preaching can enlighten the proletariat, if it is not enlightened by its own struggle against the dark forces of capitalism. Unity in this really revolutionary struggle of the oppressed class for the creation of a paradise on earth is more important to us than unity of proletarian opinion on paradise in heaven. In the early years of the Bolsheviks, think that religion will fade away by itself and religious people were allowed to join the Bolsheviks, and after the October Revolution, religion was tolerated with the exception of the Eastern Orthodox Church who supported the Tsar, but in the 1920s the Bolsheviks started anti-religious campaigns and started persecuting religious people, made a series of anti-religious campaigns from 1917 to 1990, rejecting what Marx says, and if he was alive in these times, he will be ashamed of his students, but they started to replace religion with materialism, atheism, agnosticism and surprisingly deism. Then there was the League of the Militant Godless, the only atheist terrorist group in history, but many of the locals were not impressed and the Communist Party called it insufficient, and there was a conflict within the group that have two extreme sides, one that those that do nothing approach that religion will fade away and start educate people about socialism, and the other extreme is to destroy religion at force, and this debated lasted for years until Stalin condemned the extremes of both sides. It has been critiqued by the citizens of the Soviet Union, telling them that they are simplifying the complexity of religion, and the group lost its favor after the Nazis reopened churches in the German occupation and Mussolini made Catholicism as the official religion in Italy despite being an atheist. During these early years of the Soviet era there were other ideologies that are rejecting Marxism, Leninism and Bolshevism, like left communism, council communism, libertarian socialism, and Trotskyism. They reject state socialism, they oppose Joseph Stalin's theory of socialism in one country, they were anti-authoritarian, they also rejected social democracy, parliamentary democracy, wage labor, Lenin ideologies, vanguardism, and Stalin ideologies. Many anti-religious campaigns under Stalin reigns, but people can still be theists/religious, and many theists were proponents of the Soviets. Before and after Stalin's reign, religious people can still practice their beliefs in private, and the church was government property, and in reality religion was never outlawed and never was a communist/socialist country that is officially state atheist, with the exception of Albania, the first and only country that is officially state atheist. There were left-wing uprisings against the Bolsheviks that Lenin considered it a problem that these ideologies were ultra-left, hard left, extreme left, and too far left even for communist. Many apologetics has a non sequitur about that atheism equal communism, while Marx's communism was base of Hegelianism, and Hegel was a Christian who incorporated Christianity in his philosophy. There are many examples of religious communism and socialism, like Protestant movement in the 17th century, United Society of Believers in Christ's Second Appearing, Oneida Community, Acts of the Apostles is an early example in Christian communism/socialism, Anabaptist Christian movement, Diggers a radical Protestant movement, Philippe Bonarati a Freemason. Essenes was another early example. Thomas More a Catholic portray society based on common ownership of property in his work Utopia. Robert Owen a deist is the founder of utopian socialism. Oneida Community was a religious communist community in New York in the early 1800s. Enrage is an anarchist group in the French Revolution founded by a Catholic Jacques Roux. John of Leyden was an Anabaptist leader in the Holy Roman Empire who started the Munster Rebellion, who wanted to make a New Jerusalem because believed the end times have come and this New Jerusalem is a theocracy, and called himself King of Munster and made a medieval communist movement. He started burning books, destroying relics, made money illegal, banish and kill non-believers, and crowned himself as the new David, making an apocalyptic communist death cult. 10 years before Marx, a Christian organization called League of the Just led by Wilhelm Weidling were Christian communists/socialists, which ultimately influenced Karl Marx to create the Communist Manifesto. The origins of communism and socialism were from religious people and religious group before Karl Marx was born, and even before Marx created his own version of communism, Marxism. Mikhail Bakunin already was an early critic because if this goes into the wrong hands it will result in a brutal dictatorship. Which it did. While people think that the whole Soviet and its allies was violent, look at Yugoslavia during this time. Crime was very low, and it was one of the safest countries in the world. Education was purely scientific, and it even included all its historical religious people and events. The religion was not suppressed. People still went to church, but it was not in the mainstream. However, since the Civil War, which, by the way, included three sides with different religions, Catholics, Orthodox Christians, and Muslims. While Christian apologetics ignores this, while they distorted history like the founding fathers of America were deists and the apologetics call them Christians, but the deists of the French Revolution were somehow atheists. While during the Mexico's non-Marxist-Leninist state atheist era, the church and state were in conflict, while before this era they were already in conflict and persecution before the Marxist influence, and this conflict goes back to the Mexican Revolution. The Cristeros, a religious Catholic group supported by the Holy See and the Knights of Columbus while fighting the government, while most people in this group were very religious with the exception, Enrique Garostida, who was himself a skeptic and liberal theist, and Plutarco Elias Calles needed outside help, and he found support by the KKK, a Christian terrorist group, a strange alliance of atheists and Protestants to fight Catholics, that in the end of the war that the atheist government suffers more casualties, 56,882 deaths, than Catholics, 30,000 to 50,000, and even after the war the some of the members of the Catholic group felt betrayed and keep fighting, and from 1935 to 1939 the Cristeros kill and torture 300 school teachers. In the early years, Evgeny Preobrazhensky was critical of religion, but he wanted a nonviolent attitude towards the religious people. But the campaign against the backwardness of the masses in this matter of religion must be conducted with patience and considerateness, as well as with energy and perseverance. The credulous crowd is extremely sensitive to anything which hurts its feelings. To thrust atheism upon the masses, and in conjunction therewith to interfere forcibly with religious practices and to make mock of the objects of popular reverence, would not assist but would hinder the campaign against religion. If the church were to be persecuted, it would win sympathy among the masses, for persecution would remind them of the almost forgotten days when there was an association between religion and the defense of national freedom, it would strengthen the anti-Semitic movement, and in general it would mobilize all the vestiges of an ideology which is already beginning to die out. Anatoly Lunacharsky, a contemporary of Lenin that wanted to bring peace among the religious and irreligious without violence by proposing the even then controversial God-building which that position not on theism nor atheism but instead agnosticism. One, socialism is fighting against religious superstitions and prejudices based on empirical knowledge of objective and subjective science. 2. Socialism is fighting against the religious intellectual serving the bourgeoisie, just as with the secular intellectual supporting the bourgeoisie. 3. Socialism is alien to militant atheism, based on opposing prejudice and violence against people. 4. Socialist freedom also implies freedom of religion and an independent search for the truth for every person. 5. Socialism cannot dogmatically hold any one position on the statements God is or there is no God, and takes a position of agnosticism or open possibilities. 6. Socialism unites secular and religious ideological groups in the struggle for the proletariat. Any action aiming to merge socialism with religious fanaticism, or militant atheism, are actions aimed at splitting the proletarian class and have the formula of divide and rule, which plays into the hands of bourgeois dictatorship. He respects, accepted, and promote religious belief, faith, atheism, theism and potential for all if worked together, but sadly the side of the communist movement was rejected by the Leninist. While other countries with their brutal dictators, many of their contemporaries, including Russia, disapprove this and after their deaths they try to fix their destruction. During the 1940s and 1960s, communist and Islamism have joined force for a common cause and made a successful rebellion against Shah Pahlavi in 1979, but after this victory the Islamism betrayed the communist and other religious groups like the Baha'i Faith share some similarities with communism like no clergy and mutualism. During the Russian evolution many Jews were sympathizers of communists because of the anti-communist group the White Army killed many of them, and some Orthodox Jews like Yehuda Ashlag support communism. Buddhism were compatible with communism because of their non-theistic/atheistic views, but they were persecuted like in Cambodia, but many Buddhists support and joined the Viet Cong to unified Vietnam, but many were against it and joined South Vietnam. The Mongolian People's Republic were against Stalin's views and against the persecution of Buddhists, but pro-Stalin Mongolians were and created a conflict within themselves, and it does not help that Russia and China were trying to enforce their views, Maoism and Stalinism. Lao People's Democratic Republic was another Soviet country but influenced Buddhism. Political seminars were common. The government believed that Marxism and Buddhists were compatible because both groups want to end suffering, but as the years went on that non-materialist was at odds with the economic system at the time, and some groups of Buddhists left Lao and others stayed and were pro-government and created the Lao United Buddhist Association. Estonian Soviet Socialist Republic were more peaceful, where religion can still be practiced in private and churches were owned by the government, and in later years a more freedom of belief that as long doesn't conflict the country's ideology and anything that is fanatical in nature. The Socialist Republic of Romania, while heavily restricted the church, but they use religion to make it subservient instead of eradication. Tuvan People's Republic made Buddhism as the official state religion. People's Democratic Republic of Algeria made Islam as the state religion and enforced Islam. Myanmar during its socialist period made the official ideology as a mix of Buddhism and Marxism. Ba'athist Iraq made Sunni Islam as the state religion, introduced Quranic and Islamic studies, and Sharia law was implemented into law. Democratic Republic of the Sudan made Islam as the state religion and acknowledged Christianity as the faith in their constitution. Bukharan People's Soviet Republic was started by Muslim reformers that joined forces to the Bolsheviks to create a communist state. The Socialist Republic of Macedonia have religious freedom, maintain places for worship for Christian and Muslim, and the government built the largest Orthodox church, Church of St. Clement of Ohrid. The Socialist Republic of Croatia were more relaxed compared to other Soviet countries, and the majority of the population were Catholics and kept many churches but no new bishops. Czechoslovakia was the only Soviet country that was in favor of the Russian Orthodox Church, and theology departments were still in operation, with strict Soviet laws. The Polish People's Republic made anti-religious campaigns, but religion was not outlawed and people can keep their beliefs, but the Catholics were anti-communist that lead to violence against the government and Catholics, and in 2012 there is a parliamentary group for preventing atheism. East Germany made cooperation with religion, especially Lutherans. South Yemen, the only Middle East country that was state atheist, but it was somewhat secular, and religion was not their focus but instead the conflict with North Yemen. The People's Republic of Benin was state atheist, but the people were very superstitious. The government wanted to root out witchcraft, and the president Kirikau of his own personal Marabout, and the leader of this communist/atheist state is a Muslim, and later in his life he became a born-again Christian. People's Republic of Mozambique was another country that made radical anti-religious campaigns, but strangely Protestant groups were proponents of this new government, and there was an alliance of atheists, Protestants, and a small group of Pentecostals fighting Catholics, Muslims and Mormons. People's Republic of Angola acknowledged the prevalence of religion and equality of all religions, and people were allowed to practice their beliefs in a spiritual matter with the exception to the Roman Catholic Church because it was the instrument to colonialism by the Portuguese. Democratic Republic of Afghanistan was another country that was state atheist, but the government later made Islam as the state religion in 1987 while still being Marxist-Leninist socialist country. Somali Democratic Republic made Islam as the official state religion, used Islamic Marxism as the official state ideology, and used scientific socialism using the Quran, and joined the Arab League in 1974. Soviet Socialist Republic still have religious leaders and established the Muslim Spiritual Board of Transcaucasia. Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic was called the Bible Belt of the Soviet Union for a significant proportion of Baptists. Socialist Republic of Vietnam in 1976, when they made their constitution, the government recruited religious people in the government and made an alliance to all Catholics with the exception of French Catholics and ancestor worship because they are pro-colonial. They tried to incorporate Marxist ideology to Buddhism, but many anti-communist Buddhists were rivals to the government, and during the Vietnam War the US used Ngo Dinh Diem to spread the Catholic faith in South Vietnam, but he persecuted and killed Buddhists to promote Catholicism, which the North eliminated, and Ho Chi Minh attended Christian Mass to help Catholics, and Ho Chi Minh wanted to mix Marxism and Confucianism as part of the ideology of the government. Lastly, they saw the horrors of Pol Pot, that they invaded Cambodia, eliminated the Khmer Rouge, and ending the Cambodian genocide while the US started this genocide. People's Republic of China are using Confucianism to mix with Maoism to justify their rule and becoming a political religion, and are making their own version of Christianity and making their own version of the Bible to use Maoist, communism and socialism, while in the New Testament especially the books of Acts and Matthew was the birth of communism and socialism, so nothing new here. The government recognizes 5 religions: Buddhism, Taoism, Catholicism, Protestantism, and Islam, and are trying to make a personality cult to Xi Jinping and want to worship him as a god figure, very similar to the ancient Chinese emperors, replacing images of Jesus to Xi Jinping, thus making it a theocracy of sort. The weirdest thing is that Saudi Arabia defends China's use of concentration camps for Muslims to educate them, and I thought they were natural enemies. The Saudi monarchy are a bunch of fucking hypocrites, and this is the same situation about slavery and the Christians during the slave Atlantic trade. To be honest, many apologetics, people, websites, YouTubers, schools, and etc. Not all, are dishonest, lie and manipulate to win them over. Many famous apologetics like William Lane Craig, Robert Louis Dabney, Hugh Ross, Ray Comfort, Alvin Plantinga, Ken Ham, Jack Schick, Zakir Naik, Michael Cremo, David Wood, Inspiring Philosophy, Red Pill Religion, Answered for Genesis, Dinesh D'Souza, John Lennox, Deflating Atheism, Kent Hovind, Ben Carson, Ali Dawah, Brian Fisher, Pat Robertson, Matt Powell, Villigant Christian, Greg Locke, Peter Hitchens, Priya Jew, S.J. Thomason, Nephilim Fails, Matt Slick, Edward Facer, Spirit Science, Rick Santorum, Conservapedia, Raphael Cruz, 1 a Minute Preacher, Antonio Fletcher, Missing the Mark, Frank Turek, Million for Christ, Mohammed Hijab, Love Allah 328, Adam Saleh, Biola University, Catholic Online, Christian Broadcasting Network, Christian Ministries International, Christian Science, Christian Times Newspaper, ChristianToday.info, Institute for Creation Research, Jesus is Savior, and other Christian apologetics, Muslim apologetics, Hindu apologetics, Mormon apologetics, New Age apologetics, and Jewish apologetics that use baseless assertion, making claims without evidence, so many fallacies that I can't count, pseudoscience, pseudo-history, contradict themselves, making false claims about atheism, change definition to their own benefits, no understanding of physics, biology, chemistry, cosmology, astronomy, math, and including their own field, philosophy and religious study. They strawman so much that I think that is their requirement to be an apologetic, and using arguments that has been refuted by 1,000 times by everybody: cosmological argument, ontological argument, teleological argument, transcendental argument, argument from morality, Pascal's wager, presuppositionalism, using faith, argument from beauty, argument from design, irreducible complexity, argument from fine-tuning, argument from beauty, argument from first cause, uncaused cause. Argument, irreducible complexity, it is only a theory argument, were you their argument, it works for me argument, changes the definition of faith, atheism, theism, science, God and etc. for their own gain by theist, atheist, scientist, philosophers, mathematicians, clergy, theologians and even other apologetics. While they refute other religions that non-believers agree but will defend their own religion like is the correct one. While all religions claim the same, and while the evolutionary origins of religions, evolutionary psychology of religion, anthropology of religion, history of religion, development of religion, sociology of religion, psychology of religion, comparative religion, cultural anthropology, comparative theology, comparative mythology, phenomenology of religion, cognitive science, neuroscience, neuroimaging, cultural neuroscience, near-death studies, philosophy of morals/ethics and etc. are not in their side. Lastly, the grand majority of scientists and philosophers in the world and the mainstream scientific consensus rejected and abandoned all these arguments that these apologetics propose. While they claim communist as atheism, while in reality almost all communist dictators made personality cult literally replace the traditional religion to a political religion, like Pol Pot was influenced by Theravada Buddhism and Confucianism to mix his version of Maoism. Joseph Stalin embraced Marxism to such extreme that it was his quasi-religion and his biggest influence to become a dictator, where Ivan the Terrible and Peter the Great both are Christian Tsar. Mao inspiration for his brutal dictatorship was Hong Xiaoquan, a Christian, and lastly Fidel Castro called himself as a Christian atheist, a group of very humane precepts, which gave the world ethical values and sense of social justice, before relating that if people call me Christian, not from the standpoint of religion but from the standpoint of social vision, I declare that I am a Christian. Plutarco Elias Calles during his time as the president of Mexico was anti-Catholic because he was a former Freemason, and Freemasonry and the Roman Catholic Church has a history of violence since 1738, and remember that to be a Freemason that you have to believe in a god called the Great Architecture, making him deist. Despite Mexico being a non-Marxist Leninist state atheist, later he supported the declaration of the war against the Axis powers and joined the Allies, and later in his life he became interested in spiritualism. The only positive thing that it can give to the anti-religious campaigns in the Soviet era and French Revolution is that when they close or destroy churches and replace them as schools, hospitals, and museums, Museum of Scientific Atheism in the USSR. Because I prefer hospitals to help people in need than churches that only preach of their religion and believe that their belief is the right one, I prefer schools based on secular education to teach children history, math, science, and if you want to teach religion, then use all of them: Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Animism, Sikhism, Jainism, Mesopotamian religion/mythology, and etc., and museums that teach you the rich history of any topic that the museum have. I prefer to teach our future generations the philosophy, morals, and ethics of Socrates, Epicurus, Spinoza, Thomas Paine, Immanuel Kant, Friedrich Nietzsche, David Hume, Bertrand Russell, John Dewey, Lucretius, J.L. Mackie, Albert Einstein, and secular humanism. Every ancient civilization from Mesopotamia to today's countries where they still use theocracy, political religion, worship of the government and their leaders, like North Korea, China, Turkmenistan, and Lebanon. Where they use cult of personality, emperor cults, divine right of kings and civic religion, Soviet Union, ancient China, ancient Egypt, Nazi Germany, Saudi Arabia, and Italian fascism. Despite this, even the most beloved religious figures are not immune to dangerous ideas, like Mohandas Gandhi's views on women in his book My Nonviolence. She, the woman, is not really helpless when she is really pure. Her purity makes her conscious of her strength. I have always held that it is physically impossible to violate a woman against her will. The outrage takes place only when she gives way to fear or does not realize her moral strength. If she cannot meet the assailant's physical might, her purity will give her the strength to die before he succeeds in violating her. Don't forget, in a letter addressed in May 1940 to Rajkumari Amritkar, the war is taking an ugly turn. Let us see what happens. Somehow or other I do not feel the same way as you do. I do not want to see the Allies defeated. But I do not consider Hitler to be as bad as he is depicted. He is showing an ability that is amazing, and he seems to be gaining his victories without much bloodshed. He rejected vaccines and used instead the useless Ayurveda, and he rejected the germ theory of diseases. We are all terribly afraid of the smallpox and have very crude notions about it. We in India even worship it as a deity. In fact, it is caused, just like other diseases, by the blood getting impure owing to some disorder of the bowels, and the poison that accumulates in the system is expelled in the form of smallpox. If this view is correct, then there is absolutely no need to be afraid of smallpox. If it were really a contagious disease, everyone should catch it by merely touching the patient, but this is not always the case. Paul the Apostle was originally a Jew that persecuted Christians but later became a Christian and wrote the oldest Christian literature, 1 Thessalonians, that have an early example of anti-Semitism in 1 Thessalonians 2:15. Who both killed the Lord Jesus, and their own prophets, and have persecuted us, and they please not God, and are contrary to all men. In John 8:44 Jesus called the Pharisees as the children of the devil. Ye are of your father the devil, and the lusts of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speak the lie, he speak of his own, for he is a liar, and the father of it. Many Christians in the early years and today blame the Jews that they kill Jesus, like in Matthew 23:31-33. Wherefore ye be witnesses unto yourselves, that ye are the children of them which killed the prophets. Fill ye up then the measure of your fathers. Ye serpents, ye generation of vipers, how can ye escape the damnation of hell? In Revelations 3:9. I will make those who are of the synagogue of Satan, who claim to be Jews though they are not, but are liars, I will make them come and fall down at your feet and acknowledge that I have loved you. The early church fathers view Jews and Judaism as heresy that from the medieval ages to the Protestant Reformation tried to massacre Jews, removing basic rights, force them to convert to Christianity and blame them for every tragedy like the Black Death. Martin Luther had many anti-Jewish views like in his work on the Jews and their lies. He refuses to let Jews own houses among Christians, Jewish writing should be banned, rabbis are forbidden to preach, offers no protection to the Jews and other horrible things from this idiotic theologian. His other work, Bomb Scam Ham Horrors, he equated Jews with the devil. Here in Wittenberg, in our parish church, there is a cell carved into the stone under which lie young pigs and Jews who are sucking. Behind the cell stands a rabbi who is lifting up the right leg of the cell, raises behind the cell, bows down and looks with great effort into the Talmud under the cell, as if he wanted to read and see something most difficult and exceptional. No doubt they gained their Shem Ham Horrors from that place. He gave a final warning to the Jews before his death. They are our public enemies. They do not stop blaspheming our Lord Christ, calling the Virgin Mary a whore, Christ, a bastard, and us changelings or abortions. If they could kill us all, they would gladly do it. They do it often, especially those who pose as physicians, though sometimes they help, for the devil helps to finish it in the end. They can also practice medicine as in French Switzerland. They administer poison to someone from which he could die in an hour, a month, a year, 10 or 20 years. They are able to practice this art. Yet, we will show them Christian love and pray for them that they may be converted to receive the Lord, whom they should honor properly before us. Whoever will not do this is no doubt a malicious Jew, who will not stop blaspheming Christ, draining you dry, and, if he can, killing you. Luther's anti-Jewish work heavily influenced the Nazi Party. That during Nazi Germany almost all anti-Semitic work has reference to Luther. That may influence Kristallnacht. That after the events of Kristallnacht, that Martin Sassy, the bishop of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in Thuringia, approved the burning of the synagogues. Heinrich Himmler admired Luther for his work. The Nazi Party displayed on the Jews and their lies during Nuremberg rallies. Luther was an important figure for the Nazis. That there was a holiday, Luther Day, and this influenced Hitler, and here are his words. And the founder of Christianity made no secret indeed of his estimation of the Jewish people. When he found it necessary, he drove those enemies of the human race out of the temple of God, because then, as always, they used religion as a means of advancing their commercial interests. But at that time Christ was nailed to the cross for his attitude towards the Jews, whereas our modern Christians enter into party politics, and when elections are being held they debase themselves to beg for Jewish votes. They even enter into political intrigues with the atheistic Jewish parties against the interests of their own Christian nation. The anti-Semitism of the new movement, Christian social movement, was based on religious ideas instead of racial knowledge. My feelings as a Christian points me to my Lord and Savior as a fighter. It points me to the man who once in loneliness, surrounded by a few followers, recognized these Jews for what they were and summoned men to fight against them, and who, God's truth, was greatest not as a sufferer but as a fighter. In boundless love as a Christian and as a man, I read through the passage which tells us how the Lord at last rose in his might and seized the scourge to drive out of the temple the brood of vipers and adders. How terrific was his fight against the Jewish poison. Today, after 2,000 years, with deepest emotion I recognize more profoundly than ever before the fact that it was for this that he had to shed his blood upon the cross. As a Christian I have no duty to allow myself to be cheated, but I have the duty to be a fighter for truth and justice. And if there is anything which could demonstrate that we are acting rightly, it is the distress that daily grows. 4. As a Christian I have also a duty to my own people. And when I look on my people I see them work and toil and labor, and at the end of the week they have only for their wages wretchedness and misery. When I go out in the morning and see these men standing in their queues and look into their pinched faces, then I believe I would be no Christian, but a very devil, if I felt no pity for them, if I did not, as did our Lord 2,000 years ago, turn against those by whom today this poor people are plundered and exposed. This human world of ours would be inconceivable without the practical existence of a religious belief. As long as leadership from above was not lacking, the people fulfilled their duty and obligation overwhelmingly. Whether Protestant pastor or Catholic priest, both together and particularly at the first flare, there really existed in both camps but a single holy German Reich, for whose existence and future each man turned to his own heaven. The great masses of people do not consist of philosophers. Precisely for the masses, faith is often the sole foundation of a moral attitude. The various substitutes have not proved so successful from the standpoint of results that they could be regarded as a useful replacement for previous religious creeds. But if religious doctrine and faith are really to embrace the broad masses, the unconditional authority of the content of this faith is the foundation of all efficacy. Anyone who dares to lay hands on the highest image of the Lord commits sacrilege against the benevolent creator of this miracle and contributes to the expulsion from paradise. The national government will regard it as its first and foremost duty to revive in the nation the spirit of unity and cooperation. It will preserve and defend those basic principles on which our nation has been built. It regards Christianity as the foundation of our national morality, and the family as the basis of national life. Today Christians stand at the head of this country. I pledge that I never will tie myself to parties who want to destroy Christianity. We want to fill our culture again with the Christian spirit. We want to burn out all the recent immoral developments in literature, in the theater, and in the press. In short, we want to burn out the poison of immorality which has entered into our whole life and culture as a result of liberal excess during the past few years. All this will later create the Holocaust that Martin Luther is the first Nazi that will influence the horrible actions, and that is sad. People still follow any religion or denomination while their history has so much bloodshed that is a filth to human dignity. On the Jews and their lies made a 7-point plan to eliminate the Jews, which the Nazis' policy adopted. First, to set fire to their synagogues or schools and to bury and cover with dirt whatever will not burn, so that no man will ever again see a stone or cinder of them. This is to be done in honor of our Lord and of Christendom, so that God might see that we are Christians, and do not condone or knowingly tolerate such public lying, cursing, blaspheming of his Son and of his Christians. Second, I advise that their houses also be razed and destroyed. Third, I advise that all their prayer books and Talmudic writings, in which such idolatry, lies, cursing, and blasphemy are taught, be taken from them. Fourth, I advise that their rabbis be forbidden to teach henceforth on pain of loss of life and limb. Fifth, I advise that safe conduct on the highways be abolished for the Jews. Sixth, I advise that usury be prohibited to them, and that all cash and treasures of silver and gold be taken from them and put aside for safekeeping. Seventh, I recommend putting a flail, an axe, a hoe, a spade, a distaff, or a spindle into the hands of young strong Jews and Jewesses and letting them earn their brow, as was imposed on children of Adam. Genesis 3:19. The most obvious influence that Hitler had from Luther, the personification of the devil as the symbol of all evil, assumes the living shape of the Jew. The documentary Triumph of the Will, Hitler said, "The party will always be the political leadership of the German people. It will remain unchangeable in its doctrine, hard as steel in its organization, supple and adaptable in its tactics. In its entity, however, it will be like a religious order." Like in the words of the Holocaust historian Gunter Louis, Hitler was merely doing what the Church had done for 1,500 years. Hitler was not the first person who wanted to exterminate the Jews in the Middle Ages. Pope Innocent III did the exact same thing 700 years before. Jews were expelled in England, 1,290, France, 1,306, Spain, 1,492. Don't forget that the Jews were in the First Crusade, or Pope Pius XI was compromising with the Nazis to protect the interest of a particular group, Catholics. When, in 1933, we consented, venerable brethren, to open negotiations for a concordat, which the Reich government proposed on the basis of a scheme of several years' standing. We were prompted by the desire for Germany, the freedom of the Church's beneficent mission and the salvation of the souls in her care, as well as by the sincere wish to render the German people a service essential for its peaceful development and prosperity. Hence, despite many and grave misgivings, we then decided not to withhold our consent, for we wished to spare the faithful of Germany, as far as it was humanly possible, the trials and difficulties they would have had to face, given the circumstances, had the negotiations fallen through. Recently, Vatican archives release all the remaining documents about Pope Pius XII and its relation to fascism, which confirmed he was a clerical fascist but not Hitler's pope, as many critics like to call him. He was against Hitler's final solution but still believed, along most Catholics of the time, in anti-Semitism, but was sympathetic of Italian fascism, and its priorities was to maintain the privilege, hegemony, influence, and private property of the Roman Catholic Church, collaborating with Italian fascist government that the Vatican, unlike the German Catholics, still hasn't taken any responsibility of their contribution to the Holocaust. Religious people use politics to spread their theological virus, like Mike Pence is a creationist and reject climate changes, and he is the vice president of the United States of America. Eric Prince and his mercenary army/Christian terrorist group that committed war crimes and want to privatize the war of Afghanistan, thus a Christian terrorist group fighting Islamic terrorist. Invisible Children Incorporated made the documentary Coney 2012 to find the leader of the Lord's Resistance Army, but the company was funded by creationist, homophobic groups, and Martin Sempa, a pastor from Uganda, that said, "Kill the gays," and all the money was not spent on the victims of Uganda but instead on hotels, high salaries, and luxuries, which is an insult to the victims. Ben Shapiro defended religion and is dishonest because his motto is facts doesn't care about your feelings, but his have been paid by Paul Manafort to push propaganda, spreading lies, misinformation and not facts, and his show The Daily Wire is not reliable because according to media bias/fact check, Forward Publishing LLC. Forward Publishing is owned and managed by the billionaire Wilkes brothers, who made their money through the fossil fuel industry with their company Fractech. The Wilkes brothers are also a part of the extreme Christian right who interpret the Bible literally. Factual reporting, mixed and World Press Freedom Rank, USA 45/180. PolitiFact, Ben Shapiro exercise in radically cherry-picked data, and the fact checker of the Washington Post consider Ben as hypocritical. Church of Scientology use its political power to have their own private prisoners and police, and in California the church have been sued for kidnapping, stalking, and human trafficking. Sometimes you don't need politics to influence people to believe in absurdities. Curing radiation poisoning, like a Hindu preacher convinced people to castrate themselves, or a Paraguay woman was buried alive for being a witch. Remember that one of the many causes of the French Revolution was the political corruption, that the clergy owned 10% of the land, the monarchy was the divine right of kings, 7 Years' War, political corruption, taxation, influence of the American Revolution, Flower War, and Women's March on Versailles, and later Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen was to establish the freedom of religion, which was inspired by Thomas Jefferson, who he himself supported the revolution. The civil constitution of the clergy was established that priests have to be loyal to the French government, but during the revolution it was a forced secularization that led to massacres by many revolutionaries and counter-revolutionaries, and made a law that all priests that not subscribe to the civil constitution of the clergy should be killed on sight. All churches are property of the nation and can be sold for public auction. The government legalized divorce and made laws to improve women's rights, replaced the religion of the Catholic Church to the cult of the Supreme Being. Maximilian Robespierre, deist, made a speech for the necessity of terror, reign of terror. If the basis of popular government in peacetime is virtue, the basis of popular government during a revolution is both virtue and terror. Virtue, without which terror is baneful, terror, without which virtue is powerless. Terror is nothing more than speedy, severe, and inflexible justice. It is thus an emanation of virtue. It is less a principle in itself than a consequence of the general principle of democracy, applied to the most pressing needs of the patrie. Every atheist who's part of the cult of reason and Hebristists, Jacques Hébert, Antoine-François Momaro, Pierre Gaspard Chaumet, Joseph Fouché, Jacques-Claude Bernard, Joseph Elie Bon, Jean-Baptiste Noël Bouchat, François Chabot, Anatrisis Cloutz, Pierre Ulrich Dubuisson, Jean-Baptiste Joseph Goebel, François Henriot, Stanislas Marie Maillard, Jean-Paul Marat, Jacob Pereira, Charles-Philippe Rancine, and François Nicolas Vincent, were all executed by guillotine with the exception of Jean-Baptiste Noël Bouchat, who died of old age, Joseph Fouché, who died by exile in 1820, and Stanislas Marie Maillard, who was the president of the Improvised Tribunal, died by tuberculosis. Joseph L. E. Bone was a former priest and due to his violent attacks on his political enemies was sentenced to death. Jean-Baptiste Joseph Goebbels was a former theologian and Catholic priest who was sentenced to death by conspirators. Jacques Hébert in his final hours fainted many times and screamed in terror by the execution by Robespierre's group and treated him as a thief instead of a revolutionary, and because they were aware of his fear of his execution they play with him by stopping the blade inches away from his neck 3 times and then beheaded him by the 4th time. Jean-Paul Marat was a politician, scientist and doctor that was assassinated by Charlotte Corday, and his death leaves such an impact that it was a quasi-saint that Marquis de Sade made elegy about him. Like Jesus, Marat loved ardently the people, and only them. Like Jesus, Marat hated kings, nobles, priests, rogues, and, like Jesus, he never stopped fighting against these plagues of the people, and the painting called The Death of Marat became a symbol. Antoine François Mamoreau was sentenced to death because we tried to attack Robespierre, and in the court said this: "You accuse me, who has given everything for the revolution." And Charles-Philippe Rancine was a general of the Revolutionary Army of the First Republic of France. Before his execution he said, "You will be condemned. When you should have acted, you talked. Know how to die. For my part, I swear that you shall not see me flinch. Strive to do the same," and his final words that only the Spartans can be proud of: "Liberty. Undone, because a few paltry fellows are about to perish. Liberty is immortal. Our enemies will fall in their turn, and liberty will survive them all." Before the Soviet era there was a Decembrist revolt which Mikhail Bakunin was involved, and he is the precursor to Karl Marx and many uprisings in Poland and groups like International Workingmen's Association, Russian Social Democratic Labor Party and Communist Correspondence Committee. 1905 Russian Revolution and many other movements in the United States, France, Germany, and etc., where many feminists were an influential part of these movements to improve women's rights and anti-sexism, and the Bloody Sunday was the event that what Russia will later become, and when Vladimir Lenin created the first communist/socialist state in the world and took Russia out of World War I, women were given voting rights, women and Jews were allowed to study in university and legalize homosexuality and save Armenians from the Armenia genocide. Rosa Luxemburg condemned Lenin of his revolution in 1917, preferring a social Democrat version of socialism, and Anacharsis Cloutier was the most disliked person in the France Revolution because he was an atheist, antitheist and anarchist, which in that time holding these positions was not safe to hold, and the people gave him the nickname the personal enemy of God. His patriotism of France, proposing a universal republic, France as the leader, and made the foundation of modern anarchism. Today France, according to a 2015 survey that 65% are irreligious and 2010 survey that 40% are atheist and 27% believe in God. The current president of France, Emmanuel Macron, is agnostic, and Anne Hidalgo, the first female mayor in France, is an atheist. Long live the revolution. There are many anti-clerical movements in the world, like in Austria during the Holy Roman Empire, that Joseph II, the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, stated that the Catholic institution have done nothing positive in the community, which made the policy called Josephinism and remove education of priests from the churches. In Germany during the late 1800s, that a devout Lutheran Otto von Bismarck made policies to reduce the role of power of the Catholic Church, and he made this cultured struggle to appeal to liberals and Protestants. Many Catholic bishops were put to prison or exile, which resulted to 1,800 deaths. In Italy, the first prime minister of Italy, named Camillo Benso Conti di Cavour, a Protestant who was hostile to the Catholic Church. In Portugal, a man named Antero de Quental, a Catholic, was the one who started the anti-clerical movement during the October 5, 1910 revolution. The property of priests were seized, wearing cassock were banned. Minor seminaries were closed, religious order were expelled, religious education and religious oaths was prohibited. In Canada, many Christians like the nonconformists were against the establishment of the Anglican Church, which they and others made their own movements. In Spain, a Freemason called Rafael del Riego made its own movement that later founded the short-lived Triennial Liberal, which many riots in Catalonia killed 20 clergymen, and another Freemason, Juan Alvarez Mendizabal, abolished monasteries. Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, the founder of the Republic of Turkey, made his own movement but believed in democracy and freedom of religion. In Iran, Reza Shah, an atheist, tried to make a law that people were allowed to wear Western clothes, encouraged women to discard the hijab. He allowed women to study in university about laws and medicine, allowed both male and female to go in theaters, restaurant, hotels together, and banned the chatter, and Sharia law was abolished. I wish those Islamic extremists never remove all of his achievements. Benito Juarez, the first Mexican who was hostile to the clergy that later influenced the Mexican Revolution. In Ecuador, Eloy Alfaro started the secular movement, made civil marriage legal, and was an influential liberal that later was assassinated by Catholics, and their motto was Viva la religion y mueran los Masons. In Venezuela, a Freemason named Antonio Guzman Blanco reduced the power of the Catholic Church. Let's not forget both Catholics and Protestant helped the Nazi officials escape to South America, and in Argentina made their own movements that was started by Juan Perón to replace it to Peronism, which was the true embodiment of Catholic social teaching, and after his brutal dictatorship, Raúl Alfonsín was the first democratically elected president, made Argentina into a secular state, and he has been called as the father of modern democracy in Argentina. To end this chapter is that as long there is organized religion, extremism, terrorism, fundamentalism, literalism, and tribalism will make good, smart, innocent people to become monsters, ignorant and immoral people. Religion kills, and it will keep killing until religion is gone and is true. There will be other things that aren't related to religion to commit horrible crimes, but religion is a toxic system that will make a saint to turn to a demon. We should not persecute anybody because they are atheist or religious. We should work together instead of killing each other. We need to stop the persecution of atheists in Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan, and Ethiopia, but we also should stop the persecution of religious people in China. We need countries like Sweden and UK that treats everybody equally. Like I mentioned in my previous pages of the most irreligious country in the world, China is the only irreligious majority country that use religious persecution, because they want you to worship the government and Maoism. This needs to stop, but one of the most religious countries in the world like Myanmar, Egypt, Somalia, and Sri Lanka also has extreme religious persecution and irreligious persecution, but countries like Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and Eritrea also persecute and kill both religious and irreligious people. We should stop the persecution of everybody. I respect both theist and atheist, but I don't respect is that people who will do horrible things in the name of their ideology. I don't care if you are a theist, atheist, left-wing, right-wing, gay, straight, man, women, white, black, young and old. We should help improve people's lives and not kill. Another example of the atrocity of religion is Joseph Mengele, also known as the Angel of Death in Auschwitz. Believe in God, and the final words of Adolf Eichmann, the architect of the Holocaust: long live Germany. Long live Argentina. Long live Austria. These are the 3 countries with which I have been most connected and which I will not forget. I greet my wife, my family, and my friends. I am ready. We'll meet again soon, as is the fate of all men. I die believing in God. One last thing before we end this chapter, that communism and socialism has its origins in Judaism, like in Leviticus 19:13, 18. You shall not oppress or exploit your neighbor. Love your neighbor as yourself. In Deuteronomy 10:17-19. God enacts justice for orphans and widows, and he loves immigrants, giving them food and clothing. That means you must also love immigrants because you were immigrants. In Deuteronomy 24:14. Don't take advantage of poor or needy workers, whether they are fellow Israelites or immigrants who live in your land or your cities. In Ecclesiastes 3:13. It is God's gift to humankind that everyone should eat and drink. In Psalms 82:3-4. Give justice to the weak and the fatherless, maintain the right of the afflicted and the destitute. Rescue the weak and the needy, deliver them from the hand of the wicked. The founders of Christianity, Jesus, Paul, and the disciples, were socialist in Acts 2:44-45. All who believed were together and had all things in common, and they sold their possessions and goods and divided them among all men, as every man had need. In Acts 4:32. And the multitude of them that believed were of one heart and of one soul, neither said any of them that aught of the things which he possessed was his own, but they had all things common. In Matthew 19:21. If you would be perfect, go, sell what you possess and give to the poor. In Luke 14:13-14. When you give a feast, invite the poor, maimed, the lame, the blind, and you will be blessed, because they cannot repay you. In Acts 4:35. Distribution was made unto every man according as he had need. Anarchism also has its roots in Judaism, like in the book of Judges 21:25. The prophet Samuel criticized the Jews of his time that want to establish a monarchy, and the Rabbi Yehuda Ashlag believed that future societies will be anarcho-communist. Lao Zi, the founder of Taoism, also have proto-anarchist philosophy that can be seen in Zhuangzhou and Tao Te Ching, and many Christians in the medieval ages were anarchists, like the groups of the Brethren of the Free Spirit, the Beguines, and Beghards, Hussites, Adamites, Anabaptism, early Protestant figures like Gerard Winstanley, the Diggers, Acts 4:19, 1 Corinthians 6:1-6, Colossians 2:15, Montanism, 2nd century, and Valentinianism, 2nd to 4th century. In those days there was no king in Israel, every man did that which was right in his own eyes. Judges 21:25. But the thing displeased Samuel, when they said, Give us a king to judge us. And Samuel prayed unto the Lord. And the Lord said unto Samuel, Hearken unto the voice of the people in all that they say unto thee, for they have not rejected thee, but they have rejected me, that I should not reign over them. 1 Samuel 8:6-20. But Peter and John answered and said unto them, Whether it be right in the sight of God to hearken unto you more than unto God, judge yet. Acts 4:19. Dare any of you, having a matter against another, go to law before the unjust, and not before the saints? Do ye not know that the saints shall judge the world? And if the world shall be judged by you, are ye unworthy to judge the smallest matters? Know ye not that we shall judge angels? How much more things that pertain to this life? If then ye have judgments of things pertaining to this life, set them to judge who are least esteemed in the church. I speak to your shame. Is it so, that there is not a wise man among you? No, not one that shall be able to judge between his brethren. But brother goeth to law with brother, and that before the unbelievers. 1 Corinthians 6:1-2. And having spoiled principalities and powers, he made a shew of them openly, triumphing over them in it. Colossians 2:15. Love labor, hate mastery, and avoid relationship with the government. Avot 1:10. He who says, What's mine is mine and what's yours is yours, is the median type, though some say that this is the quality of Sodom. He who says, What's mine is yours and what's yours is mine, is a simple man. He who says, What's mine is yours and what's yours is yours, is a pious man, Hasid. And he who says, What's yours is mine, and what's mine is mine, is wicked. Avot 5:10. Many Christian anarchists use the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew and the temptation of Jesus by Satan are examples of anarchism, which the Soviet era is what Christ and God will most likely what they want in a government and economy. God in fact fits well with the other dictators, like God wanted mandatory abortion in Numbers 5:11-13, and God personality cause miscarriages in Hosea 9:11-16, kill babies while the mother is pregnant in Hosea 13:16 and 2 Kings 15:16, and God kill nursing babies in 1 Samuel 15:3. Islam not only sent anybody who is not a Muslim to hell, but Muslims, his own followers, will temporarily go to hell in Quran 19:71, and women are the majority in hell because they are ungrateful and lack intelligence in Sahih Bukhari 1:6:301, believes that critical thinking, philosophers and scientists that use skepticism, is prohibited in chapter 68, Al-Kalam the pen, and Allah hates people that makes too many questions about their religion because their followers will lose their faith. In Quran 5:101. Allah believes that atheists are blind, 2:18, deaf, 2:18, stupid, 2:18, diseased, 2:10, liars, 6:28, corruptors, 2:12, punished, 2:89, deluded, 6:70, worst of creation, 8:55, mocked by Allah, 2:15, don't be friends to atheist, 5:51, no zakat, no prayer to atheist, 9:113, and some Islamic scholars view Islam have socialist elements like zakat. Bayt al-Mal and Abu Dar al-Ghifari, a companion of the Prophet, is considered the founder of Islamic socialism. In the early years of Islam, schools like the Mu'tazila and Najdiya Kurshites were anarchist and believe that the state is immoral. Not only religion created far left-wing concepts like anarchism, communism, and socialism, but also far right like Nazism, like I mentioned previously, but also Arthur de Gobineau, who wanted Catholic values in the world, his hatred of the French Revolution, and the created of the Aryan race concept. Charles Maurras was a pro-national Catholicism and a precursor of fascism, which many Aryans believe Christianity is an Aryan origin, which is why most religious fundamentalists are ultra-nationalists/patriotists, which they said Jesus or the Judeo-Christian God is a right-winger, but in reality Jesus is a communist, socialist, and anarchist, which as in 2019 the US president and more than half of the people in Congress will consider him enemy. Neo-Nazism and neo-fascism is traced back to Martin Bormann, who was the only Nazi official that is anti-Christian, and many apologetics use him as an example of how immoral atheists are, but he was not an atheist. But George Mosse, expert of the history of Nazism, study his belief. He believed that God is present, but as a world force which presides over the laws of life, which the Nazis alone have understood. This non-Christianism, tied to Nordic blood, was current in Germany long before Bormann wrote down his own thoughts on the matter. It must now be restored, and the catastrophic mistakes of the past centuries, which had put the power of the state into the hands of the church, must be avoided. The Gauleiters are advised to conquer the influence of the Christian churches by keeping them divided, encouraging particularism among them. Members of this Nazi/fascist movement believe in New Age religion using Christianity, Buddhism, Hinduism, paganism, occultism, esoteric and mystic elements mostly using conspiracy theories, Holocaust denial, anti-Semitic/xenophobic and believe in the ridiculous Fourth Reich. Hitler, despite being critical of the occult, he himself subscribed many of their ideas like esoteric myths, Atlantis, reincarnation, astrology, and Aryan race from the Thule Society. Despite the criticism of the godless communist in the Soviet era and revolutionary France, but thanks to the atheists living in those times that they defeated the Nazis that will save the Jews from extinction, made space travel possible, made women's rights, made gay rights, early separation of church and state, gave birth to modern republic, early black rights, early feminism, equality of women, developed sociology. Nikolai Simonov made the theory of degenerate branching which make him the first Soviet to win the Nobel Prize, cutting edge of nuclear physics, discovered the Cherenkov effect, impact of quantum electronics, discovery of cryophysics, and a certain godless communist/atheist Stanislav Petrov saved the world from a nuclear holocaust, prevented World War III. It shows you how philosophical/scientific/presuppositional apologetics is a dishonest field, and it's shows us why apologetics is not representative of established philosophical thought. And in the Philosophical Paper Survey, 2013, analysis by Barget and Chalmers, when it comes to special issues, theism is the least accepted in academia in the philosophy of religion consensus, divination, and the Phil Paper Surveys in 2018, PhD level, 69.7% of people with PhD are atheist, 50.6% are naturalist, metaphilosophy, 54.4% are physicalist, mind, and 24.1% are consequentialist, normative. Ethics, 56.4% are realist, metaethical naturalist, 38.1% are empiricist, knowledge, 40.8% are nominalist, abstract object/math, and 55.7% are compatibilist. Why? Because for the past 200 years all the evidence points to metaphysical/ontological naturalism, and all the evidence points to the non-existence of the supernatural, God, ghost, soul, and afterlife. Only countries who are very conservative believe in God, and theism is very important to their lives and to avoid secular universities to lose their faith. They will make theistic higher education sectors that focus on their particular faith alone, offend unaccredited biblical/Quranic/Vedic courses offered by local houses of worship to national associations of state-accredited colleges. Ironically, these types of universities have worse credibility compared to secular universities due to lack of research and in some cases propaganda. This is not for your education but is a business to keep the status quo. Intellectually this is unacceptable because it breeds hypocrisy, and this is why it is a fringe field in accepted academia that is based on post-positivism, skepticism, pragmatism, naturalism, and secular humanism. Thus no wonder the majority of professors in philosophy and science with PhD and faculty are atheist. Studies show that God is in the brain, where the part of the brain is the same area that use comfort, fear of death, and problem solving. When people ask about their mortality, then the part of the brain where the fear of death is charged also use God and religion to have some comfort, and this is in my view the ultimate proof that God was created in man's image, or like in the words of the atheist or agnostic Omar Khayyam, the Quran. Well, come put me to the test, lovely old book in hideous error, Andreas, believe me, I can quote the Quran too. The unbeliever knows his Quran best. And do you think that unto such as you, a maggot-minded, starved, fanatic crew, God gave the secret, and denied it me? Well, what matters it? Believe that too. Chapter 16, Nature is all there is. Since the scientific revolution from 1543 to 1726 were for the first time on a global scale, that it shows us that religion is false, and where religion starts its slow and decay death, that for the past 300 to 400 years that science has shown us that nature is the reality that there is, and all religious, theistic, paranormal, and supernatural explanation have been false and slowly over time debunked, and over time when the masses were more educated, to more atheistic people become, and improvement of life started to rise, and every new religious and theistic movement somehow wants to go backwards of our scientific and technological progress using faith healing, palm reading, astral projection, mind reading, visions of past lives, ghost hunting, primitivism, isolationism, practicing magic, and other nonsense that has been proven false by all experts that experiment their beliefs, and all it show that God is a man-made creation in the mind, and it was a social creation. When back in time was to help explain things we did not know back then, and now the more we know, God changed its location. First God was in the mountains, and when man reached the top of the mountain, and now God is in the sky. When men learned to fly, then God is in space beyond Earth, and when man reached the moon and put robots and satellites on every planet and moon in the solar system, then God is beyond space and time. The more we know, it shows us a clear proof the non-existence of God, and all philosophical arguments for God, if accepted, goes against how the universe works. When I read the Bible, Quran, Vedas, Tao Te Ching, Buddhist sutras, Thomas Paine works, and the Book of Mormon, that if these authors were alive today and influential scientists and philosophers of the past were alive today, they will learn this new knowledge, and they'll bet 9 times out of 10 that they will become atheist or agnostic like the majority of scientists and philosophers today. The real history of our universe, or the multiverse, if you believe the hypothesis, is so amazing that a photo of the pale blue dot, the great cosmic microwave background radiation, and the Hubble Space Telescope is infinitely more amazing than any holy texts about a burning bush, flying horse, titans, human-animal hybrids, and ghost stories. It is sad that we could completely express science and skepticism and reach to the stars, but instead people are being scammed about a woman looking a crystal ball telling a misguided stranger that she is talking to her dead relatives, which I'm surprised this is not illegal. Instead of people express critical thinking, they believe in the lies of preachers or professional liars/charlatans, which is more accurate to describe them, and they will use any means necessary, and for them, the ends justify the means. People who made anti-atheist books, not only they are against them, but in their same books these authors believe that secularism is dangerous and gay marriage is evil, and outright reject science and use the bullshit metaphysics as the true explanation of why rock falls. Religious news sources are not reliable like Christianity Today publish creation science material as legit science, while all scientists know that this is bullshit, and the same source allowed child molester who is a priest to pen op-ed to justify his crimes in 2014, which later they apologize. Also, when Christopher Hitchens died, that Larry Alex Taunton made a book making a fake confession story, The Faith of Christopher Hitchens, another example of lying. For Jesus is that of Anthony Flew, a well-known atheist that wrote The Presumption of Atheism and God and Philosophy, but in his 80s that he became a deist, but it turns out it was false, and he was suffering from dementia, and evangelical Christian were taking advantage of it and wrote a book called There is a God, but it has 3 authors, Flew, Varghese, and Hostetler, but Hostetler was not credited. Varghese wrote the 10th chapter, preface, and appendix, and Varghese wrote 7 chapters that it was supposed to what Flew used, but Flew did not write those 7 chapters even though it was meant to be as such, and Lefto helped Varghese to write the introduction even though it was meant for Flew to write it. Varghese admitted he fabricated the work in 21 of December in 2007. Oppenheimer spent 2 days with flu and have noticed that he have serious memory problems like forgetting names. Hume's argument against miracles, keywords of his own book, recent events in his life, his own past arguments, and he can't remember the very book that explains his deism. In conclusion, he did not write the book and still atheist, but was exploited by Christians abusing his dementia to spread their message as early as 2004. Just the very idea that Christians lying for Jesus or theists in general making false conversion stories to gain more followers is sickening. If religious fundamentalists believe that atheist or secular worldview are bad, yet the most peaceful and least violent religion so happens to be the most atheistic, Jainism, Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and some Hindu schools of thought. These religions don't believe in a creator God and outright reject the concept and prefer secular ethics and secular morality, and the oldest no philosophical schools in India, 9th to 5th century BC, were atheist and were the first that started the atomic theory and empirical research. As far back as Mahajanapata, where Buddhism and Jainism became the dominant religions in India, Ajivikism became one of the dominant philosophy in Nanda Empire and Maurya Empire. Thus atheistic philosophy became popular, but atheistic philosophy while living on its golden age will later fall because Buddhists were persecuted by the first Hindu emperor Pushyamitra Shunga, who wanted to revive Hinduism and reintroduce animal sacrifice, while before this the Buddhists banned this practice, but later empires reintroduce Buddhist/atheistic philosophy and were praised by many emperors for many centuries, but Kamarupa kingdom became a Hindu kingdom, but Buddhism and Jainism truly die in the Vijayanagara Empire. In Greece, the first philosophers were skeptics, agnostics, naturalist, materialist, and atheist, and they made the first schools, atomic theory, and early scientific research. Schools like eclecticism, stoicism, epicureanism, Pyrrhonism, Cyrenaicism, cynicism, Milesian school, Ephesian school, Atomist school, and Sophism were atheist/agnostic/skeptical schools that dominate from archaic to Hellenistic Greece, and the few schools that believe in God was deistic and pantheistic, and religion was on decline, and agnosticism, atheism, pantheism, and skepticism was on the rise, especially in the Roman Empire at its peak, 50 BC to 200 AD, thanks to scientific progress, which in the 2nd century the empire was at its peak, territory, economy, and intellectual. Many infidels like Ovid, Pliny the Elder, Cicero, Seneca, and my favorite Statius, it is for the good of states that men should be deluded by religion, and one of the greatest emperors like Marcus Aurelius was a Stoic, and he was a philosophical agnostic or atheist and was considered a philosophical king. But the fall of the Roman Empire and the beginning of the Dark Ages, 401 AD to 1000 AD, where the Roman Empire went backwards, but after rediscover these ancient Greco-Roman texts to reintroduce philosophy and science in the Middle East and Europe. But when a group of radical Christians in the 5th century when waging war against the pagans in the Roman Empire, and when they killed Hypatia, it was a shock because she was loved by both Christians and pagans, and when these radical killed her because they believed she was a witch and her astronomical work was the work of the devil, while many scholars view that her death was more politically motivated because she prevented Orestes from being a bishop. This is like today Islamic terrorists destroyed historical sites for their version of Islam, and the way they killed her was also horrific. They dragged her to Caesarea, then they stripped her naked and murdered her, and according to Damascus that they cut out her eyeballs, tore her body into pieces, and set on fire. Skepticism was very common as early as the archaic Greece, that they have a view that one day that humans can overthrow the gods and live in a post-God/atheistic life, and this is called theomachia. In a post-theist/religious world is a world that the archaic Greeks were wishing to happen, like in the words of Tim Whitmarsh. The possibility that the divine order might be overthrown and that humans could live self-sufficiently, without the gods. That tells us that such atheistic ideas were current enough in contemporary culture to be worth exploring and countering in myth. How these ideas were expressed in wider culture we can only guess. It is impossible to tell whether there were many Caesus, Alcyons, and Salmonuses in 6th century BC Greece, or whether such views were confined to elite groups. But the fact that these figures appear in popular myth suggests at least that the atheistic type was understood by enough people to give the stories appeal and purchase. In China, as early as the Zhou dynasty, where the first philosophers were naturalist and have no concept of God in their philosophy, and later dynasties where Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism were the dominant religions and made many scientific revolutions. While India and China have a history of doubt from 17th century BC to 14th century CE, where Confucianism is an atheist philosophy, is based on morals and no concept of the supernatural, but Neo-Confucius adopted more esoteric and mystical elements. Taoism, another philosophy that is more pantheistic, again no concept of God, but Neo-Taoists also express esoteric and mystical elements, which these two philosophies dominated China for centuries until the introduction of Islam, Christianity, and later Mao Zedong's Cultural Revolution and his cult of personality/political religion. Buddhism, another atheist philosophy that used to dominate India until the revival of Hinduism, but in China, especially the medieval age, were scholastic Buddhist. Also Confucius and Taoist. Scholars express atheism/humanism and arguments against the existence of God, while in Europe any type of disbelief was illegal and punishable by death. Many Buddhist atheists in India express their disbelief like Udayatthakara, Buddhaghosa, Kamalasala, Antarakita, Dharmakirti, Vasubandhu, Nagasena, Dinaga, and Nagarjuna. The most important Buddhist philosopher and the founder of the Madhyamaka school of Mahayana Buddhism and Hares are his words. The gods are all eternal scoundrels, incapable of dissolving the suffering of impermanence. Those who serve them and venerate them may even in this world sink into a sea of sorrow. We know the gods are false and have no concrete being, therefore the wise man believes them not. The fate of the world depends on causes and conditions. Therefore the wise man may not rely on gods. Mahapajaparamitash. Atheism and Chinese history are inseparable. Confucianism is humanist atheist, Taoism is naturalistic pantheist atheist, and Chinese Buddhism is atheism, especially in their scholastic tradition. When in Western Europe burn heretics and infidels, while in China produce atheist literature, humanist values, and the godless communist China is no different than godless dynasty. While many, but not all, Christians, Muslims, and Jews claim they invented the Golden Rule, while forgetting the Jains, the most atheistic religion, made their own similar views of nonviolence and veganism as far back as the 9th century BC, or Confucius, an atheist humanist, made his own Golden Rule in the doctrine of the mean 13 in 500 BC. What you do not want others to do to you, do not do to others. Or Laozi, a pantheist, atheist/naturalistic type, have his own Golden Rule in the 4th century BC in the Tao Te Ching. I treat those who are good with goodness, and I also treat those who are not good with goodness. Thus goodness is attained. I am honest with those who are honest, and I am also honest with those who are dishonest. Thus honesty is attained. While many apologetics, both liberals and fundamentalist, deist as well, using the internet, television, and cinema that claim their proof, evidence, prophecy, and other baseless nonsense, while they use these three things to spread their falsehoods, but they have to thank to the unbelievers for this technology, like Louis L. E. Prince, the father of cinematography. He was a homosexual, heavily debated, or some argue that Thomas Edison is the father of cinematography, pantheist/freethinker/ Atheist or agnostic, Alan Turing, the father of computer science, theoretical computer science and artificial intelligence, atheist and homosexual, and John Logie Baird, the inventor of mechanical television, made the first working television, made the first publicly demonstrated color television system, made the first purely electronic color television and achieved the first transatlantic television transmission, agnostic. While the Western Roman Empire in the 401 AD to 1000 AD that the science and philosophy of the Greeks was temporarily lost, while the Eastern Roman Empire, later called the Byzantine Empire, their work survive, and scientific understanding and their philosophies of skepticism, naturalism, and early empiricism will later impact the Islamic Golden Age, and ironically that while the Muslim world where scientific progress was on the rise, the same time early Islamic philosophy made the first. Atheists like Ibn al-Rawandi, Abu Bakr al-Razi, al-Ma'ari, and Abu Isa al-Warraq were considered one of the greatest minds of this time and were infidels. I sometimes wonder these early Muslim atheists found works of early Greco-Roman atheists like Strato of Lampsacus and Sextus Empiricus. While in the Middle East when we have these early skeptical thinkers, while in the Europe mysticism, superstition, and esoteric beliefs was on the rise among the common people, but groups of proto-Christian atheists that mix Christianity, Greek philosophy and pantheism like David of Dinant, Amalric of Bena and Nicholas of CUSA. These group of people were pantheists, which is like Richard Dawkins put it, a dress-up atheist, and they reject the concept of hell and everyone will go to heaven, regardless of religion, but still believe of the superiority of Christianity. The Badamo religion in southern Africa, where they believe in God but it distance itself to the world, that God is irrelevant in their day-to-day life, a very atheistic life, but the Bantu people in their religion/myth that there was no creation and the universe is eternal and God did not create it, but instead that God is related to the universe, a naturalistic deistic God, or some pygmy tribes which have no religion, no gods, no rituals, and no concept of afterlife, they just buried there. Dead and move on. And the pygmy people have been around for as long as 100,000 years, the second oldest ethnic/race in the world, while the first is the San people. Their religious beliefs started as far back as 70,000 years ago. The Eskimos were agnostics. North American natives believe of a deistic Epicurean God. Hadza, Tanzania, are atheist. Sanda God is irrelevant, and Abipone Indian rejects all abstracts including God. Tribes in Cameroon believe in an evil God and have no relationship in this God and believe we can live our lives without supernatural aid. And another tribe, the Vedas of Ceylon, Sri Lanka, don't have a concept of God and are agnostic, and there is a famous report, is he on a rock? On a white anthill? On a tree? I never saw God. Durant also reports that a Zulu, when asked who made and governs things like the setting sun and the growing trees, answered, no, we see them, but cannot tell how they came, we suppose that they came by themselves. So for the people who believe in this, and if somehow you are reading this, which I doubt if I ever publish this, that accept the evidence and be pragmatic of the reality is around us, and I'm not a professor, not even a layman, I'm not even 20 when I started this project, and I may be completely wrong and may change my position in the future, but I can give you a brief history of the reality of the universe and not what the holy texts, which are as reliable as a homeless man on drugs, telling you that all political leaders are reptilian aliens that eats children for some odd reason. Let's start with the beginning, which there is none, which I briefly explain in chapter 7, but regardless, the universe and its materials are infinitely old. The Big Bang started, then we have the Planck era, which is the earliest period of the universe after the post-Big Bang, 1043 seconds. When the universe cools, then particles were created in the quantum fields, then much later strong and electroweak interactions manifest. 1032 seconds after the Big Bang, the universe started to expand it, and during this time the universe was dense, hot, and a mix of quarks, antiquarks and gluons. The third and final symmetry breaking occurs and elementary particles started, and after this the fundamental interaction of gravitation, electromagnetism and strong and weak interaction takes the current form, which much later the protons, neutrons, matter, antimatter, and which hydrogen, helium and other chemical elements were produced 1 second after the Big Bang, which the cosmic microwave background is the remains of this period. Between 2 to 20 minutes after the Big Bang is where nuclear fusion occur, and 47,000 years after the Big Bang the universe is dominated by matter, which will eventually make formation of galaxies, but 380,000 to 1 billion years after the Big Bang that many cosmologists called the Dark Ages, where the universe was very cold, 60 Kelvin, and in 2016 a galaxy was formed at the very end of the Dark Ages called GNZ11, which at the moment the oldest, most distant galaxy in the universe, form. Around 380 to 550 million years after the Big Bang. Around 10 to 17 million years after the Big Bang, that theoretical physicist Avi Loeb speculate that primitive life appeared during this time because of the background temperature during this time, a temperature compatible to liquid water and biological chemical reactions, which in my opinion is very interesting, and as a fan of sci-fi I can imagine an ancient civilization like the old ones from Warhammer 40,000 have existed or possibly still around. Around 150 million to 1 billion years after the Big Bang, where 84.5% of the universe is made of cold dark matter and 15.5% is matter, where hydrogen gas is more common, which the first stars, quasars, and galaxies have formed these gas clouds and gravity. Our galaxy, the Milky Way, which half of the matter comes from other distant galaxies, and our galaxy was formed 13.51 billion years ago, while the first star, 2 mass J180820025104378b, is 13.5 billion years old, which is almost entirely made of materials from the Big Bang, which is like our first neighbor. Then our own planet Earth was formed 4.5 billion years ago, which by its early existence called the Hadean Eon, which Earth is a hellish volcano planet like Mustafa from Star Wars, which by another giant ball of fire crash our planet that will create the moon, and meteors arrive on Earth that contain liquid which will eventually have water on Earth 4.41 million years ago, and the earliest life appear in Nouveau-Jedic Greenstone Belt in Quebec, Canada around as early as 4.28 billion years ago. Thanks to abiogenesis. If life can appear this quickly on Earth under these conditions, then it is not strange to believe that life is common in the universe if using Earth as reference and not including other conditions that may support life. Around 3.5 billion years ago, the oxygen revolution, which the simple life form cyanobacteria is responsible for this event, and give thanks to these bacteria, but pre-oxygen life forms were wiped out, making it the first mass extinction. During these times all living beings were asexual, but 1.2 billion years ago sexual reproduction evolves, and Precambrian creatures like Ediacaran biota, which is very alien to describe, but this creature will eventually mark the start of the Cambrian explosion, which many exotic creatures evolved, and the Dario lineages were the first to evolve to have nerves and muscles, and now you know where nerves come from. The acorn worm were one of the first to have a circulatory system, heart, kidney, and gills, which we'll later see from early fish. The famous pacaya is the ancestor of all vertebrates, that another creature that is still alive called the lancelet that resembles the pacaya, and after a few mass extinction like the dinosaurs, the apes first appeared around 25 million years ago in Kenya and Uganda, which will later humans evolve from a bunch of hairless apes with anxiety. From the old Stone Age to New Stone Age, people live from band societies to tribes to proto-cities, that thanks to the invention of agriculture, which is the greatest achievement or the biggest mistake, depends of how you view humans, we ever did, that will eventually create Sumer, the first civilization that in the Uruk period where the Sumerian religion was born, and the earliest gods that appear are in it, which will affect the rest of the Middle East, Europe, and Americas. In Egypt, Nikeda III were the first hieroglyphs, which a cultural revolution that creates the early dynastic Egypt, and religion was started after the unification of the Upper and Lower Egypt, and early worship of Horus, representing the lower, and Set, representing the upper, but early theocracy for the divine right of kings, which have many cults to control the masses, not just worship these gods and kings, but like most religions worship the creator of the universe, which for Egypt the universe was created by women, the goddess Neith. In India, the Indus Valley civilization, which have some worship of a proto-Shiva, but the fourth oldest civilization, China, is very atheistic, instead of God, but instead ancestor worship, shamanistic belief, nature worship / proto-pantheism, and the closest they get to God in the Shang dynasty were the kings, and used the Shangdi as the ultimate spiritual power for the ruling elite. What a coincidence. And during the Zhou dynasty, the ruling powers made the mandate of heaven, and the rulers assert that their moral superiority to take wealth and territory. Religion created by the elite to control the masses, that has abused the minds, that to this day religion survives, that it truly shows us the failures of man. If the Bronze Age have the internet from Iraq to Egypt to India to China, and all citizens have access to it, not just the ruling elite, and philosophers use this, and I can bet that religion dies right then and there. And when new civilization use it, like Greece, then democracy, humanism, and science will spread, and we can be traveling the entire solar system by this point. The Eastern Roman Empire, or more commonly called the Byzantine Empire, during the Dark Ages, 401 to 1000, where it was the last place that still hold Greek science and philosophy, which intellectually survived, but unlike the early Roman Empire, before the East-West split, did not make breakthroughs, and only a handful of progress. Medicine was the exception, and in the early years was against science outright, but later science was adopted. It was heavily for theological reasons, and was grounded on the Bible, which made little progress, with the exception in engineering to build churches like the Hagia Sophia and other constructs like the ship mill, grenades, and Greek fire, and only the priests were literate, which barely any progress was made, which is ironic that the first scientist in Greece made progress like we never see, and we're unbelievers. The Byzantine Empire became philosophy's grave because the 10th Emperor Theodosius II made the Theodosian Code, which banned all beliefs except Nicene Christianity as the sole religion, making it a theocracy, which believe any religion that is not Christianity is illegal and punishable by death. Polytheism was illegal and punishable by death, and believing any Christian sect that is not the Nicene sect is illegal and punishable by death. Nicene Christians who do not have the correct theological position is illegal and punishable by death, and in the end this marked the end of atheism in Europe until the scientific revolution, where the church have lost its authority because of the Reformation, which atheists became a notable position once again. While Roman Greece, early Roman Empire, where atheism as late as 2nd century was popular phenomenon, and it was a legitimate respectable philosophical position with well-known figures like Demonax, a cynic with the same views as Socrates, Lucian, who made satire and mock religion and believed that it was possible that the no world will eventually leave religion. Epicureans, Pliny the Elder, and Sextus Empiricus are the most influential atheists. Christians bring the end of ancient atheism, like in the words of Tim Whitmarsh. But were Christians not themselves called atheists by Greeks and Romans? This is often asserted, but in fact the evidence for it comes almost entirely from Christian sources themselves. The 4th century Christian bishop Eusebius of Caesarea, for example, depicts Constantine's rival Licinius as himself conducting his own holy war on behalf of traditional polytheism. While offering sacrifice in a grove, he is said to have inveighed against Constantine for betraying his ancestral inheritance and taking up an atheistic belief. Let us set out to war against the atheists. Eusebius, of course, had no way of knowing what Licinius actually said at the time. The idea of a holy war waged against Christian atheists is his own construction, projected onto Licinius. It serves merely to legitimize Constantine's response, which is to reverse the terms and attack the polytheist atheist himself. The reversibility of the accusation of atheism is in fact a recurrent feature of Christian discourse. The story of the martyrdom of Polycarp of Smyrna, set at some point between AD 155 and 167, offers a wonderful example. The hero of the story, a virtuous old Christian, is arraigned before the governor and a bloodthirsty crowd in the arena. Swear to Caesar's good fortune, commands the governor. Repent. Say the words, away with the atheists. Polycarp turns to address the crowd, waving his fist at them, crying, away with the atheists, thus redirecting the charge of atheism at the polytheists. This act of defiance earns him a fiery martyrdom at the stake. But although Polycarp's impressive response to persecution makes for a neat, punchy climax to the story, that story is itself surely historically inaccurate. No non-Christian would have uttered the words attributed to the governor. The idea of repentance, metanoia, is a Judeo-Christian one, and the phrase away with air directly echoes language used in the Gospels to condemn Jesus. It seems unlikely that a Roman governor, apparently hostile to Christianity, should have borrowed Christian phraseology so explicitly. The story of Polycarp's martyrdom may have been invented entirely, or, perhaps more likely, embellished with motifs designed to appeal to a Christian audience, and indeed to draw out the parallels with the execution of Jesus. The conclusion seems inevitable that the violent othering as atheists of those who hold different religious views was overwhelmingly a Judeo-Christian creation, which was then projected back onto the polytheists. There were, to be sure, some subtler uses of this device. In about AD 150, a Syrian called Justin wrote a work in defense of Christianity that invoked the figure of Socrates, who, he claimed, tried to lead humanity away from these demons by using true reason and critical examination, but was condemned to death as an impious, ACB, atheist, atheon, and for introducing a new type of divinity. Socrates has been reimagined as a Christian martyr. That is why we, i.e., the Christians, are called atheists. Justin continues. And we confess that we are atheists, at least as far as these kinds of imagined gods are concerned. But not with respect to the truest God, the Father of justice and self-control and the other virtues, who is free from all impurity. Christians, then, are indeed atheists. Or, rather, atheists of a kind. Instead of simply reversing the supposed accusation of atheism, like other Christian writers of the era, Justin accepts and embraces it. Like Socrates, he turns his back on the gods of polytheism. Indeed, while there were those early Christians who decried the earlier classical atheoi as the worst kind of disbelievers, there were others who took them as allies in their war on polytheism. In the 2nd century, Clement of Alexandria wrote of the paradox that the label atheist has been applied to Euhemerus of Acragas, Nicanor of Cyprus otherwise unknown, the Melians Diagrammores and Hippo, and in addition Theodorus of Cyrene, and many others beside, who lived chaste lives and perceived religious error somewhat more sharply than others did. In Clement's view, it was not the virtuous Diagrammores and his peers who deserved to be called atheists but the polytheists they criticized. Euhemerus' sacred history, indeed, was a particular favorite of the early Christians. That even some of the ancients themselves had seen that their gods were just deified mortals was taken as firm proof that belief in the Olympian gods was fundamentally misplaced. It is at first sight a curiosity that the classical atheoi were welcomed so enthusiastically in this new era. Their Christian readers, however, were interested only in the rhetorical leverage that they could exert on recalcitrant polytheists, and indeed unwavering Christians. There was no serious engagement with their ideas at the philosophical level, and certainly no sense that Christianity itself could be interrogated by atheistic reasoning. For Christian apologists, philosophical atheism was necessarily consigned to the pre-Christian past, its critique directed not at theism in general but at polytheism in particular. Atheism, now viewed as the debunking of false superstition rather than the interrogation of supernatural belief, could serve no purpose now that the true Christian message had been revealed. The arrival of Catholic Christianity conjoined with imperial power meant the end of ancient atheism in the West. Once it had been established that the paradigm of true versus false religion was the only one that mattered, there was nowhere to place atheism on the mental map. Cosmological and philosophical debate remained intense, of course, but it was unthinkable outside of the framework of Christian monotheism. Individuals surely experienced doubt and disbelief, just as they always have in all cultures, but they were invisible to dominant society and so have left no trace in the historical record. It is this blind spot that has sustained the illusion that disbelief outside of the post-Enlightenment West is unthinkable. The apparent rise of atheism in the last 2 centuries, however, is not a historical anomaly. Viewed from the longer perspective of ancient history, what is anomalous is the global dominance of monotheistic religions and the resultant inability to acknowledge the existence of disbelievers. For the past 300 to 400 years, nature is all there is, with the amount of evidence thanks to people of all backgrounds, and never in the history of humanity that supernatural explanation has been correct, and in fact supernatural explanation have been disproven over and over again, that when Christians call atheists fools for not believing Jesus as their Lord and Savior, or Muslims call them fools when they don't believe in the Prophet Muhammad, or when a Hindu call them fools for not believing Krishna as the all-powerful, they all have abysmal assertion with no evidence and by definition irrational to assert their God, either religion or philosophy. Using a quotation from the Bible, Quran, Vedas and etc. somehow proves their premise, and that is just stupid. You have a book that says a thing I can do it, and thus spoke Zarathustra. It says God is dead, now what? Better yet, Epicurus once said, it is folly for a man to pray to the gods for that which he has the power to obtain by himself. When I hear that they have scientific or mathematical proof of God, yet I don't see them go under peer review and winning the Nobel Prize and be the most popular human that is ever live, hearing him or her on television and prove once and for all that atheist, agnostic and etc. are wrong, but instead this have not happened for the past 400 years. I guess they know that it is not proof and use it to persuade the common people for their agenda, and know that it will fail when using skepticism, agnosticism, and the null hypothesis by the experts. Yet many theists argue that they have all the answers once believe a God, but yet the more you believe, the more irrational beliefs you have, like climate change denial, anti-vax, Holocaust denial, anti-science, pseudo-intellectual, flat earth, geocentrism, rejecting evolution and Big Bang. Yet when they quote their holy book and somehow they found the secrets of the universe, nature is all there is and always will be, and there is no God, including the deist, it is official, fact, and God/theism is false /debunked/disproven. Like I said in chapter 7, that theism/God is impossible, improbable, incoherent, contractionary, illogical, inconsistent, and unintelligible. The word God by itself has no meaning, and the many definitions of God, which many contradict to one another and a lack of a mechanism to falsify, have no pragmatic predictive value, and the null hypothesis, which shows that God does not exist. The fact that believe in some concept of God, either Mormon or Muslim or Catholic or Hindu or deist, they are rejecting other God concepts. They are atheist with every other concept except their own, which is proof that there is no God. The idea that there are atheists and a history of atheism is a strong proof against God, but even if we can give the hardest version of God to refute, that has the least assumptions, a postmodern/post-structuralist God, but we do not give him character and attributes like omnipresent and omniscience, and the simplest is an unknown God without being or godness, spaceless, timeless, outside of space and time, and immaterial, conscience immaterial being, which put them together is God, by postmodern theologian standards. Many people believe that this goodness, using Platonic terminology, cannot be debunked, but that is as more ridiculous as any other concept of God, because being spaceless, that means he is not in space, timeless means that it is not in time, and immaterial is that it is not made of everything. You have told me something that it is not, exactly something that doesn't exist, it is nowhere, does nothing, and isn't made of everything/anything, it is nothing at all, eternal oblivion, like when we die. When people talk about God, they are talking shiverish nonsense, that does not have a coherent, meaningful concept of being that is conscience, and immaterial is a contradiction, because a physical brain is required to have consciousness, not the other way around, and that has been proven by science, collection of neurons, subliminal stimuli, evolution, chemicals, and other physical phenomenon. God with conscience but immaterial, non-material, does not exist. God has no spatial location. By definition, there is no location at which God exists. God exists nowhere, which is synonymous that God does not exist. A timeless God means that God in no time existed, which is synonymous that God does not exist. This is a clear proof that God does not exist. It is impossible. Thus the afterlife is impossible, and the quantum field theory proves it. Atheists have better explanation and predictive power than theism, like when the universe is made of atoms. The universe is chaotic, no gods needed. The atheist Democritus predicted this perfectly, at which the atom becomes the backbone of physics and chemistry, or Lucretius in his masterpiece On the Nature of Things, who may argue he was an atheist mostly of his materialist and atomist views, but in his work made more predictions than any prophet in history, like the molecule, law of inertia, principle of universal natural law, rain cycle, sound as a pressure wave in air, light composed of particles, sense of smell caused by shape of molecule fitting shape of receptor in nose, lightning caused by friction between storm fronts, lightning composed of tiny particles, earthquakes caused by slipping fault lines, Nile rises from snow melting at its source, matter is mostly empty space, magnetism caused by exchange of particles, fire is not an element, other planetary systems, no center of the universe, speed of light is finite, theory of relativity, quantum indeterminism and Brownian motion. The Jains, who are atheists, propose the universe never have a beginning, no creation, which has been proven by Big Bang cosmology, quantum mechanics. Quantum influctuation proves the material energy of the universe is eternal and indeterministic, thus no God required. Evolution was first proposed by atheists, although it is very different as we know it today, like Anaximander, On Nature, Lucretius, On the Nature of Things, Percy Shelley, A Refutation of Deism, and Denis Diderot, On the Interpretation of Nature, which Darwin proved evolution to be correct. David Hume influenced Einstein for his theory of relativity by reading Hume's treatise on human nature in the collected papers of Albert Einstein. Very possibly, I wouldn't have come to the solution without those philosophical studies. And lastly, atheists for centuries explained that belief in God and religion is a human invention, like David Hume's The Natural History of Religion and humorous view that the stories of the gods are just Exaggerated event space of humans who gain reputation and divine status. Now we know where religion/theism and belief of the supernatural comes from, a theory of religion itself, where religion comes from, why people believe it, how it develops and progress over time, what they're going to do in the future, what factors govern these beliefs, and now we know people believe it is just a natural explanation of human psychology, agent detection, and pareidolia. It is falsifiable, reducible, on command, demonstrable and predictable. This is the final nail in the coffin, the ultimate absolute metaphysical/ontological proof for the non-existence of God. It is a human invention. It is a fact thanks to the history of religion/theism itself. Most interpretations of quantum mechanics, Heisenberg uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics, evolution, cosmology, Big Bang cosmology, moral psychology, evolution of morality, sociology of morality, moral development, evolutionary ethics, near-death studies, neuroscience, history of religion, anthropology of religion, evolutionary origin of religion, psychology of religion, sociology of religion, political science of religion, comparative religion/theology/mythology, physics, chemistry, biology, quantum physics, and the null hypothesis as shows us the evidence of the non-existence of God. In a postmodern world, Baudrillard was right when he said, "It's no surprise that God has died, leaving behind a perfectly free and random world, and leaving the task of organizing things to a blind divinity named chance." Conclusions. I don't want a religious world, but also I don't want an atheist world, but a irreligious secular world where both theist and atheist live together without an organized religion. We need to promote agnosticism, skepticism, religious skepticism, philosophical skepticism, scientific skepticism, education of science, philosophy, math, culture, history, and politics. Tax the church. We should use secular morals and secular ethics, secular humanism. My moral, ethical, and meta-ethical system is secular humanism, but to be more specific is a mix of consequentialism, ethical naturalism, and base our understanding on the research of the science of morality. We should promote a complete separation of church and state, a secular world state. We should have a freedom of religion, freedom from religion, freedom of press, freedom of speech, freedom of market, freedom of conscience, against censorship, equality of all and freedom. We as a species should stop the more extreme side of religion, and religion in general is a threat to society, and we should move on without religion. The death of religion is the natural progress. We need to be together as one, as humanity, as the people, when we progress to become a type 1 civilization on the Kardashev scale as early as 2100. We should travel the solar system, colonize the solar system, cure disease, create artificial intelligence, and possibly create a sentient being, emerge man with machine, start the technological singularity, renewable energy, fusion energy, global democracy, free universal healthcare, free education, equality to all, improve the lives of people who are suffering, stem cell researches, and other things that to some extent some of them are suppressed because of religion and ignorance of people who don't know the topic. And to the religious people who are reading this, remember this. We are not special. We are just another animal that lives on this tiny pale blue dot, and if you still believe that your religion and God is the right one, out of the infinite yet expanding universe, over trillions of galaxies, over the billions of planets, over the millions of solar system, over all the planets, out of the 2,400 religions, more than 100,00 different denominations, and over 3 million gods, and the one you believe so happens to be the right one, that you were so lucky that you believe that you have the correct religion, the correct God, the correct denomination, the correct holy book, the correct interpretation of your God, the correct interpretation of your holy book, the correct theology, the correct philosophy, the correct morals, the correct ethics, the correct political view, the correct doctrine, and the correct version of the afterlife. There are many mysteries, but we can find the answer together with honesty, skepticism, being agnostic, saying is okay to say I don't know, study other cultures, study different views, different philosophies, and as long religion lives, it will always find a way to destroy civilization directly or indirectly. Religion is the ultimate form of abuse in every way, shape, or form. It is thus no wonder all arguments for the existence of God are rejected by the majority of philosophers and scientists in elite universities, and it is no wonder the majority of philosophers and scientists in the world are atheists, and the top leading apologists in the world don't realize when their questions of where do morals come from and other similar questions, but science already answered them, and this is why religion is the ultimate falsehood of reality, and to accept theism, to believe in God, is to believe in the ultimate conspiracy theory. Faith is the most dishonest position humans can have, and in worst case scenarios thinks that philosophy, critical thinking, and skepticism is evil. This is the danger of faith and religious dogma, that no matter how educated you are, if you use faith as your main foundation, then you will believe in ridiculous concepts and reject science, like John Lennox rejects evolution by naturalistic means, but instead believe in a supernatural, and this human exceptionalism is what happens when faith and religion distorts the minds of people, and he cares so much about hope that he got no use for evidence and truth. Edward Facer, he doesn't believe in Newtonian or Einsteinian physics and believes that dogs don't go to heaven, and in 2009 that George Tiller, a doctor, was murdered by an anti-abortion extremist, Scott Roeder, and that son of a bitch they called a theologian. Facer made this comment: Tiller was almost certainly a more evil man than Dahmer was. Christopher Hitchens was right when he said that religion poisons everything. Christianity/theism has poisoned his mind. Lastly, William Lane Craig rejects macroevolution, Einsteinian relativity, and this famous report, Dealing with Doubt. In this famous interview, professional philosopher Craig also claims that the devil is real and responsible for instilling doubt about the truth of Christianity, and explains to his fellow believers how to deal with such doubts. Basically, the faithful should trust their private experience of the Holy Spirit, and, eventually, evidence will turn up to vindicate their religious beliefs. This professional philosopher has a horrible credentialism because the university he was part of is Biola University, a place that is against homosexuality and promotes creationism, and this is the doctrinal statement from the university he works. The Bible, consisting of all the books of the Old and New Testaments, is the Word of God, a supernaturally given revelation from God Himself, concerning Himself, His being, nature, character, will and purposes, and concerning man, his nature, need and duty and destiny. The scriptures of the Old and New Testaments are without error or misstatement in their moral and spiritual teaching and record of historical facts. They are without error or defect of any kind. Biola University. We believe that God has revealed Himself and His truth in the created order, in the scriptures, and supremely in Jesus Christ, and that the scriptures of the Old and New Testaments are verbally inspired by God and inerrant in the original writing, so that they are fully trustworthy and of supreme and final authority in all they say. Wheaton College. Founded under the providence of God and with the conviction that there is a need for a university in this community that will train the minds, develop the moral character, and enrich the spiritual lives of all people who may come within the ambit of its influence, Houston Baptist University shall stand as a witness for Jesus Christ, expressed directly through its administration, faculty, and students. To assure the perpetuation of these basic concepts of its founders, it is resolved that all those who become associated with Houston Baptist University as a trustee, officer, member of the faculty or of the staff, and who perform work connected with the educational activities of the university, must believe in the divine inspiration of the Bible, both the Old Testament and New Testament, that man was directly created by God, the virgin birth of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, as the Son of God, that he died for the sins of all men and thereafter arose from the grave, that by repentance and the acceptance of and belief in him, by the grace of God, the individual is saved from eternal damnation and receives eternal life in the presence of God, and it is further resolved that the ultimate teachings in this university shall never be inconsistent with the above principles. Houston Baptist University. Man was created in the image of God, after his likeness, but the whole human race fell in the fall of the first Adam. All men, until they accept the Lord Jesus as their personal Savior, are lost, darkened in their understanding, alienated from the life of God through the ignorance that is in them, hardened in heart, morally and spiritually dead through their trespasses and sins. They cannot see, nor enter the kingdom of God until they are born again of the Holy Spirit. Biola University. There is a personal devil, a being of great cunning and power, the prince of the power of the air, the prince of this world, the god of this age. He can exert vast power only so far as God suffers him to do so. He shall ultimately be cast into the lake of fire and brimstone and shall be tormented day and night forever. Biola University. All those who persistently reject Jesus Christ in the present life shall be raised from the dead and throughout eternity exist in the state of conscious, unutterable, endless torment of anguish. Biola University. This is an embarrassment to any legitimate academic institution, the very antithesis of what higher education, which is based on skepticism, free inquiry, free thinking, independent thinking, doubt, pragmatism, discovery, understanding and learning, and this is the face of apologetics. I think if God exists, he, she or it will be insulted by religion rather than unbelievers, especially when he believes that all the children in the Bible who were killed were receiving ultimate good and blessing in order to be closer to God. That is not an intelligent theologian, this is how a serial killer will talk. Not only happens to modern theists that reject all the evidence we discover like evolution, but in the past, like I mentioned, Aristotle and Plato reject the atom because it was too atheistic, which Christians and Muslims adopt their philosophy, Aristotelianism and Platonism, as dogma that cannot be questioned and suppress opposing views like Epicureanism and atomism. John Chrysostom rejected science and believed that the Bible is all the source you need, and same goes to Lactantius, who was a biblical literalist and was the advisor of Constantine I and rejected the idea of round earth even though it was common knowledge as early as 100 BC. Tertullian also rejected the sphere earth, that he advised Constantine I to reject the round earth because his heresy. Eusebius, he was also connected with Constantine's family and promote that pagan, Greco-Roman, philosophy was stolen from Jewish scripture. He believed that scientists who exclude God in their research are blasphemies, and this is his view of naturalistic/atheistic philosophy, stand in opposition alike to the doctrines of the Hebrews and of Plato and to the truth itself. He believed that scripture has perfect wisdom and should reject science, natural philosophy, because it leads to atheism, and it was useless in his words, unprofitable, meddlesome, and pointless. The Jews before Jesus arrived did not much care about science and philosophy and teach children scripture and religious law orally, which Christians later adopt, and the Jews were against Greek science and philosophy. Cursed be a man who teaches his son Greek wisdom. Philo of Alexandria was a rare exception because he was the first Jewish philosopher, because he was a diaspora Jew, one of a few Jewish sect that accepted Greek education, but Philo believed that scientists and philosophers, naturalists, should dedicate to study the nature of God, but he believed that abandoning science and philosophy and to become priests and prophets are superior and become a man of God. This is considered an improvement in his eyes, which Christians will later have the same attitude later in its history, like Tertullian forbade Christians from Greek education because it was pagan. Hippolytus believed that being a teacher was immoral, and during the crisis of the 3rd century, many Christians was preaching to reject science and philosophy, and the Bible is all you need. Avoid all books of the heathen. For what have you to do with strange sayings or laws or lying prophecies, which also turn away from the faith those who are young? For what is wanting for you in the word of God, that you should cast yourself upon these fables of the heathen? If you want to read historical narratives, you have the book of Kings. If wise men and philosophers, you have the prophets, wherein you shall find more wisdom and understanding than of the so-called wise men and philosophers, for they are the words of the one God, the only wise being. And if you wish for songs, you have the Psalms of David. But if you'd rather read about the beginning of the world, you have the Genesis of the great Moses. And if you want laws and commandments, you have the glorious law of the Lord God. All that is strange, therefore, everything contrary to the Bible, wholly avoid. During the first 5 centuries that Christians did not have an alternative to the Greek education system, and the very few ones focused on adults converts that focus religious principles based on the Jewish schools and not focus on literacy but instead orally, Celsus, a Greek philosopher, found that Christians are telling students that schools are empty nonsense, and Origen confirmed this, and he believed that Christians' teachings are superior to the natural sciences. Eusebius mocked the values of education. Those who stretch out and hold up this education of which I speak, they think they are lifted up high in the sky to walk on the very ether, as if carrying God himself in their numbers, while they conclude that we, because we do not pursue the same studies, are not better than cattle, and say we cannot know in this way either God or anything majestic. And the few Christians who wanted to learn Greek science were labeled heretics by the majority of Christians, like Origen, who was one of, if not the only Christian in the early years that support higher education for Christians before the 4th century, but his school was a Platonist school, which most Christians were already Platonist. Origen viewed philosophy only as a preparation for real knowledge, which was scripture. Your talent could make you a perfect Roman lawyer or a Greek philosopher of the usual reputable schools, but I wanted you to exhaust the whole power of your talent on Christianity as your end, and because of this I prayed successfully that you would take from Greek philosophy those things that would enable you for Christianity, in a sense, as a general or preparatory curriculum, and also those things from geometry and astronomy that are useful for interpreting the Holy Scriptures. So what the students of philosophers say about geometry and music, and also grammar and rhetoric and astronomy being assistant to philosophy, we might say the same about philosophy in respect to Christianity. Clement of Alexandria reject Christians that do science but at least have enough understanding in order to defend their faith against pagans and atheists, and believe that philosophy came from the devil in Stromata 6.8:66.1. He believed that philosophy that does not have God as the creator is stupid and leads to atheism. For the wisdom of the world is foolishness with God, and of those who are the wise the Lord knows their thoughts are vain. Let no man therefore glory on account of preeminence in human thought. For it is written well in Jeremiah, let not the wise man glory in his wisdom, but let him that glories glory in this, that he knows and understands that I am the Lord. Clement have this strong rejection of science and philosophy, and that faith is infallible is all you need, and scripture is the only source you need, but you need to believe it first, and then the truth will be revealed to you. By faith alone is it possible to arrive at the first principle of the universe, as this is the subject of teaching, which is taught on the basis of previous knowledge. But the Greeks had no previous knowledge of the first principle of the universe, whether Thales, who took water as the primary cause, or any of the other natural philosophers who succeeded him. Anaxagoras may have been the first to establish mind in charge of material objects, yet not even he noted the cause of creation, sketching in irrational vortices, leaving mind mindlessly inactive. So the word says, do not call anyone your teacher on earth. For knowledge is a state resulting from demonstration. But faith is a grace which helps its possessor to climb from things which cannot be demonstrated to the ultimate simplicity, which is not matter, has no connection with matter, and is not subject to matter. But those who believe not, as to be expected, drag all down from heaven, and the region of the invisible, to earth, literally grasping with their hands rocks and oaks, according to Plato. 4. Clinging to all such things, they insist that that alone exists which can be touched and handled, defining body and essence to be identical. Tertullian made a more explicit case into the nations. He who shall have the fear of God, even if he be ignorant of everything else, if he has attained to the knowledge and truth of God, will possess full and perfect wisdom, needing no other end. Since philosophers have not clearly realized this, their wisdom is useless. Natural philosophy is therefore useless. Knowledge of God is all anyone needs. Indeed, vain are those supports of human learning, which, by their artful method of weaving conjectures, belie both wisdom and truth. Not only this, but Tertullian believed that physics, science, and philosophy as a whole leads to atheism and must be rejected. Here are two examples from the man himself. On all other occasions, your conduct is right enough, because you consider the author, but in physical phenomena your rule is opposed to that natural principle which prompts you to a wise judgment in all other cases, removing out of sight as you do the supreme position of the author, and considering rather the things that happen, than him by whom they happen. Thus it comes to pass that you suppose the power and the dominion belong to the elements, which are but the slaves and functionaries. It is better not to know what God has not revealed, than to know it from man, because man is presumptuous. Hence for a Christian only a few words are needed to have knowledge of the subject. For there is always certainty in those few words. Man is not allowed to investigate any further than what he is allowed to discover anyway. For the Apostle Paul forbids endless questions. Again, man is not permitted to discover any more than what is learned from God. For that which is learned from God is all there is to know. Lactantius, the advisor of Constantine, I wrote the Divine Institutes, which continued the tradition that pagan science and philosophy is stupid and a waste of time and Christian theology is superior. Let him who wishes to be wise and happy hear the voice of God, learn righteousness, understand the mystery of his birth, despise human affairs, and embrace divine things, for only then may he gain that chief good to which he was born. He reject all philosophy for rejecting God and reject science entirely because scientists are mad, senseless, and beast, and the common people are more wise than the scientists and natural philosophers. We must look up to the heaven, to which the nature of the body calls us. But if it is admitted that this must be done, it must either be done with this view, that we may devote ourselves to religion, or that we may know the nature of the heavenly objects. But we cannot by any means know the nature of the heavenly objects, because nothing of that kind can be found out by reflection, as I have before shown. We must therefore devote ourselves to religion, and he who does not undertake this prostrates himself to the ground, and, imitating the life of beasts, abdicates the office of man. Therefore the ignorant are more wise, for even if they err in choosing religion, they still remember their own nature and condition. Eusebius have the same views as Lactantius to reject science as useless, for we see no use in them, nor any tendency to help or benefit mankind, and we must reject science because it leads to atheism. Did not assume any creator or maker of the universe, nay, they made no mention of God at all, but referred the cause of the all solely to irrational impulse and spontaneous motion. This hatred of philosophy, science, and anti-intellectualism in the first 3 centuries of Christianity by the founders that today can be seen by creationist, biblical literalist, flat earthers and neo-geocentrist. Which Christians from the 19th century to recently that Christians reject evolution or anything that relates to it, astronomy, cosmology, atoms, modern medicine and the ones that accept science but as long it doesn't contradict their beliefs. Paul in 1 Thessalonians and Corinthians show us that he is against Greek understanding and faith in the scripture is all you need and speaking tongues was a way to achieve wisdom by today's snakes handlers and mentally insane people think they are gaining true understanding and in 2 Timothy sees the Bible as the only source of wisdom and a school text. Remain in the things which you learned and were assured of, knowing from whom you learned them, and that from the time you were born you have known the sacred writings which can make you wise to salvation through trust in Jesus Christ. Every divinely inspired scripture is useful for education, for refutation, for correction, for schooling in righteousness. The New Testament is against science and is only a waste on time like in 2 Peter 3:10, 13, 1 John 2:15, 17, James 4:4, Galatians 4:3, Galatians 4:8-9, Philippians 3:8, Luke 1:18, 20 and James 1:5-8. The day of the Lord will come like a thief, in which the heavens will pass away with a rushing sound, and the elements shall be dissolved, burned with an intense heat, and the earth and the works that are in it shall be found undone. Since all these things are thus to be undone, what sort of people must you be in holy behaviors and pieties, expecting and urging on the coming of the day of the Lord, through which the heavens will be dissolved by burning and the elements will be melted down by intense heat? But according to his promise, we expect a new heaven and a new earth, in which righteousness dwells. Do not love the world or the things that are in the world. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world, the desire of the flesh and the desire of the eyes and the false pretension of life, is not from the Father but is from the world. The world is passing away, along with its desire. But he who does the will of God remains to eternity. Ye adulterers and adulteresses, know ye not that the friendship of the world is enmity with God? Whosoever therefore will be a friend of the world is the enemy of God. Even so we, when we were children, were in bondage under the elements of the world. Howbeit then, when ye knew not God, ye did service unto them which by nature are no gods. But now, after that ye have known God, or rather are known of God, how turn ye again to the weak and beggarly elements, whereunto ye desire again to be in bondage? Ye doubtless, and I count all things but loss for the excellency of the knowledge of Christ Jesus my Lord, for whom I have suffered the loss of all things, and do count them but dung, that I may win Christ. And Zacharias said unto the angel, Whereby shall I know this? For I am an old man, and my wife well stricken in years. And the angel answering said unto him, I am Gabriel, that stand in the presence of God, and am sent to speak unto thee, and to shew thee these glad tidings. And, behold, thou shalt be dumb, and not able to speak, until the day that these things shall be performed, because thou believest not my words, which shall be fulfilled in their season. If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally, and upbraideth not, and it shall be given him. But let him ask in faith, nothing wavering. For he that wavereth is like a wave of the sea driven with the wind and tossed. For let not that man think that he shall receive anything of the Lord. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. Science and natural philosophy is ought to be destroyed by the Christian God, and Christians who are philosophers and scientists from the medieval ages to the 2010s are doing the very thing God was sent to destroy. Christians believe because the scripture said so, just like in the words of Justin Martyr. This should now be obvious to you that whatever we assert, in conformity with what has been taught to us by Christ, and by the prophets who preceded him, is alone true, and older than all the writers who have existed. Aristides and Tatian came to the same conclusion, that scientists and philosophers are fools and Christians are wise. Tatian, in address to the Greeks, believed that the science of medicine was demonic evil, and trusting a doctor to heal you is to doubt God. Why is he who trusts in the system of matter not willing to trust in God? For what reason do you not approach the more powerful Lord, but rather seek to cure yourself? Hippolytus also reject medicine because the philosophers have fallen away from God. Arnobius also reject medicine and believe that faith healing is superior, and Paul of Samosata condemned Christian who use Greek science and natural philosophy when Celsus tried to attack the Christians' reasoning. But the Christians, even today, will say don't question, just believe in Jesus, which even Origen admit. We admit that we teach those men to believe without reasons. It has shown from Paul to Eusebius to Origen believe science and philosophy should be damned. Even the great Augustine of Hippo rejected science and revelation is superior to observation. He expressed this view in his work City of God, and he said this: God made hell for the curious. Martin Luther rejected astronomy for contradicting the cosmological views because the Bible is the only infallible source. Imam Hamid al-Ghazali was the Augustine of Islam, that his interpretation of the Quran became the official way of how to be a Muslim today, and his theology lead to the belief that math is not divine but earthly pursuit, which over time became anti-God among the collective consciousness, which after the golden age ended, that science and math stopped progressing ever since. That the overwhelming majority in the Middle East are anti-science and promote creationism, while for the Jews for centuries focus heavily on religious tradition, but in the 20th century when they focus on education and scholarship, which by results became skeptics, humanist. And the majority of Jews today are either atheists or agnostics, and won 25% of all Nobel Prizes in the sciences, while Muslims is 0.5%. While the Catholic Church did not view Copernican heliocentric model as heresy but was condemned in theological circles, this tyrannical grip that even René Descartes noticed this hatred that the Church have against opposing theological views. In his work Le Monde he said, I wouldn't want to publish a discourse which had a single word that the Church disapproved of, so I prefer to suppress it rather than publish it in a mutilated form. This mentality is the reason that science did little progress in the medieval ages, even in the Byzantine Empire, but when the rediscovering of Greco-Roman values, science, philosophy, and politics, in the 12th century, where interest of pagan values and accidentally atheistic ideas like atomism became on the rise by Christians and non-Christians, which paved the way of the scientific revolution, which by the structure of this revolution, like the scientific method, methodological naturalism, and empiricism, was already argued for by Hero, Galen, and Ptolemy. The Roman Empire in the 2nd century was close to have their own scientific revolution, but the crisis of the 3rd century, Germanic invasions, mass migrations, Christians' attitudes against science and philosophy, and the increased appeal of superstition, supernaturalism, esotericism, and mysticism that stop and kill science until their rediscovering in the 7th century in Spain, called the Isidorian Renaissance. But it was exclusive among the clergy that learned classical literature like Pliny's natural history, but the same time made anti-Jewish laws. But in the 8th century, where the Carolingian Renaissance preserved the works of Cicero, Lucretius, and Julius Caesar, and in the 12th century by early humanists in the Byzantine Empire and later Italy, which became the Renaissance, Christianity did not give birth to modern science, but thank the pagans and unbelievers that gave birth to our modern era. Not just science and philosophy, but also politics, which today's most countries are republic democracies, base of the Greco-Romans, and not divine right of kings and theocracies that we see today in Saudi Arabia and North Korea, which came been blamed by Thomas Aquinas, who believed that Christians should rule over and against any rulership of pagans, and especially atheists, which is why from the medieval ages to today Christians have either persecuted atheists or has this disgust or distrust of atheists. Thanks to his Summa Theologica, here are the few examples. The faithful, on the other hand, know them, not as by demonstration, but by the light of faith which makes them see that they ought to believe them. On the contrary, vice is opposed to virtue. Now faith is a virtue, and unbelief is opposed to it. Therefore unbelief is a sin. An unbeliever is more severely punished for his sin of unbelief than another sinner is for any sin whatever. Unbelief is greatest of sins. It is for this reason that Christ's faithful often wage war with unbelievers, not indeed for the purpose of forcing them to believe, because even if they were to conquer them, and take them prisoners, they should still leave them free to believe, if they will, but in order to prevent them from hindering the faith of Christ. Communication with a particular person, unbelievers, is forbidden to the faithful, in 2 ways. First, as a punishment of the person with whom they are forbidden to communicate. Secondly, for the safety of those who are forbidden to communicate with others. Those who are in authority can pronounce judgment on those over whom they are placed. But unbelievers cannot pronounce judgment on the faithful, for the Apostle says, 1 Cor 6:1, dare any of you, having a matter against another, go to be judged before the unjust, i.e. unbelievers, and not before the saints. Therefore it seems that unbelievers cannot have authority over the faithful. I answer that this question may be considered in 2 ways. First, we may speak of dominion or authority of unbelievers over the faithful as of a thing to be established for the first time. This ought by no means to be allowed, since it would provoke scandal and endanger the faith, for subjects are easily influenced by their superiors to comply with their commands, unless the subjects are of great virtue. Moreover, unbelievers hold the faith in contempt, if they see the faithful fall away. Hence the apostle forbade the faithful to go to law before an unbelieving judge. And so the church altogether forbids unbelievers to acquire dominion over believers, or to have authority over them in any capacity whatever. Nevertheless, this right of dominion or authority can be justly done away with by the sentence or ordination of the church who has the authority of God, since unbelievers in virtue of their unbelief deserve to forfeit their power over the faithful who are converted into children of God. The rights of other unbelievers, which are neither truthful nor profitable, are by no means to be tolerated, except perchance in order to avoid an evil, e.g. the scandal or disturbance that might ensue, or some hindrance to the salvation of those who if they were unmolested might gradually be converted to the faith. Not only this, but apologetics/theologians think there is no natural explanation for morals, ethics, and metaethics, which is pure bullshit. I have hundreds of sources from blogs to peer review works by scientists, philosophers, mathematicians, doctors, and theologians that all the evidence goes to metaphysical/ontological naturalism, atheism, metaethical naturalism, consequentialism, physicalism, beginningless, past eternal, indeterministic chaotic random spontaneous universe/multiverse. and that there is no afterlife, but we can disprove one of the most famous mathematical argument for God, Gödel's ontological argument, but thanks to science it has been disproven by AI, and this is the first step that machines can debunk religion once and for all. The inconsistency in Gödel's ontological argument, a success story for AI in metaphysics, Christoph Benzmuller and Bruno Woltz in Legel Palea. Also when they use metaphysics to use arguments for God, plus you can use these same arguments but against the existence of God, like the ontological argument against God by Eric Steinhardt, Patheos. Atheistic teleological argument by Michael Martin. Carmona's cosmological argument against the existence of God. Modal ontological argument against God by R. N. Carmona. Evan Follis divine intervention, metaphysical and epistemological puzzles. Proving the non-existence of God, modal ontology, by John L. Pollock. Ontological argument for the non-existence of God by François Tremblay. Cosmological arguments against the existence of God by David Bake. The transcendental argument for the non-existence of God by Michael Martin. Critiques of theistic arguments by A. C. Grayling. Arguments for atheism by Graham Oppy. Naturalism and physicalism by Evan Follis. Impossibility arguments by Patrick Grimm. Callum cosmological arguments for atheism by Quinton Smith. Why survival is metaphysically impossible by Raymond D. Bradley. Non-physical souls would violate physical laws by David L. Wilson. Near-death experiences explained, scientific proof of soul and spilt brain by Thomas Westbrook. God versus the neutrino by Anti-Citizen X. One example made by Jean-Paul Sartre which makes an ontological argument for God's non-existence. No consciousness, not even gods can see the underside, that is, apprehend the totality as such. For if God is consciousness, he is integrated in the totality. And if by his nature, he is a being beyond consciousness, that is, and in itself which would be its own foundation, still the totality can appear to him only as object. In that case he lacks the totality's internal disintegration as the subjective effort to reapprehend the self, or as subject. Then since God is not this subject, he can only experience it without knowing it. They will use the same premise metaphysical and ontological arguments and will lead to a valid conclusion, thus making any argument for God as self-defeating, thus another failure of theism, and that the teleological argument was originally as a refutation of atomism because the theory of the atom was too materialistic, naturalistic, and atheistic and eliminates the idea of essence, essentialism, and I blame Plato and Aristotle for rejecting the theory of the atom and consequentially stop a specific scientific progress, but when the atom was proven to be true it was an unknown victory for metaphysical atheism. Leucippus, Democritus, Jean-Paul Sartre, and existentialism was correct all along. This is why religion/theism is false. Prophets, failed prophecy like Joseph Smith made a prophecy that when the U.S. Civil War starts and Jesus will return in the year 1891, or that Muhammad will invade India and will start the end times, which never happened, or for the Jews that in context in Isaiah 7:14-16 where the Messiah was the son of King Ahaz to be born before 740 BC, but instead the Neo-Assyrian Empire took over, thus a failed prophecy, and the Jews have no Messiah to wait. Hindus end times believe that Kalki will kill the sinful people and atheists by the millions and create a new cycle of the universe, rejecting basic cosmology and the B theory of time. Paul believed that during his lifetime that Jesus will return in his first work 1 Thessalonians 2:19. Also in the same text Paul thought that the tribulation that he believed would precede Jesus' coming had already passed and expected Jesus to return within the lifetime of his followers. Let your moderation be known unto all men. The Lord is at hand, and if don't agreed with Paul then, but though we, or an angel from heaven, preach any other gospel unto you than that which we have preached unto you, let him be accursed. As we said before, so say I now again, if any man preach any other gospel unto you than that ye have received, let him be accursed. And Paul gave birth to Christian terrorism in 2 Corinthians 5:11, knowing therefore the terror of the Lord, we persuade men, but we are made manifest unto God, and I trust also are made manifest in your consciences. In Zechariah 12:10 Christians claim that is a Jesus prophecy, but in reality is about an invading army, and John purposely leave out the word me to try to justify his theology, and in Daniel the 70-week prophecy is claimed by Christians that is a prophecy about Jesus, but it's false, and in reality it's about Onias III as the Messiah, and Antiochus Epiphanes was the coming prince to destroy Jerusalem, and in Daniel 12 the day of judgment was supposed to happen after Antiochus. Persecution of the Jews in the 2nd century BC, or in Daniel trying to interpret Nebuchadnezzar's dream to predict future kingdoms, but the book of Daniel was written 400 years after the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, and it was written during the reign of Antiochus IV Epiphanes, but the future kingdoms he claims using a statue of various metals as reference of other kingdoms is nothing new. Like Works and Days by Hesiod, 700 BC, and the Old Avestan tradition of Zoroastrianism did the same thing, and remember that Judaism was influenced by Zoroastrian belief. In Sahih Muslim 41:6985 made a prophecy that is anti-Semitic. The day of judgment will not come about until Muslims kill the Jews. When the Jews will hide behind trees and stones, will say, O Muslims, there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him. Only the Gurkad tree will not do that because it is one of the trees of Jews. This is pure bullshit, and this will never occur. The closets they got is when some Muslims have joined forces to Nazi Germany and Hitler have warm feelings to them, because we were jointly fighting the Jews. This led him to discuss Palestine and the conditions there, and he then stated that he himself would not rest until the last Jew had left Germany. Khalid al-Hud observed that the Prophet Muhammad had acted the same way. He had driven the Jews out of Arabia. Of course he will have nice feelings about Muslims because Allah declared in Sahih Muslim 19:4366, I will expel the Jews and Christians from the Arabian Peninsula and will not leave anyone but Muslims, or in Quran 9:30, Jews and Christians imitate the saying of those who disbelieved. Allah destroy them, how they are deluded. Like the Nazis, when you don't accept their political philosophy then you will suffer, and in Quran 3:85, and whoever desires a religion other than Islam, never will it be accepted of him, and in the hereafter he will be among the losers. This is the same religion where their believers, according to 2006 Gallup study, that the 7%, 90 million, of the world's Muslim population believe the 9/11 attacks are completely justified, and also they believe Muhammad was mentioned in the Quran 4 times, but the first time, 3:144, refers Jesus as Muhammad, and the third time is someone to whom Allah has given revelations, an unknown person. Other fail Islamic prophecy like Muslims will conquer Constantinople and thus the end times begin. 1453 was supposed to end the world, and Muhammad said the world was going to end during the century he lived. 7th century was the last century, in Sahih Muslim 31:6162-6165. Not only religion gave birth to racism, inequality, and anti-intellectualism, but sexism, which women are the worst victim of religion, for example. In Taoism the yin-yang, that yang symbolized as night or the moon, embodying everything negative, evil, and lowly. In chapter 61 of the Jing, the feminine always conquers the masculine by her quietness, by lowering herself through her quietness. Zeus raped goddesses and many pagan gods kill, torture, and other crimes to humans or other gods. There are many virgin goddesses but no virgin gods. Jewish mythology that Lilith, Adam's first wife, was the snake that convinced Adam and Eve to eat the fruit, making her Satan, that Christians used to believe, and you can see this female snake in Notre Dame Cathedral. In Bible, men are worth more than women in Leviticus 27:3-7. And thy estimation shall be of the male from 20 years old even unto 60 years old, even thy estimation shall be 50 shekels of silver, after the shekel of the sanctuary. And if it be a female, then thy estimation shall be 30 shekels. And if it be from 5 years old even unto 20 years old, then thy estimation shall be of the male 20 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. And if it be from a month old even unto 5 years old, then thy estimation shall be of the male 5 shekels of silver, and for the female thy estimation shall be 3 shekels of silver. And if it be from 60 years old and above, if it be a male, then thy estimation shall be 15 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. Genesis 3:16. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception, in sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. Genesis 19:8. Behold now, I have 2 daughters which have not known man, let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes, only unto these men do nothing, for therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. Genesis 38:16-24. And he turned unto her by the way, and said, Go to, I pray thee, let me come in unto thee, for he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, What wilt thou give me, that thou mayest come in unto me? And he said, I will send thee a kid from the flock. And she said, Wilt thou give me a pledge, till thou send it? And he said, What pledge shall I give thee? And she said, Thy signet, and thy bracelets, and thy staff that is in thine hand. And he gave it her, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him. And she arose, and went away, and laid by her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Judah sent the kid by the hand of his friend the Adullamite, to receive his pledge from the woman's hand, but he found her not. Then he asked the men of that place, saying, Where is the harlot, that was openly by the wayside? And they said, There was no harlot in this place. And he returned to Judah, and said, I cannot find her, and also the men of the place said, that there was no harlot in this place. And Judah said, Let her take it to her, lest we be shamed. Behold, I sent this kid, and thou hast not found her. And it came to pass about 3 months after, that it was told Judah, saying, Tamar thy daughter-in-law hath played the harlot, and also, behold, she is with child by whoredom. And Judah said, Bring her forth, and let her be burnt. Exodus 21:3-4. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master have given him a wife, and she have borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. Exodus 21:7. And if a man sell his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the menservants do. Exodus 21:10. If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage, shall he not diminish. Leviticus 12:1-8. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, If a woman have conceived seed, and born a man child, then she shall be unclean 7 days, according to the days of the separation for her infirmity shall she be unclean. And in the 8th day the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised. And she shall then continue in the blood of her purifying 30 days, she shall touch no hallowed thing, nor come into the sanctuary, until the days of her purifying be fulfilled. But if she bear a maid child, then she shall be unclean 2 weeks, as in her separation, and she shall continue in the blood of her purifying 66 days. And when the days of her purifying are fulfilled, for a son, or for a daughter, she shall bring a lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, and a young pigeon, or a turtle dove, for a sin offering, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priest, who shall offer it before the Lord, and make an atonement for her, and she shall be cleansed from the issue of her blood. This is the law for her that hath borne a male or a female. And if she be not able to bring a lamb, then she shall bring 2 turtles, or 2 young pigeons, the one for the burnt offering, and the other for a sin offering, and the priest shall make an atonement for her, and she shall be clean. Leviticus 15:19-30. And if a woman have an issue, and her issue in her flesh be blood, she shall be put apart 7 days, and whosoever toucheth her shall be unclean until the even. And everything that she layeth upon in her separation shall be unclean, everything also that she sitteth upon shall be unclean. And whosoever toucheth her bed shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the even. And whosoever toucheth anything that she sat upon shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the even. And if it be on her bed, or on anything whereon she sitteth, when he toucheth it, he shall be unclean until the even. And if any man lie with her at all, and her flowers be upon him, he shall be unclean 7 days, and all the bed whereon he lieth shall be unclean. And if a woman have an issue of her blood many days out of the time of her separation, or if it run beyond the time of her separation, all the days of the issue of her uncleanness shall be as the days of her separation, she shall be unclean. Every bed whereon she layeth all the days of her issue shall be unto her as the bed of her separation, and whatsoever she sitteth upon shall be unclean, as the uncleanness of her separation. And whosoever toucheth those things shall be unclean, and shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the even. But if she be cleansed of her issue, then she shall number to herself 7 days, and after that she shall be clean. And on the 8th day she shall take unto her 2 turtles, or 2 young pigeons, and bring them unto the priest, to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And the priest shall offer the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering, and the priest shall make an atonement for her before the Lord for the issue of her uncleanness. Leviticus 18:19. Also thou shalt not approach unto a woman to uncover her nakedness, as long as she is put apart for her uncleanness. Leviticus 19:20. And whosoever layeth carnally with a woman, that is a bondmaid, betrothed to an husband, and not at all redeemed, nor freedom given her, she shall be scourged, they shall not be put to death, because she was not free. Leviticus 21:9. And the daughter of any priest, if she profane herself by playing a whore, she profaneth her father, she shall be burnt with fire. Leviticus 27:3. And thy estimation shall be of the male from 20 years old even unto 60 years old, even thy estimation shall be 50 shekels of silver, after the shekel of the sanctuary. And if it be a female, then thy estimation shall be 30 shekels. And if it be from 5 years old even unto 20 years old, then thy estimation shall be of the male 20 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. And if it be from a month old even unto 5 years old, then thy estimation shall be of the male 5 shekels of silver, and for the female thy estimation shall be 3 shekels of silver. And if it be from 60 years old and above, if it be a male, then thy estimation shall be 15 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. Numbers 30:3-16. If a woman also vow a vow unto the Lord, and bind herself by a bond, being in her father's house in her youth, and her father hear her vow, and her bond wherewith she hath bound her soul, and her father shall hold his peace at her, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she hath bound her soul shall stand. But if her father disallow her in the day that he heareth, not any of her vows, or of her bonds wherewith she hath bound her soul, shall stand, and the Lord shall forgive her, because her father disallowed her. And if she had at all an husband, when she vowed, or uttered aught out of her lips, wherewith she bound her soul, and her husband heard it, and held his peace at her in the day that he heard it, then her vows shall stand, and her bonds wherewith she bound her soul shall stand. But if her husband disallowed her on the day that he heard it, then he shall make her vow which she vowed, and that which she uttered with her lips, wherewith she bound her soul, of none effect, and the Lord shall forgive her. But every vow of a widow, and of her that is divorced, wherewith they have bound their souls, shall stand against her. And if she vowed in her husband's house, or bound her soul by a bond with an oath, and her husband heard it, and held his peace at her, and disallowed her not, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she bound her soul shall stand. But if her husband hath utterly made them void on the day he heard them, then whatsoever proceeded out of her lips concerning her vows, or concerning the bond of her soul, shall not stand, her husband hath made them void, and the Lord shall forgive her. Every vow, and every binding oath to afflict the soul, her husband may establish it, or her husband may make it void. But if her husband altogether hold his peace at her from day to day, then he establisheth all her vows, or all her bonds, which are upon her, he confirmeth them, because he held his peace at her in the day that he heard them. But if he shall anyways make them void after that he hath heard them, then he shall bear her iniquity. These are the statutes, which the Lord commanded Moses, between a man and his wife, between the father and his daughter, being yet in her youth in her father's house. Numbers 31:14-18. And Moses was wroth with the officers of the host, with the captains over thousands, and captains over hundreds, which came from the battle. And Moses said unto them, Have ye saved all the women alive? Behold, these caused the children of Israel, through the counsel of Balaam, to commit trespass against the Lord in the matter of Peor, and there was a plague among the congregation of the Lord. Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known man by lying with him. But all the women children, that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. Sonsinobabilian Talmud, Nadarim 20b. A man may do whatever he pleases with his wife at intercourse. A parable, meat which comes from the abattoir, may be eaten salted, roasted, cooked, or seeded, so with fish from the fishmonger. Job 25:4. How then can man be justified with God, or how can he be clean that is born of a woman? Ecclesiastes 7:26. And I find more bitter than death the woman, whose heart is snares and nets, and her hands as bands, whoso pleaseth God shall escape from her, but the sinner shall be taken by her. Esther 1:22. For he sent letters into all the king's provinces, into every province according to the writing thereof, and to every people after their language, that every man should bear rule in his own house, and that it should be published according to the language of every people. Deuteronomy 20:13-15. And when the Lord thy God hath delivered it into thine hands, thou shalt smite every male thereof with the edge of the sword, but the women, and the little ones, and the cattle, and all that is in the city, even all the spoil thereof, shalt thou take unto thyself, and thou shalt eat the spoil of thine enemies, which the Lord thy God hath given thee. Thus shalt thou do unto all the cities which are very far off from thee, which are not of the cities of these nations. Deuteronomy 21:11-14. And seest among the captives a beautiful woman, and hast a desire unto her, that thou wouldest have her to thy wife, then thou shalt bring her home to thine house, and she shall shave her head, and pare her nails, and she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her, and shall remain in thine house, and bewail her father and her mother a full month, and after that thou shalt go in unto her, and be her husband, and she shall be thy wife. And it shall be, if thou have no delight in her, then thou shalt let her go whither she will, but thou shalt not sell her at all for money, thou shalt not make merchandise of her, because thou hast humbled her. Deuteronomy 22:5. The woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment, for all that do so are abomination unto the Lord thy God. Deuteronomy 22:13-24. If any man take a wife, and go in unto her, and hate her, and give occasions of speech against her, and bring up an evil name upon her, and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not a maid, then shall the father of the damsel, and her mother, take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity unto the elders of the city in the gate, and the damsel's father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter unto this man to wife, and he hateth her, and, lo, he hath given occasions of speech against her, saying, I found not thy daughter a maid, and yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city. And the elders of that city shall take that man and chastise him, and they shall immerse him in 100 shekels of silver, and give them unto the father of the damsel, because he hath brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Israel, and she shall be his wife, he may not put her away all his days. But if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel, then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her with stones that she die, because she hath wrought folly in Israel, to play the whore in her father's house, so shalt thou put evil away from among you. If a man be found lying with a woman married to an husband, then they shall both of them die, both the man that lay with the woman, and the woman, so shalt thou put away evil from Israel. If a damsel that is a virgin be betrothed unto an husband, and a man find her in the city, and lie with her, then ye shall bring them both out unto the gate of that city, and ye shall stone them with stones that they die, the damsel, because she cried not, being in the city, and the man, because he hath humbled his neighbor's wife, so thou shalt put away evil from among you. Deuteronomy 22:28-29. If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her, and lie with her, and they be found, then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife, because he hath humbled her, he may not put her away all his days. Deuteronomy 25:11-12. When men strive together one with another, and the wife of the one draweth near for to deliver her husband out of the hand of him that smiteth him, and putteth forth her hand, and taketh him by the secrets, then thou shalt cut off her hand, thine eye shall not pity her. 1 Corinthians 11:2-10. Now I praise you, brethren, that ye remember me in all things, and keep the ordinances, as I delivered them to you. But I would have you know, that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God. Every man praying or prophesying, having his head covered, dishonoureth his head. But every woman that prayeth or prophesieth with her head uncovered dishonoureth her head, for that is even all one as if she were shaven. For if the woman be not covered, let her also be shorn, but if it be a shame for a woman to be shorn or shaven, let her be covered. For a man indeed ought not to cover his head, forasmuch as he is the image and glory of God, but the woman is the glory of the man. For the man is not of the woman, but the woman of the man. Neither was the man created for the woman, but the woman for the man. For this cause ought the woman to have power on her head because of the angels. 1 Corinthians 14:34-35. Let your women keep silence in the churches, for it is not permitted unto them to speak, but they are commanded to be under obedience as also saith the law. And if they will learn anything, let them ask their husbands at home, for it is a shame for women to speak in the church. Colossians 3:18. Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands, as it is fit in the Lord. Ephesians 5:22-25. Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands, as unto the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church, and he is the Savior of the body. Therefore as the church is subject unto Christ, so let the wives be to their own husbands in everything. Husbands, love your wives, even as Christ also loved the church, and gave himself for it. 1 Peter 3:1-3. Likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands, that, if any obey not the word, they also may without the word be won by the conversation of the wives, while they behold your chaste conversation coupled with fear. Whose adorning let it not be that outward adorning of plaiting the hair, and of wearing of gold, or of putting on of apparel. 1 Peter 3:5-7. For after this manner in the old time the holy women also, who trusted in God, adorned themselves, being in subjection unto their own husbands, even as Sarah obeyed Abraham, calling him Lord, whose daughters ye are, as long as ye do well, and are not afraid with any amazement. Likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them according to knowledge, giving honor unto the wife, as unto the weaker vessel, and as being heirs together of the grace of life, that your prayers be not hindered. 1 Timothy 2:9-15. In like manner also, that women adorn themselves in modest apparel, with shamefacedness and sobriety, not with broided hair, or gold, or pearls, or costly array, but, which becometh women professing godliness, with good works. Let the woman learn in silence with all subjection. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. For Adam was first formed, then Eve. And Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in the transgression. Notwithstanding she shall be saved in childbearing, if they continue in faith and charity and holiness with sobriety. Romans 7:2. For the woman which hath an husband is bound by the law to her husband so long as he liveth, but if the husband be dead, she is loosed from the law of her husband. Titus 2:4-9. That they may teach the young women to be sober, to love their husbands, to love their children, to be discreet, chaste, keepers at home, good, obedient to their own husbands, that the word of God be not blasphemed. Young men likewise exhort to be sober-minded. In all things shewing thyself a pattern of good works, in doctrine shewing uncorruptness, gravity, sincerity, sound speech, that cannot be condemned, that he that is of the contrary part may be ashamed, having no evil thing to say of you. Exhort servants to be obedient unto their own masters, and to please them well in all things, not answering again, not purloining, but shewing all good fidelity, that they may adorn the doctrine of God our Savior in all things. Revelation 14:3-4. And they sung as it were a new song before the throne, and before the four beasts, and the elders, and no man could learn that song but the 144,000, which were redeemed from the earth. These are they which were not defiled with women, for they are virgins. These are they which follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. These were redeemed from among men, being the first fruits unto God and to the Lamb. Mormonism in their holy book have sexism like. 2 Nephi 13:12. And my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they who ill lead thee cause thee to err and destroy the way of thy paths. 2 Nephi 13:16-17. Moreover, the Lord saith, because the daughters of Zion are haughty, and walk with stretched forth necks and wanton eyes, walking and mincing as they go, and making a tinkling with their feet, therefore the Lord will smite with his scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion, and the Lord will discover their secret parts. 2 Nephi 13:26. And her agates shall lament and be mourned, and she shall be desolate, and shall sit upon the ground. 2 Nephi 14:4. When the Lord shall have washed away the filth of the daughters of Zion, and shall have purged the blood of Jerusalem from the midst thereof by the spirit of judgment and by the spirit of burning. 2 Nephi 15:14. Therefore, hell hath enlarged herself, and opened her mouth without measure, and their glory, and their multitude, and their pomp, and he that rejoiceth, shall descend into it. Alma 19:9. And Ammon said unto her, believest thou this? And she said unto him, I have had no witness save thy word, and the word of our servants, nevertheless I believe that it shall be according as thou hast said. Alma 30:18. And thus he did preach unto them, leading away the hearts of many, causing them to lift up their heads in their wickedness, yea, leading away many women, and also men, to commit whoredoms, telling them that when a man was dead, that was the end thereof. Moroni 9:7-10. And now I write somewhat concerning the sufferings of this people. For according to the knowledge which I have received from Ammoron, behold, the Lamanites have many prisoners, which they took from the tower of Sherizah, and there were men, women, and children. And the husbands and fathers of those women and children they have slain, and they feed the women upon the flesh of their husbands, and the children upon the flesh of their fathers, and no water, save a little, do they give unto them. And notwithstanding this great abomination of the Lamanites, it doth not exceed that of our people in Moriantum. For behold, many of the daughters of the Lamanites have they taken prisoners, and after depriving them of that which was most dear and precious above all things, which is chastity and virtue, and after they had done this thing, they did murder them in a most cruel manner, torturing their bodies even unto death, and after they have done this, they devour their flesh like unto wild beasts, because of the hardness of their hearts. And they do it for a token of bravery. Mosiah 12:29. And again he said unto them, If ye teach the law of Moses, why do ye not keep it? Why do ye set your hearts upon breaches? Why do ye commit whoredoms and spend your strength with harlots, and cause this people to commit sin, that the Lord has caused to send me to prophesy against this people, even a great evil against this people? Alma 39:3. And this is not all, my son. Thou didst do that which was grievous unto me, for thou didst forsake the ministry, and did go over into the land of Saran among the borders of the Lamanites, after the harlot Isabel. Alma 19:15-16. Now, when the servants of the king had seen that they had fallen, they also began to cry unto God, for the fear of the Lord had come upon them also, for it was Aphi who had stood before the king and testified unto him concerning the great power of Ammon. And it came to pass that they did call on the name of the Lord, in their might, even until they had all fallen to the earth, save it were one of the Lamanitish women, whose name was Abish, she having been converted unto the Lord for many years, on account of a remarkable vision of her father. Alma 50:30. And behold, they would have carried this plan into effect, which would have been a cause to have been lamented. But behold, Morianton being a man of much passion, therefore he was angry with one of his maidservants, and he fell upon her and beat her much. 3 Nephi 21:16. And I will cut off all witchcrafts out of thy land, and thou shalt have no more soothsayers. Mormon 1:19. And it came to pass that there were sorceries, and witchcrafts, and magics, and the power of the evil one was wrought upon all the face of the land, even unto the fulfilling of all the words of Abinadi, and also Samuel the Lamanite. Mormon 2:10. And it came to pass that the Nephites began to repent of their iniquity, and began to cry even as had been prophesied by Samuel the prophet, for behold no man could keep that which was his own, for the thieves, and the robbers, and the murderers, and the magic art, and the witchcraft which was in the land. Mosiah 20:1, 2, and 5. Now there was a place in Ashemlon where the daughters of the Lamanites did gather themselves together to sing, and to dance, and to make themselves merry. And it came to pass that there was one day a small number of them gathered together to sing and to dance. And when there were but few of them gathered together to dance, they came forth out of their secret places and took them and carried them into the wilderness. 24 of the daughters of the Lamanites they carried into the wilderness. Mosiah 23:31, 34. And behold, they had found those priests of King Noah, in a place which they called Amulon, and they had begun to possess the land of Amulon and had begun to till the ground. Now the name of the leader of those priests was Amulon. And it came to pass that Amulon did plead with the Lamanites, and he also sent forth their wives, who were the daughters of the Lamanites, to plead with their brethren, that they should not destroy their husbands. And the Lamanites had compassion on Amulon and his brethren, and did not destroy them, because of their wives. Hinduism is sexist like in Rig Veda 1:101:1. O Ritwas. The Indra who with King Rishishva slayed pregnant wives of the dark demon, to that reverend Indra offer your prayers and cereals. Rig Veda 1:126:3. Swana offered me 10 chariots with white horses wherein young women were seated. Rig Veda 3:31:2. The son left not his portion to the brother, he made a home to hold him who should gain it. What time his parents gave the priest his being, of the good pair one acted, one promoted. Rig Veda 8 hours 33 minutes and 17 seconds. The woman mind cannot be disciplined, she has very little intelligence. Damian Mariathope made a very in-depth search of sexism in Hinduism. The women in Purs. The Purs are post-Vedic texts, which contain ancient interpretations of the universe, life, synthesis, and other metaphysical quests in form of narratives. They also have annals of ancient dynasties, guiding anecdotes, and stories which can form a directive for life. It must be noted that most of them place women at a very high pedestal, but there are some mentions of atrocities and injustice meted out to women, and there are some much unwarranted conjectures about the womenfolk. The most quoted parable of Ahilya and deceit of Indra appears in Padmapura, and famously in Ramayana. Ahilya, which means the eternal virgin, was the most beautiful lady on earth. She was wedded to sage Gautam. Her beauty was a cause of great lust to Devas, in particular, Indra. One night Indra conspired to announce the onset of dawn before the actual time. Sage Gautam, assuming that it was morning, went out of the home for his daily ablutions, when the lustful Indra took the form of sage Gautam and tricked Ahilya into sexual intercourse. When Gautam found this, he cursed Indra with impotency and Ahilya with perpetual petrification. This was an incidence of rape. Apart from being just a historical data point, it also asks some subtle questions. Why was Ahilya punished in the first place? How was Gautam entitled to punish Ahilya, if at all? References note that Gautam realized his mistake and prescribed the apparition of Rama to be her ultimate liberator. The texts nowhere mention any punishment given to the vain-happy sage for petrifying a woman who is considered to be one of the 5 most venerable ladies of Hindu religion. Brahmandapura mentions one incidence of marital sexual violence, wherein the father of King Vaikanasa of Champaknagar was suffering in hell as he had violated his wife during her menstrual cycle. Then Parvata Muni, the best of all sages, closed his eyes and meditated on the king's past, present, and future. After a few moments, he opened his eyes and said, "Your father is suffering the results of committing a great sin, and I have discovered what it is." In his previous life, he quarreled with his wife and forcibly enjoyed her sexually during her menstrual period. She tried to protest and resist his advances and even yelled out, "Someone please save me. Please, oh husband, do not interrupt my monthly period in this way." Still, he did not stop or leave her alone. It is on account of this grievous sin that your father now has fallen into such a hellish condition of suffering. Brahmandapura, thus, not only treachery and trickery into rape as happened in the case of Ahilya, but domestic violence even in ruling classes were present in the earliest days. There are instances in other Purs which either pronounce servitude of women towards their husbands or family, denounce their embellishments, or seize their right to denial. A particularly degrading attitude is towards a menstruating woman, as she is deemed impious and untouchable. Some such examples are, those women, who prepare food during the last quarter of the night, suffer from infertility in future births. Those women, who do not sweep their home in the evening, remain unmarried and are bereft of wealth in future births. Such women also lose their wealth, lifespan, and reputation. Markandeya Pur, women wear hairpins in their hair. As if this alone were not enough, they refuse to obey their husbands. Kurum Pur, those women who do not serve their husbands should be expelled from the home for a period of 12 years and should not be helped in any way during the exile. Impurity resulted because of touching a woman in menses takes fast for 3 nights to get purified. Narada Pur, Garuda Pur, the Hindu predecessor of Dante's Divine Comedy, which lays down the rules of a successful karmic life and rituals for the attainment of moksha, and also describes the treatment of the departed soul based on his deeds, fails the feminine by describing her birth itself a result of bad deeds in former lives. I did not emaciate myself by monthly fasts by the course of the moon, nor by detailed observances. Owing to my bad deeds in former lives I got a woman's body, which is a source of great misery. Garuda per minus 2.41, Speaking Tree, Upanishads and Smritis. Upanishads are philosophical texts outlining some key tenets of Hindu texts. They literally mean sitting near, referred to the way they were recited to the young disciples by their guides. Another interpretation says that they sit near the Vedas. Unlike Vedas and Upanishads, which are Shruti, meaning as heard, Smritis are memorized traditions or historical data. Purs are also sometimes counted as Smritis. The most controversial of the Upanishads is the repeatedly quoted Brahadarankyaka Upanishad, which appears to promote rape. Without a doubt, a woman who has changed her clothes at the end of her menstrual period is the most auspicious of women. When she has changed, then, one should approach that splendid woman and invite her to have sex. Should she refuse to consent, he should bribe her. If she still refuses, he should beat her with a stick or with his fists and overpower her, saying, I take away the splendor from you with my virility and splendor. Brahadarankyaka Upanishad 6.4.9, 21. This verse has been voraciously defended and contested by theologians, each giving their own interpretations, some blaming loss in translation and others citing metaphorical interpretations. But this is how it stands. The idea of blaming women for inciting the lust in men is also not unknown. In continuous passages, 18 to 22, of Yajnavalakya Upanishad, it goes on to establish women as caskets of all evils and the epicenter of lust. Having, attractive, tresses and putting on collyrium, women, difficult to touch but pleasing to the eyes are, verily, the flames of the fire of sin, and they burn men as though they were straw. Women pleasing and cruel, are the fuel for the hellfires, that inflame even at a distance, and though juicy, lovable, are devoid of moisture, flavor. Silly women are the net spread by the hunter called Cupid to entangle the bodies of men in the form of birds. Woman is the bait stuck in the fish hook at the string of evil propensity to catch men in the form of fish that are in the pond of worldly life and that are active in the mud of the mind. Enough of women to me, forever, who are the strong caskets to preserve all gems of evil and are the chains of misery. Manusmriti, another much criticized canon of Hindu way of life, also alludes to some discriminatory edicts on the place and status of women in society. It is just sad to see that our sacred tradition and culture was built on some guiding principle which arrests the independence of woman and leave her as a subject of a male member of the family irrespective of her age. Speaking Tree, 5.147. By a girl, by a young woman, or even by an aged one, nothing must be done independently, even in her own house. 5.148 In childhood a female must be subject to her father, in youth to her husband, when her lord is dead to her sons, a woman must never be independent. 5.149 She must not seek to separate herself from her father, husband, or sons, by leaving them she would make both, her own and her husband's, families contemptible. 5.151 Him to whom her father may give her, or her brother with the father's permission, she shall obey as long as he lives, and when he is dead, she must not insult his memory. Manusmriti, chapter -5. Sadly the Manusmriti goes on to even declare that women are not fit for independence and they have irresistible inclinations towards evil. Needless to say, like the evils of Varna system, the evils of dependence of women folk seep deep into society, much due to such dystopian illusions. Her father protects her in childhood, her husband protects her in youth, and her sons protect her in old age. A woman is never fit for independence. Women must particularly be guarded against evil inclinations, however trifling they may appear, for, if they are not guarded, they will bring sorrow on two families. Speaking Tree, Manusmriti, chapter -9. The two famous epics of ancient India, Ramayana and Mahabharata, also portray a mixed image of women. The feminism was worshipped but was still at mercy of society. In Ramayana, Rama crosses the sea to save his wife Sita, whom he subjects to Agni Pariksha, a purity check by fire, which she passes but later banishes her due to doubts of some of his subjects. The case of sexual equality takes a jolt, as Rama is never subjected to any such test. Capturing someone else's wife also doesn't seem uncommon, with Ravan stealing Sita and Bali capturing his brother's wife Ruma. Mahabharata portrays the gloomier situation of women, as Draupadi is first put into an irony of a marriage, then subjected to be a bet on the silly game of dice by her alleged protectors, and finally subjected to being stripped in front of a spineless court full of her elders. Speaking Tree, rituals and traditions, there are protocols and there are best practices. Society seldom differentiates between the two. The gap between must and should is even thinner when it comes to religious rituals and traditions. Most of the traditions were singular instances of chastity or ethereal compassion, but were adopted and showcased by the champions of society as ways of reaching the peaks of Dharma. One of such examples is Sati. Sati gets its first mention in Padma. In the story of Vrinda, the wife of Jalandhar, who was tricked away from her fidelity towards her husband by Vishnu, whence her husband was killed. Vrinda cursed Vishnu that he will also weep in search of his wife, which he does as Rama, and takes the funeral pyre with her husband. She subsequently reincarnates as Tulsi planned. Other instances of Sati in scriptures are the story of Vasudev's Rohini, Devki, Vidra, and Madara taking the funeral pyre with him. Madri, the other wife of Pandu, the father of Pandavas, also became Sati with her husband. Apart from one convoluted passage in Rigveda, Indian scriptures nowhere seem to suggest Sati, but the women who performed it are exalted in glory. Another stifling tradition is the abstinence and persecution of widows. Some texts specify that Brahman born to a remarried woman is not charitable. Others prescribe abstinent lives for widows. Garuda Pur celebrates the death of a woman who deceases before her husband or sons. All these contribute to an auspiciousness of the widows in our culture. Devadasis and dowry are other such traditions that seep into the fibers of the society. Speaking Tree, surely, a woman who has changed her clothes at the end of her menstrual period is the most auspicious of women. When she has changed her clothes at the end of her menstrual period, therefore, one should approach that splendid woman and invite her to have sex. Should she refuse to consent, he should bribe her. If she still refuses, he should beat her with a stick or with his fists and overpower her, saying, I take away the splendor from you with my virility and splendor. 6.4.9,21. Good looks do not matter to them, nor do they care about youth. A man, they say, and enjoy sex with him, whether he is good looking or ugly. By running after men like whores, by their fickle minds, and by their natural lack of affection, these women are unfaithful to their husbands even when they are zealously guarded here. Knowing that their very own nature is like this, as it was born at the creation by the Lord of creatures, Prajapati, a man should make the utmost effort to guard them. The bed and the seat, jewelry, lust, anger, crookedness, a malicious nature, and bad conduct are what Manu assigned to women. There is no ritual with Vedic verses for women. This is a firmly established point of law. For women, who have no virile strength, and no Vedic verses, are falsehood. This is well established. Manusmriti 9:14-18. Men must make their women dependent day and night, and keep under their own control those who are attached to sensory objects. Her father guards her in childhood, her husband guards her in youth, and her sons guard her in old age. A woman is not fit for independence. Manusmriti 9:2-4. The mind of woman cannot be disciplined, she has very little intelligence. Rigveda 8.33.33-34. A woman who has been unchanged as should worship Shiva in his calm aspect, Shiva who is Kama. Then she should summon a Brahmin and give herself to him, thinking, and this is Kama who has come for the sake of sexual pleasure. And whatever the Brahmin wishes, the sensuous woman should do. 4. 13 months she should honor in this way any Brahmin who comes to the house for the sake of sexual pleasures, and there is no immorality in this for noble ladies or prostitutes. Matsya Purana 70:40-60, cf. Mahabharata 3:2:23. Manusmriti, the laws of Manu. The Manusmriti is an ancient Vedic book that contained verses that outline the way people and society should conduct itself, both towards religious duties and general aspects of life. It was a revered and important text and its origin is estimated to date back to 500 BC. The following are translated verses that pertain to the roles and treatment of women. 5.148. In childhood a female must be subject to her father, in youth to her husband, when her lord is dead to her sons, a woman must never be independent. 5.149 She must not seek to separate herself from her father, husband, or sons, by leaving them she would make both, her own and her husband's, families contemptible. 5.150 She must always be cheerful, clever in the management of her household affairs, careful in cleaning her utensils, and economical in expenditure. 5.151 Him to whom her father may give her, or her brother with the father's permission, she shall obey as long as he lives, and when he is dead, she must not insult his memory. 5.152 For the sake of procuring good fortune to brides, the recitation of benedictory texts, svasthayana, and the sacrifice to the Lord of creatures, prakapati, are used at weddings, but the betrothal, by the father or guardian, is the cause of the husband's dominion over his wife. 5.154 Though destitute of virtue, or seeking pleasure, elsewhere, or devoid of good qualities, yet, a husband must be constantly worshipped as a god by a faithful wife. 5.155 No sacrifice, no vow, no fast must be performed by women apart from their husbands. If a wife obeys her husband, she will for that reason alone be exalted in heaven. 5.156 A faithful wife, who desires to dwell, after death, with her husband, must never do anything that might displease him who took her hand, whether he be alive or dead. 5.157 At her pleasure. Let her emaciate her body by living on pure flowers, roots, and fruit, but she must never even mention the name of another man after her husband has died. 5.158 Until death let her be patient, of hardships, self-controlled, and chaste, and strive to fulfill that most excellent duty which is prescribed for wives who have one husband only. 5.160 A virtuous wife who after the death of her husband constantly remains chaste, reaches heaven, though she has no son, just like those chaste men. 5.161 But a woman who from a desire to have offspring violates her duty towards her deceased husband, brings on herself disgrace in this world and loses her place with her husband in heaven. 5.162 Offspring begotten by another man is here not considered lawful, nor does offspring begotten on another man's wife belong to the begetter, nor is a second husband anywhere prescribed for virtuous women. 5.163 She who cohabits with a man of higher caste, forsaking her own husband who belongs to a lower one, will become contemptible in this world, and is called a remarried woman, Parapuva. 5.164 By violating her duty towards her husband, a wife is disgraced in this world. After death, she enters the womb of a jackal and is tormented by diseases, the punishment of her sin. 5.165 She who, controlling her thoughts, words, and deeds, never slights her lord, resides, after death, with her husband, in heaven, and is called a virtuous wife. 5.166 In reward of such conduct, a female who controls her thoughts, speech, and actions, gains in this life highest renown, and in the next world, a place near her husband. 5.167 A twice-born man, versed in the sacred law, shall burn a wife of an equal caste who conducts herself thus and dies before him, with the sacred fires used for the Agnihotra, and with the sacrificial implements. 5.168 Having thus, at the funeral, given the sacred fires to his wife who dies before him, he may marry again and again kindle the fires. Bhagavad Gita from Chapter 1, Text 40 or 40 and 41 AC Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada Translation. When irreligion is prominent in the family, O Krishna, the women of the family become corrupt, and from the degradation of womanhood, O descendant of Vrisni, comes unwanted progeny. Edwin Arnold Translation, and rights neglected, piety extinct enters impiety upon that home, its women grow unwomaned, whence there spring mad passions, and the mingling up of castes. Ramanand Prasad Translation, and when immorality prevails, O Krishna, the women of the family become corrupted. When women are corrupted, social problems arise. Sri Aurobindo Translation, owing to the predominance of lawlessness, O Krishna, the women of the family become corrupt, women corrupted, O Vaishnaya, the confusion of the Varnas arises. W.Q. Judge Translation, from the influence of impiety the females of a family grow vicious, and from women that are become vicious are born the spurious caste called Varna Sankara from Chapter 9, Text 32 and 33, those who take shelter in me, though they are of lower birth women, merchants, and workers can attain the supreme destination. How much more this is so of the righteous Brahmanas, the devotees, and the saintly kings. Therefore, having come to this temporary, miserable world, engage in loving service unto me. If you read these two verses, Lord Krishna clearly suggests women are considered of lower birth and that God realization is easy for those who not women, merchants, or workers. The lower castes are part of a four-segmented system which Lord Krishna clarifies in Bhagavad Gita, Chapter 4, Text 13, Brahmins, priesthood, Kshatriyas, nobles, warrior, or rulers, Vaishyas, merchants and professional class, and Shudras, workers, artisans and laborers. The last two merchants or workers but especially workers were the fourth and lowest of the traditional social classes of India. Shudras are not permitted to perform the Upanayana, the initiatory rite into the study of the Vedas, earliest sacred literature of India. The Shudra's social class includes a wide spectrum of endogamous status groups with dominant, land-owning groups at one end of the scale and near untouchables at the other. These variations derive from the belief that certain behavior patterns and occupations are polluting, a concept that gave rise to a distinction between clean and unclean Shudra groups. For example, washers, tanners, shoemakers, sweepers, and scavengers were once relegated to the status of untouchable. Buddhism is sexist. While I have praised the Buddha and Buddhism in cases, but even them are not immune to this, like Gautama Buddha, Madhyamaka Nikaya 3. In crossing the river from Sasra to emancipation, crocodiles are a designation for women. Gautama Buddha, Dingha Nikaya 3. If it were not for women being admitted into our order, my teachings would have lasted 1,000 years, now they will not last 500. Gautama Buddha, Sayodhan Nikaya 4. Women, with their two-fingered wisdom, i.e. stupid, have a difficult time understanding what I teach. Gautama Buddha, Aguttara Nikaya 3.14. It cannot happen that a woman may become a Tathagata, a Samsam Buddha. The tale of King Udayana of Balsa. Women can be the cause of great suffering. If the desire is destroyed, there will be everlasting happiness, and the dead snake and dog are detestable, but women are even more detestable than they are. The 8 heavy duties. A nun, even if she has been ordained for 100 years, must respect, greet and bow in reverence to the feet of a monk, even if he has just been ordained that day. A nun is not to stay in a residence where there is no monk. A nun is to look forward to 2 duties, asking for the fortnightly apposeta, meeting day, and receiving instructions from a monk every fortnight. A nun who has completed her rains retreat must offer herself for instruction to both the community of monks and to the community of nuns, based on what is seen, what is heard and what is doubted. A nun who is put on probation for violating a monastic rule of Sanghatissa must serve a 15-day minimum probation, with reinstatement requiring approval from both the monk and nun communities. A woman must be ordained by both monks and nuns and may be ordained only after a 2-year postulancy, or training in 6 precepts. A nun may not reprimand a monk. From today onwards, no. None shall ever teach a monk. However, monks may teach nuns. Pure Land School believe a woman has to be reincarnate as a man in order to reach nirvana, and Theravada Buddhists believe that women can never become a Buddha. Jainism is sexist like I mentioned in my previous chapters, but also in Svetambarat's scriptures, and Yadaprabodha believe that women has less authority than men, and women's genitals and breasts are the source of impurity, and menstruation kill living bacteria which cause bad karma. Confucianism is sexist like Analects 1725. Shaoran and girls are difficult to handle. If you get familiar with them, they cease to be humble. If you keep them away, they get resentful. Neo-Confucian went to more extremes of how to treat women, and these are their sayings which I put together as one. A woman's duty is not to control or take charge. Woman's greatest duty is to produce a son. A woman ruler is like a hen crowing. A husband can marry twice, but his wife must never remarry. We should not be too familiar with the lower orders or with women. The woman with no talent is the one who has merit. Disorder is not sent down by heaven, it is produced by women. Those who cannot be taught, cannot be instructed. These are women and eunuchs. There are 3 unfilial acts, the greatest of these is the failure to produce sons. Women are to be led and to follow others. Women's nature is passive. A woman should look on her husband as if he were heaven itself, and ever weary of thinking how she may yield to him. Islam is sexist like in Sahih Muslim 36:6597. I looked into the fire and there I found a majority constituted by women, but this is not the only time women are the majority in hell like in Sahih Muslim 36:6596, Sahih Muslim 36:6598, Sahih Muslim 36:6600, Sahih Bukhari 1:2:28, Sahih Bukhari 2:24:541, Sahih Bukhari 7:62:126, Sahih Bukhari 7:62:124, Sahih Muslim 36:6599, Sahih Muslim 36:6601, Sahih Bukhari 1:6:301, Sahih Bukhari 2:18:161 and Sahih Bukhari 7:62:125. Sahih Bukhari 1:6:301. Once Allah's apostle went out to the Musalla of Id al-Adha or al-Fitr prayer. Then he passed by the women and said, O women, give alms, as I have seen that the majority of the dwellers of hellfire were you, women. They asked, why is it so, O Allah's apostle? He replied, you curse frequently and are ungrateful to your husbands. I have not seen anyone more deficient in intelligence and religion than you. A cautious sensible man could be led astray by some of you. The women asked, O Allah's apostle, what is deficient in our intelligence and religion? He said, is not the evidence of 2 women equal to witness of 1 man? They replied in the affirmative. He said, this is the deficiency in her intelligence. Isn't it true that a woman can neither pray nor fast during her menses? The women replied in the affirmative. He said, this is the deficiency in her religion. In Abu Dhud 2150, Allah told the man to rape women. The apostle of Allah, may peace be upon him, sent a military expedition to Audis on the occasion of the Battle of Yunnan. They met their enemy and fought with them. They defeated them and took them captives. Some of the companions of the apostle of Allah, may peace be upon him, were reluctant to have intercourse with the female captives in the presence of their husbands who were unbelievers. So Allah, the Exalted, sent down the Quranic verse, Surah 424, and all married women are forbidden unto you save those captives whom your right hands possess. IBN Ishaq/Hisham 693. Then the apostle sent Sadb Zayd al-Ansari, brother of Abdu al-Ashal, with some of the captive women of Banu Qurayza to Najd, and he sold them for horses and weapons. Sahih Muslim 4345. And then we attacked from all sides and reached their watering place where a battle was fought. Some of the enemies were killed and some were taken prisoners. I saw a group of persons that consisted of women and children escaping in the distance. I was afraid lest they should reach the mountain before me, so I shot an arrow between them and the mountain. When they saw the arrow, they stopped. So I brought them, driving them along. Surah Al-Baqarah 2:223, your wives are as a tilth unto you, so approach your tilth when or how ye will. A man has dominion over his wives' bodies as he does his land. Surah Al-Baqarah 2:228, and the men are a degree above them women. Surah Al-Baqarah 2:282, and call to witness, from among your men, 2 witnesses. And if 2 men are not found, then a man and 2 women. Al-Quran Surah 4. In Nisa, Ayah 3, marry women of your choice, 2 or 3 or 4. Surah An-Nisa 4:11, the male shall have the equal of the portion of 2 females. Surah An-Nisa 4:15, as for those of your women who are guilty of lewdness, call to witness 4 of you against them. And if they testify to the truth of the allegation, then confine them to the houses until death takes them. Surah An-Nisa 434. Men are in charge of women, because Allah hath made one of them to excel the other, and because they spend of their property for the support of women. So good women are obedient, guarding in secret that which Allah hath guarded. As for those from whom ye fear rebellion, admonish them and banish them to beds apart, and scourge them. Then if they obey you, seek not a way against them. Surah An-Nisa 4:176, unto the male is the equivalent of the share of 2 females. Surah Al-Ma'idah 5:6, and if ye are unclean, purify yourselves. And if ye are sick or on a journey, or one of you cometh from the closet, or ye have had contact with women, and ye find not water, then go to clean, high ground and rub your faces and your hands with some of it. Surah An-Nur 24:4, and those who accuse free women then do not bring 4 witnesses to adultery, flog them. Surah An-Nur 24:13, why did they not bring 4 witnesses of it? But as they have not brought witnesses they are liars before Allah. Surah An-Nur 24:31, women are to lower their gaze around men, so they do not look them in the eye. Surah Al-Ahzab 33:30. O ye wives of the Prophet! Whosoever of you committeth manifest lewdness, the punishment for her will be doubled, and that is easy for Allah. Surah Al-Ahzab 33:33, and abide quietly in your homes. Surah Al-Ahzab 33:53, when ye ask of them, the wives of the Prophet, anything, ask it of them from behind a curtain. That is purer for your hearts and for their hearts. And it is not for you to cause annoyance to the Messenger of Allah, nor that ye should ever marry his wives after him. Lo! That in Allah's side would be an enormity. Surah Al-Ahzab 33:59, tell thy wives and thy daughters and the women of the believers to draw their cloaks close round them. Surah Ghafir 40:20, and if ye wish to exchange one wife for another. Surah An-Najm 53:27. Those who believe not in the hereafter, name the angels with female names. Surah At-Talaq 65:1, O Prophet! When ye, men, put away women. Surah At-Tarim 66:1-5, maybe, his Lord, if he Muhammad divorce you, will give him in your place wives better than you, submissive, faithful, obedient, penitent, adorers, fasters, widows and virgins. Sunan Abu Dawud book number 2 hadith number 704, when one of you prays without a sutra, a dog, an ass, a pig, a Jew, a Magian, and a woman cut off his prayer, but it will suffice if they pass in front of him at a distance of over a stone's throw. Abu Dawud book 005, hadith number 2155, women are compared to slaves and camels with regard to the evil in them. Sunan Abu Dawud book number 12 hadith number 2141, Ayas ben Abd Allah bin Abi Dubab reported the Apostle of Allah, may peace be upon him, as saying, do not beat Allah's handmaidens, but when Umar came to the Apostle of Allah, may peace be upon him, and said, women have become emboldened towards their husbands, he, the Prophet, gave permission to beat them. Then many women came round the family of the Apostle of Allah, may peace be upon him, complaining against their husbands. So the Apostle of Allah, may peace be upon him, said, many women have gone round Muhammad's family complaining against their husbands. They are not the best among you. At first, Muhammad forbade men from beating their wives, but he rescinded this once it was reported that women were becoming emboldened toward their husbands. Beatings are sometimes necessary to keep women in their place. Abu Dawud book 005, hadith number 2142, the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, a man will not be asked as to why he beat his wife. Sunan Abu Dawud book number 2 hadith number 567, Apostle of Allah during a journey said to me, Uqba, should I not teach you 2 best surahs ever recited? He then taught me, say, I seek refuge in the Lord of the Dawn, and say, I seek refuge in the Lord of Men. Sahih al-Bukhari book number 6 hadith number 301. Muhammad said, is not the evidence of 2 women equal to the witness of 1 man? They replied in the affirmative. He said, this is the deficiency in her intelligence. Allah has made women deficient in the practice of their religion as well, by giving them menstrual cycles. Sahih al-Bukhari book number 62 hadith number 81. According to Muhammad, the most important part of a marriage contract is the unrestricted access that a man has to his wife's vagina. Sahih al-Bukhari book number 62 hadith number 58, a woman presents herself in marriage to Muhammad, but he does not find her attractive, so he donates her on the spot to another man. Sahih al-Bukhari book number 59 hadith number 462, the background for the Quranic requirement of 4 witnesses to adultery. Muhammad's favorite wife, Aisha, was accused of cheating on her polygamous husband. 3 witnesses corroborated the event, but Muhammad did not want to believe it, and so established the arbitrary rule that 4 witnesses are required. Sahih al-Bukhari book number 72 hadith number 715, a woman came to Muhammad and begged her to stop her husband from beating her. Her skin was bruised so badly that she is described as being greener than the green veil she was wearing. Muhammad did not admonish her husband but instead ordered her to return to him and submit to his sexual desires. Sahih al-Bukhari book number 88 hadith number 219, never will succeed such a nation as makes a woman their ruler. Sahih al-Bukhari book number 4 hadith number 149, Muhammad's wives are even trained to defecate on his command. Sahih al-Bukhari book number 48 hadith number 826, women have a deficiency of intelligence, meaning that their decisions will not be comparable to a man's. Sahih al-Bukhari book number 58 hadith number 125, women are tradable commodities. A Muslim with 2 wives offers a fellow Muslim his pick between the 2. Muhammad then arranges a wedding banquet. Hadith, this can be for an offense as petty as merely being alone with a man to whom she is not related. Sahih Muslim book number 4 hadith number 969, commands that a married woman be put in a separate room and beaten lightly if she acts in a sexual manner toward others. Hadith 593. As for Ali, he said, women are plentiful, and you can easily change one for another. From the captives of Yunnan, Allah's messenger gave his son-in-law Ali a slave girl called Baitab, and he gave future Caliph Uthman a slave girl called Zainab, and future Caliph Umar another. Muhammad struck his wife Aisha when she left the house without his permission. Aisha narrates Sahih Muslim in book number 4 hadith number 2127, he struck me on the chest which caused me pain. Sahih Muslim book number 4 hadith number 1039. Aisha said to Muhammad, you have made us equal to the dogs and the asses. Sahih Muslim book number 8 hadith number 3306. A woman without a husband has war right to her person and her guardian, and a virgin's consent must be asked from her, and her silence implies her consent. Tabari 8:117. Dihaya had asked the messenger for Safiya when the prophet chose her for himself. The apostle traded for Safiya by giving Dihaya her two cousins. The women of Kabar were distributed among the Muslims. Tabari 9:137. Allah granted Rayhana of the Qurayza to Muhammad as booty. Ishaq 969. Men were to lay injunctions on women lightly, for they were prisoners of men and had no control over their persons. This same text also justifies beating women for flirting. Tabari Vol 9, number 1754. Treat women well, for they are like domestic animals with you and do not possess anything for them. From Muhammad's farewell sermon. This is why that religion should die from their history of violence, sexism, racism, hatred, homophobia, and anti-intellectualism with their false delusions. Plus the discrimination of unbelievers has been around so long that even in July 5, 2019 the country Cyprus the government provided school resources that said atheists are without moral inhibitions and telling children that let's avoid atheism so we can stay away from their bad and sinful consequences. For some reason these people had this sudden urge to try to convert everybody to their religion, called, or its version of theism. While I barely see this from the atheist, agnostic and deist, they don't have this urge to convert them, they just talk about ideas to understand reality instead of threatening them with a fate worse than death like hell, God's wrath, or other nonsense. Other examples of anti-science thinking by the two biggest denominations of the two biggest religions, Sunni and Roman Catholic, the majority of Sunni Islamic countries that natural sciences have not been fully institutionalized, suffers scientific illiteracy. Like people believe that polio does not exist and is a Western creation to submit to their agenda. Many students of physics with master's degree and even PhDs believe that earthquakes are not natural phenomenon but instead are caused by sin and leaving the true Islamic faith which is based on the Sunni theological school of Ash'ari. Muslims still believe the literal six-day creation myth of Genesis. There are no consensus for how to respond to evolution by Islamic scholars and most countries either reject evolution or at least half the people accepted evolution. While countries like Lebanon where 78% accept evolution but Turkey banned or tried to ban evolution in universities. Even during the Islamic Golden Age, 8th to 16th century, where they discovered Greco-Roman texts and made scientific progress, but in the 15th century most Islamic scholars believe the world is flat like it said in the Quran and rejected the Greek sphere earth in Tafsir al-Jalalain, Quran 88:20, the earth is flat, which is the opinion of the scholars of the revealed law, and not a ball as astronomers claim, and during the Golden Age the Islamic civilization completely moved away from science. In the 11th century, led by Nizam al-Mulki created a system of education known as Nizamiyya that focused on religious studies, which the first time in Islamic history, religious studies became institutionalized, which is based in Sunni fundamentalism and rejected rationalism. The Roman Catholic Church had little interest of science. But when they do science as long it does not conflict with their doctrine is fine, but they were against evolution and the church did not accept it until 1950. 91 years after Charles Darwin published The Origin of Species, but when they accepted evolution but paradoxically have to believe the literal story of Adam and Eve and original sin, which evolution debunks this myth, and only 33% of Roman Catholics accepted evolution. The Roman Catholic Church is a respected dictatorship that is against progress, like Pope Pius IX declared that liberalism, rationalism, and freedom of religion were heretical in his work Syllabus of Errors. Other things that is anti-democratic is that you vote something that the Vatican is against is a moral sin. Justinian the Great, who bring the golden age of the Byzantine Empire, restricted Jews of their rights. Manicheans were persecuted including death. The worship of Amun was abolished. Nicaea Christianity was the official religion and persecute other Christians that don't subscribe to their specific sect. The most cruel example from the Jewish God is that when Moses was traveling that God ordered him to use magical words to produce water from rocks, but Moses just tapped the rock with his magical stick instead, using magic words that God punished him by him dying before reaching the promised land. Every religion from Sumerian mythology to Buddhism to Islam, the majority of followers were literalist in the early years of their religion. Like early Judaism believe in Genesis literally and Eden is an actual place. It wasn't until Philo who first introduced in non-literal interpretation, which is over 500 years after Judaism started, while before Origen early Christians are literalists like the authors of Matthew, John, 2 Peter, the Pastorals, Nines, Ignatius, Quadratus, Aristides, Justin Martyr, Tertullian, and Clement of Alexandria. We see the average people believe the Osiris myth, Romulus myth, Ezekiel miracles, Vedic myths, and etc. as literal historical events. It is to Christians and Muslims that only intellectuals among the priesthood try to go to a parable/allegories of their myths, which represents the minority. It wasn't until after the first generation of believers of every religion tried to move away from literalism, which every Christian before Origen, with the exception of Paul and Mark, were literalist. God-like metaphysical world is a human invention, Plato's two-world theory, motivated by fear of the unknown and a desire to escape suffering, fabricated by psychological needs and the visible, metaphysical/ontological naturalism/atheism. World is the only reality there is, like in the words of Nietzsche, remain faithful to the earth, and to invent fables about a world other than this one has no meaning at all, or the words of Heraclitus, I see nothing other than becoming, or the words of Schopenhauer, the world is my representation, and the words of Jean-Paul Sartre, existence precedes essence. False prophets, false beliefs, and many other things that religious people, especially theologians and apologetics, bring the greatest falsehood of all, and I'm glad since the 15th century and beyond religion is slowly dying, and skepticism, pragmatism, empiricism, rationalism, secular humanism, methodological naturalism, mathematical logic, philosophical logic, philosophy of mathematics, philosophy of science, philosophy of philosophy, and post-positivism has dominated and shows us the reality, proof, and truth of everything, and by consequence atheism has been on the rise ever since, and other irreligious views like agnosticism, non-theism, open-theism, skepticalism, and others that it has shown every generation has passed. The younger the generation, the more atheistic have become, and those 23 countries shows us the positive effects of living in a godless society. It is only a matter of time that education, technological and scientific progress improve, and religion will be a thing of the past. Update. This is a brief about my views because at the time I finished this work I was re-evaluating my entire views, which in the end I reach my conclusion but modify a little, like my views on scientific realism vs instrumentalism, which all the evidence points to take my position of metaphysics, atheism/naturalism/physicalism, thus this will be a continuation/expanded view of this work. Thanks to research of scientists and mathematicians about the universe that we know the truth, and the answer is metaphysical naturalism, metaethical naturalism, physicalism, nominalism, and compatibilism. It corresponded with reality, and thanks to the scientific method, mixed with pragmatism, Bayesianism, and Occam's razor, it became the most powerful tool that so far no other method surpass it, and by consequence it shows that nature is ultimate, a posteriori, abductive reasoning, and empiricism is the best and most powerful form of knowledge, observation, experimentation, and falsifiability. All of our understating is trough experience, observation, and from the senses and is the ultimate basis of knowledge, from both cognitive/non-cognitive knowledge and language. Also by consequence thanks to our scientific and mathematical progress we eventually discover that numbers are not real in a Platonic sense but instead numbers are just pure definition using set theory, proof theory, and mathematical logic using Zermelo-Fraenkel set theory, which is the foundation of math, and that is how numbers work are conceived by definition to communicate and all mathematical theorems are analytical in nature or in other words true by definition and just human invention. Because of this our metaphysical truth should be consistent with mathematical and scientific fact. People may call this as scientific realism, where observable and unobservable aspects of the world are at least approximately true, thanks to their powerful predictive value debunking things that were thought as supernatural and there was never a moment when a supernatural explanation was correct and natural explanation is false. The laws of nature, uniformity, are extremely powerful predictive value/explanatory power and very accurate. Astronomy is the strongest example, and adding Bayesian/Occam's razor is more powerful than adding any ad hoc assumptions and the simplest answer of reality is that everything is made of quantum foam, fluctuation of space-time and was detected in 2009 thus proving at least to some extent we finally prove quantum gravity, and neutrino, everything is reducible to physicalism. I hold the same position as Mario Bunge that subscribed to scientism. Because of this we finally have answers to our biggest questions like the existence of the universe, what caused the universe, the answer is quantum inflation that the universe never have a beginning, past eternal, and by consequence it never ends. When protons decay leaving only neutrinos that continues to thin forever, the universe continued to expand infinitely, thus absolute nothing is impossible, and also evidence point to the multiverse, thus the universe and multiverse are eternal. Where does life come from? The answer is abiogenesis when scientists for the first time recreate how life originated using the RNA model and Stanley Miller's experiment of the origin of life has been proven the source of life which protocells are form which evolution will take his role creating life as we know it and because of this we can now make man-made DNA and created the first ever living robot, not made of plastic but entirely of organic material, a brand new life form. Thus people who reject naturalistic explanation of life and unlike theists like John Haldane in 2003 who believes that Darwinian evolution failed to explain the origin of life but by RNA experiments shows that life is spontaneous which RNA are capable of self-replications where evolution and random mutation were in math when a group of atoms or molecules is driven by external energy source, thermodynamics, surrounded by heat path will gradually restructure itself in order to capture and dissipate increasingly more energy thus under right conditions which this process is called dissipation-driven adaptation thus spontaneous self-assembly process under chemical conditions created life thus naturalism is the final answer. Do we have free will? The answer is compatibilism because we are determined by certain factors, physics, genetics, environment, wealth, geography, lax awareness, under the influence, mental illness, tumors, brain damage, and actions against its will, but our actions is doing what we want and those decisions are cause of who you are where your will and desires are one and the same. Having control is our freedom in a deterministic nature of the universe with internal feelings of freedom. Like a case when a tumor in the brain cause a person to express pedophilic behavior but once removed this behavior is gone thus we are free from deliberate control of other agents in a universe determined by physical laws. The brain use illusions to appeal the limits of the brain's perceptual processing and the brain will distort our perception of choice that gives the illusion of free will, and anticipate future events. Where does consciousness come from? The answer is biology. Every expert on the brain will tell you that rejecting the Darwinian approach to consciousness is rejecting reality. The process of evolution gives us our physical brain and information processing gives us through experience from the senses generates consciousness. Evidence like when certain parts of the brain can either affect or lose certain emotions, like happiness, reasoning, senses, like pain which is given by the parasympathetic nervous system. It requires to have a physical brain to have consciousness and when the brain is destroyed so is conscious thus the person will no longer exist. Chemistry and biology is the reason we have our conscious like when neural excitations in the motor cortex send electrochemical signals down through the efferent nerve channels to the appropriate muscles and when psychologists use medications to change the chemical process to our brain in order to change their mood. Our conscious are subjects to the laws of chemistry to function. Evidence of the dependence of mental states on brain is so strong that rejecting physicalism is rejecting gravity. Another evidence like neurological deficits in the words of Jamie Horder, in hemi-neglect, a syndrome usually associated with damage to the parietal cortex on the right-hand side of the brain. Patients lose awareness of the left side of their bodies. The left sides of their bodies are both paralyzed and numb, yet they are not aware of this and will cheerfully deny that there is anything wrong with them for as far as they are concerned, they do not have a left side. A hemi-neglect patient's body, which only consists of the right half of the body in that patient's experience, is functioning perfectly normally. Even the designation neglect is somewhat misleading. You cannot be blamed for neglecting something which, to you, does not exist at all. If a patient's attention is drawn to the arm attached to his torso, lying motionless to his left, and he is pressed to give an account of it, he will typically reply that it must be someone else's arm. In other cases, patients will admit that it is their arm, but claim that there is nothing wrong with it. When asked to move it, however, they reply that they are tired and can't be bothered to do that right now, or make other rationalizations along these lines. Such patients also tend to ignore everything that happens on the left side of the world. They will eat half of the food on their plate. Asked to draw a clock, they draw a semicircle. And so on. To these patients, the world just is the right-hand side of the world. There is, therefore, nothing missing. The parallel with dreams and delirium is, I hope, rather obvious. Intuitively, you feel that, were you unfortunate enough to lose control of your left arm, you would realize that something was wrong just as you like to think that you would be skeptical of a pink unicorn in the corner, or a wildly fluctuating fuel meter. But this is not always the case. The physiology of sleep offers some clues as to why. During dreamless sleep, most of the brain essentially goes into standby mode. The electroencephalogram, e.g., trace, a record of electrical activity, is dominated by a simple rhythm strong, slow delta waves that essentially wipe out the complex activity seen during normal waking consciousness. During dreaming rapid eye movement, REM, sleep, however, the slow waves disappear and the EEG is almost indistinguishable from being awake. Most of the brain is back in action, including the areas responsible for perception, memory, and emotion. Yet a small number of brain areas, such as the prefrontal cortex and the precuneus, remain underactive, and, yet if deliriants are able to produce hallucinations that seem entirely real, they are not merely producing certain perceptions, they are also removing the mind's ability to judge the origin of such perceptions. This is counterintuitive. Most of us would like to think that if we saw a pink unicorn standing in the corner of our bedroom, we would realize that something odd was going on. I must be dreaming or hallucinating. That's impossible. But that is not what happens with these drugs. It does happen with others. LSD produces colorful visions, but they are usually recognized for what they are rather than mistaken for real perceptions. Not so with anticholinergics. This shows that, at the very least, our faculties of judgment and discernment are susceptible to chemical control. Yet this obviously raises the question of what mental states, if any, are not subject to chemical manipulation. Similar hallucinations are also seen in various neurological and mental disorders. Severe Alzheimer's disease, for example, is often associated with hallucinations that patients believe to be real even when they have been told countless times that they are ill and that hallucinations are one of the symptoms. Where do our morals come from? The answer is metaethical naturalism thanks to psychological, sociological, and anthropological observation that evolutionary understanding of morality, sociology, genetics, and neurology, and habits among people as a social species shows us the origins of ethics. Morality is a science part of ecology. Humans communicate and under certain situation on their environment makes decisions of what is best for their band, society, and tribes and learn the consequence of their actions for the betterment of survival. Humans adapt and use cooperation to improve our decision and make better actions. Evidence points to neuroscience, evolution, psychology, and game theory in academic textbook on moral psychology prove ethical naturalism. Simulations of the evolutionary process showed that only certain decision rules for conferring benefits on unrelated others were evolutionarily stable. For example, always cooperate, a decision rule that distributes benefits to others regardless of whether the recipients ever provide benefits in return, is not evolutionarily stable. It is selected out in any environment that includes decision rules that sometimes cheat, fail to reciprocate. But tit for tat, a decision rule that helps reciprocators but not cheaters, is an S, and Niece's words express her expectations about social exchange, which form an implicit social contract. If you are to get food in the future from me, then you must share food with me. Whether we are sand foragers or city dwellers, we all realize that the act of accepting a benefit from someone triggers an obligation to behave in a way that somehow benefits the provider, now or in the future. Another evidence according to U.S. National Library of Medicine National Institutes of Health, the field of cognitive neuroscience have made tremendous progress in the effort to understand the neural basis of human morality. The emerging insights from this research point toward a model in which automatic processing in parallel neural circuits, many of which are associated with social emotions, evaluate the actions and intentions of others. Through various mechanisms of competition, only a subset of these circuits ultimately causes a decision or an action. This activity is experienced consciously as a subjective moral sense of right or wrong, and an interpretive process offers post hoc explanations designed to link the social stimulus with the subjective moral response using whatever explicit information is available, and, during fMRI scanning, participants read a brief vignette and selected the most semantically congruent sentence from two options to complete the narrative. The options were immoral, moral, or neutral statements. RT was fastest for the selection of neutral statements and slowest for immoral statements. Neuroimaging analyses revealed that responses involving morally latent content engage default and executive control network brain regions including medial and rostral prefrontal cortex, and core regions of the salient network, including anterior insula and dorsal anterior cingulate. Immoral vs moral conditions additionally engage the salient network. These results implicate the salient network in the detection of moral information, which may modulate downstream default and frontal control network interactions in the service of complex moral reasoning and decision-making processes. These findings suggest that moral cognition involves both bottom-up and top-down attentional processes, mediated by discrete large-scale brain networks and their interactions. Apes in general have morals, and studies show primates developing early signs of morality. Macaques and chimpanzees have a sense of social order and rules of expected behavior, mostly to do with the hierarchical natures of their societies, in which each member knows its own place. Young rhesus monkeys learn quickly how to behave, and occasionally get a finger or toe bitten off as punishment. Other primates also have a sense of reciprocity and fairness. They remember who did them favors and who did them wrong. Chimps are more likely to share food with those who have groomed them. Capuchin monkeys show their displeasure if given a smaller reward than a partner receives for performing the same task, like a piece of cucumber instead of a grape. Empathy is the root of morality of not only humans, not only other apes but all animals. There is no God. It's metaphysically impossible thanks to our understanding of the universe since the 2nd century. Nature is always the answer. Physicalism is simpler than theism. There is no relevant data that physicalism fails to explain. Physicalism is the most minimal with the least ad hoc assumptions, and physicalism have no less explanatory breadth and depth than any competing view, and theism is just a product of human culture and misunderstanding of the physical world. Religion and New Age beliefs made profit from selling alternative medicine and using the media to distort people of believing paranormal activity like ghost hunting, astrology, rainbow body, Akashic records. Shamans have better knowledge of psychology and medicine than professionally trained doctors and etc. But in reality 1/3 of all alternative medicine has been tested, thus you have extremely high chances to have dangerous results, both physical and mental health, and is a disgrace that the media showing supernatural activities and experts as legit instead of teaching people about skepticism and pragmatism. We already know where the belief of God and afterlife comes from, yet like alternative medicine prefer beautiful lies than reality while the media shows proof of ghost, the oldest myth in human history, but scientists already know where beliefs in ghost, haunted houses, ghost sightings and etc. comes from. It comes from human instinct, like when people talk about haunted houses is actually about temperature changes when during the warmth of the day the wood beams expand and in evening when cool down and begin to contract, which cause creaks and groaning that you can hear, which sounds like someone moving in the house, which produce infrasound which humans can't hear but can faintly detect, which combine with hyperactive agent detection/agency, which humans presume an agent is there for survival instincts, which when a human is scared its hair stands because when our ancestors were a lot hairier made them look bigger and become more sensitive to wind direction so you can be downwind of your predator, real animagon, which this hypersensitivity causes you to detect temperature variances better, which is how ghosts, demons, angels, exorcism, monsters, and other creatures, stories are born. More evidence shows when people experience ghosts the sensation comes from neurological/psychiatric disorders or exposed to extreme conditions like losing a loved one where the sadness creates a illusion they can see ghosts of their loved ones, which scientists can recreate. These experiences thus created ghosts in the lab where studying the brain finds abnormalities in areas of the brain where how the brain sees the body and one's own spatial self-awareness, which these experiences of ghost can be recreated on both healthy and non-healthy people. The sensation is caused by altered perception of their own bodies in the brain, thus disproving ghost. Your brain is playing tricks on you. In physics, the existence of the afterlife is impossible. Learning particle Physics and the Large Hadron Collider, where the idea of ghost/soul is disproven when the standard model of physics shows that it is not possible for a substance that can carry our information after death. The second law of thermodynamics states that the total entropy of an isolated system always increase over time, and entropy is measure of randomness or disorder within a closed or isolated system, and when usable energy is lost, chaos increases without extra energy, and the progression of disorder can never be reversed. Thus, energy, ghost, can never get back all the energy you put in, thus impossible for to maintain their existence for any period of time. The universe does not allow for information stored in our brains persist after we die. Thus, ghost, including God and the supernatural in general, is not only disproven but impossible. Sensations of the supernatural were misunderstandings because these experiences happens because humans can't hear frequencies below 20 Hz, but it affects us with feelings of terror, distress, and anxiety. Fear frequency that vibrate our eyeballs to induce hallucinations, like ghost/God. Certain electromagnetic fields create similar sensations by the power of psychological suggestion. Thus, when you hear, see, or even being grabbed by supernatural forces, it is carbon monoxide poisoning. It happens in your bed, sleep paralysis. Thus, these experiences happens because you are poisoning, subjected electromagnetic and oral sensations. This is why mystical experiences of Meister Eckhart are visual hallucination by frontotemporal dementia. The same goes to miracles, which shows our people using pareidolia, which neuroscience found when religious experience, miracles, and communication to God happens in the right temporal lobe, which causes epilepsy, seizures, and psychosis, which cause hallucinations and delusions, which the culture also plays a big role of what delusions a person will see. Another psychological factor is confirmation bias. When someone already believes in agents beyond humans, then belief in miracles becomes common sense to them, and any event which seems impossible, like a soldier in Iraq going back to the US but got stuck in Spain, which needs money to pay, and a mysterious stranger comes, gets your credit card somehow, not only figure out your secret number but enough money to go back home, and when the soldier is perplexed, which later try to say thank you. When facing the stranger, it disappears. Is this a miracle? No, because we live in a world where almost reaching 10 billion in population at a probability something that strange event occurs that becomes almost inevitable. This is called probability theory, the main theory for economics, statistics, and all business and similar fields, which events like these people by bias believe as miracles while forgetting all bad events, and thanks to statistics that extremely rare events takes place regularly, and extremely rare events within the physical world are not miracles, period, end of story. The general population invent past experiences because they imagine an event occurring, and studies show that people are twice as likely to report false autobiographical memories because they imagined a hypothetical/fictitious event which later reported as a genuine occurrence, and people who have dissociation problems are incapable to differentiate between actual memories and false memories, which these people spent frequently imagine religious experiences and out-of-body experiences. And young children and people over 60 are prone to mistaken remembrances and identifications. People who are under the influence, fatigue, illness, and extreme stress, that memories and perception is susceptible to distortion, and when people recollect events cannot discriminate between true and false memories, and people unconsciously invent details which becomes real memories, and expressing amazement about miracles can increase people's certainty about the event's authenticity when people unconsciously suggest their stories are correct by displaying approval signals in the story's content. Memories can change over time. The longer the event took place, the memory becomes more distorted. When the persons want something to remember, which artificially create false memories to fit the person's views and beliefs. When people believe or want to believe in miracles, are subject to confirmation bias by interpreting unexplained events as valid of their already held religious beliefs. Humans by nature assume agency in others for survival and have tendency to see connections in events when there is none. The same goes for prophecies. When people like Nostradamus, when in reality in probability theory his prophecies are just good guesses. When learning the law of near enough, where there's room to find meaning in any prophecy, and in psychology people who hear the voice of God, like Paul, are experienced not a supernatural experience but psychotic auditory visual phenomena, where studies show that in real time people that receive messianic revelation are having delusions in the complex partial temporal lobe. Seizure were people with mood disorders, psychosis, epilepsy, or schizophrenia. Even for the idea of a supernatural afterlife is impossible, and the closest we can get to absolute immortality and afterlife is through naturalistic means, but there are obstacles like the limits of AI, where quantum mechanical limits a machine can do, but with enough progress, if we can have superior intelligence that can solve problems faster than we can, where at best people live in simulated universe or digitalized brains, which have been achieved to an extent to worms and mathematicians discover that we can have absolute immortality despite there always a non-zero probability that it fails, but it found a way to prevent this to achieve immortality by keep increasing redundancies where the probability curve stays low, where infinite live is achieved. Thus this is our best shot for people who want to live eternally, including methods like a complete map of the brain, and because of quantum information can never be destroyed, thus it can be conserved because the universe never have a beginning nor end, thus these material energy are eternal, and it can preserve neutrinos, which they stay around even after the end of the universe and has information, and quantum mechanics ensures conservation of information and time reversal symmetry thanks to the conservation of probability, and all information about me is imprinted in the universe. With advanced technology it can be recovered like quantum computers using black hole energy, and evidence points to a multiverse is infinite energy show achieve humanity oldest goal, absolute immortality. I should clarify, when I said we should be metaskeptic, what I mean is that we should have a balance of pragmatism and skepticism, not going to complete anti-skepticism that some pragmatists propose, but also not embracing extreme/radical/philosophical/academic/external world/universal/solicist/Descartes skepticism, which is psychologically impossible because the idea that knowledge is impossible and the mainstream scientific, philosophical, and mathematical community willing to accept good evidence and taking this thinking, extreme skepticism, to its logical extent becomes self-refuting, making a positive assertion and saying nothing can be no except the statement is special pleading. At best we should support Pyrrhonism because the scientific method use fallibilism and is a continuation of Pyrrhonian skepticism, like religious use memories of their own or others as reliable while in reality is unreliable, and humans have tendency to create false memories for a variety of reasons, and religion/theism prefer to be immune to fallibilism and be ignorant instead of embracing it and be wrong as a result. Problems of extreme skepticism and theistic thinking relies heavily on a priori, but the problems is that a priori can reject empirical evidence and not resting on any evidence and leads to presuppositionalism. Another problem is induction reasoning, meaning you can't use induction to prove induction, but thanks to scientific and philosophical progress that a posterior and abductive reasoning have been superior, not presuming the supernatural, God, afterlife, and etc., and all evidence points to metaphysical/ontological naturalism/atheism, metaethical naturalism, and physicalism. Inductive reasoning tends to suffer confirmation bias. Brain in a vat/Cartesian genius demon contradicts evidence like evolutionary algorithm, stellar nucleosynthesis, crystallization, autocatalysis, computer science, and Occam's razor disprove external workers including God. Thanks to our scientific progress, the gaps that God/Cartesian demon used to inhabit has gotten smaller. Over time, we have scientific evidence that evolution, biology, abiogenesis, chemistry, and Quantum mechanics, physics, are the answer, not God. Theist using Gödel's incompleteness theorems for God/Cartesian demon as true but unprovable, but the problem is that we must needs to be formalized in the language of mathematical logic, and God is not a well-defined formula, and in fact God is incoherent, contractionary, inconsistent, unintelligible, meaningless, and impossible. And lastly, thanks to science that our understanding by working from the simple to the complex, understanding atoms in terms of elementary particles, and to posit an intelligence as the creator and driving force of everything else makes no sense, since it would itself require explanation in terms of simpler underlying entities, thus making God/Cartesian demon metaphysically impossible. And while some who are agnostic are ought to suspend judgment of the issue of God, but thanks to scientific progress shows metaphysical naturalism/atheism to be correct and agnosticism no longer valid, and there are disadvantages to be agnostic, like proving a negative, which science does on a regular basis, like logical truth, like 1 + 1 = 2 using a set of axioms, set theory, and proof theory, which becomes agnosticism. Unreasonable to remain agnostic on this, and now we know religions came from thanks of the study of culture and archaeology, thus once and for all disprove God. Started by Homo erectus, discover fire, which may gave birth to the earliest superstition, fire worship, sun worship, animal worship, and supernatural belief in general, and adding meat in their diet increase brain size, which increase intelligence, and evidence of Homo erectus using the earliest example of abstract art using shells, which religious thinking later developed, and Neanderthals continued this tradition, which archaeologists find evidence that they teach us Homo sapiens symbolic thought, possibly speech and proto-religious practice, and 175,000 years ago the Neanderthals built the earliest rituals in caves, which Homo sapiens copy their practice, like the Chauvet cave 30,000 years ago. Neanderthals buried their dead in Israel as far back as 100,000 years ago, coexisting with Homo sapiens and interbreed. Neanderthals also interbreed with Homo erectus, then the oldest race/ethnic group in the history of our species, the Sand People, which has been around for 100,000 years, and they started to have religious thinking 70,000 years ago. And Python Cave is the first time to have religious worship 70,000 years ago by the Sand People, who are worshipping snakes, and today the Sand religion believes that their race are descendants of a Python deity. Theism is base of the ignorance of the physical world, and religion is based on fear, where when a doctrine of hell, cruel gods, curses, divine punishment, treating women as the source of all problems, or women as objects, like few pagan religions where goddesses were raped, and indoctrinate the young with these abusive ideas, that critical thinking is reduced and thus are prevented to question beliefs in order to avoid punishment. And evidence show that Christianity, all denominations, they dominate religion, and the leading defenders of this faith reject objective-based evidence. Only 20% accept evidentialism, and many will reject evidence and chose to be ignorant. And many leading philosophical theologians of Christianity admits that there is no evidence, and if they adopt the method of historians, archaeologists, scientists, and mathematicians, will lead their faith to the sands. That even the leader of today's Christian apologetics, William Lane Craig, said this: reason is a tool to help us better understand our faith. Should faith and reason conflict, it is reason that must submit to faith, not vice versa. And Alvin Plantinga said, the best arguments for the public rationality of Christian belief are not particularly successful. At any rate, they don't show that Christian belief is likely with respect to public evidence. They admit that irrationality and ignorance is the foundation of theism, and these are Christians, a group that accepted science and enlightenment values the most. Imagine now in the Islamic world, where they have not had their own age of enlightenment, scientific revolution, and reformation, where they are proud of their ignorance and will proudly reject science that goes against their text, and these countries where there are laws that atheism can be punishable by death if the two biggest religions were for blind ignorance and positive romanticism instead of skepticism and being open-minded, that theists who are not philosophers, like the grand majority, are anti-evidence. Thus no wonder is so popular. Theists were the original conspiracy theories before conspiracy theory became their own unique group of paranoid individuals. Despite all this, apologist of all religion/denomination/theism will claim that science comes from their values/text, while in reality the methodology of science we have today was established by natural philosophers in the 2nd century Roman Empire, Ptolemy, Hero, atheist, and Galen, which was adopted by the Byzantine/Islamic empires, who reject supernatural explanations, and science/math that we currently practice was perfected by David Hume, atheist, Ernst Mach, atheist, Bertrand Russell, atheist, Karl Popper, agnostic, W. V. Quine, atheist, Stephen Jay Gould, agnostic, Auguste Comte, atheist, Karl Marx, atheist, Sigmund Freud, atheist, Albert Einstein, agnostic, Alan Turing, atheist, Alfred Tarski, atheist, David Hilbert, atheist or agnostic, John von Neumann, agnostic, John Dewey, atheist, J.J.C. Smart, atheist, Erwin Schrödinger, atheist, Enrico Fermi, agnostic, Edward Teller, agnostic, Paul Erdos, atheist, Pierre Laplace, atheist, Alfred Nobel, atheist, and the same man named after the prize, J. Robert Oppenheimer, atheist, and Paul Dirac, atheist. Theism rejects reason. This is why philosophy should be consistent with scientific discoveries, like in the words of Charles Peirce, that shows the uselessness of Descartes' approach that many theists use to justify God. In science, in which men come to agreement, when a theory has been broached, it is considered to be on probation until this agreement has been reached. After it is reached, the question of certainty becomes an idle one, because there is no one left who doubts it. We individually cannot reasonably hope to attain the ultimate philosophy which we pursue. We can only seek it, therefore, for community of philosophers. Philosophy ought to imitate the successful sciences in its methods, so far as to trust rather to the multitude and variety of its arguments than to the conclusiveness of any one. Its reasoning should not form a chain which is no stronger than its weakest link, but a cable whose fibers may be ever so slender, provided they are sufficiently numerous and intimately connected. Empiricism of Peirce is full of inference, with Wilfrid Seller's complex pragmatist naturalist approach to inquiry, when experience provides raw material for knowledge, but not informed concepts that are non-sensory. Our contact of the external world is through experience, and use language so we can explicitly name and classify in the empirical object language statements we take to be true, and talking about abstract entities like a Platonic God have no explanatory power. Humans invented God, and nature is all there is, all there was, and all that ever will be. The physical world is the ultimate reality, and the progress of science, math, and history, historical method, mathematical logic, archaeological method, and scientific method with a mix of pragmatism, Bayesianism, and Occam's razor, will be taken as the last word to why things are as they are. Like the words of Democritus that nothing exists except atoms and empty space, which he will be eternally correct in the statement nothing exists except neutrinos and cosmic inflation. To understand about the external world objectively, or at least as objective as possible, we must adopt the combination of the archaeological method, historical method, from the revisionist and post-revisionist schools, mathematical logic, proof theory, axiomatic system, and Zermelo, Frankel set theory, scientific method, combination of skepticism, not the extreme kind, pragmatism, methodological naturalism, empiricism, a posterior and abductive reasoning, and combine the scientific method with the null hypothesis and fallibility, but not the orthodox approach to fallibilism, but mix it with Bayesianism, where allows for the fact that modern scientific theories typically make claims far beyond what can be directly observed and enable us to how this non-empirical evidence fits in, or can be fit in, and like Wilfrid Seller in the dimensions of describing and explaining the world, science is the measure of all things, of what is that it is, and of what is not that it is not. Atheism is true even in a postmodern sense, is true because the meta-narrative of theism of all types is no longer credible. It is no longer possible to be a theist of any kind, by extension any belief of the supernatural and paranormal. There is no God's eye view. We live in a world of nothing in a sense of extreme postmodern / post-structuralist / nihilist of Jean Baudrillard of hyperreality par excellent, which even the power of hierarchy itself is no longer credible. Introduction. Politics. Anarchists did not try to carry out genocide against the Armenians in Turkey. They did not deliberately starve millions of Ukrainians. They did not create a system of death camps to kill Jews, Gypsies, and Slavs in Europe. They did not firebomb scores of large German and Japanese cities and drop nuclear bombs on 2 of them. They did not carry out a great leap forward that killed scores of millions of Chinese. They did not attempt to kill everybody with any appreciable education in Cambodia. They did not launch one aggressive war after another. They did not implement trade sanctions that killed perhaps 500,000 Iraqi children. In debates between anarchists and statists, the burden of proof clearly should rest on those who place their trust in the state. Anarchy's mayhem is wholly conjectural. The state's mayhem is undeniably, factually horrendous. Robert Higgs. My views on politics can be controversial, but since the Cold War, political movements like neoliberalism, socialism in Latin America, theocracy in the Middle East, and new wave of conservatism in the United States, people express their views more openly regardless if they are radical centrist, conservative, liberal, classical liberal, right-wing libertarian, social democracy, and democratic socialism. Political philosophy and political science is the most important topic that affects our world more than any other, is as important or more important than philosophy of religion, theology, and religious studies, but I already made my perspective on the latter, so I don't be focusing there, only the last part of the book where I go a broad critique. What I be focusing is the politics that I support, and I try to be experimental, and is that I will only have 2 chapters in the entire book. One will be views and political philosophy that I have been resettling, have adopted by the time I'm writing this, and the other is basically me criticizing on what is going on with the world, but I can be wrong and change my political position in the future. I'm no expert, not even a layman. I'm only 20 when I started this, but since 2012 I have been interested and curious on what is going on in the world, and I have to give thanks to figures, documentaries, books, news source, and my personal journey to make this book, and all my reference and bibliography will be in the end of my book, and what I going say is nothing new, thus this book is a mix of other critics and my views of the topic. I don't want to talk about my personal life, but to make this short, I was originally a classical liberal and right-wing libertarian for most of my life, and I was politically illiterate and ignorant, but later when I went to university where politics caught my attention, but years before and after I went to university it chances my views in political science and political philosophy. But slowly over time I started to be focusing what is going on in places like the Middle East, Western Europe, and US and Chinese relations, that I started to become an anarchist, but I was reluctant because on how the mainstream views anarchism and its negative association with it, often interchanging with socialism and communism, often with the brutal era of Stalinist Russia, Maoist China, POTS Cambodia, and during the Cuban Missile Crisis in the 1960s. While I can't deny the horrible atrocities that the Soviets committed, but my views are against authoritarianism and more libertarian approach, and this book will be a short introduction to my views. Chapter 1 of 2, Anarchism. Before we go to the topic, let's play a game. I will make a huge amount of quotes of well-known anarchists. You will guess in what anarchist school of thought I follow. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Your concrete actions are completely unworthy of the ideas you pretend to hold. Is it possible that you do not know what a hostage really is? A man imprisoned not because of a crime he has committed, but only because it suits his enemies to exert blackmail on his companions. If you admit such methods, one can foresee that one day you will use torture, as was done in the Middle Ages. I hope you will not answer me that power is for political men a professional duty, and that any attack against that power must be considered as a threat against which one must guard oneself at any price. This opinion is no longer held even by kings. Are you so blinded, so much a prisoner of your own authoritarian ideas, that you do not realize that being at the head of European communism, you have no right to soil the ideas which you defend by shameful methods? What future lies in store for communism when one of its most important defenders tramples in this way every honest feeling? Peter Alexeyevich Kropotkin. We too aspire to communism as the most perfect achievement of human solidarity, but it must be anarchist communism, that is, freely desired and accepted, and the means by which the freedom of everyone is guaranteed and can expand. For these reasons we maintain that state communism, which is authoritarian and imposed, is the most hateful tyranny that has ever afflicted, tormented and handicapped mankind. Errico Malatesta. Communism made through the will of a government instead of through the direct and voluntary work of groups of workers does not really appeal to me. If it was possible, it would be the most suffocating tyranny to which human society has ever been subjected. Errico Malatesta. What we want is not a redistribution of overcoats, although it must be said that even in such a case, the shivering folk would see advantage in it. Nor do we want to divide up the wealth of the Rothschilds. What we do want is so to arrange things that every human being born into the world shall be ensured the opportunity, in the first instance of learning some useful occupation, and of becoming skilled in it, and next, that he shall be free to work at his trade without asking leave of master or owner, and without handing over to landlord or capitalist the lion's share of what he produces. Fyodor Kropotkin. If you took the most ardent revolutionary, vested him in absolute power, within a year he would be worse than the Tsar himself. Mikhail Bakunin. We are convinced that liberty without socialism is privilege, injustice, and that socialism without liberty is slavery and brutality. Mikhail Bakunin. Meanwhile, 2 other great currents in political thought had a decisive significance on the development of socialist ideas: liberalism, which had powerfully stimulated advanced minds in the Anglo-Saxon countries, Holland and Spain in particular, and democracy in the sense to which Rousseau gave expression in his Social Contract, and which found its most influential representatives in the leaders of French Jacobinism. While liberalism in its social theories started off from the individual and wished to limit the state's activities to a minimum, democracy took its stand on an abstract collective concept, Rousseau's general will, which it sought to fix in the national state. Liberalism and democracy were preeminently political concepts, and since most of the original adherents of both did scarcely consider the economic conditions of society, the further development of these conditions could not be practically reconciled with the original principles of democracy, and still less with those of liberalism. Democracy with its motto of equality of all citizens before the law, and liberalism with its right of man over his own person, both were wrecked on the realities of capitalist economy. As long as millions of human beings in every country have to sell their labor to a small minority of owners, and sink into the most wretched misery if they can find no buyers, the so-called equality before the law remains merely a pious fraud, since the laws are made by those who find themselves in possession of the social wealth. But in the same way there can be no talk of a right over one's own person, for that right ends when one is compelled to submit to the economic dictation of another if one does not want to starve. Rudolf Rocker. It was the first time that I had ever been in a town where the working class was in the saddle. Practically every building of any size had been seized by the workers and was draped with red flags and with the red and black flag of the anarchists. Every wall was scrawled with the hammer and sickle and with the initials of the revolutionary parties. Almost every church had been gutted and its images burned. Churches here and there were being systematically demolished by gangs of workmen. Every shop and cafe had an inscription saying that it had been collectivized. Even the bootblacks had been collectivized and their boxes painted red and black. Waiters and shop walkers looked you in the face and treated you as an equal. Servile and even ceremonial forms of speech had temporarily disappeared. Nobody said señor or don or even usted. Everyone called everyone else comrade or thou, and said salud, instead of buenos dias. Tipping had been forbidden by law since the time of Primo de Rivera. Almost my first experience was receiving a lecture from a hotel manager for trying to tip a lift boy. There were no private motor cars, they had all been commandeered, and the trams and taxis and much of the other transport were painted red and black. The revolutionary posters were everywhere, flaming from the walls in clean reds and blues that made the few remaining advertisements look like daubs of mud. Down the Ramblas, the wide central artery of the town where crowds of people streamed constantly to and from, the loudspeakers were bellowing revolutionary songs all day and far into the night. And it was the aspect of the crowds that was the queerest thing of all. In outward appearance it was a town in which the wealthy classes had practically ceased to exist. Except for a small number of women and foreigners there were no well-dressed people at all. Practically everyone wore rough working class clothes, or blue overalls or some variant of militia uniform. All this was queer and moving. There was much in this that I did not understand, in some ways I did not even like it, but I recognized it immediately as a state of affairs worth fighting for, so far as one could judge the people were contented and hopeful. There was no unemployment, and the price of living was still extremely low. You saw very few conspicuously destitute people, and no beggars except the gypsies. Above all, there was a belief in the revolution and the future, a feeling of having suddenly emerged into an era of equality and freedom. Human beings were trying to behave as human beings and not as cogs in the capitalist machine. George Orwell. With the development of industrial capitalism, a new and unanticipated system of injustice, it is libertarian socialism that has preserved and extended the radical humanist message of the Enlightenment and the classical liberal ideals that were perverted into an ideology to sustain the emerging social order. Noam Chomsky. I am a convinced advocate of economic and social equality because I know that, without it, liberty, justice, human dignity, morality, and the well-being of individuals, as well as the prosperity of nations, will never amount to more than a pack of lies. But since I stand for liberty as the primary condition of mankind, I believe that equality must be established in the world by the spontaneous organization of labor and the collective ownership of property by freely organized producers' associations, and by the equally spontaneous federation of communes, to replace the domineering paternalistic state. Mikhail Bakunin. In fact, I should say to begin with that the term anarchism is quite a range of political ideas, but I would prefer to think of it as the libertarian left, and from that point of view anarchism can be conceived as a kind of voluntary socialism, that is, as libertarian socialist or anarcho-syndicalist or communist anarchist, in the tradition of say Bakunin and Kropotkin and others. They had in mind a highly organized form of society, but a society that was organized on the basis of organic units, organic communities. And generally they meant by that the workplace and the neighborhood, and from those two basic units there could derive through federal arrangements a highly integrated kind of social organization, which might be national or even international in scope. And the decisions could be made over a substantial range, but by delegates who are always part of the organic community from which they come, to which they return and in which, in fact, they live. Noam Chomsky. A good example of a really large-scale anarchist revolution, in fact the best example to my knowledge, is the Spanish Revolution in 1936, in which over most of Republican Spain there was a quite inspiring anarchist revolution that involved both industry and agriculture over substantial areas, developed in a way which to the outside looks spontaneous. Though in fact if you look at the roots of it, you discover that it was based on some 3 generations of experiment and thought and work which extended anarchist ideas to very large parts of the population in this largely pre-industrial though not totally pre-industrial society. And that again was, by both human measures and indeed anyone's economic measures, quite successful. That is, production continued effectively, workers in farms and factories proved quite capable of managing their affairs without coercion from above, contrary to what lots of socialists, communists, liberals, and others wanted to believe, and in fact you can't tell what would have happened. That anarchist revolution was simply destroyed by force, but during the period in which it was alive I think it was highly successful. And, as I say, in many ways a very inspiring testimony to the ability of poor working people to organize and manage their own affairs, extremely successfully, without coercion and control. How relevant the Spanish experience is to an advanced industrial society. One might question in detail. Noam Chomsky. Man, don't these precedents suggest that there is something inherently pre-industrial about the applicability of libertarian ideas, that they necessarily presuppose a rather rural society in which technology and production are fairly simple, and in which the economic organization tends to be small-scale and localized? Well, let me separate that into 2 questions. 1, how anarchists have felt about it, and 2, what I think is the case. As far as anarchist reactions are concerned, there are 2. There has been one anarchist tradition, and one might think, say, of Kropotkin as a representative, which had much of the character you describe. On the other hand, there is another anarchist tradition that develops into anarcho-syndicalism, which simply regarded anarchist ideas as the proper mode of organization for a highly complex advanced industrial society. And that tendency in anarchism merges, or at least interrelates very closely with a variety of left-wing Marxism, the kind that one finds in, say, the council communists that grew up in the Luxembourgian tradition, and that is later represented by Marxist theorists like Anton Pannekoek, who developed the whole theory of workers' councils in industry and who is himself a scientist and astronomer, very much part of the industrial world. So which of these 2 views is correct? I mean, is it necessary that anarchist concepts belong to the pre-industrial phase of human society, or is anarchism the rational mode of organization for a highly advanced industrial society? Well, I myself believe the latter. That is, I think that industrialization and the advance of technology raise possibilities for self-management over a broad scale that simply didn't exist in an earlier period. And that in fact this is precisely the rational mode for an advanced and complex industrial society, one in which workers can very well become masters of their own immediate affairs, that is, in direction and control of the shop, but also can be in a position to make the major substantive decisions concerning the structure of the economy, concerning social institutions, concerning planning regionally and beyond. At present, institutions do not permit them to have control over the requisite information and the relevant training to understand these matters. A good deal could be automated. Much of the necessary work that is required to keep a decent level of social life going can be consigned to machines, at least in principle, which means humans can be free to undertake the kind of creative work which may not have been possible, objectively, in the early stages of the Industrial Revolution. Noam Chomsky. If voting changed anything, they would make it illegal. Emma Goldman. Anarchism is not, as some may suppose, a theory of the future to be realized through divine inspiration. It is a living force in the affairs of our life, constantly creating new conditions. The methods of anarchism therefore do not comprise an ironclad program to be carried out under all circumstances. Methods must grow out of the economic needs of each place and clime, and of the intellectual and temperamental requirements of the individual. Emma Goldman. Murder is a crime, unless it was done by a policeman. The Clash. Now is the time in which, when the one from below asks why he is being attacked, the answer from the one above is, for being who you are, it's because in this world in which we feel pain, the criminal is free and the just are in prison. The killer is rewarded and the dead are slandered. But we also see and hear that there are more and more voices all the time that don't trust those above, that don't let themselves be manipulated and that rebel. Those above have no trustworthy word, no honor, no shame, and no dignity. Truth and justice will never, ever, come from above. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, Subcommandant Insurgent Moises and Subcommandant Insurgent Galeano, Mexico, August 2015. Used to fuck with Karl Marx till I met Emma Goldman. My homie Ravi Zucca put me up on game. I know why communism always fails. Because a power-hungry communist is just as dangerous as a blood-sucking capitalist. From gulags to the prison industrial complex. To each his own, no thrones, no preachers spreading fantasies. God is a myth and man's enslavement is his reality. God don't like ugly, God hates itself. God hates flags, God hates cops. God is a mass-murdering sociopath. I don't need it to be moral. All I need is a library card and a feeling in my gut that says no man is above me. Next time you fucking use a birth control pill, thank Emma. And the IWW for 8-hour workdays and general strikes. Before kings stole the land from the peasants, we have the commons. Private property is a system used to dispossess people from their needs. That's why poverty is pandemic and capitalism can't eliminate crime. Ain't nothing fair in debt, slavery, and bribes. Emma Goldman. I know I'm no Emma Goldman. She opened up an ice cream shop to fund an assassin. That's gangsta. Welcome to the new black scare. Shouts out to the Northwestern grand jury resistors. They say anarchism can't work. But all anarchists do is put in work. Not for money, but out of necessity. Imagine a world where you could follow your passions. A federation, built on community. Shouts to Occupy Sandy stepping in with mutual aid. You'd find out you were an anarchist if you took the time to read. While academics debate tactics. We shutting down the Keystone XL pipeline. We plant gardens in the projects. They push us to the sidewalks and we take the streets. We strike dead. We can bring things back to normal, or we can do the opposite. We can bicker over differences or we can fuck up shit cause shit's fucked up and bullshit. In the 1800s anarchists were libertines. Only in America are libertarians an arm of the right wing. They put a gun in your face and tell you to be nonviolent. But ignorance is violence. And who spreads ignorance through public schools? And sends the poor to die overseas to steal more shit. For you. Know who? You know who. If voting changed anything, they'd make it illegal. She said that 100 years ago. Ain't shit changed but the manufacturers of weapons. Ain't shit changed, they replaced churches with banks and mainstream news. This government was designed to overrule the mob. So we mobs designed to overrule the government. Emma Goldman, I think I'm Emma Goldman. In the belly of the beast made that motherfucker sick. Emma Goldman, I must be doing something wrong if the feds ain't on my dick. You can say I'm guilty of propping up a cult of personality. But I'm a Malcolm X man, by any means necessary. Avant-gardists might say I'm dumbing it down. But Emma didn't speak in academic riddles, she spoke in the common tongue. No future utopias, we building it now. Horizontally, number 10,000 MLKS ain't getting popped. Red and black all day. I'm a Kropotkin man myself. The streets is my public offices where I plan my attack. You rap, we plot, you vote, we act. I'll never say bitch in a song again, MC Soul. We already know much. What if that knowledge and only that should become the possession of all? Would not science itself progress in leaps, and cause mankind to make strides in production, invention, and social creation, of which we are hardly in a condition now to measure the speed? Kropotkin. When we can't dream any longer we die. Emma Goldman. I am an anarchist, wherefore I will not rule and also ruled I will not be. John Henry Mackay. We anarchists do not want to emancipate the people, we want the people to emancipate themselves. Errico Malatesta. School is the advertising agency which makes you believe you need the society as it is. Ivan Illich. But if the word evolution serves but to conceal a lie in the mouths of those who most willingly pronounce it, it is a reality for revolutionists, it is they who are the true evolutionists. Escaping from all formulas, which to them have lost their meaning, they seek for truth outside the teaching of the schools, they criticize all that rulers call order, all that teachers call morality, they grow, they develop, they live, and seek to communicate their life. What they have learned they proclaim, what they know they desire to practice. The existing state of things seems to them iniquitous, and they wish to modify it in accordance with a new ideal of justice. It does not suffice them to have freed their own minds, they wish to emancipate those of others also, to liberate society from all servitude. Logical in their evolution, they desire what their mind has conceived, and act upon their desire. Elice Reckless. Science is in short accepted on face value. It is taken more or less as what we see called science. Almost everywhere. An unlucky few of us are granted closer experience, stumbling into soul-sucking engineering jobs for companies or academic sweatshops, specializing in what boils down to optimizing a single widget. Science is on the name tag. Science is on the diploma. Science is on our report. Science is how our paymasters excuse the damage our widget causes in military or economic application. Science must surely be this. You can tell I think this is all patent nonsense. A similar intentionally misattributed and surface deep tale could be told about anarchy from the newscaster desks to the hot topic stickers. Unknown. The assumption that what currently exists must necessarily exist is the acid that corrodes all visionary thinking. Murray Bookchin. The only way to deal with an unfree world is to become so absolutely free that your very existence is an act of rebellion. Albert Camus. As you can tell, I subscribe to anarcho-communism/libertarian socialism. If you don't know how far left this is, then I show you. Left-wing spectrum starts with the moderate liberal/left, then to liberalism, progressivism, and left libertarian. At this point where radical views begin, starting with social democracy, which is the most far-left ideology that supports capitalism. Liberal socialism is where capitalism ends, is social democracy but the economy is socialist. Then it continued to democratic socialism, to Marxism, to Stalinism, to Leninism/Bolshevism/Marxist-Leninism, to Maoism, to Trotskyism, which was the left opposition within the Bolsheviks, then to Luxemburgism, to left communism, to council communism, to anarchism, to almost all schools of anarchism, to anarcho-syndicalism, and finally to anarcho-communism. Most anarchist and some far-left view of how much structure and hierarchy do they allow out of necessity within a system that seek to destroy hierarchy. Democratic socialists believe that you don't need to change, just put masses in charge. The Leninists believe you need to change the structure but still need one to defeat highly organized people that eventually will lose interest of it. The anarcho-communist and libertarian socialist will only say one sentence: no gods, no masters, simple yet very effective. Anarcho-communist/libertarian socialism is the most anti-authoritarian political philosophy you can have, unlike the extreme authoritarian socialist and dictator of the parliament that the Soviet countries use, including Trotskyist. When I say Soviet countries, I'm referring to all countries from 1917 to 1991 that implemented a state socialist/communist and authoritarian socialism, which today's countries are. Also, I will mention non-Marxist socialist countries: Russia, China, Cuba, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, Korea, North and South, Angola, Ethiopia, Mozambique, Benin, Eritrea, Republic of Congo, Yemen, Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Estonia, Mongolia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Armenia, Georgia, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, Poland, Germany, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, Slovenia, Croatia, Austria, Albania, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Macedonia, Serbia, Bulgaria, Romania, Ukraine, parts of Iran, Finland, France, Alsace Soviet Republic, Spain, Asturian Socialist Republic 1938. Moldova, Greece, Bornholm, Danish Island, Northern Norway, Soviet occupation, Madagascar, Burkina Faso, Tanzania, Grenada, Colombia, Mark Taylor Republic, Algeria, Cape Verde, Greece, Egypt, Syria, Gaza Strip, Iraq, Sudan, Somalia, Persia, Bessarabian, Crimea, San Marino, Cyprus, Uruguay, and Seychelles. These are all the countries at one point used authoritarian-style socialism, but I was curious, is out of all the countries was there at least one that actually prospered? Well, to my surprise, the answer is yes to an extent, and here are the very few diamonds in the rough. Yugoslavia. When Nikita Khrushchev visited in the 1950s, he apparently said, "Damn, we have to make something like this back home." The country was neutral, which was unique at the time, and no Soviet nor Western troops were stationed in Yugoslavia. The country developed a doctrine that is that whoever attack Yugoslavia, then the entire population, million men strong, will defend their country, which even Stalin didn't dare to attack them. Which was very effective. Another thing is their collaboration with both the United States and the Soviet Union, which if the USSR or US sanctioned against Yugoslavia provide food supplies and money if one of the superpowers becomes hostile, which brings huge risk, giving huge assets close to their borders, which became one of the safest countries in the world while it lasted. This spectacular diplomacy with both superpowers, develop countries and undeveloped countries, which becomes one of the founders of the non-aligned movement. Thanks to their trades with both sides, the people have radio, TVs, no food shortages, people could afford to go vacations in the country and beyond the borders, and for this their passport became the most valuable passport in the world. This unique type of socialism that Tito created was called self-management socialism, open/mixed/plan economy, and Yugoslavia marketed with capitalist country freely, and Tito was still dictator, and people suffer when you piss him off. Citizens have the right to leave the country, which was impossible in other Soviet countries. The average annual growth in gross domestic product, GPD, was 6.1%. Before 1980, the public have free universal healthcare and life expectancy was 72 years. The total growth, GDP, PPP, per cap, INTL dollar, Madison base, it was 100%-480%, while during this time the world average was 100%-330%, Western Europe 100%-450%, and Soviet total growth was 100%-500%, and Yugoslavia's debt was very low, which at its peak was 20% of GDP, after the death of Tito and external pressures, like the violent tension to Croatia and Slovenia, crippling debt, and the country start borrowing, which along with rise of nationalism among Croatia and Slovenia that brings the downfall of the country and ended in a holy war among Muslim, Catholics and Orthodox Christians. Czechoslovakia was another somewhat successful country, albeit the brutal dictatorship. The country had the smallest international debt to non-socialist countries among the Eastern Bloc in the late 1960s to 1970s. The economy improved by the fourth and fifth plan, but after this the economy was piss poor, especially agriculture, despite having the highest GDP out of the all-socialist countries at the time, but poor planning and brutal government, which become one of many failures of Marxist-Leninist. East Germany, the country became the most stable and one of the largest in the Second World, while West Germany have human zoo till 1958, unlike most Soviet countries, especially in the Eastern Europe, with some debatable exceptions like Ukraine, Poland, Cuba, and Bulgaria that can some small success, albeit still poor. That is because of their geography. If a country has rich in materials and oil, regardless of the system of government, these materials will improve their lives, but if they don't, no matter how amazing the system, the countries will not succeed. That is why East Germany was a weird case. For example, if England was divided into two regions for historical reasons, the South will always win because of London. Countries use geography for strategic reason for their success. One of the biggest cities with better technology and trade deals. If, for example, the United States made Mississippi as its own country or autonomous, it will suffer and fall without any outside forces. This happens in every country in the world. Some parts are richer than others, like North Argentina to South Argentina or Northeastern United States to Southern United States, and that is why countries specializes on sorted fields based on geography. Look at Germany during this time. The split was not half but two-thirds belonged to the Western Germany and a small fraction belonged to the Socialist Germans, and for this geographical boundaries the East suffered devastations, plus all the big cities in the East were destroyed during World War II, plus the Russian invasion had destroyed most of the urban area, plus the eastern side always historically been poorer and less industrialized. Also the population also play a factor because the East have 17 million people while the West have 58 million people with twice the space to develop. The Rhine River in the West also give a disadvantage to the East, so the East was in their horrendous spot. They mainly based around on export economy, 1918 to 1939, which was reliant on outside and internal trade because again historically this area was more agriculture than industrial. While the West focused on heavy industry, the East was agriculture and light industry. During the Cold War the East was handicapped, when the West had access to large American and Western Europe funded free markets while European socialists have Comecon. This was a smaller market for most Soviet allied countries but only had access to poorer nations like Albania, Romania, and etc. This model was attractive for the time for low-skilled jobs but not for higher professions like university professors, doctors, politicians, scientists, and mechanics. Why? Because if you have those higher skills then it is more tempting to leave and accept the money offer from the West, and remember, many of these people were actually bought by the wealthier side, not escaping compared to brutal dictatorships like Cuba, Maoist China, and Stalinist Russia. Prior to 1961 loans up to $100,000 to any East German who defected, and in some cases reimbursement for the property that was left behind in their former homes and a free apartment when they arrived. This was the result of the economical difference between East to West and for the strategy that 10% of the population left East Germany. Because America wanted Germany to be a hub for markets in Europe and their finances who funded the war needed places to spread their dominance, while USSR wanted Germany to pay reparations for their losses of the Second World War. The reparation of the DDI ended up paying by itself 200 billion marks, plus America wanted Germany to be a heavily militarized to pose a threat and difficulty to the Soviet Union and its allies, Soviet allies, while USSR wanted to remain demilitarized. That even they offer a unified non-aligned Germany with free elections and international supervision, but the Allies rejected because of their conflicted interests. Thus we have East Germany as Russian puppets while at the same time West Germany, France, Italy, and Greece being American puppets. America's tradition of rigged elections like they did to the Italian elections in 1948, the Japanese's through the entire 1950s and 1960s, the Philippines in 1953 and others, that America not only had this power but it had far more wealth to give during the war, and that is why America became the power that it is. The economy was the only nation fought in it that went up as a result. During the destroyed Europe it granted free range of opportunities for the United States to take advantage of it. While the USSR lost 1/6 of its population in Belarus alone, 600 villages were burned with their inhabitants. For the past 30 years the Soviets endure economic sabotage. Sabotage by landlords, famines, man-made famines, brutal dictators, corrupted government, civil war, orphan crisis. More than 80% of rail raids were lost. Other disasters, and during the Second World War where the Soviet Union lost 13% of their people more than any other country. America achieved their industrialization in the 1860s, thanks to slavery where over 40% of the southern population were slaves and the blacks and Asians were the ones who built the United States, while Russia achieved their industrialization in the 1930s. With all of these factors made East Germany a much poorer society, which socialist economies grow faster and improve the general quality of life when you take in relative economic conditions into account, and for East Germany take it did grow faster in spite on their conditions, upwards of 600% versus the FRG's 400%. What about the wall? Well, if you look at it into perspective, first, this is not how a nation naturally has its capital. Nobody would find it particularly fair if Japan's capital was in New Zealand and the capital was shared with the New Zealand government. This is not good for the weaker side always, and if you look at how the West changed their currency in 1948, which disrupted by having two currency areas literally side by side. West Berlin was militaries and had access to nuclear weapons and nuclear training programs, while many diplomatic moves were made to stop this weapons program, and all was denied, while the USSR spent more of its product on R&D than many other Western countries at the time. Up to 4% of their GDP was spent of the R&D, but the majority was on supporting its growing arms race. Another problem was that the West have 90 espionage organizations have been set up within the city of the capital, as well as radio broadcast and sabotaging networks to fragment the nation, as well as bombings on DDR infrastructure, killings of border guards, and this is why that by Mary Fulbrook made excellent point. No Western historian would ever seek to write the social history of Western society solely in terms of regime policies and popular resistance, but when it comes to the DDR, this is how the social history has been conceived. From 1945 to 1989, that 57% believed the nation was better under socialism. This is not some nostalgia that 60% of Russians, 70% of Tajiks, 63% of Romanians, 72% of Hungarians, 62% of Ukrainians, 62% of Bulgarians, 50% of Slovaks, and 50% of Lithuanians believed that they were better off under Marxist-Leninist-style socialism or worse under the current system. Why? Because during the first few years of unification of Germany, 1/5 of working people lost their jobs in East Germany. The necessity of profit-making results in an economy interested in bottom lines, and externalities were thrown out, and GDP on the entire red bloc fell 40% in the first 5 years. Also, an increase in suicide, homicide, theft, and burglary rates since the fall of the 20th century. Socialism and life expectancy have been recently recovered thanks to scientific progress, and people are selling their bodies for money and have literally no options of how to survive. But this is seen not only Eastern Germany, for example Ukraine, their productivity and standards of living have yet to recover from their pre-1990 levels. The good thing is that many people from the East, with their experience they gain under the DDR, which when they go to the West to find jobs enabled the Westerners more expansive views of the rights of workers and good child care, but the East in recent years has been filled by neo-Nazis, which brings an old yet terrifying force. While poorer people can have vacations on cheap hotels during their socialist period, but with the current system for poor people is not even an option. The market prevents them from a level of satisfaction they got in their socialist days. Ukraine, after years of capitalism, has gotten worse than its Soviet days. Under its socialist days achieve rapid industrialization, urbanization, eliminate illiteracy, have one of the lowest crimes rate in the world, while having many prisoners, and the second most populated country in the Soviet Union, second only to Russia. While today capitalist Ukraine can even reach 60% of its economy from pre-1990, its resources has dropped, experience 118% of negative GDP growth in 27 years. Ukrainians are buying fewer cars than its socialist days from 1970 to 1990. The department is 80% of its GDP. Half of all Ukrainian economy is in the black market. It's one of the most corrupt country in the world, is one of the largest borrowers of the world. IMF, people living in harsh conditions, receive extreme population decline, 150,000 people a year, with high death rate and low birth rate, and life expectancy has declined with the rise of pollution, alcoholism, and smoking. 58% of the population live in poverty, thus many people have difficulty to have access to education, healthcare, and apartments, and in some cases some Ukrainian families spent 80% on their income on food alone. Ukraine's Soviet-style healthcare was one of the best in the world with the state-of-the-art facilities, and now it's almost not excited with short supplies and horrible infrastructure, and has the lowest routine immunization in the world, and has the largest AIDS epidemics in the world, with the majority of victims are children, and many drug traffics gained power and took advantage of the suffering of people and making them addicted to drugs for profit. Thus it shows us the dangers of capitalism that Ukraine, and Poland, is the birthplace of the Slavic people, that when it became Marxist-Leninist it prospered relatively speaking, but the moment it accepted capitalism it became a hellhole where happiness became the thing of the past. While today Cuba under Fidel Castro was a brutal dictator, and it's true, but before his reign of terror that Fidel was loved by the Cubans during the Cuban Revolution, that even the Catholic Church helped him in his revolution, which the previous leader was Fulgencio Batista, a US-backed authoritarian from 1954 to 1959, and with the support by the US government, that only 30% of sugar industry was owned by the people of Cuba, plus this dictator with the relationship with the American mafia who made profit by gambling, drugs, and prostitution, and the dictator with his brutality and alliance with the clerical fascist, phalangism, which results in the death of 20,000 people, whilst Castro regime have 9,240 deaths in his hands. Cuba Archive President Maria Warlaw says the total number of victims could be higher by a factor of 10. The American company ITT Corporation gave Batista a golden phone as a gift, and the US government had so much impact that despite him being a brutal dictator the US did not care, but when Castro came to power have a lower death toll and declare himself a Marxist-Leninist, that the US decide to take action against this dictator instead. Batista's labor union suppression was cruel. He harassed, suppress, and arrest labor leaders and other oppositions, and after the revolution that Castro removed Batista but became a dictator himself. But despite this he did a few good things which was ahead in his time, like equal rights to people of color, eliminated illiteracy, free universal health care for all citizens, having one of the best doctors in the world, becoming a powerhouse in education in the third world, improve housing, programs to vaccinate all Cubans, socioeconomic survival of Cuba, sending medical missions to all third world countries, ended segregation, free education, rapid expansion of tourism, condemned anti-Semitism, development of the biotechnological sector, and the first country to eliminate HIV transmission. But despite this he lived like a king with all the money, while people struggle the opposite of Marxism. He was at best a half-communist, and during his rule that removing cooperation and used the Russian model of state capitalism instead, and currently Cuba under Raúl Castro is market socialist, like in the US Alaska and its Alaska Permanent Fund is considered market socialism. While many anti-communists will ignore or downplay the achievements of the Soviet world, like having higher/better quality of life than capitalist countries when controlling further levels of economic development like life expectancy, literacy, daily caloric intake, higher access to higher education, housing, food security, Cuba, lower infant mortality rate, and superior healthcare, and studies show that socialism gave people higher standard of living than capitalist countries by 93%. Russia becoming from a weak non-industrial feudalist society to the second most powerful country in the world in less than 40 years, and China becoming a superpower in 30 years and made amazing innovations that originated in the Soviet world, like from social, natural, and technological/scientific. The Moscow Metro is one of the most comprehensive and complex in the world. Stationary Park POB is one of the deepest metro stations in the world, 84 meters underground. The Internet, almost. Viktor Glushkov designed the blueprints for the computerized planning system, Tata Sky development system, direct broadcast satellite, prime spacesuit, CH-1, 1931, first multistage rocket, 1947, creating the staged combustion, 1949, first spaceport, Baikonur Cosmodrome, 1957, first orbiting satellite, Sputnik 1, 1957, first living being in orbit, the dog Laika on Sputnik 2, 1957, first man-made object to leave the Earth's orbit, Luna 1, 1959, first telemetry communication to and from off the ground, Luna 1, 1959, first object to pass near the moon, and the first object in solar orbit, Luna 1, 1959, first satellite hit the moon, Luna 2, 1959, first images of the dark side of the moon, Luna 3, 1959, first satellite to be launched to Mars, Marsnik 1, 1960, first rocket boots, 1960, creating space food, 1961, first satellite to Venus, Venera 1, 1961. First person to enter orbit around the Earth, Yuri Gagarin in Vostok 1, 1961. First person to spend 1 day in orbit, German Titov, Vostok 2, 1961. First double flight, manned Vostok 3 and Vostok 4, 1962. First probe on Mars, Mars 1, 1962. Made the first pictures of Mars from space. First woman in space, Valentina Tereshkova, Vostok 6, 1963. Multi-tripulative first flight, 3 persons, Voskhod 1, 1964. First spacewalk Eva, by Alexei Leonov, Voskhod 2, 1965. First probe to hit another planet Venus, Venera 3, 1965. First probe landing on the moon and transmitted from there, Luna 9, 1966. First probe into lunar orbit, Luna 10, 1966. Creation of the Soviet Soyuz spacecraft model, 1967, which is the only way that NASA and ESA sent astronauts into space. First space bathroom, 1967. First meeting and unmanned docking, Cosmos 186/Cosmos 188, 1967. Until 2006 this feat was not mimicked by the USA. Close coupling and exchange of crew in orbit, Soyuz 4 and Soyuz 5, 1969. First extraterrestrial samples returned by Luna 16, 1970. First robot on a celestial body, Lunocode 1, 1970. First probe to Venus, Venera 7, 1970. First data received from a probe on another planet, Venus, Venera 7, 1970. First space station, Salyut 1, 1971. First satellite to orbit Mars and make a descent, Mars 2, 1971. Second robot on a celestial body, Lunocode 2, 1973. And with the Lunocode 1 is the only automated mobile laboratories that have explored the moon guided by remote control. First satellite to orbit Venus and send data back to Earth, Venera 9, 1975. Creation of the coupling mechanism and docking of spacecraft, androgynous peripheral attach System, 1975, creating Space Shuttle Buran, 1976, which can carry 30 tons, USA model only 25, return flights with load of 20 tons, USA only 15, with a support rate of 6.5, compared to 5.5 of the USA model. Its auxiliary maneuvering system rockets and use oxygen and kerosene fuel instead of solid, like the USA, and gives better performance. Besides, the Buran shuttle could make unmanned missions, USA can't, with ejection seats. The USA model does not have, considered the safest and most effective of the history and design more effective and resilient thermal tiles that USA version creating the world's most powerful rocket, Energy, 1976, capable of carrying 100 tons first spaceship supply unmanned, Progress, 1978, first radio telescope, 1979, first woman to walk in space, Svetlana Savitskaya in Salyut 7, 1984, first shuttle in orbit to Earth independently, Buran, 1984, first multi-module space station, Salyut 7 and Cosmos 1686, TKS-4, 1985. First crew to visit 2 space stations, Mir and Salyut 7, 1986, aboard Soyuz T-15. First permanent space station to orbit Earth, Mir, 1986. First crew to spend over a year on Mir, Vladimir Titov and Musa Manarav, 1987. First nuclear power plant, Obninsk, 1954. Development of the largest thermonuclear experimental facility in the world, Tokamak 10. Prototype of a thermonuclear reactor invention of the Tsar Bomba, the most powerful nuclear bomb in history, 100 MT, whose power was reduced for environmental reasons, 50 to 57 MT. Comparison to USA bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki 15 MT, designed by Yakov Zeldovich and Andrei Sakharov, both atheist. Invention of nuclear fusion, invention of the tokamak, 1956, aiming to provide apparatus fusion plasma particle, invention of the first nuclear icebreaker Lenin, world's first nuclear powered, 1952, invention of particle accelerator microtron, 1944, invention synchrotron particle accelerator, 1957, invention of the electron paramagnetic resonance spectroscopy. 1944, first fast neutron reactor, BN 350, 1955, creation pipeline longest history, Druzhba, 1964, first nuclear desalination reactor, BN 350, 1972, first reflectron, 1973. Creating the largest geotechnical probe history, Kola well, 1970. Creating bars press, 1989, invention of the LED, Oleg Vladimirovich, 1927, so if you're reading this on an LED screen, you have commies to thank. Invention of vibratory exercise equipment, 1960, perfecting Mazer, Bosov, and Alexander Prokhorov Nikolai lomography invention, 1982, first lie detector device, by Alexander Romanovich Luria creating underwater welding, Konstantin Krenov, 1932, first reflector telescope, the Maksutov, 1941, first laser microphone, 1947, creating the magnetotelluric, 1950, discovery of the Belousov-Zabotinsky reaction, 1951, creation explosive compression generator pump flow, 1951. Creating 3D holography, 1962, first microwave oven, 1941, first radio antenna invention of therapies against infectious diseases that were based on bacteriophage virus, 1940, early surgical treatment of congenital heart disease, by pioneering Gugolev Alexander, 1948, creation of objective psychology, by neurologist Vladimir Bekhterev, also known for pointing out the role of the hippocampus in memory, his study of reflexes, and Bekterev's disease, first successful cornea transplant in 1931, by Vladimir Filatov, who developed tissue therapy creating radial keratotomy, by Sviatoslav Nikolaevich Fyodorov creating the Elizarav apparatus for lengthening limb bones and for the Elizarav surgery, 1951, by Gavril Abramovich Elizarav creating cultural historical psychology, psychological activity theory and method of combined power, by Alexander Romanovich Luria enlarged criteria for the diagnosis of schizophrenia with the distinction between negative and positive symptoms, a key research and classification of schizophrenia concept, Andrei Snezhnevsky first cardiac surgery under local anesthesia, Alexander Vishnevsky, 1953 foundation of Purulent surgery, Archbishop Luka Voyno-Yazenitsky, Stalin Prize, Nobel Prize in Medicine in 1946. Discovery of Cherenkov effect, Pavel Cherenkov Alexiesi, first artificial organ transplant, first transfusion of blood from a corpse, Sergei Yudin, 1929. First blood bank, created by Sergei Yudin in early 1930. Middle of that same year, the USSR would have 65 large blood donation centers and more than 500 branches. Creation of painless childbirth, under anesthesia, creating Gramacina S, 1942, first head transplant with full brain function, 1950, creating anthropometric cosmetology, 1952, creating radial keratotomy, 1974, discovery of vitamins, discovery of the virus. First acoustic microscope, 1959, first programmable computer MESM, 1950, first Soviet and European electronic computers, BESM, Sergei Lebedev, 1951, and MESM, Sergei Lebedev, 1958, first computer with ternary logic, faster and more reliable than the binary system, Ceton, Nikolai Brosentsov, 1958, and model development Ceton 70, Nikolai Brosentsov, 1970, which further reinforced the aspect of programming, improving to by a factor 5 software development over other architectures time. First personal computer, Mir, Viktor Glushkov, 1965, first computer-aided education system in history, Nastavnik, with a clear reference to the current first superscalar computer, processor microarchitecture capable of executing more than one instruction per clock cycle, L. Bruce 1, Boris Babayan, 1970. The use of this equipment in 1978, 10 years before commercial applications appeared in the West, the Soviet Union developed its missile systems and nuclear and space programs. Foundation of cybernetics, Viktor Glushkov. Invention of Tetris, Alexei Pajitnov, 1984, invention of the FAR file manager, RAR, and WinRAR format file, Eugene Rochel, first mobile phone, Leonid Ivanovich Kupryanovich, 1955, which was copied by the USA in 1970 and Finland in 1980 gave him a civil use with Nokia. First multiple rocket launcher, the Katyusha rocket launcher, 1939, creating the largest and most powerful in the world single-rotor helicopter, the Mil-Me-26, 1981, creating the Sikorsky S-64 Ski-Crane, able to lift more cargo than any other in history. Ekranoplano creation, 1950, similar to an airplane that uses the influence of the ground effect over the sea to just not consume fuel and carry 500 tons. Creating the world's largest aircraft, capable of carrying 225 tons, the Antonov 225, 1980. First telemechanical plane, first supersonic passenger plane, Tu-144, first and only aircraft powered by a nuclear reactor, Tu-119. First and only space fighter aircraft built, the MiG-105, capable of knocking launchers, missiles, and enemy satellites in space and back. Creating the MiG-25 fighter jet with absolute altitude record, 37.650 m, rise time from 0 to 30 km, 3 minutes 10 s, speed circuit 500 km, 2,981.5 km per hour. First and only seaplane world operating reactors, Bury B-200, first ship to explore the North Pole, NS Arctica, 1972, creating the most produced biplane in history, the Polycarpov Po-2, 1927, creating the Ilyushin IL-2, the most produced aircraft in history. First hydrofoil, Raketa, 1957, first ship missile, Comer, 1959, creating faster and able to dive deeper in history, 1,300 m, the Alpha-class nuclear submarine. I just needed a crew of 27 people, compared to the 110 that need an American model, Los Angeles, as it was very automated. Creating the largest submarine in history, the Typhoon class, only in carry 5 helmets, which makes it support several torpedo hits before being knocked out, and unique history in bringing certain luxuries like individual cabin, gym, pool, sauna, lounges, etc. First tank with composite armor, the first to incorporate an autoloader, first tank missile launch, T-64. First military robot, the TT-26, 1949, a remote-controlled tanks to minimize human casualties. Equipped with DT machine guns, flamethrowers, smoke grenades, and sometimes with a bomb between 200 to 700 kilograms which was released near the refuge to destroy enemy bunkers up to 4 levels underground. Was also trained to carry chemical weapons, but not used for safety and environmentalism. First flamethrower tank in history, KHT-26, 1931, first tank with wings, Antonov A-40, 1942, creating the best and most produced tank of World War II, T-34, 1940, creating the most produced tank in history, T-54/55, 1945, close reactive armor, 1960, close reactive armor capable of protecting against APS ammunition, armor piercing, 1985, first infantry fighting vehicle in history, BMP-1 created in 1961, in addition to NBC protection, anti-tank, amphibious capability and launchable. Parachute with a 73mm cannon, anti-tank missile launcher and 3 packet machine guns. It was badly copied in 1980, 20 years later, by the USA, to get their first IFV, giving birth to the M2/M3 Bradley. It was 16.5 tons heavier than its counterpart. BMP-1 with less crew and with a much smaller, and without missile capability, cannon. First paratroopers forces with military use of history in 1930, being also fully mechanized his paratroopers with BMT, launchable parachute. USA still has not an IFV support their paratroopers. First aerial firefighters, 1936. First modern assault rifle, the AK-47, 1947, first torpedo remote control glider, PSN-1 first torpedo reaction, PRAB-203 first supercavitating torpedo, VA-111 Shkval first airship missile first intercontinental missile, R-7 Semyurka, 1957, first anti-ballistic missile, 1961, first intercontinental missile submarine, Vizida R-29, 1969, creating multi-rocket engine chamber world's most powerful liquid fuel, RD-170, 1987, creating infrared serving RKKA first drogue parachute, 1937. Creating Sambo martial art by Anatoly Kharlamov, 1938, first underwater assault rifle, the APS, 1975, creating the active protection system, Drozd, 1978, first bathyscaphe, Mir, 1987. First to explore the seabed under the North Pole, first performed the maneuver Cobra Pogaviev in 1989, first ramjet engine, R3, 1939, aerowagon creation, 1917, pioneered Ski and Zeppelin German, the M497 Black Beetle USA and Soviet turbojet train. First snowmobile history, RF-8, based on the pre-Soviet prototype Aerosani. First anti-satellite weapon, 1960, invention of xerography, creation of chroma key panorama invention, 1956, first and totally free public education system, which achieved the highest rates of literacy in history in the 15 Soviet republics. Moreover, Soviet schools offered free food for students, so the work-life balance is made much easier than today in the capitalist countries. Even kindergartens were also free. First free and universal healthcare system, which increased the life expectancy of the Soviets, less than 40 years in 1917, to reach Western levels in 80, 70 years. The achievements of hunger eradication and health systems can also compare with the average height of the Soviets in 1917. 1,60 m, to 1980, 1,80 m. This health system discovered painless childbirth and performed the first organ transplant. Between 1945 and 1964, the Soviet national income grew by 570%, compared to 55% in the USA, and remember that the USSR was not a Marshall Plan to help the country, invention of evening studies so that workers could build careers. First country in history where abortion was legal and free, since 1920, first country in history to achieve an unemployment rate at 0% equality policies, one of the first countries to adopt women's suffrage, first woman in history to hold a position in the government, Alexandra Kollontai, first successful laser eye surgery, Svyatoslav Fyodorov, Russia is the largest country on earth, Pluto is smaller than Russia, Russia has the longest border in the world, bordering 14 countries by Gonur. Cosmodrome is the world's first and largest space launching facility, Moscow is the largest European city. Trans-Siberian Railroad is the longest rail ride in the world. Moscow's metro is the busiest in Europe. Hotel Ukraina is the tallest in Europe. The Motherland Call statue is the tallest statue of a woman in the world. Lake Baikal is the deepest lake in the world. Nova Zemlya, which has the largest glacier in Europe. Siberian taiga is the largest forested area on earth. Russia has the largest natural gas reserves in the world. Largest exported and largest produce. Russia is the #1 diamond, and other sources. Producers in the world. Oymyakon is the coldest town in the world. Russian is the 9th populated country on earth and the most populated in Europe. Currently, created the MiG-15s and 21s aircraft. Nuclear power plants created the first modern foam extinguisher. Synthetic rubber. Polybutadiene. Sergei Lebedev. Snowmobile. Aerosani. Electric AC transformers. The solar cell. The videotape recorder. Alexander Poniatov 1950s, wireless radio, Alexander Popov, Pioneers of stem cell research. Kola borehole is the deepest hole in the world. First helicopter. Russia have the fourth highest attended concert in history and the highest attended metal concert ever on September 28, 1991, 1,600,000 people. Highest attended professional wrestling event in history but was forced attendance, 355,000 people, the largest stadium in the world. The Mayday Stadium, capacity of 114,000 people, project 523. A development of new drugs to fight malarial, artemisinin, synthetic bovine in 1958. The first proteins ever synthesized in vitro. Chen's theorem in 1966, mathematical proof, Chen prime proven in 1966. Alexander Holovo and Roman Ingarden created the field of quantum information. Discovery of dinosaurs, originated from birds, feathered theropods, in 1996. Finite element method, the most widely used method for solving problems of mathematical models. Grunwald-1 theorem. Two generals that are considered one of the greatest generals of all time, like Leon Wenjup, who defeated the U.S. and ended the Vietnam War, 1975 Spring Offensive, and laid the foundation of Ho Chi Minh Trail, which is considered one of the greatest feats in military engineering, and oversaw the Vietnamese invasion of Cambodia and ended the Khmer Rouge. Georgy Zhukov was the Marshal of the Soviet Union who was responsible for the Soviets' victory in the Siege of Leningrad, the bloodiest battle in human history, and defeated the Nazis in the Battle of Berlin, thus ending the war. His military intellect has been compared to Napoleon and Julius Caesar. Impact on cinema. Like Man with a Movie Camera, 1929, where many techniques were first used, like multiple exposure, fast motion, slow motion, freeze frames, jump cuts, split screens. Battleship Potemkin, 1925, is considered one of the greatest movies of all time with the infamous Odessa Steps sequence became part of film lore. Stalker, 1979, is considered a masterpiece of the experimental/philosophical film genre. A Dream of Red Mansions, 1988, the second longest movie ever made, China. How Yukong Moved the Mountains, 1976, is the 20th longest movie/documentary in history, 12 hours and 43 minutes. This movie is longer than show and longer than the Lord of the Rings trilogy, extended edition. The Soviet Union, despite existed for 70 years, have the second most gold medals and medals overall in Olympics. Cuba has the second most gold medals in boxing. Russia life expectancy was 69 in 1990, but when the USSR fall and replaced with the capitalist system, the life expectancy reduced to 65 in 2000. That is 10 years too quickly to take this effect. In fact, there are many things that people in the West don't know about the USSR: that it did not record a population drop in either of the famine of the 1930s. Like in 1927, the census was 147 million, and 1937 raised to 162 million, but this is debatable. The population increased more than 10%, which was roughly the same or better than the U.S. rate growth during the Great Depression. The average calorie intake of Soviet citizen exceeded that of the United States from 1960 to 1991. What's weird is that Stalin's salary was 100 rubles, while a professor of medicine is 300 rubles. But after 1991, it reduced twice as much that its pre-1990 period. But after Russia became capitalist and its privatization process has increased death rate, according to BBC, they conclude that as many as 1 million working age men died due to the economic shock of mass privatization policies, 12.8% increase in deaths. The latest analysis links the surge in deaths to a 56% increase in unemployment over the same period, tripling of unemployment, and a 42% increase in male death rates between 1991 and 1994. While compared to China's Great Chinese Famine, 24 to 40 million deaths, as an example of the failures of Marxism, but compare that to capitalist reforms in India from 1940 to 1979, 100 million deaths, was even worse than Mao's maximum death toll, or Maoist China, where illiteracy significantly reduce, industrial development improve, recover its population from pre-famine, 1890s, levels, and the population double from 400 million to 1 billion people under Mao's rule. The USSR raised life expectancy by 65%, increased real income by 370%, eliminate homelessness, average rent was 2 to 3% of family income vs US was 25 to 30%, eliminated unemployment, a job was considered a right, raised school enrollment by 460%. China life expectancy raised from 40 years to 68 years, it's currently the second most powerful country in the world, Russia was second. During the Cold War, before Mao, China was a very poor country, and after Mao, China became economic powerhouse. During the first 30 years after Maoism was implemented, no country in history has grown so fast that what it took the USA 200 years, China did it in 40 years, 10% per year. Offend in the top 10 richest companies in the world are from China, mostly Chinese banks, achieve massive industrialization. The first 5-year plan work with industry increasing 121% more than expected. China's population grew to 646 million, but when China became capitalist after the death of Mao, China becomes more corrupt than ever. Somehow, economic inequality, people earn less than $10 a day, wealthy elite versus the majority poor, political corruption, extreme debt, racism, dictatorship, mistreatment of labor workers, extreme surveillance, censorship, and no freedom of speech. China during its Maoist period allowed people to criticize the government as part of their political philosophy of self-criticism. Mao never applied himself of this policy that he created. Maoist China helped women to have jobs and education, unlike the old Confucius system that women are inferior, and Mao showed the people that men and women are equals. People that are poor that did not have access to education was taught, read and write, by the Maoist. The peasants has better access of medicine. Birth control was legal. Soldiers were equals regardless if the soldier is a private or officer. Despite the violence it created during the final years of the Cultural Revolution, that among the middle class, higher class, intellectuals, and people living in the cities view Mao's final years in power in a negative light, but among the peasants, homeless, unemployed, working poor, lower class and underclass, see this period in a more positive light that help improve their lives and receive better education, but the middle class view it as an era of violence with a corrupt government with their new religion and their followers, Red Guard, causing chaos and destroying the old traditions, except legalism. The peasant described their lives during the last 4 years of Mao's reign that thanks to Mao they are happy, have more clothes, more food, and saving them from the suffering that the previous government they used to live. The CIA show that the health of the people in the USSR is on par than the US, and US politicians point that the Soviet style of central planning socialist economy is inefficient, while the US themselves heavily use central planning in their space race. Irony, and almost all scientific innovations the US did is from the state central planning economy, a style the Soviets use, which is hypocritical from their part. While people compare to two Koreas of the disasters of communism, but South Korea used state planning economy, something most Marxist-Leninist states use, and the North also using state control economy, or when Cuba has higher life expectancy rate than the US and has the lowest infant mortality rate in Latin America. The US during World War II that the war industry used government contracts and massive military drafts to ensure everyone had gained employment. Thus America during World War II became the Lenin-style communist, but that was only temporarily until the 1950s became the empire that we all know that the capitalist moved there. Factories overseas to make more profit, thus lower wages for American workers, and thus all it gets worse from here. Many will say, what about the famines? Capitalism have starved people by the millions every year, while in the Soviet world was rare, except China and Russia. Many Soviet countries never suffer famine, or at least no major famines, like Hungary, Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, Albania, Czechoslovakia, East Germany, Romania, Poland, Lithuanian, Belarus, Latvian, Estonia, Serbia, Kosovo, Bulgaria, Georgia, Azerbaijan, Mongolia, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Cuba, Yemen, Benin, Angola, Madagascar, and Republic of the Congo. While the few countries that have suffered are Burkina Faso, because of Sahel drought and famine, but only happened once, Mozambique, tropical storm Tonwana, the only famine, Ethiopia, the only famine they have was from 1983 to 1985, North Korea, suffered two famines, in the 1990s because of the collapse of the Soviet Union and the other from the 2000s. Vietnam, 1945 because of America's attacks on transport systems, French colonialism, and Japan's occupation, which is sad from the U.S. because the Vietnamese used the statement of the U.S. founding fathers in their proclamation of independence and used the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen of the French Revolution. Moldova, only once. Ukraine, only once and was man-made. Kazakhstan, only once. China, only during its 30-year existence suffered once and was the deadliest in human history. And Russia, never have a major famine after 1947, thus during its 74-year existence, 40 years there was no starvation, and only in its early years suffered three famines, 1920s, 1930s, and 1940s. While countries like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Afghanistan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan during communist rule help educate the people, because in Uzbekistan, for example, before the communist revolution that literacy rate was 2%, but after established the communist rule that the literacy rate rise to 90%, and the majority were Muslims and were happy and proponents of the separation of church and state, and that women's rights were on their golden age, and it was the best countries for women to live in. But after the fall of the Soviet Union, that became part of the Islamic world where women's rights were dead and became one of the worst countries for women to live in. Also in Tajikistan, where people miss the old system, that many of them are migrating to Russia to have better lives, and most of these countries, including the Eastern Bloc, that the education system was not on par according to the people living there, and they don't teach political science and political philosophy, which I believe all schools in the world should teach. But not only the countries prefer system like capitalism and neoliberalism in the United States and Marxism in the Soviet Union, but all sides, no matter how obscure. Out of all Soviet-style countries in Africa, that Benin became the most successful and was one of the most peaceful country in Africa, relatively speaking, and Poland under communist rule, people have almost similar living standards as some Western countries after the destruction caused by Nazi Germany, but sadly during the Stalin era that people suffer under his iron grip. Only after his death that the country recover over time, and there is a documentary made in 1965 by Net, American TV, that show you the everyday life in Poland, which was infinitely times better under Stalin's regime. In fact, the death toll in Nazi Poland vs Stalinist Poland is very striking, which the People's Republic of Poland, its body count is 22,000, while Nazi-occupied Poland killed 3 million Polish Jews in the Polish Holocaust, nearly 21.4% of the population under Nazi regime, 6 million people die, which communist Poland has one of the lowest death toll than any other Marxist-Leninist country. The others are Yemen, 1,000 deaths, East Germany, 327 to 1,500 deaths, Albania, 5,000, 28,000 deaths, and Hungary, 13,000 to 27,000 deaths. In Afghanistan, women were living the best of their lives under the People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan, and was at its peak in women's freedom, and they made up of 70% of teachers, 40% of doctors, 30% of civil servants. But America have to fuck it up when America gave support to the terrorist group called Mujahideen, which Osama bin Laden and Mohammed Omar was part of this group that will later create Al-Qaeda and Taliban respectively, and eventually cause 9/11 and a brutal theocracy. And Azerbaijan is one of the richest countries in the Muslim world, but is a capitalist dictatorship and has friendly relations to European Union and Russia by giving them oil money. While the USSR beat the Nazi Germany, the US dropped 2 nuclear bombs on Japan, even though every official was against the bombings, and even among those who supported view that one bomb was enough, it was state terrorism, that killing innocents for political gain, despite Japan was already losing the war, that it was going to surrender anyway when Russia invade their territory, and the bomb was also a warning to the Soviets. All the suffering happened by a decision of one man without the informing people all over the world about his terrorist act against humanity. After the war, the US used the Marshall Plan to give capitalist nations American dollars to be used on imports, thus giving money to its allies, which the allies spent on US goods. Industries of capitalist nations was bow up to American capitalists and banks that loan money to rebuild, and use this to influence elections, that subscribes free market, which all Western countries that adopted free market capitalism became US puppet states, including West Germany, to prevent a unified Germany, and the capitalists used nuclear weapons to threaten the Soviet, using Operation Unthinkable, that they were thinking of massacring entire nations because they were socialist of any kind, but thankfully they never went all in. Any person who was socialist in a capitalist nation were fire, imprison, or kill, yet claiming they promote freedom of speech. NATO was created for pose a threat of all socialist revolutions, or during the Korea War when the capitalists were losing, that they thought of nuclear bombing on the Chinese, but stopped when fearing that Russia might intervene and use their own bombs, or when the capitalists started the borders in Berlin because of fear of spies and the idea the families were torn apart. Because of the wall is one-sided, because people in East Germany were allowed to visit the West, thus by their logic all borders are tearing families apart. This is what anarchists argue, but I digress. The US put nuclear bombs on Turkey that in any moment to nuke Moscow. The US almost ended the world by attacking a Soviet nuclear submarine while telling Russia they pose a threat, even though the US threatened the Soviet world years before Russia learned to make their own bombs. The Germans in the East before, during and after the fall of the wall, they did not want to have capitalism or join the West, but instead a new more democratic East German republic with good relations to the West with free travel. If you want to see a true example of a Korea split among two ideologies and which one is superior, then compare Saudi Arabia, theocracy, absolute monarchy and fascism, to Rojava, anarcho-communism, libertarian socialism, and communalism. Overall, the Soviet world was a success with full employment and an unremittingly growing economy. Record in raising incomes was better than that of the major industrialized capitalist countries. The USSR after 1970, the GDP per capita grew 27%, not a period of stagnation that most people believe. The Soviet world became successful despite of military oppression from countries that are more powerful, wars against the Nazi and economic sabotage from the capitalist, yet still flourish. That people were happy, except the rich capitalist in pre-revolution, and they fled like in Cuba. Anarchism wants a stateless society which favors direct action, having working class people govern the economy and direct democracy, but for an anarcho-communist/libertarian socialist wants to abolish the state, capitalism, and wage slavery and thrives on mutual aid and gift economy. What I'm going to say what an anarcho-communist global civilization should work is repeating what Emmer Johnson, Cameron of Libertarian Socialist Rant, Peter Kropotkin, Nestor Makhno, Ian McKay, Peter Gelderloos, and Murray Bookchin said. Money is the essential role on functioning as capital, and it can be seen as such for function of capitals to make more capital, and what drives it is competition, bosses competing other bosses. Capital controls the fruit of our labor. While many people think that capital is a good force to help scientific achievement, but that is not true, because capitalism works only if we can make a profit, and ideas like better working conditions and safely disposing of harmful waste are not profitable, and if the company can avoid yielding to these attributes, they will do so for profit. Which by the system has produced things like waste, destroying the environment, ethical problems, and child labor that produce a type of slavery on a scale never seen before, like Iqbal Masih, who was murdered by the carpet industry, Pakistan, for protesting of child slavery in the industry. Many people will say privatization is better than collectivization, but all evidence points to the opposites, but the idea of collective ownership has this negative stigma that few business will pursue, but this private approach has shown to increase systemic corruption of government from both poor and rich countries, and many business with their privatization approach have reduced business freedom. Judging by the index of economic freedom from sub-factor score of 0 to 100, the average is 28.6, and inflation rate into monetary freedom score 91.0. Many capitalists will say that the private sector is more efficient than public sectors, but in reality the private sectors will buy competition, reduce job security, lower pay cuts for better profit, and study shows that public sectors outperform private sectors since the 1980s. Free universal healthcare has bring better results than big pharma. That we see in the United States, the capitalist way brings artificial hierarchy from the richest person who owns infinite money and land, has the authority, while people below him don't have personal freedom and have to answer to the top, which resembles an authoritarian dictatorship. Then collective ownership is more democratic, similar of how families live together in a house. And yes, in socialism you can have personal property and still have individual life choices, and both anarchist and Marxist agreed that somebody who is richer have more and better opportunities than a poor prostitute who having sex with multiple people so he or she can pay rent and have little if not no freedom and choice in the matter. Many people will use the tragedy of the common as a response to defend capitalism. While it has been debunked many times historically, the way we do today, the top-down free market has shown us the inefficiencies of the system, like climate changes and natural disasters like Katrina, or at one point America almost legally put 30-hour work week. But its bureaucracy keeps us slowing down any meaningful progress, while the commons of England was successful for hundreds of years without tragedy, and that's why communes, workers' council, trade union, citizens' assembly, federations, and workers' self-management is more effective, like we see in Spain. Today Mondragon Company in Spain is a continuation of its anarchist past and is the 7th largest company in Spain. Finland, 19th century America, mills, the internet, and the grand majority of universities, especially science departments, based on voluntary action, thus eliminates work, with no central body / power, with direct / participatory democracy and pragmatism, thus eliminates ads to manipulate emotions for profit, political campaigns that use donations / funds, copycats, Apple vs Samsung, and better scientific progress without economic struggles, eco-friendly communities, and thus we must change the society we live in. Our current system that is mostly ineffective and immoral, companies who exploits and gain profit from wars and death, and we should automate many jobs that are tedious and repetitive, and the workers will share a variety of jobs from manual to sophisticated labor, thus eliminates supervisors and worker self-management, and democratic action takes its place and replace competition to cooperation, and cooperation is more effective and brings better results. The left libertarian have made this amazing pamphlet called The Commons, Beyond the State, Capitalism, and the Market. Left libertarians advocate self-managed commons in place of the state ownership and replace private property with personal possession. That the commons and personal possession share many of the positive aspects of private and state ownership while eliminating many of the negative features. The commons are then the things we all share and can access, such as water, oceans, minerals, air, but this could also be extended to roads, libraries, parks, community gardens, plazas, civic centers, money, knowledge, green spaces, the internet, education, and things handed down such as culture and technologies. In order to have a commons, you have to have commoners, and in order to have commoners, you need a commons. The one implies the other. Private goods are those goods we buy that are specifically for personal use, such as a loaf of bread, a t-shirt, or an automobile. The commons are designed and self-managed by the members who set the rules without restriction to meet their own goals based on local needs. Local customs, ecological needs, ideas, and member profiles define the commons because they are maintained by those who share them. All planning derives from the bottom up so as to avoid bureaucracy and mismanagement. Members are free to create goods outside the domain of the market, such as green spaces, hiking trails, sustainable technologies, and other essentials for improved quality of life. The commons are based on horizontal relationships. Each member shares power within them. Collaboration and cooperation are key inputs. These goal to maximize positive human elements within each individual and to benefit society and the community as a whole. Consumerism, in contrast, undermines the commons and finally society as well, as it undermines people's feeling of belonging to one another. Economic, ecological, and social crises are merging to form a single one, a crisis of civilization. Ever since Garrett Hardin's paper Tragedy of the Commons in the journal Science, the concept of the commons has been ridiculed by economists and political philosophers alike. The paper had many ideological supporters. Neoliberals used his paper as a blunt object to anyone who didn't agree with privatization, while some on the left used his paper to turn the commons into public goods. In Hardin's article, he asks us to imagine a village and an open pasture, the commons, where herdsmen bring their cattle to graze. It is in the self-interest of each herdsman to keep as many cattle on the commons as possible. Hardin states, as a rational being, each herdsman seeks to maximize his gain. Explicitly or implicitly, more or less consciously, he asks, what is the utility to me of adding one more animal to my herd? This utility has one negative and one positive component. Adding together the component partial utilities, the rational herdsman concludes that the only sensible course for him to pursue is to add another animal to his herd. And another. But this is the conclusion reached by each and every rational herdsman sharing a commons. Therein is the tragedy. Each man is locked into a system that compels him to increase his herd without limit, in a world that is limited. Ruin is the destination toward which all men rush, each pursuing his own best interest in a society that believes in the freedom of the commons. Freedom in the commons brings ruin to all. The left libertarian perspective is one such system which does not rely on the market or the state but use successful techniques to avoid degradation and overuse of the commons while producing sustainability and abundance. Before the 18th century, villages were self-sufficient and people's needs were met, but a progress of privatizing of land by the aristocracy created early crimes, famine, and poverty. Capitalism replaced feudalism. The crown is replaced by the capitalist and the serf is replaced by the wage laborer. Government is creating new monopolies for private use of the commons, and government is backing private monopolies by the use of force. Capitalism doctrine of rivalry and competition creates artificial scarcity that creates more suffering. Commons have existed for thousands of years and rarely mismanages where people are self-managed. The commune should define boundaries in his words. This is perhaps the most important guideline for successfully managing and maintaining the commons, because without boundaries, disputes can arise. There is a need to set boundaries defining the use of neighborhood, local, regional, and global open access resources. Community gardens, parks, roads, and resources required but not available locally are examples of open access resources. The types of boundaries defined include such things as who uses what, how resources are planned, and how sharing with other communities occurs. People should voluntarily participate in decision-making using direct democracy, among both local and global level. Communities must be autonomous to allow for members to make their own decisions. Large collections of interconnected social groups act as large-scale societies that govern the commons in scalable, layered relationships. When people collaborate to help complex situations, people will have commons and personal possession, being ecological society replacing petroleum with natural energy. And where open access to education is encouraged, there should not hold secrets to learn and prevent mistakes of the past, and people should work as equals, no hierarchy. He also critiqued the idea of the tragedy of the common in his words. That last sentence should terrify anyone considering the idea of the commons, and in fact, it has done just that. However, there is one major problem. Hardin was wrong on just about every point, from his mathematical modeling to history. On first inspection, Hardin seems to make an important logical point. One of the major problems with Hardin's thought experiment is that it only applies to a free-for-all commons which have rarely existed in the past. As with many thought experiments, reality is extracted, which is probably why historians have referred to Hardin as historically uninformed, and why Hardin eventually admitted that it is clear to me that the title of my original contribution should have been The Tragedy of the Unmanaged Commons. Historically, villages and communities have never had ungoverned commons, but in fact, have used a number of rules for occupancy and use. As Nobel Prize winner Elinor Ostrom has shown, there are many empirical cases, not thought experiments, where commons have been used successfully for thousands of years without resource degradation, a complete reversal of Hardin's claim. Hardin and his ideological supporters would go on to extrapolate the concepts in his article to covering everything from oceans, parks, water, and even air. Hardin's article was popularized due to the fact that it enjoyed widespread attention from those in power. As Ostrom states, some scholarly articles about the tragedy of the commons recommend that the state control most natural resources to prevent their destruction. Others recommend that privatizing those resources will resolve the problem. What one can observe in the world, however, is that neither the state nor the market is uniformly successful in enabling individuals to sustain long-term, productive use of natural resource systems. Further, communities of individuals have relied on institutions resembling neither the state nor the market to govern some resource systems. Many will say that capitalism reduced poverty, while in reality is a lie. Today 80% of the world's population live in poverty. While people give their opposing views and give alternative economic policies like socialism, people get fired. John Summa is an example. But as long we have a state, we will have these events more often. But we must abolish the state, not wait to witer away like many Leninist thinkers believe, but we should have 100% autonomy instead of a centralized hierarchy that Lenin and Mao believe. But capitalism doesn't care about your well-being and use economic sabotage, like how the World Bank and IMF put a country in debt so big that the country can't pay it, then offer to refinance that debt and pay more interest, and the country have to sell off their resources like social services, companies, insurances, and others. That becomes an international mafia tactic. Or when women who are pregnant are fired because they are not working for 6 months while knowing she is pregnant, thus preventing them from the ability to retain work necessary to survive. In our current system, state, capitalism, and hierarchy. While many will say mutual aid from anarcho-communist perspective cannot work, while forgetting successful companies that have used mutual aid, that even corporations recognize the usefulness of this approach, like companies that act autonomously and fully self-directed and collaboration without strict hierarchies. For example, companies like Disney, HP, Starbucks, Ford, Spotify, Uber, and Google has used this method in one way or another and become successful, while compared to Amazon, who became successful by tax avoidance, elimination of labor unions, horrible warehouse conditions, and mistreatment of employees to the point are committing suicide and using the Soviet-style plan economy. Walmart also used the Soviet style. People will say capitalism is good, the same system that stealing is against the law, but letting people starve to death while your entire month's worth of food in your warehouse is legal. I call it immoral. Entrepreneurs use risk-taking tactics and use it because it is not them who receives the risk, but instead the workers who get greater risk from the decision form the above, and companies like Apple who make faulty products in order for more profit by making the same thing with little to no change. While many will say that anarchist companies can't be successful, while forgetting $1 million company functions in anarcho-syndicalism/communism, a company that there is no boss, and that company is Valve Corporation. Yes, the same company that made Steam, Half-Life, Team Fortress, Counter-Strike, Portal, Left 4 Dead, Dota 2, and Garry's Mod, and other companies that has used cooperation have reduced poverty and stress and bring better results like Associated Press, while privatization has shown negative results, especially in former Marxist states. Studies show that socialist countries show more favorable outcomes than capitalist countries. Socialists have lower infant mortality rate. Upper middle income socialist societies was comparable to high income capitalist societies. Even if we must put free market in anarcho-communist society, it can still be possible by removing the privilege of the people who are connected with the state power under capitalism, and wealth should be distributed and eliminate hierarchical business and use a horizontal approach, independent contractors, partnerships, and cooperatives. Not only it will bring effective business, but more smaller business will prosper, and bigger business who rely on removing competition and make and keep people poor will reduce. The ownership of the means of production and the concentration of wealth and power among the few will decrease, but many don't know that. The people of the right who argue for a free market does not know that our system originated by anarchists like Benjamin Tucker and Pierre Joseph Proudhon, but the difference is that their market is without the state while capitalism relies on the state. There are many people who will try to defend capitalism regardless which version by saying that it promotes innovation, while in reality only 13% of the world's employees are engaged in their work, while innovation occurs when people believe in their activities as value without needing money to do so, like YouTubers, where the website and the web in general functions under communism. Greater autonomy helps to create better creativity, while profit and hierarchy prevents or tries to keep it status quo. Or saying that free markets increase economic development. Look at Latin America and Africa, and that alone debunks the argument. And the capitalist system wastes 1.3 billion tons of food that can easily give to the poor who are starving to death, but we don't, because our current system will collapse if we do something like this, and we have the technology to work. 3-hour shifts, but the system prevents that because it will lose profit, so they most create useless jobs to make useless products like diamonds and use economic manipulation to give the illusion of value. The capitalist and the state are one and they want to keep their power. It has shown that having too much power, like entrepreneurs, are more likely to become sociopaths, have less empathy and more likely use immoral actions, so they must destroy the unions in order to keep their capital. Ignoring our basic needs and values, but thanks to unions that we make child labor illegal and create the minimum wage, thus the capitalist will eliminate opposing view, and that is why I agree that private ownership of the means of production/property is theft and capitalism violates the non-aggression principle. Capitalism doesn't promote hard work like owning productive land does not require hard work, and if hard work promotes wealth, then every mine worker in Africa are millionaires instead of some good-looking musicians who has little talent to begin with but bosses wants their employees to work as hard as possible with little pay as possible. The state controls over the economy, thus politicians will always side with the elite regardless the politicians is social democrat or theocrat, thus we have this class struggle among the rich and working class who do all the heaving lifting. This is why that not only we should abolish hierarchy and the state, but also money, that studies show that money and hierarchy brings more destructive behavior like an increase of unethical behavior, decrease empathy, sexual aggression, increase antisocial behavior, feeling less emotional and physical pain. It gives more stress and less likely to trust people, and all this happened by people who are higher in the hierarchy, while in the lower has higher chances of mental health issues, of constant fear of losing jobs, losing welfare, housing among the poor, increase of stress because of bosses and the hierarchical system that leads many into suicide. This is why autonomy and horizontal approach is better, that many cultures prefer this practice. This is in our nature as a social species to work in cooperation and autonomy. It has been shown that children functions this way, and using hierarchical system bring less satisfactory to the children, and offering rewards and competition has reduced people's creativity and effectivity in work, while people with no reward, thus no competition, have better creativity and does more effective work. Studies show that children under a competitive hierarchical environment among two groups shows that they become more hostile and violent, while cooperation and eliminate competition/hierarchy shows better relationships, less violence, more trust among individuals, and better effective work. We must abolish the state from below in order to achieve anarcho-communist society. We must replace hierarchy to horizontalism and federations of unions of not only anarcho-communists but also in peaceful collaboration with philosophical anarchist, syndicalist, mutualist, collectivist, and etc., but also platformism for each school of thought by collective responsibility, federalism, workers' council, worker self-management, and by direct democracy, participating democracy, liquid democracy, consensus democracy, grassroots democracy, and the people by right should learn political philosophy, economics, political science, philosophy of religion, philosophical theology, and religious studies, because people should be educated of the two topics that affect the world the most, religion and politics, not only the anarcho-communism and metaphysical atheism perspective but also all perspective, including the dangerous ideas like theocracy and religious terrorism, to learn the dangers of all ideas and try the best to prevent them. A revolution is mandatory to achieve it, but we need the people to be on our side by understanding of our cause and voluntary join a revolutionary situation if is happening/necessary. Unions should be priorities over bosses, and not only should we achieve anarcho-communist society in some small county, but the whole world by international confederation like we see in the International of Anarchist Federation, International Workers Association, and Industrial Workers of the World as the biggest 3 examples. Thus if a revolution happens, then the 3 big federations should give mutual aid for the better cause. It's either anarcho-communism or extinction. It is humanity to decide. A society based on solidarity and egalitarianism as an alternative to capitalism, hierarchy, state, and non-decentralized economic planning, and this the many concepts that are prevented from the capitalist system like green energy and the elimination of fossil fuel and use fusion energy, stem cell research, close ecological system, space travel, robotics, and other environmentally helpful technology, or having housing, jobs, free education, including universities, and free universal health care as a human right with no money required. We must eliminate top-down hierarchical power and use horizontal/flattened power instead. Information is power, thus information must be available to every participant in both anarcho-communist society but also in a revolution. A rapid and efficient sharing of information, the internet for example, and coordination of activity. Today's system imposes psychological fear, unemployment, hunger, and losing money. In order to prevent any opposing views that goes against their system, thus people must trust the free market, bosses, and the state. Anarchists view other people as equals, not lower class based on rank, status, or wealth, and must support each other, so when one falls his friends of the working class will help for the betterment of society, and following the philosophy of each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs. In the anarcho-communist civilization must be consensual in nature, unlike in the US that you are forced to pay taxes that go to unjust wars or force you to register for selective service that the state can force you into the military in any moment. We must develop voting methods and representation models for a radical democracy that shows the opinions of every single citizen with equal consideration using board account rank voting system, direct democracy, liquid democracy, consensus democracy, and sortition. Eliminate all forms of hierarchies unless is absolutely justified and necessary. Communes, federations, worker self-management, cooperations, workers' council, organizations, confederations, social ecology, libertarian municipalism, communalism, and mutual aid as the alternative to our current system, especially a series of small communes that everyone who lives in them can have functional and local input into the communes. Organization, the largest number of people that can function by working together as a team is about 150 people, thus communes should be on average around 10,000 people in order to keep it stable that doesn't break down trust, familiarity, and sense of belonging. These communes must be split to smaller communities that can have at least 2 representatives they send to the communes council, 150 people mentioned earlier, and using the method to maximize the potential participation and input for every voter using direct democracy and using sortition will be used that at random shows council members in every few months, and this will allow members of the community to serve the council once every 3 years, and these interconnected communes can be reached on the global level to have a better society. In this council it must function under direct democracy, liquid democracy, consensus democracy, social ecology, libertarian municipalism, and communalism to achieve an effective anarcho-communist civilization, like in the words of Murray Bookchin. Just as the word social in social ecology is another way of saying socialism, so the word ecology is another way of saying dialectical and continuous development. Economics should become an ethics in a rational society, which is the society I wanted to see come into existence. Legacy of freedom, personal as well as social, should slowly expand to a point where, through its interaction, it will absorb the legacy of domination. The two will finally become one in the sense that domination will have become meaningless. It will have become too irrational to lay any claim against freedom. I do believe, if a libertarian municipalist movement based on communalist principles cannot establish a system of direct democracy and confederation, then libertarian ideals of all kinds must be significantly revised. But we cannot hope to establish any kind of truly libertarian society without creating a public sphere, beginning with the grassroots electoral politics based on the creation of popular assemblies. In my view, this is the left libertarian movement's last stand. If you do not agree with me, so be it, but please, use a different label for your ideas, leave the name libertarian. Municipalism alone, and go your own way toward communitarian and cooperative enterprises, if not Taoist monasteries and mystical seances. I would ask my critics not to muddy up ideas that they don't really like, while at the same time claiming to support them, and, on the whole, communalism is trying to rescue a realm of public action and discourse that is either disappearing or that is being reduced to often meaningless engagements with the police, or to street theater that, however artfully, reduces serious issues to simplistic performances that have no instructive influence. By contrast, communalists try to build lasting organizations and institutions that can play a socially transformative role in the real world. Significantly, communalists do not hesitate to run candidates in municipal elections who, if elected, would use what real power their offices confer to legislate popular assemblies into existence. These assemblies, in turn, would have the power ultimately to create effective forms of town meeting government. Inasmuch as the emergence of the city, and city councils, long preceded the emergence of class society, councils based on popular assemblies are not inherently statist organs, and to participate seriously in municipal elections countervails reformist socialist attempts to elect statist delegates by offering the historic libertarian vision of municipal confederations as a practical, combative, and politically credible popular alternative to state power. Indeed, communalist candidacies, which explicitly denounce parliamentary candidacies as opportunist, keep alive the debate over how libertarian socialism can be achieved, a debate that has been languishing for years. Working in this society will mostly be irrelevant because we have the technology to fully automate almost all jobs, but the few jobs we have to choose will use contracts because contracts is a flexible instrument using the principles of mutual aid where both parties are equal and both benefit without taking advantage of one another and act autonomously and fully self-direct, something capitalism is using to some extent, and use collaborations to make alliances without hierarchies. Disney has used this method by having international technology alliance with HP. By this method, people will put together contracts with their respective communes and use the contract and stipulate what the commune will agree to provide the members: food, clothes, clean water, and shelter, and outline responsibilities with the communes that keep the society function, like dealing garbage, produce important goods, making food, and construction. These labors will be rotated frequently to prevent fatigue, and everyone shares the burden on these less desirable jobs, and communes will use similar contracts with other communes to meet various needs of their society, like using cooperative contracts to build and maintain transportation, like trains or buses, and each communes provide certain resources and personnel in exchange for access to transportation, no money required. These contracts can overlap and interlock that are able to trade and receive required resources among each other. This is something that big companies like PepsiCo and other huge companies use this method to succeed, but the difference is that under capitalism is motivated by profit, while anarcho-communism is motivated by the improvement of society and benefiting the lives of people. All individuals should be granted basic liberties like free speech, freedom from religion, freedom of press, free assembly, free education including universities, free universal health care, having food, clothing, shelter, electricity, running water, internet, and universal basic income, if we need money, as a human right. As long as it doesn't exploit or limit the safety of citizens, and individuals must agree to reasonable contribution to the commune. What it means to be reasonable varies from commune to commune. People will be able to contribute some labor and participate in managing/governing the commune, and citizens will be expected and encouraged to participate in the government of the commune. People with mental and learning disabilities, the communes will work with them to negotiate contracts that suit their needs, and the communes must have responsibility to ensure vulnerable people are able to participate in society without being abused by their neighbors. Are technologies that reduce working hours in less than half a day, that people will have free time for activities that are more rewarding, personally, but jobs that require specialization and more working hours, like medicine and almost all scientific jobs in general, require extensive and continuous training. These types of jobs need to be paid more because of the training, and almost all scientists are doing this not because of money, but they want to help people, which in anarchist society they will be more productive than ever. While people like Robert Nozick believes that worker self-management is ineffective, but he is wrong, and all empirical evidence point to worker self-management is more effective and productive than the capitalist system, and it shows that even capitalist companies notice the usefulness of cooperative and worker self-management, but use it just small amounts, so it doesn't affect too much the system, because if they completely embrace this principle, the workers will realize that they don't need bosses, CEO, managers, and etc. What about crimes? In the capitalist society, crime is caused from abuse, economic inequality, illegal drugs that are sold for profit, people having no access to healthcare and turn to drugs as alternative, and prisons for drugs use that results in even more misery to the people, and all this creates an environment of danger and illegal activity and material scarcity that people will reduce to violent acts to survive. If all drugs are decriminalized and addiction is treated as medical condition instead of a crime, and like I said earlier that people should have basic necessities as a human right, then we can eliminate the problems of crimes, and we must abolish prisons, and crime should be treated as a social problem that is used to rehabilitation measures to each individual circumstances, instead of cage them like animals. Instead, those people should seek counseling, therapy, and education to help the individual and the commune. To prevent crimes to occur, we must build strong communities of every individual member of society, that instead of police looking to punish people with brute force, thus police must be abolished. The alternative is to employ highly trained social workers, where these workers get to know every community, address their needs, and see if their needs are met, and these social works will be trained counseling, sociology, and peer mediation to ensure the safety of the people, and thus prevent most problems before it can even start. Instead of a centralized military, we should have a voluntary defense force will be equipped and trained to work effectively with strict protocols to prevent the escalation of force, and is funded collectively by the Union of Communes. Thus the current military system must be abolished. In the system, each individual can be given equal opportunity to volunteer, and this military will be supply the communes with equipment, supplies, weapons for defense, and personnel by a joint contract with each commune, with both direct and indirect contribution to civil defense. A very simple form of hierarchy is required to organize the military, but under anarchist principles, like officers will be chosen democratically by the units, and higher commands should be rotated frequently to prevent one person to have too much power and will not have the power to abuse their ranks, and they will be accountable to subordinates and communities they serve. By integrating this military with the community can prevent abuse from the strict hierarchy that has been seen in the current military-industrial complex. Volunteer patrols that helps people in need and discourage aggression. The criminal need the resources he may need to reintegrate into the community and to stop hurting others. It shows anarchist communities in Mexico and Athens were peaceful, organized and have less crime, that people can be alone at night without being in danger, unless you are the police forcing hierarchy on them, and it shows that prisons unions in Walpole and Puerto Rico where prisoners run the prisons and the prisons was less violent and relaxed compared to the current prison system that constantly creates violence. Despite common belief that anarchist that is lawless will be chaos, or to exaggerate similar to Mad Max, but in reality every anarchist society have the least amount of crime, and the very few people who express antisocial behavior are defeated by the community, like Cristiano where gangs are virtually non-existent, but when a motorcycle gang which try to exploit the people in this lawless society but fail, and like all anarchist societies beating children are forbidden. Egalitarian community and women are treated as equal to men, and these behaviors reduce all types of crimes, rape, murder, violence, and drug use, and like the natives of Norway who were anarchist and its cultural history that is rooted in socialism, that today's Norway, despite being a social democracy, but its socialist approach to crime is very effective by treating prisoners as patients that be treated like therapy, psychology, and conflict meditation, and many natives who use anarchist philosophy treats criminals with respect to reconcile to their crimes and reduce crime, unlike today's capitalist/status/hierarchy who use revenge as cause more crime. In anarchist societies, war is unknown to them, and many natives who practice anarchism, war is treated as a sport and it does not allow to kill, and if someone gets hurt in this warfare sport/ritual, the event ends, while hierarchy tends to create more war and killing other people becomes more common. All these things should be integrated in the community to help the people in crisis in both peacetime and war, that in a society that works less than a police force and more like a hospital or firehouse, no special segregated class like we see from police and military today, but instead they will be part of the wider community like firefighters and National Guard. A military in this anarcho-communist society will use sortition, solidarity, consensus democracy, liquid democracy, direct democracy, workers' council, workers' self-management, communalism, and libertarian municipalism to create a decentralized military and function like a series of affinity groups where each group, from 3 to 10 people, can specialize certain fields, and every community will vote to put each soldier in their best roles that can function better, where each individual community will have their reserve, like 2,000 soldiers, and use 600 of them as reserve, to be prepared for war, which people will vote if we have to go to war or no war. What about borders? It is a method of controlling the people within their respective countries. Like in the US, people would not like the idea that each state has borders and prefer free travel, a freedom of travel, and many rich nations prevent people from poorer nations to enter their borders, and the requirement is a lot higher than going to poorer nations. The paranoid idea of outsiders staying their country while they don't have a problem of people living from one state to another, which is the same, but despite many anarchists are against borders, many make a case for borders, like setting up delineations and boundaries between communities for organization, census, how infrastructure is planned, and create borders that does not create any abusive hierarchies and limits freedom. Thus, borders for among communes is to maximize freedom and minimize hierarchy. Advocating overlapping network between communes to prevent wars among communes by creating peace pact to create a global confederation/federation, and decisions is used by consensus for the betterment of the confederation/federation, thus no borders. It was shown that borders may have been the dawn of warfare as we speak by observing chimps who are more aggressive, which is rare, create borders, and these are far more possessive of resources, early things of greed, with early things of property and ownership cause chimp warfare, which the moment hierarchy, competition, and private property quickly cause war by creating artificial scarcity, despite of the huge land they live, fighting resources and developing warlike behavior, unlike other apes. Even most chimps rely on cooperation and mutual aid, that violence among themselves is virtual non-existent, like early human warfare in written history is for conquest. There is a reason why 95% of human history there is no hierarchy and function under anarchist communist principles all over the world up until 12,000 years ago. Even societies where certain traditions in indigenous cultures that have sexist elements, women have autonomy and be independent from men, where men and women were equal, sexuality, gender/romantic/sexual orientation, were fluent and more than 2 genders, mainly under religious belief, but religion/theism/supernatural itself are the reason hierarchy became dominate, with evidence of it in prehistory was only theatrical and temporarily for religious rituals and burials. It wasn't until early shaman/priests who were in many indigenous culture are either nonconformist, eccentric, neurodivergent, LGBT, for example outside the 5 genders of the Buginese, or people with mental health problems. Many accounts in anthropology are severe, which use that temporarily privilege they have in these early hierarchies managed to make it permanent and establish power and domination. And the origins of private property was religious in nature, where God/spirits is the property owner and priest were its security guard and will use violence to protect God's property, or for the priest/shaman, which immaterial property. Magic was the most important, like early secret society, occultism, esotericism, and mysticism, which was to safeguard the early priest and early kings, which back then both titles were the same, of reproduction of game from one season to the next, magical formulas, stories, to make fictional narratives to legitimize their rule, medical knowledge, perform certain rituals, mathematical knowledge, and later writing. Words were considered magical powers. This is where occult, mysticism, esotericism, and secret society started, not as many people believe in the 6th century BC by Pythagoras math worship, or Hinduism in the Vedas teaching magical spells of how to control demons, sexual magic/rituals, and magical yoga to achieve supernatural powers, with archaeological evidence show that before hierarchy from 300,000 years ago to 12,000 only 3% of all deaths were violent, while after 12,000 years ago, when these early shaman kings started to take power and make hierarchical structure became permanent, the rise of tribal violence, human sacrifice, and early massacres show, according to Steven Pinker, a prehistoric hunter-gatherers and horticulturist, that 15% of deaths were violent. In anarcho-communist society, free universal healthcare is a human right. The community decide to do the right thing of giving people well-being and benefit in their society and use mutual aid contract that provides service to the contract holder and outline all responsibility from both parties and range from healthcare, medical benefits, drug coverage, old age pensions, and social security. Medicine is at the service of the community. Funds for outpatient clinics from local communities and health department must be autonomous to support one another, not only from their own commune but other communes also. Other tasks like decision-making when communities have to fulfill their duties using mutual aid contract for the betterment of the commune, and also using this method to solve disputes in various ways to find what is the best way to solve current problems. To achieve is to combine multiple types of government like communalism, autonomous local communities, a free society share based on common humanity where everybody both native and outsider can become a citizen and should engage in policy making to improve the people, where ideas can be shared and reconsider if these ideas are helpful, pragmatic, and not hierarchical. To further to reduce authoritarian power we must establish confederation, a union of sovereign communes linked by mutual aid contracts, mixed in with federalism where multiple communes on a national and international level can cooperate with a federation for self-governing communes united by a libertarian municipality where a union becomes the force of our civilization with worker self-management as the main approach. With the Workers' Council under direct democracy like Book Chin promotes during his final years, where solidarity to help common interest of humanity and direct action if the problems are not solved. Solidarity where individuals work together for common interest, and this is why unions are natural needs. Sharing Max Stirner view, also promoting platformism and synthesis by allowing other anarchist societies that are not anarcho-communist/communalism like mutualism, individualism, and collectivism where we are all a union which each have autonomy and diversity will cooperate using gift economy, mutual aid contract, and this global anarchist civilization will not have borders so people can choose to which society they want, either adopting the philosophy of Bakunin, Book Chin, Carson, or Stirner, where anarchists who want a left-wing free market anarchism using ageism, advocate a voluntary society using counter-economics, and voluntarism. Don't confuse the voluntary of Ayn Rand and Murray Rothbard in the civilization will become post-anarchism. When our main goal is finished, we continue to theorize to improve the society by implying various theories and practices of various ideas of various people to keep progressing, and because that this society, like I said earlier, that we have technology to eliminate almost all work, thus the abolition of work by turning of subsistence work to free play like many indigenous already do, while hierarchy make this works as compulsive, and if you refuse can lose your livelihood. In this global anarchist civilization, that not only a hybrid government is required to achieve the freest as possible, but to vote should require either a mix of different types of democracy or each commune have their own unique democracies that benefits the people, and the types of democracies that will benefit the people the best are sortition where officials are selective at random where it prevents corruption as much as possible, the Borda system where the majority listed officials are chosen by the people for better management. Radical democracy will allow platform of various ideas and allow the minority to express the views. The internet is an example. Participatory democracy where people are in power. Grassroots democracy where decision-making on local members to bring greater freedom. Liquid democracy can empower individuals to help the interest of their communes like we see in Google Votes, but the two best democracies are consensus democracy and direct democracy. The consensus approach is a form of decision-making we do on a daily basis, but the status/capitalist/high radical society remove the egalitarian element of this type of democracy where mass assemblies for a voting consensus like we see in some parts of anarchist Spain, and consensus democracy make sure that everyone is satisfied beforehand and use consensus to reconcile disputes. This is why politicians are bad at decision-making for billions of people, and we must remove CEO, boss, technocrats, and etc., and the people as a whole should make decisions to make better results. Direct democracy is by far the most popular form among anarchists because it is the ultimate form of self-management. Association as the only means by which individuals can work together as free and equal human beings. Not only it gives a free society but eliminates the rule of the majority, because the minority can still argue its case to fix or prevent any error. The majority has brining the best system as possible and brining greater respect to human dignity. This is why a global anarchist civilization should be based on participatory communities, like in the words of Ian McKay. Since not all issues are local, the neighborhood and community assemblies will also elect mandated and recallable delegates to the larger scale units of self-government in order to address issues affecting larger areas, such as urban districts, the city or town as a whole, the county, the bioregion, and ultimately the entire planet. Thus the assemblies will confederate at several levels in order to develop and coordinate common policies to deal with common problems. The economics of this global anarchist civilization should replace price, scarce resources, material gain, and egoist mentality and replace it to ethics, needs that concerns to the people's lives and human solidarity. Like Ian, that an anarcho-communist approach to supply and demand that horizontal links between producers which effectively communicates information across society about the relative changes in supply and demand which reflect actual needs of society and not bank balances, and distribution is based on need and what helps human civilization, like environmental friendly technology, basic necessary for survival, and try to improve human conditions. It shows that anarchist economics is the most effective and works faster, like in 2008 Spain when anarchist workers helped to resolve problems of the neighbors in days while the government took years to respond, and in Basque, Mondragon, shows the effectiveness, starting with 23 workers in one cooperative in 1956. The Mondragon cooperatives included 19,500 workers in over 100 cooperatives by 1986, surviving despite the heavy recession in Spain at the time and with a survival rate many times better than the average for capitalist firms. It shows that capitalism is so ineffective that even Abraham Lincoln said that capitalists generally act harmoniously and in concert to fleece the people. Schools in this society should be autonomous, and almost all universities already function under anarchist principles. Schools for children not only should teach mathematics, including metamathematics, philosophy of mathematics, history of mathematics and the foundation of mathematics, science, including metascience, history of science and philosophy of science, history, including historiography and philosophy of history, physical education, including self-defense using mixed martial arts, but also should teach philosophy, logic, decision-making, making arguments and metaethics, surviving childhood, express emotions in a healthy way, develop their own creative potential, caring for sick people, dealing with abuse, domestic violence, gender violence, racism, alcoholism, and drug abuse, communicate parents, explore their sexuality, finding jobs, finding apartment, making do without money, and question everything. Instead of grades, it should be based on the student's interest of the field instead of unnecessary class that the student will never use or has no practical purpose. This is the society that we must establish for the world and at all costs prevent a civilization which is a complete opposite of anarcho-communism, theocratic fascist absolute monarchy, a world where we don't have people hoarding all the wealth and let other people suffer like Jeff Bezos, $100 billion, King Solomon, $2 trillion, Augustus, $4,600 billion, Shah Jahan, 22% of the world's GDP, Henry Ford, $188 billion, and John D. Rockefeller, $400 billion, and a world where we don't let people in a position of power for a long time like Louis XIV, 72 years, Sobhuza II, 82 years, and Pepe II Neferkare, 94 years. Chapter 2 of 2, Anarchist View on the World. North Korea. There are many things happening in the world, both good and bad, but there are cases that I need to discuss, like North Korea, a country that I hate, ruled by a theocratic dictator that people believe that the Kims are gods. But beside this obvious part, but how reliable are the news source about North Korea? Well, is not very reliable, because North Korea isolates itself from the rest of the world. That makes any information difficult, and all no source comes from South Korea, and the South Korean government hates as much as the North Korean government hates the South. Thus any information from South Korea reporting anything what is going on in the North is biased or untrustworthy, and many if not almost all reports are just rumors and myths and not truthworthy, and the world's media cares more about sensationalism in North Korea than actual factual news. This demand of made-up stories creates supply, but many will say of what about the defectors? The problem is that the stories are not always reliable. Sadly, defectors are cited anonymously to protect their identities, which is difficult to verify their information and claims, and according to Felix ABT, a Swiss businessman who live in North Korea, said that defectors are inherently biased and that 70% of the defectors in South Korea are unemployed and selling sensationalism to make a living, thus they are making more money if they lie. The overwhelming majority of defectors come from North Hamgyong province, which is the poorest province in North Korea, which these defectors already come from poverty, and the people there already have a grudge from the people who live in Pyongyang and other places which are the richest places in North Korea. According to Hyung Gulin and Ji Young Song, said that some defectors embellish and slash or fabricate stories to sell books and make documentaries. There are many inconsistent stories, which makes it worse of their reliability. Cash payment for interviews are standard. The more exclusive or emotional the story is, the higher the payment, and even South Korea have concern about the unreliability of the testimony of the defectors, and the biggest discovering I found that some people who fled North Korea wants to go back to North Korea because they miss it and believe they are better off both financially and medical in the North. The unemployment rate among North Koreans in the South is more than 3 times the national average. A man named Mr. Song, who is one of these defectors, suffered debt problems that he lost his fridge and washing machine, and he is applying the South Korean government for official permission to return to North Korea, and here's are his words. Over the years I've noticed the political indifference toward defectors here in the South and the material circumstances they grapple with, and there have been days when I ask myself why I choose to come here in the first place. Anywhere a North Korean defectors goes, he could face difficulties and discrimination. The discrimination one faces from your own people can feel a lot colder. Remember the news talking about that North Korea claimed they discovered the unicorn? Then if you do, then it was a lie, but in reality that they discovered the unicorn lair, which is a term for the ancient capital of King Dongmyeong of Goguryeo. Another thing that you don't hear from mainstream media is that North Korea actually offered to disarm their nuclear arsenal in return for peace with the US and South Korea, but the US refused. You read that right, the US fucking refuse. BBC, Trump-Kim summit breaks down after North Korea demands end to sanctions. Western media will use certain words that don't mean anything just to demonize countries like North Korea, for example, like North Korea is a rogue state, has prison camps and death squads instead of country, prison, and military, and suddenly all the brutality that the United States of America has done since its foundation doesn't seem quite as bad. Lastly, here is a quote from Chad O'Carroll. But with the Cold War climate still prevailing over the Korean peninsula, it is important to remember that the anonymous sources behind the sensationalism are sometimes motivated to leak stories about North Korea for ulterior motives. North Korea too has been known to circulate false information through unofficial channels to influence the South Korean news agenda, further muddying the waters. And because Pyongyang rarely bothers to correct even the most outrageous of stories, the cycle of nonsense news erupting about North Korea will likely continue to perpetuate. Or here is another quote from The Guardian. In January, the DPRK government released a video claiming to show Shin's father denouncing his son's stories as fake. When questioned, Shin confessed that parts of his account were also inaccurate, including sections on his time in Camp 14, the infamous labor camp for political prisoners, and the age at which he was tortured. Shin is not alone. Another North Korean, Lee Soon-ok, offered testimony to the U.S. House of Representatives in 2004, describing torture and the killing of Christians in hot iron liquid in a North Korean political prison. There are questions to be asked about how heavily outsiders should rely on defectors' testimonies as credible evidence, but Lee's testimony was challenged by Chang In-suk, then head of the North Korean Defectors Association in Seoul, who claimed to know firsthand that Lee had never been a political prisoner. Many former DPRK citizens on the website NNet agreed Lee's accounts were unlikely to be true. Similarly, Kwon Hyuk told the U.S. Congress that he was an intelligence officer at the DPRK embassy in Beijing and had witnessed human experiments in political prisons, a critical factor in the U.S. decision to pass the North Korea Human Rights Act in 2004. Kwon's account, retold in a BBC documentary back in 2004, was later questioned by South Korea's Yonhap news agency, which argued that he never had access to such information. Many years later, Kwon has since disappeared from the public eye. While there is no doubt the North Korean regime has committed serious human rights abuses, there are questions to be asked about how heavily outsiders should rely on defectors' testimonies as credible evidence. A YouTube channel called Jaka Parker, Indonesian, who records the daily lives of Koreans from Pyongyang, the capital, largest city, and richest place of North Korea, that brings a shocking views that most outsiders thought what was like. People live mostly good middle class or lower middle class life, no different from the Caribbean. Don't forget the poorest areas and the brutal theocratic government. While most people forget that in the early years of the North-South split, America were the bad guys because before the split it was ruled by the theocratic Japanese Empire, but after the split that the North allied to the Soviet Union made reforms and the sympathizers fled to the South, but in the South allied to the US government, expelled the socialist government and brought back the Japanese, and whoever did not like this was forced to fled. Syngman Rhee, the first president of South Korea, who was strong pro-American view, was a dictator, political oppression, corruption, and killed 14,000 Koreans who he expected to be communist, torture people who he thought were communist spies, put them re-education camps, and committed the Mungyong massacre and Bodo League massacre, and after all that horror he was rewarded a medal by the U.S. Navy Rear Admiral Ralph A. Ofstein. Not only this, but during the Korean War and the fear of communists that, according to the words of General Curtis LeMay, we burned down every town in North Korea. We killed off 20% of the population. Like I said earlier about the prisons of Korea, but America has the highest prison population per capita in the world. In BBC, the prison population of the land of the free is 2,193,798, and that is in 2019 alone, not including the entire history of American prison, while the brutal gulags killed 1,700,000 people, and while today's prison population in China and Russia combined is 2,422,659. How to the North Korean soldiers fell that the largest military exercise in the world happens twice a year in their borders, and this military in question in the U.S. practice mock invasions, intense military drills using almost all types from foot soldiers, tanks, and helicopters. People on the news keep mentioning the fear of invasion by North Korea, forgetting that the U.S. invaded Guatemala, Egypt, Panama, Vietnam, Lebanon, Dominican Republic, El Salvador, Libya, Iran, Nicaragua, Laos, Angola, Cambodia, Iraq, Korea, Grenada, Bolivia, Virgin Islands, Philippines, and Cuba. Also, the CIA tried to assassinate Castro over 100 times. People will point that North Korea, the people don't have enough food while their leader is overweight, but forgetting that other countries have the same problem. According to the World Health Organization, that in 2017 1 in every 9 people are hungry, or 821 million people are starving, and 150 million children are starving, and the most people who suffer this is from Africa, yet people to my knowledge don't talk about the many African leaders who are doing nothing of this. All these shortcomings are the result of international trade. Like in the USA, they produce more wheat than it consumes, and they produce 50% of all wheat export in the world, while North Korea isolate itself, thus has to rely to itself, and before this during the Cold War was already a declined state and rely on Soviet imports to survive, and when the Soviet Union collapsed they stopped all food and fuel imports in North Korea, and just before this North Korea suffered extreme famine, and all this was caused by an indirect attack on the hostile world. The government created Office 39 that create companies all around the world to make profit, $2 billion per year, and all its money goes straight to their leader, and the system produced 40% of North Korea's economy, thus becoming state capitalism. America was the reason for the split of the Korean peninsula in the orders of John J. McCloy, who wanted to divide Korea, and in Korea the reason the people prefer the USSR because it give them hope of an independent, self-governing, and free country, while US bring the return of the Japanese oppression, who bring suffering of men and making women sex slaves to please the Japanese and Americans. In the North establish 8-hour workdays, abolish child labor and annual 2-week vacations, while under Japanese rule it was the opposite, and a Cambridge economist Joan Robinson went to North Korea in the 1960s and declared that the nation is a nation without poverty. While the South became a fascist dictatorship killing hundreds of thousands of people for capitalism and the American empire. South from its inception up to today have used concentration camps on people who are on the left. Today it's illegal for unions to use political activities, it's illegal for creating political parties to have any left-wing views, from democratic socialism to anarcho-communism, censor, ban, or remove all left-wing material from books to the internet, and people can be arrested for promoting left-wing views and protesting about unemployment/homeless. The US used the South Korean army for their war against communism, like sending Korean troops in Vietnam and being part of their projects. Pentagon Papers, which the US used the market using Korean companies. According to Stephen Gowans, Washington injected about $1 billion into the ROK from 1965 through 1970, equal to nearly $8 billion in 2018, to cover the cost of ROK troop deployments to Vietnam. These payments accounted for an estimated 7 to 8% of South Korea's GDP from 1966 to 1969 and almost 1/5 of its total foreign earnings. In addition, Washington acquired the ROK military with billions of dollars of equipment and opened up Vietnam to South Korean businesses as a market and sphere of investment. Vietnam became a cornucopia of profits for Korean firms, as US officials showered Korean corporations with contracts to support the US war effort. Under US direction, Vietnam soaked up more than 90% of the ROK steel exports and half of its transportation equipment exports. The US created one of the worst places for laborers using child labor, which the government realizes is a problem, an increasing of discouraged workers that can be compared to the unhealthy work ethic of Japan. And again, Stephen Gowans made this discovery. South Koreans work the second longest hours among OECD countries, with many salaried workers at manufacturing companies working for more than 60 hours per week. Many do not take their paid vacations. A person working a 40-hour work week without vacation puts in 2,080 hours per year. In 2014, South Koreans worked an average of 2,124 hours, more than a full week, in excess of a 40-hour work week without vacation, implying that many South Koreans aren't taking vacation at all, or are taking vacation, but are working punishingly long hours, or both. And that figure was down from the year 2000, when South Koreans averaged 2,512 hours at work per year, 40% higher than the number of hours US workers put in on the job and 80% more than Germans worked. South Koreans, then, work some of the longest hours in the industrial world, which means that conditions haven't substantially improved from when Japan occupied Korea, and Koreans were compelled to toil long hours in Japanese-owned mines and factories. Have long hours made South Koreans marvels of productivity? Apparently not. Despite their lengthy hours on the job, Koreans of the South are less productive than workers in other OECD countries. ROK citizens work long hours, ultimately, not to make their lives better, but to enlarge the inherited fortunes of the pampered sons and daughters of the founders of the country's handful of giant conglomerates which dominate South Korea's economy. And the privileged children of the country's corporate elite use their accumulated wealth accumulated for them by long toiling South Koreans to dominate those spaces of the country's political life left open to indigenous South Korean influence by the otherwise smothering influence of the United States. As a consequence, corporate royalty exists on a legal and material plane high above that of the overworked South Korean hoi polloi. The U.S. extreme sanctions on North Korea since 1948 in order to destroy them economically and label them as isolationist, and U.S. sanctions against the DPRK have includes limits on the export of goods and services, prohibition of most foreign aid and agricultural sales, a ban on export-import bank funding, denial of favorable trade terms, prohibition of imports from North Korea, blocking of any loan or funding through international financial institutions, limits on export licensing of food and medicine for export to North Korea, a ban on government financing of food and medicine exports to North Korea, prohibition on import and export transactions related to transportation, a ban on dual-use exports, i.e., civilian goods that could be adapted to military purposes, and prohibition on certain commercial banking transactions. The reason North Korea suffer famines in the 2000s is not because socialism but the U.S. policy of starving people in order to join their capitalist philosophy, like the words of a former DPRK diplomat. This had a major impact on our economy. And with the disappearance of the USSR, the U.S. moved to a policy of intensification, believing that our days were numbered. The U.S. intensified its economic blockade and its military threat. They stopped all financial transactions between the DPRK and the rest of the world. The U.S. controls the flow of foreign currency. If they say that any bank will be the target of sanctions if it does business with the DPRK, then obviously that bank has to go along with them. The U.S. issued such an ultimatum to all companies: if they do business with North Korea, they will be subject to sanctions by the U.S. This is still in place. The U.S. government thought that if they cut economic relations between the DPRK and the rest of the world, we would have to submit to them. The only reason that we have been able to survive is the single-hearted unity of the people. The people united firmly around the leadership. We worked extremely hard to solve our problems by ourselves. Blocking medicine to the North Korean people as part of the U.S. economic warfare, the U.S. induced North Korea and back then the Soviet world into military overburden and forced the Soviet world to spend itself into bankruptcy in an effort to keep up. Thus is not socialism that failed them but the constant attack from the U.S. and rest of the world. This doesn't mean that North Korea is peaceful, far from it. Concentration camps, human rights violation and the history of totalitarianism in North Korea is still a problem and must be abolished to free the people from their dictator. Chile. Pinochet, a cruel dictator that wanted an extreme free market, laissez-faire capitalism by force, his crimes against humanity, drug dealings, arms dealing and his inhumane cruelty, selling social responsibility to corporate class interest, its authoritarian and secret police to oppress opposition is something only Stalin and Mao can be proud of. But it all started by the United States when in 1970 Salvador Allende was the first Marxist in the history of Chile to win the election by democratic vote. He wanted reforms like nationalize industry, expansion of agrarian, healthcare and education. But his success was limited because the Congress was controlled by Christian Democrats, moderates, and its pressure from the Nixon administration's goal of eliminating all communist influence even if it was peacefully democratic that the United States did boycott attacks on the country before and after shortly having a Marxist president. The U.S. made extreme shortages, economic disruptions and right-wing groups lead a coup. The U.S. also did a coup in Brazil and Bolivia, and made a siege called La Moneda that succeeded to kill Salvador Allende with help of the U.S. and after this putting Pinochet on power to save Chile in chaos while in reality created the dark age of Chile by torture, terrorism, and Pinochet's family used alias to establish companies and bank accounts in the U.S. and other countries to hide $30 million in assets. CIA funded right-wing groups to overthrow Allende and suspended the Constitution. Pinochet made the national security doctrine to eliminate all left-wing opposition using torture, intimidation and other unethical ways that you expect ISIS would do. It also abolished democracy, controlled the media and all this the United States and Great Britain turns their head the other way and are allies during Pinochet reign like today's situation between the United States and Saudi Arabia. Pinochet suffering economic stagnation give full economic power to the Universidad Católica that are promoting laissez-faire capitalism and under the power of the Chicago Boys its effects of orthodox neoliberal system cause unemployment to the extreme and Pinochet with the help of the U.S. sold 600 state-owned businesses and fundings of public schools was non-existence because academic teachers oppose his reign of terror. CIA funded institutions for the sole purpose of promoting anti-Marxist propaganda and the government having concentration camps. Pinochet had made many reforms like the water code which privatized water rights, artificial drought, and water was taxed which by consequences state water management favor the rich. The indigenous sell their water rights to mining companies by signing papers but they can't read and accepting prices without knowledge of the market value, poor water uses and inconsistency of its effectivity. Disastrous healthcare system, rich people buying forest or parks for conservation while in reality is to live their lavish lifestyles while the people of Chile were tortured by Pinochet's army and with the help of the CIA, Sename making fixed class 4 criminal in making causing immensurable suffering of children and big companies of salmon fishing that cause pollution, damage the ecology, limiting the rights of fishing farmers that did not work with big companies like the local slash. Indigenous with only a fraction of the territory they can explore where mostly were. Damage ecosystem reside and these poor innocents claim that they just want to fish only for what is necessary not for profit and do it for a living because is what they enjoy not to make money a mentality that many anarchists are trying to explain for years and the same mentality of what Karl Marx said in critique of the Gotha program when he said from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. After Pinochet established neoliberal laissez-faire pure capitalist economics that shows us its negative effects and almost destroy its economy like 2 economic collapse, extreme poverty, and inequality so awful that you have to be either a millionaire or homeless there was no in between. Milton Friedman was one of those Chicago boys who caused all the suffering won the Nobel Prize in economics, classy, while their 2 socialist presidents Lagos and Bachelet did better job which the U.S. will like not to admit like in 1973 when there was a food shortage but the socialists invent the cyber sin which helped to centrally manage the economy and sent 70% of the resources and help feed the people and the system are heavily influence of the wealth of nations by Adam Smith if this is the results using even in a liberal approach of pure capitalism just imagine taking it to the extreme. Venezuela. Facts like these that people like Ben Shapiro will ignore while his main slogan is facts doesn't care about your feelings. This is the same man that will say Venezuela is socialism while in reality it is capitalist. The numbers of degree of state ownership in the economy including at the height of Chavez's welfare state is smaller than French people employed by the French private sector, but that is false while in reality is that 2/3 RDS of the economy is run by the private industry. 70% of the GPD is gained through private industry, 55% of healthcare spending is done by the private sector and 80% of the workforce is done in the private sector while Chavez is in power for 20 years and never reduce or change any of these things so we have a socialist dictator in a capitalist country where people are starving in the capitalist system and yet their socialist leader has not yet implemented socialism or in his case Chavismo but his approach is that instead of workers' revolution but instead reforms and the nation functions as a third world social democracy and remember that social democracy is the farthest left-wing political philosophy that supports capitalism with only some socialist ideas like tolerate private property and other social programs that we see today more successfully in Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. It still is a capitalist country and 2/3 of Western Europe has more state employment than Venezuela but in the 80s and 90s when the nation accepted a full neoliberal capitalist but the poverty rate went from 15% to 45% in 15 years, it's been a trend that capitalism always fail in the southern hemisphere like Asia, Africa, and Hispanic America, despite Chavez's brutal reign but to my surprise that during his first 12 years in power that unemployment heavily reduced, infant mortality rate went down by a third, GDP per capita have been double, illiteracy was eradicated in 7 years, 4 million people can go to higher education while before his rise to power was 1 million, extreme poverty went down by February 3rd and the oil boom was started, which later backfired, but in 2002 Chavez nationalized oil which triggered a coup from the middle income earners and the elite that had the CIA was involved and why the CIA was involved? Because Venezuela was America's biggest importer of oil, 25%, and America wants cheap oil. Iran and Bolivia suffers America's wrath when oil because nationalized and by results they kill innocents, eliminate opposition, and but dictators in power, and America given $50 million to the opposition for the 2002 coup yet not food for the starving people of the nation which is nothing new when Reagan tried to cripple the USSR by artificially lowering the price of oil thus bankrupting the economy but in the media shows the nation in chaos while in reality the majority of the footage we see is seen in middle income areas and most people live just fine and the biggest companies have the resources to help the people but companies like Empresas Polar have deals with the IMF to get interventions to send help against the opposition and the anti-Maduro districts of Chao Chao have expensive parties while middle class people starve and these big companies have been confirmed that they are purposefully hiding food from consumers and the Bolivian people who know what's really going on in Venezuela that they did marches supporting their government and know what is happening there is a sabotage like for example when Maduro was democratically elected, 67.7% vote for him, the opposition accuse him of fraud with zero evidence, violent protest. While American media will ignore the capitalist brutal reigns and the 40 million people in Brazil and 150 million people in India protesting against the system that America supports will not report but will report any bad thing happens in the socialist Venezuela. Maduro raises minimum wage by 60% and is it ironic that the poor Venezuelans are on the support of the government and the wealthy are against the government? Many on the opposition will accuse Maduro for electoral fraud which there is no evidence or when America helps the opposition, the US government has not only cheered and funded these anti-democratic actions by absurdly declaring that Venezuela is an unusual and extraordinary threat to U.S. national security and pressuring investors and bankers to steer clear of the Maduro administration, the White House has prevented Venezuela from obtaining much-needed foreign financing and investment and the U.S. sanctions against Venezuela into full economic embargo, freezing all assets of the Venezuelan government and seizing food shipments. Remember I said that Venezuela is a dictatorship? Well in reality is not according to the nation. First, Venezuela is not a dictatorship. The ruling United Socialist Party of Venezuela, PSUV, formerly the Fifth Republic Movement, MVR, has been repeatedly affirmed at the polls, winning 12 of 15 major elections between 1998 and 2015. The government has won these elections cleanly, and has immediately conceded on the rare occasions when it has suffered defeat, including last December's parliamentary elections. America's economic war against Venezuela. The government's claim that the economic war is the main, or only, cause of the current crisis is not accurate. Yet there is clear evidence that the economic war is real, and is one of the factors behind the current crisis. This suggests that, as pro-government sources have claimed, there are parallels between Venezuela's current situation and the crisis that confronted Chile in the early 1970s due to Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger's efforts to make the economy scream to bring socialist President Salvador Allende down. There are three facets to the economic war. The first is hoarding of food and basic goods, e.g. toilet paper, toothpaste, flour, etc., by private producers opposed to the government, to deliberately manufacture scarcities and generate popular opposition, particularly in the lead-up to elections. There is evidence this has occurred on multiple occasions, including the 2002 to 2003 oil strike and the run-up to the December 2007 constitutional referendum, which, perhaps not coincidentally, was Chávez's first major electoral loss. Following the PSUV's loss in the December 2015 parliamentary elections, there were reports on social media that products missing before the election had reappeared on grocery shelves. In June of this year, Miriam Gimenez, a Chavista activist from the city of Carora, told me, "We say that we lost the December 2015 election because of black beans. In the weeks before the election you couldn't get black beans anywhere." After the election, Gimenez said, black beans reappeared. The second facet of the economic war is the damage to Venezuela's economy wrought by U.S. government actions. The most visible recent example, but by no means the only one, was President Obama's March 9, 2015, executive order declaring that the situation in Venezuela poses an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. This order, which was renewed this past March, placed sanctions on 7 high-ranking Venezuelan government officials accused of human rights abuses and corruption. It is worth pointing out that when this occurred, Venezuela's anti-government opposition rejected the extraordinary threat language and declared, Venezuela is not a threat to any nation. There is, of course, a direct economic effect of U.S. sanctions against a country, or officials within a country. More important are the indirect effects, which, as Mark Weisbrot has pointed out, send a message to would-be foreign investors that the country being targeted may not be a safe place to invest in. Weisbrot notes that foreign financial institutions that wanted to arrange a swap for Venezuela's gold, a couple years ago, they couldn't do it. According to Alex Main, a senior associate for international policy at the Center for Economic and Policy Research, contacts in the financial sector have noted that the U.S. Treasury Department has strongly urged investors and bankers to avoid making loans to the Maduro government. Recent U.S. sanctions targeting Venezuelan officials also serve to discourage U.S. and European banks from doing business with Venezuela. Recent U.S. actions have had a considerable and highly detrimental impact at a time when Venezuela is in desperate need of dollars but is prevented from gaining access to them by Washington, which has made little secret of its support for Venezuela's anti-government opposition. The third facet of the economic war is the economic and psychological cost of the opposition's often violent push for regime change. It is difficult to measure the precise extent to which violent protests, such as occurred from February-April 2014, have damaged the economy. In March 2014 the government claimed that opposition blockades reduced the supply of basic goods by 60%. And in an April 2014 New York Times editorial, President Maduro wrote, "These violent actions have caused many millions of dollars worth of damage. I have not been able to find a reliable independent estimate of economic damage due to the February-April protests. Venezuelan government estimates do not, however, seem implausible." In addition to the direct material costs of violent protests, which have targeted state-run health clinics and other public institutions and undoubtedly led to extensive property damage, there are significant but harder to calculate psychological costs borne by the public. The climate of fear and uncertainty prevalent today is in no small part due to the opposition's actions. This has almost surely contributed to the government's unwillingness to pursue necessary but new, and thus uncertain, policy measures such as floating the currency, which can only succeed if the government can generate trust among the population. America's sabotage of the Venezuelan government with far-right-wing ideologies can go back for a decade. Before the fateful day of January 22, fewer than 1 in 5 Venezuelans had heard of Juan Guaido. Only a few months ago, the 35-year-old was an obscure character in a politically marginal far-right group closely associated with gruesome acts of street violence. Even in his own party, Guaido had been a mid-level figure in the opposition-dominated National Assembly, which is now held under contempt according to Venezuela's constitution. But after a single phone call from U.S. Vice President Mike Pence, Guaido proclaimed himself president of Venezuela. Anointed as the leader of his country by Washington, a previously unknown political bottom dweller was vaulted onto the international stage as the selected leader of the nation with the world's largest oil reserves, or, according to the Venezuelan government, the U.S. was also involved in a plot, codenamed Operation Constitution, to capture Maduro at the Miraflores presidential palace, and another, called Operation Armageddon, to assassinate him at a military parade in July 2017. Just over a year later, exiled opposition leaders tried and failed to kill Maduro with drone bombs during a military parade in Caracas. CIA and U.S. government giving funding for right-wing groups, aristocrats, and oligarchy to stop any evil socialist threat like we are still living in the 1960s. Petroleum industry figureheads with the Washington elite trying to sabotage the government, and some members of the infamous Chicago Boys of Pinochet's Chile were also involved to try to bring back the neoliberal system. Guaido violent guerrilla tactic have killed many people at one point, decapitated a man named Elvis Duran. Elliot Abrams was also involved with the takedown of the government, and this is the same man who overseen the U.S. covert policy of arming right-wing death squads during the 1980s in Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Guatemala, or in the words of Ben Norton, Canada's liberal government, led by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Brazil's new far-right leader Jair Bolsonaro, and the overtly pro-US Organization of American States, OAS, and its Secretary General Luis Almagro have joined Trump in endorsing this diplomatic coup in Venezuela. Us back right. Wing opposition boycott these elections, and all people against Chavez are coincidentally are white high-class people, while the poor/middle-class dark-skinned people are supportive of the government, showing there is a class/race struggle and history behind this violence. IMF and World Bank were the super-rich elite oppressing the poor countries, especially when the democratically elected a socialist leader will impose neoliberal economic against their will at gunpoint. But when people are tired of Perez's neoliberal system, they protest, which led Chavez in power and became a national leader, while Perez will be remembered as the man who massacred his own people, and in his presidency Venezuela became the most equality-driven country in Latin America. Or when Richard Nixon had ordered the CIA to make the economy scream, but people will think that socialist ideas started to appear in the Cold War, while in reality, the sources and inspirations for the Venezuelan commune are many, as any communero or communero will tell you. They include not only the Paris Commune of 1871 but also many more local movements before and since. Indigenous communities had long managed life collectively, and when Venezuelan slaves escaped to the hills to form maroon communities, these too often anticipated communal forms. Participatory, direct, and self-governed. The long history of Venezuela's communes thus began long before Chavez and even before the great Latin American liberator Simon Bolivar helped to free the continent from Spanish domination at the outset of the 19th century, and the rich white are against such vice, dangerous new tendency in which far-right youth movements have wrapped themselves in the language of freedom and democracy, adopting the symbols and tactics of the left by cynically co-opting nonviolent struggle toward brutally violent ends, and these right-wing groups admitted that we're trying a coup with the help of neo-Nazi, they are terrorist. In conclusion, Venezuela is capitalist with a socialist leader that actually helped and improved before America's intervention, and the communes with their free socialist territories are successful, bringing a glimpse of the future, but the government overdependences of oil. Until 2014 the economy was good until the oil prices dropped from $100 to $27, and because is a state-controlled oil company after Chavez's death and failed to fix the corruption of the old system that for now the future of Venezuela is uncertain. Thus socialism was not the problem, but if they did like Norway did to their oil, then their socialist country would still prosper, like we see in socialist Bolivia, socialist Ecuador, socialist Nicaragua, which is the most prosperous country in Central America. Cuba in recent years using the Chinese model has been successful, and let's not forget the socialist achievement of Hugo like. Unemployment has dropped from 14.5% of the total labor force in 1999 to 7.6% in 2009. Population has increased from 23,867,000 in 1999 to 29,278,000 in 2011. The annual population growth was 1.5% in 2011 compared with 1.9% in 1999. GDP per capita has risen from $4,105 to $10,801 in 2011. As you can see, Venezuela's inflation has fluctuated since 1999. Inflation now stands at 31.6% compared with 23.6% in 1999. Venezuela has a complicated history concerning currency exchange rates. Compared with 1999 when the exchange rate was under 1 bolivar to the US dollar, the latest figures from Reuters place it at 4.3 bolivars to $1. Poverty has decreased. In 1999, 23.4% of the population were recorded as being in extreme poverty. This fell to 8.5% in 2011 according to official government figures. Infant mortality is now lower than in 1999, from a rate of 20 per 1,000 live births then to a rate of 13 per 1,000 live births in 2011. Violence has been a key concern in Venezuela for some time. Figures from the ANOC state that the murder rate has risen since 1999. In 2011 the intentional homicide rate per 100,000 population was 45.1 compared with 25.0 just 12 years earlier. Oil exports have boomed. Venezuela has one of the top proven oil reserves in the world, and in 2011 OPEC put the country's net oil export revenues at $60 billion. In 1999 it stood at $14.4 billion. Extreme poverty dropped by 70%. The American Empire. The Mark Taylor Republic was a short-lived communist state in Colombia during La Violencia put despite a small group in the middle of nowhere that the Colombian government see them as a threat that 16,000 troops back up by the United States massacre the 1,000 inhabitants, which only 48 of them are armed, making one of the worst crimes of America's brutal empire. In Angola during their Soviet Revolution the CIA was involved, and during these activities hire mercenaries. In the words of Dave Tompkins, a British mercenary, we did killed when we had no particular reason to, and we torture to achieve information that they properly never have, and this was not capture enemy soldier. These were properly just local civilians, and that atmosphere permeated its way to its all unit. We were just a loose band of bandits with a very dangerous leader and a few associate. While today Angola with its capitalist system are the biggest oil export in the world and have the most expensive city in the world, their capital, but half of its population have no access to clean water. 2 out of every 3 children suffers from malnutrition and 1 out of every 6 dies before the age of 5. It's one of the most corrupt countries in the world despite having the richest city in the world, and it is still a third world country. Many Americans, mostly on the right, fear the Red Menace while forgetting the White Menace or the White Terror, like in Spain during the Civil War that killed people and was carried out by the fascist clergy, the Phalange, which was ideologically legitimized by the Roman Catholic Church, and the White Terror killed more people than the Red Side, 100,000 to 400,000 deaths, while many people say in defenses look at the gulags of Stalin, while today America has more people in prison today than the population of Stalin's gulag at its peak, but lower than the Laogai system in Mao's China, and the reason is the war on drugs. The prison population is 7 to 10 times bigger than other industrial nations. 1.66 million people arrested in 2009, 80% are for possession of drugs and are also first-time offenders. While other issues have been arrived, especially the capitalist system, which through history of overthrowing governments in developing and planting dictatorship to profit off their resources, like Iran when their first democratic election was destroyed when the CIA and MI6 overthrew Mohammad Mossadegh in a military coup and replaced it with the Shah Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, which monarchy increases power and later results in the Iranian Revolution to become a brutal Islamic republic that it is today. During the Shah's reign was brutality, and according to Amnesty International, the Shah of Iran retains his benevolent world image despite the highest rate of death penalties in the world, no valid system of civilian courts, and a history of torture which is beyond belief. The total number of political prisoners has been reported at times throughout the year 1975 to be anything from 25,000 to 100,000. The reason the US were allied with the Shah because he was going to nationalize their oil, but that would cut profits off the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, which is now called British Petroleum. Or look at Guatemala when their government was overthrown multiple times and installing puppet dictators like Jorge Ubico, and he made laws that would allow work managers to kill their workers on the spot, and he enslaved the entire country, thus destroying their democracy. While many people paint America as the good guys during World War II for saving the Jews, but the US government turned away thousands of Jewish refugees fearing there are Nazi spies, and some refugee Jews were sent back to Nazi Germany. The Allies were not fighting the Nazis to save the Jews but instead for survival against a strong force and revenge. Pearl Harbor. And in the US fascism was popular, and Hitler gained popular support that a Gallup poll in 1942 showed 1 in 6 Americans thought Hitler was doing the right thing to the Jews, and 1 in 5 considered Jews a menace, a higher number than those who considered Germans a menace, and 12% of Americans supported the campaign against the Jews. Many Americans will say that the war of Iraq was justified because they caused 9/11, Taliban, but the people who did the attack are not from Iraq but instead from Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates. All are U.S. allies, but these same allies were clerics who mostly controlled the government, condemned America's and secular values of the age of reason, and America believed at the time that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction which they did not have, but the suspicion and the recent terrorist attack was enough for the U.S. government to find support to go to this illegal war. Another example is when Nicaragua had a socialist revolution in 1979 and was led by the United States. I wish I was making this up, but when Ronald Reagan became president in 1981, who cancels Jimmy Carter's economic support in Nicaragua, which damaged the socialist government's economic reforms. The Reagan administration give funds and recruit Nicaragua's counter-revolutionaries called the Contras. Honduras was their main HQ, and was supported by the U.S. until there is no socialist leader. America invaded Nicaragua 8 times through its history, but when the socialists won the elections of 1985 democratically, the U.S. government was against it and tried to gain power by force using terrorism, Contras, but after the brutal civil war the country was in ruins. Which regardless who won the war, the damage was already done. The U.S. destroyed the Nicaragua economy because they wanted socialist reforms. The U.S. government meet Violeta Chamorro and give her funds to win the next elections, and the U.S. pledged to maintain the embargo against Nicaragua unless she wins. Other crimes like the CIA and Contra cocaine trafficking to hinder more against the socialist government, but thanks to the socialist government that made the National Literacy Crusade to improve literacy, reduce illiteracy from 60% to 13%, health care, education, child care, and land reforms, which was praised internationally, but America purposefully, and capitalist reforms by Chamorro that in the long run Nicaragua is one of the poorest nations in Central America, but once again under the socialist leadership in recent decade that the economy is giving a slow growth, it became one of the safest and fastest growing countries in the Americas. Became the #1 place in Central America in starting a business thanks to socialist policies. The country is currently a social democracy. Sadly, while Somoza disregard to human rights and America did nothing, but when socialists came to power, then America suddenly want to eliminate the communist virus and spread democracy, which proves my point that America and capitalists don't care about human rights, but instead their dogmatic ideology. Not only this, but help Catholics to preach negative views of the socialist government and praising the Contras with support of the Pope. America trade weapons for hostages and other crimes that America, so far, will never acknowledge or apologize. Ecuador was also invaded by America when the CIA incited a coup d'etat to eliminate the military government of Jose Maria Velasco, who he is using leftist movements and refusal of breaking diplomatic relations to Cuba that America invaded, and capitalist reforms did little help in arresting and exiling all communists in the country and replaced the communist country to a liberal centrist one. But since 2007 the country has 2 democratic socialist presidents that give left-wing socialist reforms which help the economy, where unemployment is 6 to 8%, extreme poverty has declined, GDP has improved, and the country became the 69th largest country by total GDP and 8th in Latin America. The country is currently in its social democratic stage, while many socialist policies are welfare reforms, but the economics is more Keynesian in nature, which is liberal socialist. Bolivia is even more socialist, if not the only democratic socialist country in Latin America, than Ecuador, which is now the fastest growing economy in Latin America thanks to the indigenous socialist president Evo Morales. Inflation reduced from 11.5% to 6.3%, poverty has been reduced, GDP has tripled, while neoliberal capitalist policies in the past cause widespread poverty in a country rich with natural resources. Privatization of water have killed people, but Morales' socialist policies have reduced economic inequality, helping the poor. Morales' pragmatic approach to socialism and using socialist welfare policies based in the Nordic model, proving even a small dose of socialism improves lives, and Morales' rejection of the international financial system, which give less economic pressure for Bolivia. Their economic, social, communitarian, productive model improve the economy, raise the GDP 5%, domestic demand rises, domestic resources rises, fiscal balance improve, public debt is reduced, central bank's net international reserve increase by tens of thousands, de-dollarization, and according to CEPR, Bolivia has grown much faster over the last 8 years than in any period over the past 3.5 decades. While free market capitalist Bolivia was one of the poorest country in Latin America, but socialist Bolivia became the richest. But before this, the U.S.-backed dictatorship of Hugo Banzer from 1971 to 1977, the U.S. overthrow the previous socialist president and replace it to a fascist military dictatorship using false imprisonment and torture. Republic of Mahabad was a socialist state run by the religious jurists, but the United Nations Security Council removed these socialists in the area. Grenada was another socialist revolution. Before the revolution, their previous prime minister was a dictator who tortured his people and was knighted by the Queen of England. Unlike the others, it was peaceful and bloodless, but America once again has to go out in its way to oppress people who don't subscribe to their capitalist ideology. The group made many social warfare policies to help the poor and was a neutral movement that advocate agricultural, educational reforms, preventative medicine campaigns, social planning, passed laws against sexual exploitation of women at the workplace, developed zonal councils, parish councils, worker parish councils, farmer councils, participatory democracy, national women's organization, national youth organization, labor unions, reduced unemployment from 49% to 14.2% by 1982, and nationalization of banks. A coup that America did against the peaceful socialist government and executed their leader Maurice Bishop. This event is called Operation Urgent Fury. It started when America falsely accused of Grenada that the new airport they built is for Soviet military purpose, while in reality, according to sources, Peter Collier, it was for commercial tourism and it can't be for military because the area is insufficient for military purposes. The U.S. cut off all financial/economic aid to Grenada before invasion. Guyana was another socialist nation that won democratic vote, but because of their communist views that like others will suffer America's freedom, but the political and ethnic conflict in Guyana and nationalization of foreign holdings, especially in the sugar industry, will cause more stress in England, and the CIA was once again involved to destroy them by giving funds, $80,000, to anti-Jugan leaders, organize riots, help from the Catholic Church and businesses. Man. The weird part is that the socialist PNC and capitalist UF joined forces to keep Jugan's Marxist party, the PPP, to stay out of office. The PNC, a democratic socialist party, won the next elections, but of their increased authoritarian attitude that another socialist group, WPA, were opposed the new government, but currently the socialist party still controls Guyana, and it's now the one of the fastest developing countries in the Western Hemisphere. Argentina have its own socialist movement, but the weird thing is that the movement was started by Catholic clergy from the Second Vatican Council, movement of priests for the Third World, in a country run by a military dictatorship with help from the fascist clergy. Catholic socialists made their own militia group called Montoneros, but the right-wing government made massacres against them and other left-wing groups. Iziza massacre and the Trillo massacre. America was involved in the 1976 Argentine coup d'etat, which to overthrow the moderate/center-right government and replace it to a far-right dictatorship. The U.S. not only made a state terrorist nation but give full support of this cruel government, using death squads for the sole purpose to hunt Down left-wing groups, killing students, teachers, civilians, and others using torture, concentration camps and genocide caused by the United States. It's ironic when America is against Islamic terrorism while they made a state terrorist nation using death squads, genocide, torture and crimes against humanity. Syria was another military dictatorship who was overthrown by the Arab Socialist Ba'ath Party, a Islamic socialist movement to create the United Arab Republic, Syria, Gaza Strip, and Egypt, and anti-Semitic by waging war against Zionism, but US became allies to Syria instead of enemies like the previous countries I mentioned, and Syria in fact Syria joined the US-led coalition against Iraq, but the United Arab Republic was actually a socialist failure, yet America became friends to them. The socialist nation was attacked, Egypt, by jihadists using terrorism in a socialist nation with only two socialist presidents while the rest are right-wing who became the dominant power until the Egypt revolution of 2011. The Egyptian socialist government only lasted for 14 years while Syria it's been dominated by Islamic socialist rule since 1966 and the economy was somewhat stable until the civil war which destroyed the nation. Iraq have its own Islamic socialist vanguard government from 1968 to 2003 which achieve economic growth and prosper unlike Syria, Egypt, and Gaza and achieve a socialist government by a bloodless coup, which is an achievement I did not expect, and was doing well until Saddam Hussein came to power, a man that the CIA helped gain power and helping him as early as 1959 as part of a six-man CIA squad to try to assassinate the previous leader Abd al-Karim Qasim. America helped the regime of Saddam until suspicions of weapons of mass destruction which lead the invasion of Iraq, so we have a socialist Iraq that America was not only allied with but helped to keep their totalitarian regime until they find something they don't like. Seychelles was another nation that became a democratic socialist country that only lasted around roughly a decade, yet the CIA joined South Africa to make a failed coup against a peaceful nation that achieved its revolution without shedding blood, and this democratic socialist nation that is a small and compared to other powerful nations in Africa that became the most developed country in Africa, one of the continent's highest gross domestic products per capita, and achieve a successful socialist nation, and in 2019 is the richest country in Africa, number 1. Madagascar also was a socialist nation that lasted from the 1960s to 1980s and for the most part was doing well until many French immigrants left the nation which devastated their shortages and resources that it results to move back towards France and leave their communist ideas and adopt a market economy to survive. Libya was a socialist nation under Muammar Gaddafi who wanted a Muslim nation using Islamic socialism and was against the godless Marxist, introduced Sharia law as the main legal system. He used former CIA officials to make terrorist groups against Israel, Edwin P. Wilson and Frankie Turpil. The country was economic successful mostly from its overdependence of oil. Sound familiar? When the decline of oil revenues that Gaddafi has to use capitalist reforms to fix it, and in the last 20 years these economic reforms was worse than ever, and the increased corruption of the government that results in a civil war, and America helped the opposition to overthrow Gaddafi and kill him, but before their help with the invasion that US praise him for mastery of tactical maneuvering. Ghana with the socialist leadership in the late 1940s whose dream of a United States of Africa, today's African Union, and this focus of the whole continent and forgetting his own country which caused rising opposition, for good reason, which was overthrown by liberals and some accuse of the CIA involved, but there is no evidence to suggest this. Algeria was founded by a socialist government with Arab nationalism, but the bloody civil war that destroyed the nation both physically and economically, that regardless of government it will not recover, but over the years Islamists gained power over time and became more corrupt from harassing women and riots that the socialists lost their power and Islamists took over, which quickly turned into a civil war. Portugal became socialist when Mario Soares became president after the overthrow of the dictatorship. Second Republic, and Soares was the first democratically elected government in nearly a half-century, and ever since he became president all presidents after him were either socialist or social democrats, and under their socialist policies Portugal has become one of the most economically successful countries in the world, offend in the top 30, yet you don't hear this from the far right that a socialist nation is currently successful, especially in Western Europe. Guinea have their bloodless revolution that is under a control of a dictator and a coup who are against the socialist government, Maoist, who are also dictator, and so far the last two presidents of Guinea are social democrat/democratic socialists that under their policies that the country is one of the most successful in Western Africa thanks to its natural resources and having friendly relations to the United States. Tanzania with their communist revolution that the US quickly removed ties to the nation and a paranoid attitude of becoming the Cuba of Africa, but the movement was very nationalistic and pan-African that started persecuting Arabs and Asian in the country, but ever since they have their socialist revolution and all presidents, so far, are socialist, and thanks to their socialist policies that Tanzania became one of the richest country in Eastern Africa. Bangladesh have its socialist revolution when Sheikh Mujibur Rahman became the first president of the country, and despite of his authoritarianism many people consider him as the greatest Bengali that has ever lived. Many people from both left and right want to eliminate him, and the CIA was involved to help and replace the socialist authoritarian government to an extreme right-wing dictatorship which so far has yet to recover. Nepal had its Maoist evolution in a few districts while the rest of the nation have an unstable monarchy that caused conflict and massacres. In 2008 the Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal was founded by left-wing groups eliminated the monarchy. Their first president was a democratic socialist, Ram Baran Yadav, and the first prime minister is a Maoist, Pushpa Kamal Dahal, which the US was against during the civil war, thus making the world's second ever and currently the only Maoist country in the world, but still poor. Sri Lanka, after years of authoritarian rule that many left-wing groups are opposed to it, and even one group, the Tamil Tigers, were at a civil war against them, but since 1994 the country have social democrats leaders, and thanks to their socialist policies that it reduced poverty from 23% to 9% of the population. It's one of the lowest tax to GDP ratios in the world, and it's considered in the top 60 richest countries in the world. Bhutan has its first social democrat prime minister in 2018, but it's too early to say what will happen. Sudan had its own communist movement since and ruled from 1969 to 1985 and was allied to the United States, but the country's religious conflict and implementing Sharia law that eventually caused two civil wars, and it's now almost theocratic nation with intense religious conflict. Myanmar had its socialist evolution and became the biggest failure of Marxism, becoming the poorest country in the world, and when it became capitalist it became the most corrupt country in the world, and the US banned removed ties until 2011. Suriname since 1980 all presidents are social democrats and democratic socialist, except the third and fourth president, and thanks under their socialist policies that it has become economically successful, yet you don't hear this from right-wing news sources. Zambia had its own socialist evolution by gaining its independence, and the first president used socialism as the new goal. For a while it was successful, but because the economy was heavily dependent of the copper industry that eventually damaged the economy. Sound familiar? But all presidents are either social democrats or democratic socialists, despite it has its serious problems, especially unemployment. It has become sub-Saharan Africa's most highly urbanized countries, one of the fastest growing economies in Africa and the fastest growing city in SADC, Lusaka its capital. El Salvador have its own socialist revolution fighting against the military dictatorship that was backed up by the US and supported the military junta using death squads and torture by the US. But since 2009 to 2019 it have two Marxist-Leninist presidents, but they try their best to improve the country but has yet solved the many problems of the country, mostly of its history of inequality and political corruption since the coffee revolution, and the first Marxist presidents has been guilty of money laundering. Barbados since 1966 all of its prime ministers are social democrats and democratic socialists, and thanks to their socialist policies that Barbados has become the 53rd richest country in the world, 66th in high-income economies of the world, and third largest stock exchange in the Caribbean region. Guinea-Bissau since its independence have socialist presidents from social democrats, democratic socialist, and Marxist-Leninist. Not all presidents are socialist but the majority are, but I consider this country a failure by becoming one of the poorest country in the world. Mauritius gained its independence and all of its presidents are socialists, and thanks to their socialist policies that it becomes one of the largest exclusive economic zones in the world and the second highest GDP per capita in Africa. Namibia since its independence have become socialist and has become the top emerging market economy in Africa and in the top 20 in the world. Cape Verde also has its socialist government, liberals also, that it's become the second only African country. The first is Botswana, that has transitioned from low development to average development. Uruguay since 2005 has its social democrat/democratic socialist and has been one of the most successful country in South America. Brazil had its bloodless socialist movement in 1946, removing the dictator Getulio Vargas, and have multiple socialist and social democrats presidents and banded gambling, ended diplomatic ties to the USSR, strengthened relations with the United States. Moroccan stadium was built but Vargas returned to power that caused crisis, and when he committed suicide a series of short-lived presidents that eventually lead a coup that established a military dictatorship which the United States was involved in making of this brutal government. St. Vincent and the Grenadines since 1979 has social democrat/democratic socialist leaders, monarchist as well, has so far become a lower middle class nation, yet I don't see people of the right point of this country of how socialism has not worked. They have to go with countries everyone knows. Mexico had its first socialist president in 1920 to 1924, Alvaro Obregón, and second ever socialist president is elected in 2018, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, but since the years of economic crisis from its capitalist policies and a new socialist leader so far is popular from his people, but it's too early to say what will happen, and it's ironic that the US will go to Venezuela to save them from the socialist menace while ignoring a socialist president right in front in their borders. Ethiopia have its Marxist-Leninist state which was a failure, but in recent years copying the Chinese model has become one of the most economic potential countries in Africa and economic boom. Upper Volta had its own Marxist revolution led by Thomas Sankara, and what's interesting about this Marxist state is that it never became a totalitarian/dictatorship under his rule, and his policies of economic change, ecological improvement, nationwide literacy, vaccinating over 2,000,000 children, planting 10 million trees, outlawed female genital mutilation, forced marriage, and polygamy, given women governmental positions, living a modest life, lowered his own salary, and when the IFM and World Bank joined right-wing extremists to make a bloody coup to kill him, he sacrificed his life by stepping down his position and letting the opposition kill him, and for years after his death that the nation suffer until recently a social democrat became president, Roch-Marc Christian Cobor, but it's too early to say what will become the country. France since the French Revolution have many left-wing proponents from the anarchist enrages who joined forces with the Hebridists who fight against Maximilien Robespierre and his totalitarian theocratic rule but later executed, and William Godwin wrote Political Justice, thus giving birth to modern anarchism during the height of the revolution, and Joseph D. Jack, another anarchist who was the first to call himself a libertarian. There's the Paris Commune, the first successful anarchist society before being massacred by the opposition months after they establishes, and in recent years France's social democracy with heavy socialist policies thanks to François Mitterrand, the longest reigning president in the history of France, and made the socialist experiment, accomplished the abolition of the death penalty, the 39-hour work week, and the end of a government monopoly in radio and television broadcasting, nationalize industry, increase minimum wage, tax the rich, improve workers' rights, implemented universal health care, and became one of the best in the world. And the 10th country in the world by total GDP, PPP, and 6th in total GDP, nominal. New Zealand is currently a social democracy thanks to the first socialist Prime Minister Michael Joseph Savage, the man who made modern New Zealand, known as the architect of the New Zealand welfare state, laid the foundations of the post-war consensus, and the rest 19 Prime Minister, 10 of them are in the Labour Party, including the current Prime Minister, and the country is considered one of the most democratic, least corrupted, safest and happiest country in the world. India since 1950 it has been social democrat/democratic socialist, right-wing presidents as well, mixing socialist and capitalist economic policies that India became the 7th largest economy by GDP in the world, the world's fastest growing major economy. EMS Namboodiripad became the first democratically elected communist in the world, and the Communist Party control a whole state for 40 years, Kerala, and thanks to their communist policies that has become the 11th largest state economy in India, the highest literacy rate, first, in 93.91%, the highest life expectancy, 77 years, the highest media exposure in India, the best performing state in India, something American conservatives coincidentally forgets about. Europeans' violent colonization was just a continuation of religious zealots' invasions like crusades and forcing them to move out of their land believing the natives are the children of Satan. White supremacy was also a continuation of Christian crusaders fighting Muslim outsiders, and the doctrine of limpeza de sangre adds their justification of racial superiority and later the cause of the forgotten American Holocaust that killed 100,000,000 people. European settlers waging war against indigenous communities in order to take their land while the natives have no concept of property. As we normally think, the natives believe that owning land is only temporarily and it belongs to all, but the European sees it as a permanent territory that must be expanded even using violence if is necessary. Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz learning the early colonization of America was a massacre, overwork in mines, frequent outright butchery, malnutrition and starvation resulting from the breakdown of indigenous trade networks, subsistence food production and loss of land, loss of will to live or reproduce, and thus suicide, abortion, and infanticide, and deportation and enslavement. Anthropologist Henry Dobbins has pointed to the interruption of indigenous peoples' trade networks. When colonizing power seized indigenous trade routes, the ensuing acute shortages, including food products, weakened populations, and forced them into dependency on the colonizers, with European manufactured goods replacing indigenous ones. Dobbins has estimated that all indigenous groups suffered serious food shortages 1 year in 4. In these circumstances, the introduction and promotion of alcohol proved addictive and deadly, adding to the breakdown of social order and responsibility. These realities render the myth of lack of immunity, including to alcohol, pernicious. Historian Woodrow Wilson Borrow focused on the broader arena of European colonization, which also brought depopulation in the Pacific Islands. Australia, Western Central America, and West Africa. Sherburne Cook associated with Bora in the revisionist Berkeley School, as it was called, studied the attempted destruction of the California Indians. Cook estimated 2,245 deaths among peoples in Northern California, the Wintu, Maidu, Miwok, Omo, Wapo, and Yokuts nations in late 18th century armed conflicts with the Spanish, while some 5,000 died from disease and another 4,000 were relocated to missions. Among the same people in the second half of the 19th century, U.S. armed forces killed 4,000, and disease killed another 6,000. Between 1852 and 1867, U.S. citizens kidnapped 4,000 Indian children from these groups in California. Disruption of indigenous social structures under these conditions and dire economic necessity forced many of the women into prostitution in goldfield camps, further wrecking what vestiges of family life remained in these matriarchal societies. Proponents of the default position emphasize attrition by disease despite other causes equally deadly, if not more so. In doing so, they refuse to accept that the colonization of America was genocidal by plan, not simply the tragic fate of populations lacking immunity to disease. In the case of the Jewish Holocaust, no one denies that more Jews died of starvation, overwork, and disease under Nazi incarceration than died in gas ovens, yet the acts of creating and maintaining the conditions that led to those deaths clearly constitute genocide. Anthropologist Michael V. Wilcox asks, what if archaeologists were asked to explain the continued presence of descendant communities 500 years after Columbus instead of their disappearance or marginality? Cox calls for the active dismantling of what he terms terminal narratives - accounts of Indian histories which explain the absence, cultural death, or disappearance of indigenous peoples. British America, which later became the United States of America, have waged war against the Native Americans for 364 years, starting the early conflict in 1609, Samuel de Champlain fighting the Iroquois, that started the Beaver War and Anglo-Powhatan Wars and ended in the Wounded Knee incident of 1973 as the last, so far, major conflict between the natives and the U.S. government. Christian promoted the idea that the natives are damned, including John Calvin, who was the first Christian that promote capitalism for theological reasons. These are the descendants of English pilgrims, Scots, Scots-Irish, and Huguenot French Calvinists, all who took the land bequeathed to them in the sacred covenant that predated the creation of the independent United States. These were the settlers who fought their way over the Appalachians into the fertile Ohio Valley region, and it is they who claimed blood sacrifice for their country. Immigrants, to be accepted, must prove their fidelity to the covenant and what it stands for. Historian Carl Degler writes that these hardy, God-fearing Calvinists made themselves into a veritable human shield of colonial civilization. The founders were English patricians, slave owners, large land barons, or otherwise successful businessmen dependent on the slave trade and exports produced by enslaved Africans and on property sales. When descendants of the settler class, overwhelmingly Presbyterian or otherwise Calvinist Protestant, were accepted into the ruling class, they usually became Episcopalians, members of an elite church linked to the State Church of England. As we look at the bloody deeds of the settlers in acquiring and maintaining land, the social class context is an essential element. Militias in Virginia and Massachusetts using violence against the natives and attacked their food supplies, and when the U.S. made their official army to make early American identity by waging race wars on the Indians as the white civilized soldiers against the savage natives, in the words of Roxanne, so it was from the planting of the first British colonies in North America. Among the initial leaders of those ventures were military men, mercenaries who brought with them their previous war experiences in Britain's imperialist, anti-Muslim crusades. Those who put together and led the first colonial armies, such as John Smith in Virginia, Miles Standish at Plymouth, John Mason in Connecticut, and John Underhill in Massachusetts, had fought in the bitter, brutal, and bloody religious wars ongoing in Europe at the time of the first settlements. They had long practiced burning towns and fields and killing the unarmed and vulnerable. Tragically for the Indian peoples of the eastern seaboard, Grenier observes, the mercenaries unleashed a similar way of war in early Virginia and New England, and when the native population is reduced by plagues that King James attributed the plague to God's great goodness and bounty toward us, and the founding fathers claiming to be superior by their enlightened values like classical liberalism, libertarianism, and ism as superior to Christian values of Europe, but they are hypocrites by owning slaves. Out of the 7, 4 owned slaves and the other 3 were against slavery, and George Washington ordered to destroy the natives. Capitalist-based colonialism was the main way to achieve wealth from the suffering of not only the natives of the United States of America but also the natives of North, South, Central America, Caribbean, Irish, and Africans. Many American conservatives like Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson, the same man who believed that atheists can make art while forgetting atheists like Kevin Bacon, Sarah Bernhardt, Paul Bettany, Mary Adams, Javier Bardem, James Cameron, David Cronenberg, Sergei Eisenstein, Stanley Kubrick, Orson Welles and Marilyn Monroe, will use bad company arguments against Marxism, socialism and communism in general, and using that any political philosophy on the far left should be off the table. Because of the atrocities that Stalinism and Maoism did, but using their bad company arguments against their side of the political spectrum, it goes even worse for them, like Pinochet's laissez-faire style of Adam Smith's capitalism, Suharto totalitarianism, Nazi Germany, French Revolution, secularism and liberalism, and many theocracies and holy wars, or when Karl Marx is discredited from the right because the actions of people did long after his death, then we can say the same to John Locke, classical liberalism, when Locke was personally involved of the Atlantic slave trade, having financial stake and wrote paper in defense of the morality of enslaving other humans and dispossession of Native Americans, and was involved of the South Carolina colony, the millions, or hundreds of millions of deaths from countries influenced by Locke ideas, while compared to Marx, who was against slavery, he was against the one-party dictatorship that people like Stalin and Mao did in his name. He defended freedom of press, he was against the death penalty, and the only head of state that Marx actually respected in any way was Abraham Lincoln. Does this mean that should we abandon liberal principles and democracy because of the actions people did long after Locke's death? Of course not, but that's what people of the right do to Marx, but not Locke. While many capitalists will blame socialists for economic downfalls while forgetting that the 2 biggest economic crises in the history of humanity happened under capitalism, like the Great Depression in 1929 and the Great Recession in 2008, when in the 1929 crisis have 25% unemployment, almost half of the population of Puerto Rico went to the U.S. to survive because their island was basically destroyed by the crisis or other capitalist crisis and crashes that destroyed the lives of people. Like the recession of 1902, 1913, 1960, 1973, 1980, 1991, the Great Depression of 1938, Black Monday, 2010 flash crash, dot-com bubble, 2011 crash, and all this happened in the United States, and China has its own capitalist crash in 2015, and other nations like Puerto Rico and England suffer as well. The capitalist machine on the surface looks great, but when you get at their roots it is a monster that not even the most evil spirit can't create such a thing. Not only this, but science also suffers from the capitalist machine because it can't push scientific innovation, at least not unconditionally, and capitalism will not act in the interest of progress unless money is involved, like the famous space race between the Soviet Union and the United States when the USSR made the first satellite in space, the first animal in space, and the first human in space, all less than a decade, which the US wants to compete, and which they got men in the moon. If money didn't exist and we have the passion to travel space, then by now humans may be traveling the entire solar system, but the capitalist machine doesn't care about it, and NASA's budget went from 0.9% in 1961 to 2.31% in 1969 because the United States did not saw any potential for profit in space exploration, while the Soviet Union knew that space exploration could further our understanding of global and interstellar science, but the United States needed a monetary and nationalistic motivation, and the reason they reduced the funds of space exploration because capitalism is self-interest, and this is the fundamental problem in capitalism, that it necessitates profit over innovation, which capitalism fails to address. Hunger, homelessness, economical instability, and wage slavery, but people don't want to listen to it, but will criticize any other economic system and political philosophy, but they will not hold the same level of standards to the capitalist. We have enough space and food for the entire population, and the 5 richest people in the world can end world hunger, homelessness, give clean water and other fundamental resources 10 times over, but instead their self-interest is more important than the 3.5 million homeless Americans, which they live in the same country, which is the only sole hyperpower in the world. The space exploration, that if we can mine asteroids to recover their materials and go to the moon to mine helium-3, that results a profit in the trillions if the US to peruse, which is the reason the US will border to have space exploration, or when the Trump administration is against Clean Water Act, EPA, a rule was made that 60%-90% of US waterways could lose federal protection, or when the combined efforts of waste pollution, deforestation of the Amazon, and environmental destruction. All for profit, that it is destroying our planet to the point we have reached to the point of no return, that even we can go global green energy. Now it's too late to stop it, like our abuse of C02 concentration since the Industrial Revolution. From 1880 to 2012, NASA shows the temperatures have been increased, grinding many animals into extinction. We are currently in the 6th great extinction. The temperature has been raised to 0.9 degrees Celsius since the late 19th century, the time capitalism was almost globally adopted. Greenland lost on average 286 billion tons of ice per year. The Antarctic ice is melting. In fact, our climate, as of September 9, 2019, has accumulated 2,783,726 Hiroshima atomic bombs of heat since 1998. Worst is that war is the main reason for this, because not only companies profit from the deaths of millions, but the U.S. Department of Defense is the main source of all the world's pollution, carbon dioxide and greenhouse gas, which the Iraq War was responsible for 141 million metric tons of carbon dioxide, more than 60% that of all countries. The Department of Defense is the largest polluter in the world, producing more hazardous waste than the 5 largest U.S. chemical companies combined, and use 144 million barrels of oil per year. The U.S. Army during the War of Iraq burned more gallons of fuel than the all-Allied armies in World War II during 4 years, and Iraq was desertificated of 90% of the land resulting from the war. People of Guam having cancer because of the U.S. dropping nuclear bombs close by. 53.3% of U.S. tax money goes to this militaristic Keynesian oligarch plutocracy that is slowly killing the human species. This is the world we are living, the same world where the democratic South Korea censored the internet using the same method as China. Big Brother is watching. Israel, founded by Jewish atheists with socialist ideals, is now controlled by Jewish fundamentalists that wants Jewish law instead of secular, oppressing Arabs, women not allowed in office, and slowly becoming a theocracy. Right-wing politicians saying socialism fails while forgetting the second most powerful and the largest economy country in the world. First place announced by the IMF itself is China. Christians, fundamentalists blaming the godless Marxist for everything while forgetting the first people who condemned Stalin and Mao's atrocities and Marx's ideas were atheists: George Orwell, Leon Trotsky, Mikhail Bakunin, and Yang Jishin, while the Christian United States supported Khmer Rouge. Racism was the main justification for their massacre, and the Rouge were defeated by the atheist communist Vietnam. Christians practiced or condoned the brutal communist economic policies themselves. In Ceausescu's rule of Romania, and Mao revolution was inspired by the brutal Christian theocratic typing rebellion which killed 20 million to 100 million people, and today's hunger crisis is artificial, and nothing had said it better than this unknown stranger, but we don't, because the logistics of it is expensive and inefficient. Because developing poor countries is too expensive, and sending them food disrupts the local markets. If these people didn't need to operate under capitalism to survive, sending them food wouldn't be an issue. If we prioritized things properly, we could develop self-sustainable agriculture projects everywhere in the world. But we don't. Because of capitalism. Thus it has shown that American has been the world police to oppress anybody who don't subscribe to their political philosophy, probably since the beginning, that presidents who are the leaders of this country committing crimes against humanity, overthrew the first and also last democratic government of Guatemala in a military coup, overthrow the government of Iran, budding 25 years of dictatorship, clandestine terror operation of Indonesia, invaded South Vietnam, under the presidency of Kennedy, by putting dictators in power, bombings, chemical weapons to destroy food crops, napalms, concentration camps to South Vietnamese, Bay of Pig in Cuba that almost ended the world, until the Soviet prevented World War III, invading Dominican Republic, everything what Nixon did, Indonesian invasion of East Timor, Camp David atrocity, international terrorism under Reagan administration, invasion of Panama, War of Iraq, giving missile to Sudan to destroy pharmaceutical plants which kill tens of thousands of people. John Adams was the first presidential tyrant when he passed the Alien and Sedition Acts, which it can deport aliens to hostile countries for any reason, mostly irrational ones. In 2019, during the government shutdown, the U.S. Senate's bill is a crackdown on free speech in defense of the Israeli government from boycotts. Citizens can become criminals for saying anything negative against the government. This means the founding father just violated the Constitution. Andrew Jackson's Indian Removal Act, Trail of Tears, violating its most sacred law, the separation of church and state, when Christian priests were employed to run reservations to convert the Native Americans to Christianity and are forced to go to church. Habeas, George Washington massacres of the natives, especially in Ohio, Lincoln various Indian massacres during the Civil War, Jim Crow, usurping of Congress allowing banks to loan to the Allies which lead them to join World War I, wars without congressional approval, Espionage Act, Sedition Act by Wilson that suppressed free speech, the New Deal. During World War II, the U.S. government branded Germans, Italians, and Japanese as enemies, including the ones that live in America. Before Germany declared war on the U.S., Executive Order 9066, this is when they sent Japanese people into internment camps and forced out of their own homes to live on these camps. McCarthyism, where hundreds of Americans lost their jobs and imprisoned like Charlie Chaplin. Target homosexuals believing they are a threat to national security. McCarthy era, me. Lai Massacre in Vietnam, Tuskegee syphilis experiment. The victims were poor African Americans for 40 years. Project MK Ultra used civilians to use drugs to mind control them and torture them like Ted Kaczynski. COINTELPRO to oppress and surveillance to blacks, right activists, Native Americans, left-wing groups, and socialists. The murder of Fred Hampton, Hurricane Katrina, failure of both capitalism and United States, like school buses could have been used to save people but the government refused. Shays Rebellion, capital punishment, 4.1% of death row. Defendants would have been clear if held on the sentence of death indefinitely. Persecution of whistleblowers, dozens of Yemenis children killed by drone attacks. CIA sold weapons to Syrian rebels in Saudi Arabia. American Indian War, 1609 to 1973. Bear River Massacre. Woodrow Wilson revived the KKK and imperialism. American exceptionalism. Invasion of Haiti. American Protection League. Basically their version of Stalin's secret police. Massive punitive campaigns against Germany which ultimately to World War II. MID, ALP and BOI, later FBI, hunted Bolsheviks. Ponce Massacre, the Russian intervention of 1918 to 1920 to send soldiers to take over the country, holding territory against the Bolsheviks and fighting Trotsky, but the U.S. lost the war. The U.S. invaded Russia opposing the Bolshevik government, and all this the United States of America started the Cold War and it did not notice it. Another example of imperialism is Operation Mockingbird, which the CIA paid and threatened journalists and have significant influence on 25 major newspapers which helped the overthrow of Guatemala leftist government. The most disgusting example of what America will do to stop opposing views is Operation Northwood, which was a proposal that the government perform terrorist attacks against its own people in U.S. cities using bombings, hijacking, riots and sabotage and blame it on Cuba as an excuse to overthrow Castro from power, and this idea was drafted and signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff and presented to President Kennedy, which thankfully rejected the idea, but the idea that many officials were okay using terrorism against its own people and only needed the president to give the thumbs up to do it. Operation Midnight Climax was an illegal event to test the uses of drugs like acid to unsuspecting citizens by using prostitutes were used to lure men and give them drinks that has LSD in a room with a two-way mirror to observe the behavior and monitor the uses of psychotropic drugs and sexual blackmail. The Ludlow Massacre, when John D. Rockefeller hired National Guards to kill the laborers and their families who were on a strike. The Rockefeller made a eugenics to breed out people of color and disabled to make a pure society. The Stonewall riots, or when homosexuality was illegal until 2003. The Bonus Army March on D.C. when WW1 veterans were cheated out of their bonus pay for enlisting and the government sent the U.S. Army to disperse the veterans and shooting them. The beginnings of the city of San Francisco was anarcho-capitalist and all the women were prostitutes. There were lynchings. The city was burned down by pirates, twice, and other chaos. America's support of the Paraguay's dictatorship of 1954 to 1989. The mustard gas experiment, using human experiments of the U.S. owned soldiers in World War II and threatened the soldiers with a dishonorable discharge if they spoke publicly about the experiment. The dioxin poison experiments was another human experiment on Philadelphia prison inmates. The military poison test is the largest human experiment in human history, but using deadly toxins on its own citizens in San Francisco in 1950 without telling a single human in San Francisco that this experiment is going to happen, thus making a terrorist attack on its own people to see what will happen. HIV pregnancy test on civilians, more specific on African, Thai and Caribbean women. Black cancer patient irradiating was an experiment by the Pentagon to see how much radiation can a person have while still be a functional member of society by testing this to black people without consent. The monster study was an experiment in 1930 at the University of Iowa where 22 orphans receive abusive treatments and Project 4.2 when the U.S. from 1946 to 1958 dropped 67 atomic bombs on the Marshall Islands where 239 civilians have radiation levels 580 times higher than normal amounts. U.S. interfering elections like in Argentina in 1946, Blue Book of Argentina, Italy in 1948 when the CIA gave $1 million to Christian Democrat Alcide Gasperi, writing forged letters to discreet socialist politicians. Japan in the 50s and 60s to protect business interests and the CIA smuggled 3 million tons of tungsten to the U.S. and giving millions of dollars to pro-us Japanese politicians. Liberal Democratic Party of Japan, which the USA the 38-year-long corrupted one-part dominance ending in 1993, which is hypocritical. If the USSR is a one-party state, you would think America would avoid such a state when interfering other countries' elections. Philippines in 1953 when the CIA gave $5 million to agents, but the actual election was $1 million when the rest is U.S. business in the Philippines and U.S. warship were standing close to the Philippines if the elections don't go in their way. The Vietnam War started when the U.S. interfered the elections of 1955 of South Vietnam and deposed America-backed coup in 1963 and putting a Catholic extremist in power. Guatemala in 1950 using psychological warfare. Laos in 1958 and the CIA trained and armed the Hmong minority to fight against communist and bombing campaigns which kill a tenth of the nation's population. Dominican Republic when the U.S.-backed Joaquin Balaguer won the election and stayed in power for 28 years and nation controlled by a single man, Stalin, and under his rule many politicians became millionaires, political opponents murder, and now the nation is considered one of the poorest in the world. The Congo when the U.S. take over mineral-rich province of Katanga, Lumumba was executed and his dream of a unified Congolese state is dead, and what we see today in the Congo is the worst crime America has ever did. Aga Yahya Khan used military force killing 26,000 to 3 million people during Bangladesh War of Independence, raping 200,000 to 400,000 women, and the U.S. supported this horrific government as a defense against communism. The apartheid South Africa was a horrific system where extreme racism between whites and blacks, and the US and UK supported this neo-Nazi system because the African National Assembly who were against the system were communist in the eyes of America. America supporting Suharto and its many massacres. El Salvador with help with the US using death squads and destroy Bible studies groups. There's one way of spreading Judeo-Christian values. Massacre of Rio Limpa, child soldiers, and even murdering babies using barbed wire. The worst thing America helped to give a brutal dictatorship was Pol Pot when Margaret Thatcher gave support of the Khmer Rouge and the bombings by Nixon and Henry. Thatcher backed Pol Pot in exile in Thailand. U.S. helped fund his exile and allowing some members to hold UN seats, and Jimmy Carter's national security advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski said, I encouraged the Chinese to support Pol Pot. The CIA gave $85 million to the Khmer Rouge and the SAS trained Pol Pot's military, thus America is responsible of the deaths of millions, and the communist Vietnam have to stop them. Even the most unethical scientific experiments, especially in psychology, show that hierarchy and by extension centralized authority, state, and prison is inherently destructive, like the Stanford prison experiment and Milgram's shocking obedience experiments show how hierarchy is destructive and force/convince people do things which otherwise will never commit. While U.S. President talking about how evil socialism is, but they did not realize that they are socialist. In the words of Bernie Sanders, Trump are also socialist, except they are corporate socialist. They are prepared and do provide hundreds of billions of dollars every single year in subsidies and tax breaks to large corporations and the wealthy. The Wall Street bailout. Now the Wall Street is the epitome of unfettered capitalism. That's what they believe, except when they're greed and illegal behavior nearly destroyed the economy. They went begging to the Congress. They were big-time socialists, and they said, we need federal help. Give us $700 billion from the Treasury and trillions of dollars in low-interest loans from the Federal Reserve. You got the fossil fuel industry today, which is literally destroying the planet, and they get billions of dollars in subsidies and tax breaks. You have Amazon, owned by the wealthiest person in this country, Jeff Bezos, made $11 billion last year. When I was on Made in Profits, they didn't pay a nickel in federal income taxes. So in fact, you got Donald Trump himself, as part of his housing endeavors, received tens of millions of dollars in subsidies and tax breaks. So you do have socialism in this country, except it's Martin Luther King reminded us, it's socialism for the very rich and unfettered individualism for the poor. It show you that socialism works, and in America is corporate socialism for the rich, not libertarian socialism, which implies to all. And it's ironic that the right mocks socialism as saying, give me free stuff, but the rich is doing just that. But they will say that's capitalism, and big companies like Walmart act like socialist countries using planned economies, and Amazon also use tactics using plain economy. Vendor flex, its relationship to its suppliers of products built on information and trust, which Michael Rosworski did an excellent case study of how Amazon and Walmart has become socialist in his book The People's Republic of Walmart. While that unprecedented capitalism almost destroy America thanks to the robber barons, when a time a few businessmen control the United States. Gilded Age, Vanderbilt, who becomes rich from ships to railroads and helps John D. Rockefeller that he starts to build his own empire, that his market share raised 90% and the workers working 12-hour work days, being underpaid in dangerous conditions, and the suffering of many for the safety of the privileged few. Henry Frick managed a dam held next to a local town and weakened the dam to make it easier to cross, which the dam broke and killed 2,000 people, killing laborers for protesting and making laws because they owned the country at one point to stop anti-monopoly policies by a new president in office, McKinley. And anarchists save America by killing President McKinley and put Teddy Roosevelt in office, putting the Sherman Antitrust Act, and ended these capitalist business dictators except the Rockefeller family, ending the pure capitalist era and bring the progressive era. 40% of the world population lacks clean water, but again we have the money to solve, and it costs $10 billion, and here is the source. Bringing water and sanitation to all would cost $10 billion a year. Mr. Jolly said. That, he added, is 1/10 of what Europe spends on alcoholic drinks each year, about the same as Europe spends on ice cream, and half of what the United States spends each year on pet food. Moving faster would pay big dividends in lives saved, the study said. Safe water and sanitation could cut 1/3 of the number of diarrhea cases every year, currently 4 billion worldwide, resulting in 2.2 million deaths. Other U.S.-backed atrocities like Mobutu Sese Seko, Zaire, 1965 to 1997, Mohammed Sayed Barre, Somalia, 1969 to 1991, Ibrahim Babangida, military dictatorship of Nicaragua, Sani Abacha, the Nigerian dictatorship, 1993 to 1998, Hastings Kamuzabunda, Malawi, 1966 to 1994, Laurent Desire Kabila, Democratic Republic of the Congo, 1997 to 2001, Nassing Biatien Ayadima, Togo, 1967 to 2005, Felix Houphouët-Boigny, Ivory Coast, 1960 to 1993, Hassan II, King of Morocco, 1961 to 1999, Teodoro Obiang Nguema Basigo, Equatorial Guinea, 1979 to today, Zine El Abid Ben Ali, Tunisia, 1987 to 2011, Anwar El Sadat, Egypt, 1970 to 1981 and 1981 to today, Hosni Mubarak, Ian Smith, the white minority regime of Rhodesia, Daniel Arap Moi, Kenya, 1978 to 2002, Haile Selassie, Emperor of Ethiopia, 1928 to 1974, William Tubman, Liberia, 1980 to 1990, Nguyen Khan, Nguyen Caoky, Nguyen Ben Theo, Tran Tam Kim. Bo Dai, Vietnam, 1926 to 1975, Lee Kuan Yew, Singapore, 1959 to 1990, Emomali Ramonoi. Tajikistan, 1992 to today, Nursultan Nazarbayev, Kazakhstan, 1990 to today, Islam Karimov, Uzbekistan, 1990 to today, Saparmurat Atabegniyazov, Turkmenistan, 1990 to 2006, Marshal Wangpipul Songram, Thailand, 1948 to 1973, Field Marshal Phanom Kitakakarn, Chiang Kai-shek, Nationalist China, 1928 to 1949, Taiwan, 1949 to 1988, Chiang Ching-kuo, Deng Xiaoping, Ferdinand Marcos, Philippines, 1965 to 1986, Syngman Rhee, Park Chung-hee, Chun Du-wan, Muta Hassanal Bolkiah. Brunei, 1967 to today, Lon Nol, Sitabini Rabuka, Fiji, 1987 to 1999, Esker Akayev, Kyrgyzstan, 1990 to 2005, Francisco Franco, Antonio Salazar de Oliveira, Portugal, 1928 to 1968, Georgios Papadopoulos, Greece, 1967 to 1973, Anastasio Somoza Garcia, Takaido, Manuel Estrada Cabrera, Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez, Osman Aguirre Salinas, Arturo Armando Molina Barraza, Alfredo Felix Cristiani Bucard, Tiburcio Carrias Andino, Honduras, 1923 to 1975, Oswaldo Lopez Oriano, Omar Herrera Torrijos, Manuel Antonio Moreno Noriega, Jorge Rafael Videla, Marcos Perez Jimenez, Alfredo Stroessner, Alberto Fujimori, Peru, 1990 to 2000, François Duvalier, Philippe Biombi, Michel Joseph Franco, René Barrientos Ortuno, Hugo Banzer Suarez, Getulio Vargas, Brazil, 1930 to 1967, Humberto de Alencar Casarello Branco, Carlos Praio Socarrás, Gerardo Machado Morales, Mohamed Zia El-Haq, Pervez Musharraf, Abdul Ibn Hussein I, Turgut Özal, Turkey, 1983 to 1993, Sheikh Jabir Al-Ahmed Al-Sabah, Kuwait, 1962 to 2006, Fad Ibn Abdulaziz Al Saud and Saudi Arabia, 1982 to today, Afghan Civil War, 1989 to 1992, and 1991 Haitian coup d'etat were the U.S. In conclusion, it can be summed up by this quote to unknown sources: war is killing of innocent to people who don't know each other and have nothing against one another for the profit of people who know and compete with each other but don't kill each other. Facts doesn't care about their feelings. While many people on the right like Ben Shapiro who will go on Twitter to make statements for the sole case to make people who don't subscribe his political philosophy get mad, and when he finds his targets he will use the motto facts doesn't care about your feelings while ignoring actual intellectual responses. A man who cares about facts yet denies global warming, promotes intelligent design, posted a video on Columbus Day for racism against Native Americans. Next race war will come not from racist whites, but from racist blacks and Hispanics who feel empowered to act on their racism by an administration that excuses all minority misbehavior. He supports population separation among Jews and Arabs, aka Jim Crow laws. He said that the Palestinian people is rotten to the core. Rational Wiki found this. Ben Shapiro was one of the top Twitter feeds that the 2017 Quebec City mosque shooter checked immediately prior to attacking the mosque, and this. Shapiro wrote an article for Town Hall in 2002 stating that he is really sick of people who whine about civilian casualties in Afghanistan because one American soldier is worth far more than an Afghan civilian. He suggested that the IDF follow a U.S. war on terror approach to their oppression of Palestinians. He claims he would have gone in with F-16s and leveled Jenin, a city of 40,000 Palestinians, despite this ultra-Israel support while forgetting Israel has armed anti-Semitic regimes to generals in Argentina and give arms to Nazis like Klaus Barbie in Bolivia and neo-Nazi militias in Ukraine. He promotes racial profiling saying all blacks are criminals, the men who went to colleges. He claims universities push liberal propaganda while in reality left-wing ideas are being suppressed in over 90 cases of left-wing suppression in 2016 while right-wing ideas are rare from 75% of time the left is suppressed compared to 25% of the right, and pay taxes, I hope, loves his conspiracy theories. If you pay tuition, you're sponsoring the militant homosexual agenda. If you pay taxes, you're sponsoring the militant homosexual agenda. If your child majors in English, you're sponsoring the militant homosexual agenda. Tell Billy to major in math, or his response when Obama legalized gay marriage. Our hate-filled president slaps religious Americans in the face in the name of love, using tax dollar for gay propaganda, believes that Sesame Street is liberal propaganda or how the Christian Science Monitor described its 2004 brainwash of U.S. professors in general. Shapiro makes sweeping and many would say absurd charges that they promote atheism, absolute sexual freedom, including pedophilia and statutory rape, and rampant environmentalism to the point of urging the annihilation of the human species. Promotes Rachel Carson's anti-DDT campaign. Carson, the person who saved bald eagle from extinction, rejects renewable energy. Described Obama as a philosophical fascist. Plagiarism. Twitter post August 16, 2019. Bad Jews vote Democrats. No true Scotsman. Anti-Semitism on his own people who don't subscribe his politics, which the majority of American Jews are left-wing and atheist, or stating Noam Chomsky as Jewish in name only. Believes that people who are poor is because they made bad decisions and use the statement for black people for being poor while in reality our system is broken because there are people with full-time jobs that are still in poverty because we can't keep up productivity. The working poor falsely claim that social democrat countries like Sweden, Norway, and Denmark are in bankrupt while in fact they are less in debt than the US and their economy was booming when left-wing increased taxes. 60% is their top tax rate. Any law or tax he doesn't like is slavery like free universal health care. He has no understanding of basic socialism. He believes that socialism is an economy run by a state authority while in reality this is why most people think what socialism means. Libertarian socialism / anarcho-communism. By the words of Noam Chomsky, why is it called socialism? Well, I think they think that's complicated. We should look at it. There's to the Soviet Union calls it socialism, and after they took control of it, they did take control pretty soon of most of the international socialist movement. After that comes the view that all of this is socialism, and why should the communist parties take that view? I think the reason is because they wanted to sort of exploit the moral force of socialism, which was quite real. You know, it's kind of hard to remember that today, but at that time it was very real. This was regarded as as a progressive moral force, and by associating their own destruction of socialism with the aura of socialism, they hope to gain credit in the working class is another progressive sector. Now the West also identified that with socialism, and they did it for the opposite reason. They wanted to associate socialism with the brutality of the Russian state that undermined socialism. So what you had is that two major world propaganda agencies, for their own quite different reasons, were claiming that this is socialism, that this destruction of socialism is socialism. By this original definition of socialism that Chomsky has explained that by results countries like Cuba is not socialism, and Ben believes the type of socialism that the Soviet propaganda talks about. Ben believes the workers who produce things do so democratically and equally own and operate their capital goods is capitalism, while in reality is market socialism. So Ben, without knowing, is promoting market socialism. The only difference is he needs authority while market socialism does not. He tried to discredit socialism using Norway, who is social democracy with heavy socialist redistributions, but accidentally proved that a little dose of socialism can give you extreme wealth redistribution and maintain our world business climate ranking on PAR with the United States, Denmark, Iceland, Canada, and Sweden surpass the US, and to do this is enormous high taxes and expropriated oil, works in Alaska. Socialism give benefits to people. He also claimed that Hitler was influenced by Marx in Mein Kampf, while if you actually read his book he hated Marxism, believing it as a Jewish doctrine. Hitler, plus Franco and Mussolini, were pro-private property capitalism, claiming that the left is about feelings not facts, while in the past 10 years right-wing violence is more common than the left. Right-wing terror attacks happen 337 times per year in 2012 study. Doesn't believe in police brutality and people who disagrees is making a culture war, or when he contradicts himself about his beliefs in Orthodox Judaism in Joe Rogan podcast, saying that he doesn't like naturalistic explanations in his religion / holy text yet 90 seconds. After High said this, he gives a naturalistic explanation of Moses parting the Red Sea, forgetting Moses is a fictional character. He against his friend, Dave, as a person because he is gay, a clear homophobic and racist intermarriage statement because of his religion, and treating the market as a god that can't be chance, similar to anarcho-capitalism. Is ironic that a man who always talks about logic and facts has been paid by Paul Manafort to push propaganda. Paul has been plead guilty for lying and conspiracy to the FBI, IRS, and United States. His show The Daily Wire is owned by Forward Publishing LLC and by the Wilkes Brothers, who are billionaires, who believes and promotes biblical literalism, Christian right movement, despite Ben, who believes in Judaism, and they make money on the fossil fuel industry with their company Frack Tech, and according to media bias / fact check, virtually every story favors the right and denigrates the left. The Daily Wire has also published some false information such as these. Snopes cover the 12 most recent stories that Ben published that turn out to be either false, outdated, or mostly false, and this directly from Ben Shapiro. Further, a factual search reveals that the Daily Wire, on a whole, has a mixed track record with fact checkers. Overall, we rate the Daily Wire as a far-right biased news source based on story selection that always favors the right and that is mixed for factual reporting due to a few failed fact checks. September 2, 2016, updated, D. Van Zandt, June 16, 2018. Ben was paid to lie, like accusing the opposition as anti-Semitic, neo-Nazis, and on Twitter he said that Manafort took over the Trump campaign like it was Crimea. I'm surprised he is not in jail for being part of this conspiracy, and he deleted his tweets between 24th of October to 2nd of November, which was the days I wrote the article, going after the Obama administration on behalf of Russia government who wants to implant their own Ukraine. Not only Ben is lying to people, making his motto a dishonest rhetoric, but he is also funded by the Wilks and Mercer so he can promote propaganda like pushing tax cuts for the richest people in America and his massive donor work of billionaires like Breitbart News, Mercer Family Foundation, Young America's Foundation, Charles Cook Foundation, Knowledge and Progress Fund, the DeVos, Dick and Betsy DeVos Foundation, DeVos Urban Leadership Initiative, Richard Helen DeVos Foundation, Ronner Family Foundation, Donor Trust, Turning Point USA and the Marooks Foundation Incorporated. He is only driven by capital, and what is doing is immoral. So much for Judeo-Christian values that always like to promote as superior to secular values meta-ethical naturalism and consequentialism. America's forgotten history of socialism. In America's political sphere, it becomes common knowledge that you are not allowed to use the word socialism, communism, and anarchism because it's like the boogeyman for them. Anything private is better than public. Unions are always bad and corporations are always good, and progressive taxation is bad. The right will find any chance to scare the public of giving false stories like any decision that Obama did equals communism, but forgetting that thanks to socialist in America that you work 8 hours a day. But let's go back in the beginning. The natives were living in an anarchist society where Louis Armand, Baron de la Hontan in his 1703 work New Voyages in Northern America expressed the lives of the natives, having no state, no money, and no hierarchy. But after the colonization of Puritan Minister Roger Williams, the founder of Providence, Rhode Island, was an anarchistic theologian escaping the theocratic totalitarian Puritan Massachusetts Bay Colony, and the Quaker were the first true anarchists in America that first settled in Pennsylvania. Making holy experiment, although many Quakers were unbelievers and were actually pantheist, to live in anarchist society but later were persecuted by the Puritans of Massachusetts. Quaker anarchists wanted women's rights but were hanged instead by the Puritans, and Pennsylvania during the Revolution was a socialist society implementing the ideas of Thomas Paine, but anarchism in America truly became a force, and Shakers, another Christian group that lived socialist/egalitarian lives. But in the 19th century, when on May 1, 1886 anarchists protest for 8-hour workdays, that after a series of difficulties and controversies they succeed and May Day became a workers' holiday. But during its industrial period where inequality was rampant, where in 1901 1% of the population owned 54% of the wealth, but anarchist reputation in America is forever lost when Leon Czolgosz assassinate the U.S. President William McKinley. Libertarian, the original, not the right-wing version that most people think. Tendencies like a limited government was very popular in America's early history, like Thomas Jefferson and Thomas Paine are the most radical of the founding fathers. Socialist reforms were based on Thomas ideas, which these same socialists later create the Republican Party. Paine advocated a utopia view of America, that this view is something can be seen in today's democratic socialist and Jefferson views of how America should be. Jeffersonian democracy is libertarian socialism, taking a self-serving, free of debt and other anarchist tendencies that Benjamin Tucker, who studied Jefferson political philosophy, is this. The anarchists are simply unterrified Jeffersonian Democrats. They believe that the best government is that which governs least, and that that which governs least is no government at all, and Mark's friends work in the White House and were commanders of the Union Army during the Civil War. The U.S. Pledge of Allegiance was composed in August 1892 by Francis Bellamy, a socialist. Socialists were the first to promote public education and social security that Americans taken for granted, and another examples of socialism is from Abraham Lincoln said this: labor is the superior of capital and deserve much the higher consideration. Early anarchists were anarcho-Christians, especially in Chicago, Christian sect known as Labadists, who founded the Commune of Bohemia Manor in 1683, and Transcendentalism, the one of the only two philosophies that originated in America. The other is pragmatism, were anarchist. John Humphrey Noyes, the founder of Oneida Community in 1848, the second socialist community in America. The first is Oneida Community in 1825. Sadly, this is the same man that supports eugenics, but other communist communities are created in America like Laurel Union, Texas, and other communities in New York, New Jersey, and others, around hundreds of such communities. In the late 18th century and early 19th century, anarchism and socialism was accepted and practiced in large. Mainly 80% of the working male slave population were self-employed, despite the obvious disgusting practice of slavery at the time. Another example is Victoria Woodhull, a Christian socialist, the publisher of the Communist Manifesto and the first woman to run for president. She wanted the reforms of political and social abuses, emancipate labor, and allow women to vote. In the year 1874, the first socialist political party was founded, called Working Man's Party, but the Socialist Party of America, who were responsible the 8-hour workday we have today, and they were against the idea that America involvement in World War I and stay neutral. But Wilson have other ideas, especially the Espionage Act, which basically is that it make it illegal to make speeches undermining the war efforts, which imprison many anti-war advocates, shut down many socialist political parties except the ones that are pro-war, and 10,000 far-left activists were arrested after America learned what happened to Russia in 1917, and a fear of any far-left ideas spreading in America, even though it's been around since its inception, and it all started by Eugene Debs for this irrational fear. Yet in the 1920 presidential election he got 1 million votes while in prison, while ironically the Kennedy and Johnson administration called in American socialists to help in the war on poverty and the Great Society program. During the first Red Scare, when the government had this Bolshevik paranoia that in May Day parades that police and anti-labor civilians use force against them, in Cleveland where police used tanks to stop them, police breaking into socialist buildings. In 1918 soldiers in New York City attack socialist meetings, race riots against blacks believing they are Bolsheviks. Amelia Bloomer was one of the first socialists/feminists in America, and many socialists in this time are promoting equal rights for women, access to education, working at factories, literacy, freedom of slaves, equal pay among the sexes, free education for children, abolition of slavery, and the earliest strikes at the factory were done by women, and many blacks and feminists in this time wanted to eliminate slavery and knowing the dangers of their former capitalist master to oppress them. Many communist, anarchist, and socialist in the end of the 19th century protesting of the economic inequality, but the government have other ideas by violating its own constitution to oppress opposing views and create laws for monopoly and keeping the capitalist in power, making groups like Knights of Labor, Nationalist Clubs, Socialist Labor Party of America, Farmers Alliance, and People's Party created the working conditions that many Americans today take for granted. Many anarchists and socialists making unions to improve the rights of the working class by making strikes, but many of them are either killed or imprisoned by the National Guard and Pinkerton Agency, and the economic crisis in the end of the 19th century give many radicals a reason to change America despite they are outgunned, but anarchists and socialists helping the homeless, unemployed, children and the underclass during the crisis and helping starting riots to help the people. Socialists help improve black rights in the Black Rights Movement. In 2013 poll found that 49% of Democrats support socialism. The Democratic Socialists of America as in 2019 has 56,000 members, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a Democratic Socialist, won in the 2018 midterm elections at the age of 29, making her the youngest woman ever to serve in Congress. U.S. Representative for New York's 14th Congressional District. Lucy Parsons, the most important American anarchist, because she founded one of the biggest anarchist group in the world, the Industrial Workers of the World. Franklin D. Roosevelt created a socialist economic program called the New Deal, where communists were working in the government, and thanks to this the U.S. recovered the Great Depression. People forget the original American dream when the natives were anarchist, and Thomas Paine, the man who started the revolution, was socialist and anti-religious. If he was alive today, Thomas without a doubt would join the new atheist, Hitchens, Dawkins, and Harris, and will join the Democratic Socialist of America. United States of America, a Judeo-Christian nation? In the past 60 years, many religious fundamentalists are trying to promote a lie that America is a Judeo-Christian nation. It all started during the Cold War when the Second Red Scare happened, and to distinguish themselves from the godless communists of the Soviet Union, then they will describe themselves as a religious nation, even though the founding fathers, Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, John Jay, James Madison, and Alexander Hamilton, made the world's first secular nation base of the values of the Age of Enlightenment, Greco-Roman values, Athenian democracy and Roman Republic, and their constitution and nation's formation were influenced by these works. Leviathan or the Matter, For Me and Power of a Commonwealth, Ecclesiastical and Civil by Thomas Hobbes, Atheist or Materialist Theist, Social Contract Theory and Liberal Conservatism. Two treatises of government, in the former, The False Principles, and Foundation of Sir Robert Filmer, and his followers, are detected and overthrown. The latter is an essay concerning the true original, extent, and end of civil government by John Locke, deist, classical liberalism, natural rights, all men are created equal, life, liberty, and the pursuit of property and property rights. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles Louis II at, Baron de l'Aubry de Montesquieu, deist, The Three Branches of Government, Separation of Power, Liberalism, and Libertarianism. On Crimes and Punishments by Cesare Bonsanna de Beccaria, Marquis of Guildrosco and Villareggio, atheist. Utilitarianism, condemn torture, condemn death penalty, father of modern criminal law, father of criminal justice, and this works influenced the U.S. Constitution and Bill of Rights. The Founding Fathers was not based on the Bible, but instead their Bible is Hobbes, Locke, Montesquieu, the Golden Age of Athens/Greece, 5th century BC, Roman Republic, and the Age of Reason, deism, pantheism, and atheism. The Founding Fathers, mentioned above, were deist, and Thomas Jefferson was possibly an atheist, and Thomas Paine, who gave a name of the country, was also a deist, and all of them were heavily critical of organized religion, and their nation was a philosophical war against religion, divine rights of kings, absolute monarchy, state religion/church, and theocracy, making the separation of church and state the most obvious example of their anti-clerical views. People will say America is a Christian nation because all presidents of the United States of America are Christians, but that is not true, because over 40% of all presidents were not Christians, 18 to 20 presidents were not Christians, Unitarians, Quakers, and deists, and 14 were Freemasons. But to some Americans come as a shock, but there were 8 or 10 U.S. presidents that are atheist or agnostics, irreligious in general. Thomas Jefferson, 3rd President Martin Van Buren, 8th President William Henry Harrison, 9th President Zachary Taylor, 12th President Abraham Lincoln, 16th President Andrew Johnson, 17th President Ulysses S. Grant, 18th President Rutherford B. Hayes, 19th President Chester A. Arthur, 21st President William Howard Taft, 27th President. These presidents, with the possible exception Thomas Jefferson and Abraham Lincoln, are unbelievers, atheist or agnostic. Let's see their achievement. Thomas Jefferson was a founding father, the author of the Constitution and Declaration of Independence, the first Secretary of State, organized the Louisiana Purchase, the father of the separation of church and state, and called himself as Epicurean and materialist, and loved the moral values of the Greeks and Romans. Martin Van Buren, the founder of the Democratic Party, he was against slavery, helped develop the current American political system, and an ally to Lincoln. William Henry Harrison, the first president to die in office and created the modern presidential campaign tactics. Zachary Taylor, a hero of the Mexican-American War, the first president to be elected without holding any previous political office but die before he can do anything significant as president. Abraham Lincoln was during his entire life an unbeliever. He was, according to his family and very close friends, an atheist, agnostic, infidel, deist, pantheist, or universalist, but regardless, he was the first president to be assassinated, ended the Civil War, abolished slavery, modernized the U.S. economy. First Republican president, and considered by many as the greatest president that the nation has produced, but it is confirmed by James Matheny that during the last years of his life he was atheist. Andrew Johnson was the worst president the U.S. has to offer, and first American president to be impeached. Ulysses S. Grant led the Union Army to victory over the Confederacy, created the Department of Justice, prosecuted the Ku Klux Klan, he gave Jews and Africans prominent federal offices, and created the first Civil Service Commission, and was a strong supporter of the separation of church and state. That I agreed with his statement. In 1850, I believe, the church property in the United States, which paid no tax, amounted to $87 million. In 1900, without a check, it is safe to say, this property will reach a sum exceeding $3 billion. I would suggest the taxation of all property equally. Rutherford B. Hayes was an abolitionist, declaring former slaves as free citizens, and wanted a meritocratic government which in my opinion has socialist elements, equal treatment regardless of wealth, race, and social status. Chester A. Arthur gave the rebirth of the United States Navy and the first president to deny a specific racial group from entering its borders, Chinese, in the Chinese Exclusion Act. William Howard Taft was mostly a forgettable president. Dwight D. Eisenhower was for almost his entire life before becoming a president was irreligious and not part of any religious sects, but after he became the president he was baptized in the Presbyterian Church. Besides, started the American exceptionalism and this false belief of this Judeo-Christian nation. On the good side, that he promote progressive taxation, 90% top tax rate, but his political philosophy, if was alive today, will be on the side of social democrats and democratic socialists. And here's are his words. This conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, even spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. We recognize the imperative need for this development. Yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved, so is the very structure of our society. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together. Should any political party attempt to abolish social security, unemployment insurance, and eliminate labor laws and farm programs, you would not hear of that party again in our political history. There is a tiny splinter group, of course, that believes you can do these things. Among them are H.L. Hunt, a few other Texas oil millionaires, and an occasional politician or businessman from other areas. Their number is negligible and they are stupid. No people on earth can be held, as a people, to be an enemy, for all humanity shares the common hunger for peace and fellowship and justice. No nation's security and well-being can be lastingly achieved in isolation but only in effective cooperation with fellow nations. I believe that the United States as a government, if it is going to be true to its own founding documents, does have the job of working toward that time when there is no discrimination made on such inconsequential reason as race, color, or religion. Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies, in the final sense, a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and are not clothed. This world in arms is not spending money alone. It is spending the sweat of its laborers, the genius of its scientists, the hopes of its children. This is not a way of life at all, in any true sense. Under the cloud of threatening war, it is humanity hanging from a cross of iron. A preventive war, to my mind, is an impossibility today. How could you have one if one of its features would be several cities lying in ruins, several cities where many thousands of people would be dead and injured and mangled, the transportation systems destroyed, sanitation implements, and systems all gone? That isn't preventive war, that is war. I don't believe there is such a thing, and, frankly, I wouldn't even listen to anyone seriously that came in and talked about such a thing. It seems to me that when, by definition, a term is just ridiculous in itself, there is no use in going any further. These are the absolute proof that the United States of America was not founded by Christian values but instead was founded against such values. Their Constitution and Declaration of Independence is against God, and I'm not saying this as a rhetoric, but this statement was also said by Anglican ministers and loyalists, and it go as far saying that the nation's philosophy is atheism, or in the words of James Wilson, one of the original 6 people that hold a seat of the Supreme Court, is the executive power of Great Britain founded on representation? This is not pretended. Before the Glorious Revolution, many of the kings claimed to reign by divine right, and others by hereditary right, or in the words of Thomas Jefferson, he has waged cruel war against human nature itself, violating its most sacred rights of life and liberty in the persons of a distant people who never offended him, captivating and carrying them to slavery in another hemisphere, or to incur miserable death in their transportations thither. This piratical warfare, the opprobrium of infidel powers, is the warfare of the Christian king of Great Britain. Determined to keep open a market where men should be bought and sold, he has prostituted his negative his veto for suppressing every legislative attempt to prohibit or to restrain this execrable commerce. Religious promotes elitism while deist, atheist, agnostic and pantheist promotes liberty and equality for all, except the Soviets. Compare what Paul said in Romans 13 to the 2 atheists Thomas Jefferson and William Goldwyn. Paul, let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and those authorities that exist have been instituted by God. Therefore whoever resists authority resists what God has appointed, and those who resist will incur judgment. For rulers are not a terror to good conduct, but to bad. Do you wish to have no fear of the authority? Then do what is good, and you will receive its approval, for it is God's servant for your good. But if you do what is wrong, you should be afraid, for the authority does not bear the sword in vain. It is the servant of God to execute wrath on the wrongdoer. Therefore one must be subject, not only because of wrath but also because of conscience. For the same reason you also pay taxes, for the authorities are God's servants, busy with this very thing. Pay to all what is due them taxes to whom taxes are due, revenue to whom revenue is due, respect to whom respect is due, honor to whom honor is due. John Mason a Puritan, but God was above them, who laughed his enemies and the enemies of his people to scorn, making them as a fiery oven. Thus did the Lord judge among the heathen, filling the place with dead bodies. Thomas Jefferson, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form, as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. William Goldwyn, God himself has no right to be a tyrant. Above all we should not forget that government is an evil, a usurpation upon the private judgment and individual conscience of mankind. Learning is the ally, not the adversary of genius. He who reads in a proper spirit, can scarcely read too much. The proper method for hastening the decay of error is by teaching every man to think for himself, and it is false that kings are entitled to the eminence they obtain. They possess no intrinsic superiority over their subjects. The line of distinction that is drawn is the offspring of pretense, an indirect means employed for effecting certain purposes, and not the language of truth. John Adams, deist, the people alone have an incontestable, unalienable, and infeasible right to institute government, and to reform, alter, or totally change the same. When religious people arrive in America they committed religious violence, while the founding fathers who were deist and Jefferson an atheist made religious freedom. For example, like Pope Pius V commanded Pedro Menendez de Aviles, founder of St. Augustine, Florida, to massacre the natives for refusing to convert to Catholicism, and it has also happened in Plymouth and Massachusetts. Bay theocracies where Orion Oaks, a preacher of views of religious tolerance, is firstborn of all abominations. Imposed the death penalty for worshipping other gods, blasphemy, homosexuality, and adultery. Or John Calvin, who promotes tolerance, but when he gained power he burned Spanish theologian Michael Servetus at the stakes for theological difference, baptism, and the theocratic Massachusetts Bay Colony was the first to legalize slavery. The founding fathers wanted the world's first godless nation, and their fears that religion poisons politics came true in the Civil War, which is to an extent a religious war where both sides use the Bible to justify slavery and condemn slavery, and the first religious political parties were made during the war, and the motto of the Confederate States of America was God will vindicate, or with God our protector or avenger, and Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy, view slavery was established by decree of Almighty God. It is sanctioned in the Bible, in both testaments, from Genesis to Revelation. It has existed in all ages, has been found among the people of the highest civilization, and in nations of the highest proficiency in the arts, and the South used Luke 12:45-49 to justify the beating of slaves. But and if that servant say in his heart, My Lord delayeth his coming, and shall begin to beat the menservants and maidens, and to eat and drink, and to be drunken, the Lord of that servant will come in a day when he looked not for him, and at an hour when he is not aware, and will cut him in sunder, and will appoint him his portion with the unbelievers. And that servant, which knew his Lord's will, and prepared not himself, Neither did according to his will, shall be beaten with many stripes. But he that knew not, and did commit things worthy of stripes, shall be beaten with few stripes. For unto whomsoever much is given, of him shall be much required, and to whom men have committed much, of him they will ask the more. I am come to send fire on the earth, and what will I, if it be already kindled? Benjamin Palmer of the First Presbyterian Church in New Orleans believed that people who are against slavery are atheist. Last of all, in this great struggle, we defend the cause of God and religion. The abolition spirit is undeniably atheistic. Among a people so generally religious as the American, a disguise must be worn, but it is the same old threadbare disguise of the advocacy of human rights. This spirit of atheism, which knows no God who tolerates evil, no Bible which sanctions law, and no conscience that can be bound by oaths and covenants, has selected us for its victims, and slavery for its issue, and all this the suffering of the people was so great that Watkinson, Pollock, and Chase proposed to include in God we trust in their currency to help people in this heathen land taking advantage during times of horror, but ironically Susan B. Anthony, the first woman on U.S. currency, was agnostic. Andrew L. Seidel in his research on the origins of Christian nationalism was fully established during the Second Red Scare. The fear-ridden climate in the United States was similar to that in Nazi Germany during Hitler's rise to power, according to at least one journalist who lived through both. William Shirer, a war correspondent stationed in Germany during Hitler's ascension and author of the definitive book on the subject, the 1960 bestseller The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, A History of Nazi Germany, returned home to America to find an atmosphere of suspicion, intolerance, and fear. I had seen these poisons grow into ugly witch hunting and worse in totalitarian lands abroad, but I was not prepared to find them taking root in our own splendid democracy. Another reporter, John Hunter from the Capital Times in Madison, Wisconsin, attempted an interesting social experiment to measure the fear. On July 4, 1951, Hunter asked passers-by to sign a petition comprising the first 6 amendments to the Constitution, the 15th Amendment, which guarantees the right to vote regardless of race, and the preamble to the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths. People were so scared and suspicious that of the 112 people Hunter asked, only one agreed to sign. Most declined because they thought the ideas contained in those excerpts were too communist, un-American, or subversive. 20 actually accused Hunter of being a communist. Responses included, that might be from the Russian Declaration of Independence, but you can't tell me that it is ours, and you can't get me to sign that I'm trying to get a loyalty clearance for a government job. Other newspapers around the country repeated the experiment, with similar results. Reactions like these, remarked Chief Justice Earl Warren in 1955, caused some thoughtful people to ask the question whether ratification of the Bill of Rights could be obtained today if we were faced squarely with the issue. Religion preys on fear. With the ground prepared by Madison Avenue advertising, it was easy for religious leaders to capitalize on the national fear of communism and nuclear death. If mutually assured destruction was truly assured, Christians would be happy in the afterlife with Jesus, while the godless communists would burn twice. As one author put it, Americans, being Christians, believed in life after death and were self-confident that if even the world itself were destroyed in a righteous cause, they would go to their heavenly reward. Communists, by contrast, were atheists, held out no hope of life after death, and would be correspondingly less willing to escalate a confrontation all the way to nuclear exchange. Senator McCarthy warned people that this is the era of the Armageddon, that final all-out battle between light and darkness foretold in the Bible. In the best of times, clergymen love to preach about the world ending. With nuclear Armageddon a real possibility and so many advertisements telling them to go to church, preachers were winning terrified converts. He also found in his research for early persecution and anti-intellectualism during this time, William Shirer's prediction about witch hunting proved prescient. Conformity was soon valued more highly than civil rights. During this era, Congress passed the Alien Registration or Smith Act of 1940, the McCarran Internal Security Act of 1950, and the Communist Control Act of 1954. All were designed to punish nonconformists. Any thinkers not strictly orthodox, i.e., American, capitalist, and Christian, were suspicious. According to polls, people suspected their neighbors of being communists because they would not attend church, talked against God, didn't believe in the Bible, or were poisoning the minds of young people with things that are contrary to the Bible. President Truman, a failed businessman with no college degree, the last president elected sans degree and one of only a few since Reconstruction, and probably touchy about that shortcoming, attacked ivory tower professors. It became fashionable to vilify academics and the intelligentsia. According to Ronald Oakley, by the time the Great Fear had run its course, 600 college professors had been dismissed for being insufficiently orthodox. Christianity is anti-American. If the Founding Fathers were alive today, they will be horrified of what happened to their beautiful country during the First Red Scare and beyond. Puerto Rico. The dangers of capitalism that results in climate change, melting of the Arctic, deforestation, overfishing, child labor, people working to death or to such extreme that the population of Japan is reducing, and countries that are capitalist, and its failures like Democratic Republic of Congo, Mozambique, Uganda, Tajikistan, Yemen, Haiti, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan. These are the 10 poorest countries in the world where the capitalist system destroyed them and ruled by authoritarian regimes, political turmoil, weak financial institutions, inadequate infrastructure, and corruption. Not only that, but countries like Somalia, Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, and Bosnia and Herzegovina are all former Soviet countries that are now Islamic republics, especially Afghanistan, that the human rights for women has been so awful that you find pictures of women in Afghanistan before and after the Islamic Revolution, that it shows that the communists help improve women's rights, but after of one totalitarian to another that results the backward spiral of the country. In the U.S., the only hyperpower in the world, also suffer poverty like Centerville. Illinois is the poorest town of the country. New Square, New York has the highest poverty, and any town in the U.S. population lives in poverty. Some go to 70%. Not only corruption exists in Asia and Europe, but also in the Caribbean, that this region, that all nations are extremely corrupt, that according to Corruption Perception Index, that Cuba, the totalitarian socialist country, is the least corrupted country in the Caribbean, and Puerto Rico, the only U.S. capitalist country in the area, is the most corrupted country in the Caribbean and the entire Antilles. The government of Puerto Rico, since the beginning their government, were extremely corrupted, and every leader since Luis Marin, that the politicians of Puerto Rico are corrupted for stealing money, trying to stay in power, eliminate political opposition, manipulate the media, and the infamous assassination of Cerro Maravilla. But the first person that tried to solve this problem was Celia Calderón, the first female governor of Puerto Rico, but sadly it barely solved the problem, but instead increased the virus of the island from Luis Fortuno to Ricardo Rossello in 2009. 60 days after Fortuno became governor, it gave birth to the economic crisis that as of 2019 Puerto Rico Suffers. The unemployment rate that raised to 16.7% in October of 2009, but in 2017 the poverty rate had reached to 45% higher. That is double than the United States, but the department can trace back to colonialism by the United States. PR is the last no colony in the world. After America became U.S. territory after the Spanish-American War that America refused to pay the colony creditors, the U.S. put the Foraker Act which Puerto Ricans can never have full U.S. rights and cannot make laws that goes against the federal law. The Jones-Shafroth Act allow municipal investors to do whatever they want regardless of the PR budget. In 1917 authorized the Puerto Rican government for tax that later create the Jones Act, which today Puerto Rico have this department crisis of $70 billion in debt, and after the Hurricane Maria, a Category 5 hurricane that hasn't been seen for 125 years. As of 2020 people are still living in horrible conditions of the hurricane. That later the government announced in the local radio that the island is in federal bankruptcy. The government made laws like increase taxes to 15%, a law that anybody under 25 years old looking for a job only paid half compared to any employee over 25 years old. Contract to Europeans for millions of dollars with free food, apartment, and flights between Puerto Rico and their homeland back to back. People justifiably angry hearing the government saying they have no money to fix roads, housing, and others while wasting money on people who may have not realized that the island even existed. Having thousands to probably millions of bottles of water abandoned in the middle of nowhere while people struggling to have clean water. During the hurricane that the Mexican government gave the Puerto Rican government a powerful power plant to give electricity for the entire island, but they never use it and is still around there hiding, and mayors spending over $8 million on statues instead on infrastructure. The legal abuse from both the US and PR government that result is 60% decrease use of electricity which raised the debt even higher. Federal bankruptcy. PR is extremely dependent to the US because the US has PR in iron grip like Spain during the Napoleonic Wars. During the Spanish occupation that PR was so underdeveloped that even the elite walk on barefoot and rely on illegal trade with the US that before PR reached the 19th century the population of the island did not reach 200,000 people. Increased poverty among smaller and middle-sized farmers at the expense of the rich coffee plantation owners. Landless workers have less rights and were forced to work to the rich or being punished by law, and many people spent their entire lives working for the rich while they die in poverty. Wasting millions of dollars of milk for no reason, paying fancy cars for themselves while police cars are mostly collecting dust, not handling the hurricane situation, Trump who throw toilet paper at Puerto Ricans and putting martial law making the first since the nationalist uprising, the junta, scums of the earth, people not having electricity and water up to 8 months, people still not having running water, electricity, and a roof over their heads 3 years after the hurricane. People dying under horrible conditions plus doctors are leaving, and this becomes such a problem to the point that only one doctor that is a surgeon for cancer and maybe as the time I'm writing this may have also left the country. Schools are almost non-existent because they close so many schools that in some pueblos there are no schools at all and parents have to take their children for basic education which takes 30 minutes to 1 hour while in the past it takes 2 minutes on foot. While the people are suffering, the governor Ricardo Rossello is on vacation and going on fishing, and the people struggling, and in some areas people can't find jobs to pay bills for electricity and sleep in the dark in their own home. Disastrous policies like Promesa, cutting the federal minimum wage, and a law that people under 25 years old are going to be paid half compared to someone over the age of 25. Operation Bootstrap made Puerto Ricans to work below minimum wage. 43.5% of Puerto Ricans are living below the poverty line. Puerto Ricans have a higher risk of cancer, diabetes, alcohol consumption, asthma, and infant mortality rates. Many children are frequently absent from school. Usually they are impoverished. Children have to deal with stresses such as caring for siblings. Enrollment in schools has declined by about 40% in the past 10 years. 640,000 Puerto Ricans on the island receive food stamps, and the rich who are scavenging the economies of the island like John Paulson who wanted to move to Puerto Rico. Why? Because to avoid paying U.S. capital gain taxes, or Ben Carson is illegally holding $18 billion in aid that was passed by Congress that was given to Puerto Rico, or Trump administration officials scamming Puerto Rico out of $1.8 billion in hurricane relief funds. Federal official to profit off taxpayer money, or HUD withholds $18 billion in disaster aid, or FEMA official taking bribes. This is capitalism. We're in the U.S. families in the 1950s who have a married couple with 7 kids on a salary of $32,000 a year where they can buy a TV, house, and car from the husband earn income, while today's youth one person earns $32,000 a year but live in poor housings and can't earn their own houses. They can't afford a car and barely pay the bills in a world where 50% or 3.4 billion people struggles for basic needs, where housings that are made in the 1950s are too expensive and the prices are still increasing, where average income is no longer enough, where having children is more expensive than ever, which there are higher chances that parents will abandon their children because they don't have the money to keep it stable. Child care cost, child education which costs 16% of the housing budget. Household debt is over 200% in Australia, Sweden, Denmark, and Switzerland, and debt became the new type of slavery for this generation and future generations. While in some areas in Puerto Rico it is just a ghost town with closed stores, forgotten buildings, barely any public schools that are still in operation, while the churches, mosques, and synagogues are still open, and there are more churches of superstition, false delusions that pay no taxes, yet almost no schools to teach the reality of the world, which is why people still believe outdated ideas and still question evolution and still had a prejudice against atheists. Only 5% of the population are irreligious, which is the second largest religion, and only 1% are open atheist. Despite the money laundering, intense corruption, fraud, and stealing money from the people, but the straw broke the camel's back is Rossello's telegram controversy, proving once and for all that the government is just an overqualified mafia that needs to be stopped and be arrested for federal crimes. Puerto Rico is the biggest failure of America's capitalism and an example of American colonialism and American empire. Like when 1950 the U.S. government bombed its own citizens, it does not want Puerto Ricans, they want Puerto Rico. They artificially made the island poor. The island was originally a military tactic and now is an economic tactic. America was never nice to Puerto Rico, like in the World Wars when they did medical testing Puerto Rican soldiers, like locking them in chambers and subject them to various gases. In disturbing similarity of Nazi experiments but not that extreme, tested birth control drugs in San Juan. The women who were poor and illiterate were forced to subject to various drugs that are still in development to see what it results to the body before giving it to white people, which result of the many deaths of these innocent victims. 1/3 of the women on the island had been sterilized by the U.S. project of sterilization as part of their industrialization of Puerto Rico, and eugenics was popular, seeing Puerto Ricans as the dirtiest people on earth and purposely injecting Puerto Ricans cancer and tuberculosis. This ethnic genocide that over 35% of women in PR have been sterilized, which is the highest in the world, higher than Nazi Germany. Massacring nationalists in the 1930s and killing Ojeda the U.S. used Vieques and Culebra as bombing practice which kills civilians. The cancer rate for people living in Vieques was 27% higher than the rest of the island. La Princesa was the place to torture, human experimentation and forced starvation, and during the early years of America's occupation they made to teach English to Puerto Ricans in order to civilize the savage. In 1909 it was illegal to speak Spanish in public schools. Until they removed the law in 1998, but English became the official language changes nothing. Outlawed all Puerto Rican currency, thus all Puerto Ricans lost 40% of their savings, and was illegal to have a Puerto Rican flag, and you can be in prison for $10,000 and $100,000 bail. In the 1920s to 1930s, American leaders view Puerto Ricans as half-breeds, Negro filth, forcing to teach English, eliminate any teacher that is too pro-Puerto Rican, imprison and kill labor unions and other people who share similar views. The U.S. will never care about the lives of Puerto Ricans. They did not care during Hurricane Maria, which is the fourth deadliest hurricane in history, when it comes how many people die. They did not care when Nazi Germany bombed La Mona, and they did not care during the Attica prison massacre, which is the sixth most violent event in prison history, and the targets were Puerto Ricans and African American. The Puerto Rican soldiers in World War II were segregated among two groups, those who are fluent in English and those who are not. For those who can speak fluent English were with white soldiers, while those who can't speak English were with black soldiers, implementing the gag law, which was a violation of the First Amendment, which dozens of people were arrested for not being too American, or when the U.S. put a military government in PR by putting John R. Brooke, the first American governor of PR, and Charles H. Allen, the first civilian U.S. governor, who we control the entire economy of PR, which over 40% of all arable land turned into sugar plantations, which was owned by him. He owned the American Sugar Refining Company, which was the biggest sugar refining company in the world. The U.S. giving Puerto Ricans U.S. citizenship as an excuse to recruit more soldiers in World War I. Every war that America made or involved that Puerto Rican soldiers were always the first to go into the battlefield. Fixed salaries, people losing their pensions, retirement age raised from 61 to 67, raising electric bills to insane levels, raising taxes to 15%, abandoning stockpiles of water in warehouse after massive earthquakes, which people are dying of thirst, people sleeping in horrific conditions, the government forcing people to pay $400 a month when these people are using abandoned buildings to help people and give kids basic educations. That even international law admits, International Action Center, that the U.S. committing colonial crimes, like violating the U.S. own constitution to keep oppressing PR, like enforcing the PROMESA law, which violates the null and void process of 1952, deprive the right to self-determination, and Puerto Rico itself is the U.S. biggest crimes against humanity. Anarchists in Puerto Rico suffer yet survive in a literal example of colonialism, but many anarchists through history are either highly educated, university professors, or poor, which were the majority, and were illiterate and Hebrews, with a burning passion to help people like anarchists in Fajardo and other pueblos on the eastern side of the island that was one of the first places that recovered clean water and electricity after the hurricane. They did it as early as 2 months after the hurricane by an anarchist group called Project for Mutual Aid, and the government used the police to try to arrest these anarchists as respective terrorists, while the capitalist government took 3 years to recover running water and electricity in some locations. Anarchist thinking existed in the island as far back as 1810s were expressing dislike to the government. Many were abolitionists. The first abolitionist was an anarchist named Ramon Emeterio Batenses, who founded the secret abolitionist society, which they succeeded on March 22, 1873, and wanted independence. There are anarchists like Santiago Iglesias who wanted statehood, like the Taino Rebellion in 1511 led by Eguibanatu, 3 years after the Spaniard founded their first European settlement, Antonio Valero de Bernabe, who wanted independent Puerto Rico. The first anarchist movement in Puerto Rico started in the 1870s by creating labor unions, cooperations, promotes literacy, and mutual aid. Circulo de Recreo y Beneficencia in 1872, La Bella Union Mayagzana, El Circulo Pontino de Artesanos, La Union Fajardina, and La Sociedad Amigos del Bien Público in 1873, making anarchist newspaper from 1874, El Artesano, to 1899, El Criterio Libre, first anarchist revolt in 1848, possibly influenced by the speeches of Juan Angel Silén, in San Juan. Luisa Capetillo, a leader of women's suffrage, she helped pass a minimum wage law. In 1898, many anarchist organizations were made to help the people when the U.S. steals their salaries. Censorship of anarchist literature, labor workers are reducing, and people in the cities were paid more than countryside. The traditional Puerto Rican music called danza was created by early anarchists/socialists to promote literacy. The literate will go teach the illiterate in their factories about reading, and anarchism were the first intellectuals teach the people about politics, economics, science, philosophy, and read out loud the works of Malatesta, Kropotkin, and Marx. Anarchists joining forces with other socialists and liberals to limited European influence, like joining forces with José Celso Barbosa, the first African descent to earn a medical degree in the U.S., the Puerto Rican Autonomous Party, a liberal conservative group founded in 1887, multiple liberal pro-independence leaders and pro-independence political parties over the years, making the first socialist political party in 1899, Labor Party. Federacine Regional de Trabajadores was the first anarchist party founded in 1898. Mikhail Bakunin published his work in San Juan, Federalism and Socialism, and celebrate their first May Day in 1899. In 1868, the Grito de Lares happened where socialists, liberals, and anarchists wanted independence. Ramon Emeterio Batenses was an anarchist sympathizer, the father of the poor, the mastermind of the revolt, the father of the independence movement, and the father of the Puerto Rican nation, but created the first Puerto Rican flag created by Mariana Bracetti. The first national anthem was written by Lola Rodriguez de Tito, and the original constitution, the 10 Commandments of Free Man, was based on the French Revolution's Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen. Anarchism is alive and well when the anarchist symbol was all over in San Juan when Ricardo Rossello resigned. The first time in PR history. During the nationalist uprisings in the 1950s, for the first time a radio transmission was recording during real time during a gunfight between 40 heavily guarded policemen vs. one barber. Nationalists were tortured in Aguadilla, and today's 3 main political parties in Puerto Rico have its origins from radical socialists because the FRT was separated into 2 groups, the nationalist and pro-American. Santiago Iglesias was the first influential anarchist in Puerto Rico and was the first to propose statehood for Puerto Rico, the spiritual father of the new progressive party, and the nationalist wanted independence, making the Socialist Party, 1889, the Nationalist Party, 1922, Puerto Rican Communist Party, 1934 and refounded in 2010, Transparent, Authentic and Complete Liberal Party, 1937 and founded by Luis Muñoz Marin when we was a socialist/pro-independent, Puerto Rican Socialist Party, 1959, one of the leaders named Juan Mari Braz was the first to receive Puerto Rican citizenship from the PR State Department and the FBI plotted to assassinate him, Working People's Party of Puerto Rico, 2010 but not. Pro-Independent, Workers' Socialist Movement, 1982, Revolutionary Socialist Party, Maoism, Popular Socialist Movement, Castroism, Political Education Workshop, Puerto Rican Revolutionary Workers' Party Macheros, Socialist Front, 1990, Asociación Nacional Independence Movement, 2004, Armed Forces of National Liberation, 1974, Movimiento Nacionalista Revolucionario, 2015, Boricuá Popular Army, 1976, and later the current Puerto Rican Independence Party, 1946. These revolutionaries started 4 revolutions: Tainos of 1511, Grito de Lares of 1868, attempted coup of Yauco of 1897 and Nationalist Revolution of 1950. Many did protest through the years, after the 1950 uprising, but losing respect among Puerto Ricans when some of these radicals committed social democratic reformism and electoralism, lack of unity among socialist groups and promoting Leninism but they protesting against Rossello to resign, protest the U.S. Navy base in Vieques and various heists. Many of these revolutionaries like public execution in 1899, people were either killed without the chances to defend themselves, assassinated/murder like Filiberto Ojeda Rios, Enrique Soto Arabi, Santiago Mari Pescara, Carlos Muniz Varela and Arnaldo Dario Rosado. People who supports independence were tortured, imprisoned, and murdered by the police, National Guard, death squads and FBI from the first Red Scare till today using surveillance, human experimentation on Pedro Albizu Campos, the first Puerto Rican to graduate at Harvard, massacres against the revolutionaries in Ponce, 1937, Rio Piedras, 1935, various massacres committed by the National Guard during the Nationalist Uprising, 1950, and Cerro Maravilla, 1978, labor unions were reducing, 247,120 in 1899 to 2,771 in 1907, workers in the cities were paid more than countryside workers and first Governor Luis Muñoz Marin used FBI files to oppress nationalist and other rivals, while the FBI file shows that he was a drug addict and abused its power like buying luxury like the kings of Spain. And prevented the only time PR could have independence when U.S. Senator Millard Tydings gave the PR government a bill for independence but Luis prevented the bill to reach PR. When anarchists were the first to recover from the hurricane using mutual aid, cooperation, and green energy but the PR government does not help them but instead sending militarized police believing as deceptive terrorist. In the Caribbean we have the North-South Korea image of the Marxist-Leninist state atheist Cuba and the capitalist Roman Catholic Puerto Rico but like the two Koreas shows us that the socialist is more successful. Cuba was prepared of the hurricane, have great infrastructure and recover extremely quickly while Puerto Rico still haven't recovered from the hurricane. Many houses are destroyed. Over 3,000 people die and both Cuba and Puerto Rico were denied to have crucial resources from the U.S. Embargo on Cuba by the U.S. before the hurricane and in PR no other country can give supplies without U.S. permission. The U.S. government while knowing that people are dying of hunger and thirst that even the mayor of San Juan is begging for food that instead of giving aid but they privatize power grid. The PR government made the promesa to solve it. Debt by paying people who are under 25 years of age less than minimum wage, $4.25 while the federal minimum wage is $7.25. This is the legacy of Puerto Rico, a series of economic disasters, corrupted politicians, torturing revolutionaries, and PR being a hostage to the U.S. while Cuba despite of Castro brutality especially against gays, religion, despite being a Christian atheist, and persecution of anarchists, Fidel Castro made achievements like the only country in the Americas that does not suffer malnourishment. UNIFIC declare as an international paradise for infants, having the lowest child death rate in the Americas, student-teacher ratio of 10:1, eliminate homelessness, the unemployment rate is below 3%, people of Cuba are eating more calories than any Latin American country but slightly below the U.S., largely eradicated poverty and hunger, Cuba is among the 20 best performing countries in the world, Cuba is the most sustainably developed country in the world, Cuba is also one of the only nations to meet conditions for sustainable development, has one of the best doctors/healthcare in the world, has higher life expectancy than the U.S., Cuba is the first nation in the world to eliminate mother-to-child HIV and syphilis transmission, CIA World Factbook gives Cuba's literacy rate as 99.8%, Cuba spends a higher percentage of GDP on education than any other nation in the world, Cuba offered to take in 24,000 Soviet children from the Chernobyl area so that they could recover more quickly from the effects of radiation pollution while the free market did nothing, Castro surviving over 600 assassinations from the U.S. and the U.S. tried to destroy their crops to starve the people, committing an artificial famine, in order to revolt against Castro and convert to capitalism, Cuba was the first to sing discrimination against women, Cuba ranked 6th in the world for women political participation, free education while the U.S. since 1978 college tuition fee raised to 1,120%, Cuba is the third highest literate country in the world, behind to Latvia and Azerbaijan both former Soviet countries. U.S. human experiments like giving poor illiterate women giving illegal contraception which 1/3 of all women lost the ability to give birth, committing ethnic cleansing which Hitler got his influence, experiments of Agent Oranges was in Puerto Rico which I have family members who were victims of the human experimentation and suffer strong health complications, I have more family members who were victims of abuse by the U.S. military and working in the Panama Canal during Teddy's presidency, the U.S. made a law to force sterilized Puerto Ricans, the U.S. Navy in Vieques destroyed the environment and kill civilians, 1 point accidentally bomb Ponce, and some Puerto Rican veterans in Vieques got restraining order from the military were not allowed what they saw the U.S. secret projects in Vieques or go to jail for the rest of their lives especially if they suffer health conditions during those projects which the U.S. Navy chemical experiments give it. People of Vieques suffering like people dying at higher rates, 30% higher from cancer, 41% higher from diabetes, 95% higher from cirrhosis liver disease and 396% from hypertension. The U.S. used Cuban terrorists to kill teachers and other civilians who promotes Puerto Rican independence and socialism or put bombs of daycare centers that belong to the socialist part of PR. Tactics of COINTELPRO originated in PR by harassment, setting fire on pro-independence office, bombing pro-independence buildings, put a bomb in the car of Juan Mari Braz led by the National Guard, pro-statehood terrorist, and anti-Castro Cubans, throwing bomb at Vega Figueroa, try to assassinate. Juan Antonio Carretero, murdering Santiago Mari Pescara, by the Navy. Domingo Vega was shot by death squad but survived. Lieutenant Alex de la Cerda, U.S. Navy Public Relations Officer, placed explosives at the Puerto Rico Bar Association offices, sabotaged the Vieques Air. Link, state-sponsored terrorism, starting a conservative anti-intellectual movement which became the people's moral values, criminalization of leftist activism and murdering a woman in front of their children because she believed in independence. Teachers who disappeared, using Cubans for their death squads which was supported by pro-statehood politicians, Senator Juan A. Paler and his pro-statehood gang attack pro-independence buildings killing people, bombing university buildings that have a strong socialist movement, bomb the Clemente Coliseum during a game, bomb political rally for the birthday of Eugenio Maria de Hosto, the disappearance of Julio Pinto Gandia, killing Santiago Mari Pescara, killing the socialist. Candidate Governor Juan Mari Braz, Alejo Maldonado was a police colonel and leader of the death squad, intense surveillance, Carpio, Mayor candidate Trujillo Alto was assassinated and the Battle of Villa San Vito of 1982 where cops attack, throw tear gas and shoot people including women and children who were living in unused land that was considered private property. Puerto Ricans created the first institutions for black history in the 1910s. Many revolutionaries went to free Cuba and becoming leaders in Venezuela where there are statues of Puerto Ricans in Venezuela and Fidel Castro has a portrait of Betances using danza and bomb to teach literacy, which almost 80% of the population, non-rich, were illiterate in 1910 and was illegal to publish pro-independence literature from the 15th century to the 1970s. From 1809 to 1868 there were 40 slave revolts. The slave revolt of Marcos Zairo in 1821 was influenced by Jean-Pierre Boyer and the Haitian Revolution. There were 8 revolutions for independence, 1511, 1822, 1835, 1838, 1868, 1897 and 1950. Try to assassinate President Truman, the poorest president. There are only 8 presidents that have a net worth less than $1 million. Attacked the Capitol in 1954 and Filiberto started the separatist/clandestine movement in PR virtually creating all militant groups which, from 1954 to 1998 was a period of war among the revolutionaries and the U.S. military especially. By the National Guard, which the founders of the Guard were members of the White League, a paramilitary section of the KKK, which these separatist groups have bombed military/corporation/federal buildings, blowing up entire Air Force fleets, shootings against the Navy which started the Vieques protests and doing over 300 military operations against the U.S. The reason this group does this using Bolivar socialism, a mix of Marxist-Leninist Maoism with the radical patriotism and left-wing nationalism of Simon Bolivar, because they know they are alone. The rest of Latin America and the Spanish-speaking world can't help Puerto Rico without starting a war with the U.S. We were betrayed by Mao who voted in favor of the U.S. colonialism of PR and UN vote and the largest Trotskyist group in the U.S. did not advocate for PR independence in 1998 and the U.S. have interest to annex PR since the presidency of John Adams which he wanted to colonize PR. In 1787 Alexander Hamilton proposed the annexation to the United States of Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Western Territories and the entire American Hemisphere. 1816 Simon Bolivar arrived to PR to liberate the island but the hurricane prevented him to achieve this goal. James Monroe established the Monroe Doctrine which prevent both Spain and Bolivar to take PR but various revolutionary groups who were illiterate and poor but fought the U.S. military notable people who supported Bolivar goal for liberated PR like Roberto Cofresi, Antonio Valero de Bernabe and Maria de las Mercedes Barbudo. Which by that time a debate if PR should be integrated as part of Spain or more autonomous, which is the same debate today for U.S., while Cuba gained independence during the Spanish-American War but PR did not when the U.S. have undermined the independence movements like the Jones Acts, which Puerto Ricans can join the military but can't vote and at one point they were forced to join the military and if you have siblings you are forced to go to war without any say at the matter, making a law that was illegal to sing the national anthem of PR. Jesus Pinero was told by Washington to not pursue the independence bill. Boycotts at the 2012 elections. J. Edgar Hoover have made permanent orders to undermine any independence movement for U.S. national security in 1950 after the revolution the U.S. gave a election for a new government but there was no independence option only the new constitution, commonwealth, or feudalism despite the fact the U.S. granted independence to the Philippines in 1946 while in prairie independence was not even an option and in 2020 a survey found the majority wants independence for the first time since 1950, 41%, but 2 months later when the elections came the independence option was removed for the first time since the first election. Oregon wants independence and they want the Confederacy of the Antilles, Cuba, Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico as one nation, and always remember our heroes like Luisa Capetillo, Ramon Betances, Eugenio Maria de Hosto, Juan Antonio Corbete, Mariana Bracety, Lola Rodriguez de Tio, Marcos Zairo, and the slaves who later participated in the Grito de Lares and the Spanish Empire give the Puerto Rican Spanish citizenship to prevent any future revolts. Antonio Matei Libras, Equibanatu, Maria Mercedes Barbudo, Antonio Valero de Bernabe, Roberto Cofresi, Juan Alejo de Arizmendi, the first Boricua bishop who made the 1811 conspiracy against Spain, Ramon Power y Gerald, the first self-declared Puerto Rican, Julio Vizcarrondo Coronado, abolished slavery and the founder of the Protestant movement in Iberia, Lorenzo de Vizcarrondo y Ortiz de Zarate, Andres Vizcarrondo, brothers who founded and first municipal mayor of Carolina, Juan Vizcarrondo, Wayne of Ventura Valentin Quiñones, Pablo Andino, these last 4 planned a revolution in 1838 but the Spaniards found out, Yuza, the only female cacique in Boricua and the second/last female cacique in the Caribbean the first is Anacaena of Hispaniola, Isabel Rosado, Jose de Diego, which achieved PR autonomy during Spanish rule but the U.S. undone his achievement, Juan Mari Braz, Rafael Cancel Miranda, Pedro Albizu Campos, Oscar Lopez Rivera, Filiberto Ojeda Rios and the many poor, illiterate, and Hebrew anarchists who were manly black and women who created many communes, mutual aid projects and co-ops during the 1810s to 1920s. Puerto Ricans helped liberate Cuba and Dominican Republic, started 6 revolutions, 40 slave revolts, created music genres, Bamba and Plena, to spread literacy and class awareness, attacked the Capitol, tried to assassinate Truman, kick out the Navy, made the South Bronx their second home, despite the Boricua community were persecuted by using government policies based on race using redlining where any neighborhood that has 5% Boricua population is classified as a declining neighborhood which banks, insurance companies, and federal housing agencies sabotage their communities to the point of many Boricuas die in the 1970s, coined the term Latino, Agina Batu drowns all Cito to disprove the idea Spaniards are gods. They are always first in the front lines on U.S. wars. The Borinqueniers is the only all-Latino regiment in the U.S. and the last fully segregated regiment, having the best boxers in the world. Wilfred Benitez is the youngest champion in Boxing history, Armanda Serrano holds the world record for becoming champion in 9 world titles. Across 7 weight classes and becoming the first female super champion, and PR is the only country in the world that in boxing has champions in all divisions/categories. PR defeated the US in a basketball game in the Summer Olympics, with a 19-point margin, which is the largest margin defeat in US Olympic history and their third ever Olympic loss. The other 2 are from the Soviet Union. Jose Ferrer is the only Latino that won an Oscar for Best Actor. He is the first actor to earn the U.S. Medal of National Arts. The Freemasons joined the struggle for independence. The Baroque will to fight is so strong that rivals the legends of the Romans, which they will fight to the death to be free, and many of these independists believe in reincarnation, that in the words to Ricardo Diaz, I pray to God I reincarnate in a future revolutionary movement, or in the words of Isabel Rosado at the age of 107, inside I feel rebellious and I will continue to feel rebellious until we rule over our own government. Eugenio Maria de Hosto influenced education in Latin America, convincing Chile to let women have education in universities. People of Villa San Vito fighting 500 cops up until their homes were set on fire by the cops, or one of the victims of the Ponce massacre in its last moments wrote on the wall with its own blood, "Long live the Republic." Down with the assassins, Che describing Puerto Ricans as the most heroic people in all Latin America. Like Isabel Rosado fighting full squads of cops in a shootout, and the only reason she lost because she ran out of bullets. When Filiberto made an interview in 1990, it became the most watched/view event in Puerto Rican TV history. Also, it took a combined might of 200 federal agents and 20 militarily armed FBI agents to kill Filiberto. Blanca Canales took over a police station and burned the post office during the 1950 revolution and fully took over Jaywa for 3 days, and it took the combine force of 11 U.S. military planes, bombing Jaywa, artillery, mortar fire, grenades, U.S. infantry troops, and the Puerto Rican National Guard to make her surrender, not die. Juan Antonio Negrin waged guerrilla warfare in the 1950 revolution from October 30th to November 10th. Macheros went to a shootout against the Navy in 1998 and won. The Macheros committed at the time the largest cash heist in U.S. history, Wells Fargo heist. The Macheros at the time did largest attack on U.S. military forces since the Vietnam War, and it was the greatest material loss from any single attack perpetrated against the U.S. Air Force anywhere in the world. The family of Batenses starting revolutions in Dominican Republic in 1808. André Salvador Vizcarrondo Pertes de Zarate when his father made guerrilla warfare against the English in 1797, but tried to start the first armed revolution in PR on October 24, 1835, but was betrayed and expelled, but try again on July 15, 1838 in Carolina, which he later founded, and becoming their first mayor in 1857, but was again caught, but became a general in Venezuela and funded the Grito de Lares. Batenses joined the Freemasons and radicalized them, becoming socialist and anarchist. Unlike the classical liberal, racist, and sexist orthodoxy, he became the first Puerto Rican to be awarded the French Cross of the Order of Knighthood of the Legion of Honor. He liberated Dominican Republic and ended biased tyranny in 1873 that the people loved him so much they wanted him a Baroque to be their president, but refused. Because we wanted all Spanish Caribbean free, but he did became a DR citizen and their first Secretary of Dominican Embassy in Paris. He fought in the French Revolt of 1848, participated in the Paris Commune. He became a general agent of Cuba, fought in the Cuban Revolution, and helped liberate Cuba. Batenses wrote the restoration letters of Gregorin Lebrun and lastly Vidal Santiago Diaz, a barber who fought 40 soldiers, which they have tear gas, machine guns, carbines, revolvers, and grenades, in a 3-hour shootout, and almost won during the 1950 revolution that the military thought that the salon were 20 people, but in reality it was Vidal will to power, which he was shot point blank in the head and the staircase collapsed on him, but the man lived, that the military were too scared to finish the job. The 2 last survivors of the Grito de Lares, PR, have one of the longest life expectancy in the world, rivalry Okinawa, Monaco, and Dominica. Aurelio Mendez meet the Nationalist Party, and Pedro Anglero meet Albizu, passing the torch at the age of 110, and a revolution in 1822 led by Freemasons declaring Republic of Baroque and making Mayaguez the capital. The wood of Guayacan are used for airplane propeller worldwide. PR has more roads per square mile in the world. According to Encyclopedia Breed and ICA, that PR has the richest history when they have the best conserved Spanish tradition. PR is the third in the world with mayor proportion of professionals, doctors, lawyers, and etc. Eugenio Maria de Hosto is considered one of the most important intellectuals in the world, especially in the field of education. During a global pandemic in 1912, that Prairie was the first country in the world that control/eliminate the disease in a record 92 days. Santurce is the only barrio founded by escaped slaves. Another example of people's fight against colonialism is when the first pro-statehood governor went full annexationist during Olympic Games. The people booed during the U.S. national anthem and started raising the PR flag, signing their anthem, both the original and Yankee version, or during the 1950 Central American and Caribbean Games in Guatemala while the PR revolution was still going on. The Guatemalan people joined the Baroque athletes and raised the PR flag when was still illegal in solidarity. Although the Olympic history of PR is connected with pro-colony movement and the autonomous wing of the pro-colony party, Enrique Hoff Sampaio, a revolutionary nationalist, the second most important/influential figure in PR Olympism, he hosted the 1979 Pan American Games, but the US/PR, during pro-state governorship, discouraged anti-separatist sentiment, and he with other athletes fought the right to raise their own flag as a separate nation. Went to strikes in La Fortaleza, created the Asociación de Adultos y Deportistas de Puerto Rico, which not only achieved their goal to recognize PR as a sovereign nation, but at the Games have the best basketball team in PR history. And during the 1980 Moscow Olympics, Rikhoff wanted PR to participate the Games going against the U.S. boycott. Thus the governor Barcelo withdrew all support, but managed to send 2 delegates to Moscow and got full official undisputed recognition. He managed to make PR compete in the Moscow Olympics against the wishes from the U.S. The U.S. will never give us statehood, despite using pro-statehood politicians to create death squads against the independence movement. In the words of U.S. Representative Joseph Cannon in 1917, that Puerto Ricans are ineligible for statehood for not being white. This is our eternal colonial fate unless a revolution for independence is achieved like what happened in Cuba and Dominican Republic. Another example of cultural genocide against the Baroques was the Carlisle School. PR suffer 129 more years of slavery than the U.S., 51.6% more years, 12.5% of Baroques were slaves. The slave to overall population ration was 1 in 8, the same as the U.S. despite having a higher population. Today Baroques are still slaves, wage/debt slavery, the U.S. still committing genocide against Baroques, by using the original definition by Raphael Lemkin, which the UN rejected because if accepted his definition, Western Europe, North America, Australasia, and Japan will be in court. Like the Nuremberg trial, today PR consumer prices are 20% higher for every product than the US, paying 15% higher sale tax than the US, paying 200% more for electricity. In 2018, a list of the poorest and most crime-ridden place in the US half is located in PR. Homicide rate is 622 per 100,000, 45% live below the poverty line, non-voting members in Congress, fracking by US corporations. The late 1960s, over 80% of housing was made by the private sector, but 59% of the population could not afford the houses, has the second largest police force in the US, second only to New York, and Pinochet style of privatization. From the 1030s to 1990s, over 4,000 people were assassinated by the U.S. government who supported independence. Governors like Alonso Manso was the leader of the Inquisition to kill hidden Jews. PR has the largest Jewish population in the Caribbean. Romualdo Palacios Gonzalez persecuted and possibly killed the founder of the Autonomous Party Ramon Valderrama de Castro. Andres Gonzalez Munoz fought against the revolutionaries in Cuba. Nelson Miles and John Brooke were involved in the Wounded Knee Massacre and lead the invasion of PR with 16,000 U.S. troops. Guy Verner Henry was responsible to eliminate PR independence. Autonomous Charter. George Whitefield Davis forced Puerto Ricans to migrate to the Panama Canal Zone to work. Charles Allen control 98% of U.S. sugar and have the largest sugar company/factory in the world based on Banana Republic style of slavery, and Emmett Montgomery really doing cultural genocide. Not only should Puerto Rico be independent, but also Tamil Eelam, Kurdistan, Okinawa, Hawaii, American Samoa, U.S. Virgin Islands, Guam, Northern Mariana Islands, Palestine, Aslan, Chicano, Republic of New African, Republic of Laeta, Basque, Ireland, Azawad, Kabyle, Barbary, Berberia, Catalonia, South Yemen, and all 21 islands in the Caribbean that are still colonies based not on nationalism and patriotism but instead on internationalism and cosmopolitanism, a world without borders. No imaginary lines to create the other. Vietnam and the rest of Indochina. The U.S. propaganda model to justify their aggressive invasion of Vietnam started when they immediately intervened Indochina after World War II in support of French recolonization and putting a Catholic dictatorship in South Vietnam where many Buddhists were killed, and the U.S. media labeled this as a moral good to fight against the evil godless Soviets, yet the U.S. brutality killed 17% of the Vietnam's population by using chemical weapons and dropping more bombs than the entirety of World War II. The Kennedy administration to use chemical warfare to destroy rice crops in South Vietnam, Agent Orange, which 13% South Vietnam lands was attacked by its own allies, which Laos and Cambodia was also attacked by the same chemical weapons, which as many as 500,000 children are born with dioxin-related deformities, which the most people were victims in South Vietnam, and the reason will not use this brutality on the state atheist Soviet North because the Soviet government have links with the rest of the Soviet world and will publicize their brutality as early as they realize the violation of international law, but the Catholic capitalist South have no voice to cry to their pain of being human experiments of the U.S. studying the effects of dioxin on people, yet the U.S. control of mass media blame the Soviet Union of these chemical crimes that the U.S. committed, like the U.S. claiming declaring itself as a creator of democracy yet supports brutal dictator like Suharto when we created the dirtiest war and most brutal crimes in the history of Indonesia. 1990 to 1998 Indonesian military operations in Aceh. The Turkish terrorist group the DHKP/C was created as a response to the Gulf War, which is still ongoing, the bloodiest war in the history of Peru, which is still ongoing since 1980. In Peru, oppressing Maoists who were protesting for free education, which 18 of the protesters were killed, which will later create the extremist version of the Maoist group called the Shining Path, but the government as a response to these Maoist group. They kill innocent villagers, which is called the Akamarksa massacre with the help of the U.S. train police battalion called the Sinchis, who are today known for their violation of human rights and funding anti-Maoist groups, which they kill a Maoist commander by stabbing, stoning, and set him on fire, which in response the Maoist massacre the people in the area, yet the Peruvian government committing crimes against humanity. The most famous is Alberto Fujimori, like La Cantuta massacre, Santa massacre, and Barrios Altos massacre. All these things the U.S. media will not talk about. They will talk all day about the Romanian Revolution but not talk about the Islamic Socialist victory in the First Liberian Civil War, the U.S. creating the Mujahideen to win the Afghan Civil War from 1989 to 1992. They will not talk about the last war that the U.S. was beaten by the Socialist, Cambodian-Vietnamese War and Cambodian Civil War, where they created and supported Pol Pot's group and even supporting them during the Vietnam-Cambodian War. The U.S. created a secret army made by the Hmong people making an insurgency in Laos, which is still ongoing since 1975, the U.S. supporting Buddhist extremists in Burma since 2010. The U.S. will not talk about the socialist Muammar al-Gaddafi supporting the National Resistance Army which eliminated Idi Amin from power, yet the U.S. supported this cruel government. The U.S. supporting the socialist Somalia during the 1982 Ethiopian-Somali border war. Despite Vietnam being betrayed by China when they invade Cambodia to stop this brutality, and the U.S. persuaded the United Nations to deny assets to Cambodia and Vietnam, the U.S. giving the Khmer Rouge military preparations and remained the official delegate of the nation in the United Nations, and thus 25% of Cambodia's population was perished, and now every time you watch videos or photos of the horrors in Cambodia you can thank the U.S. While China attacked Vietnam, the U.S. blocked credits from the IMF to Vietnam and giving military support long after the war in Thailand, and the U.S. tried to rebuild the Khmer Rouge using the Focal Intelligence Agency and the CIA were in the Khmer Rouge camps. The U.S. over $10 million to Pol Pot. The U.S. torturing civilians in Vietnam and committing constant crimes, and when the soldiers go home they are abandoned by the government that sent them there to suffer. Guatemala. The U.S.-backed dictatorship ruled by the United Fruit Company and allowed to kill workers who disagree, and the many dictators that America supported like Manuel Estrada Cabrera, then a military coup by America which put Jorge Ubico in power, and when Arevalo was democratically elected he was a soft reformist, but the U.S. tried to make another coup against him and the Decree 900 was established, but the United Fruit Company did not like this, so with the help of the CIA install a dictatorship, putting Carlos Castillo Armas in power, and then a military government that massacred his own people, and the CIA Operation PB Fortune tried to discredit Jacobo Arbenz, thus America committed genocide. For the longest time Latin Americas posed no threat to the U.S. and the U.S. can easily invade Latin America, but it all changed when socialism, regardless if it is utopian socialism, liberal socialism, and anarcho-communism/communalism of Book Chin, arrived, which the U.S. already paranoia and irrational hatred that goes against their free market capitalism, where dictators militarize schools and even symphony orchestra to establish their authority. Workers are arrested, people being executed for rejecting the most superficial elements of their ideology, despite the U.S. view Arevalo as a communist while in reality he rejected Marxism but promote liberal socialism, imagined social democracy but the economy is socialist, a combination of sabotage, death squads, radio manipulation, U.S. controlling another country's economy that results of the 70% of the population lose their income and coup to create a democratic approach that the U.S. produced, thus raising illiteracy, conflict, racism to the natives and crime, intellectualism and the far left, and why capitalism should die. While people who call themselves anarchist and socialist but the public will have this negative view and points at the Soviet Union, Stalinist era, China, Maoist era, Cambodia, Pot era, Cuba, Castro era, and Venezuela. It's a capitalist country by the way, but people always confuse Leninism, Maoism, Stalinism, and Castroism but forgetting that are other socialist philosophies that goes against the ones I mentioned. There is a reason that in the intellectual circles have adopted anarchist and socialist ideas because knowing the destructive nature of our current system like in 2018/20 Phil paper survey, PhD and faculty, the dominant political view is egalitarianism, 33%, socialism, 53.2%, almost all European scientists are socialist and other sources of university professors and more educated people in general subscribe to left-wing political views from moderate/center-left to anarchism. Many people on the right will say that the left are not smart or don't have facts/logic, which is a fan claim by Ben Shapiro, but one of the smartest people in history are on the left like Albert Einstein, socialism Alexander Grothendieck, anarchism, creator of modern algebraic geometry, Jeff Monson, anarcho-communism, heavyweight fighter of the UFC, Bertrand Russell, socialism/anarchist Julia Gillard, democratic socialism, the first atheist prime minister of Australia, Gloria Steinem, liberalism, the founder of Time magazine, Warren Buffett, liberalism, capitalist and was the first, second, and now the third richest person ever. Noam Chomsky, anarchism, libertarian socialism/anarcho-syndicalism, Christopher Hitchens, Keynesian and former Trotskyist, John Maynard Keynes, liberal socialism, carefully read the general theory of employment, Peter Kropotkin, scientifically prove animals behave under anarcho-communist philosophy of mutual aid and cooperation, Elisee Reckless, anarchism, made one of the most extensive works on geography, Richard Levins, socialist, the father of modern ecology. Stephen Jay Gould, socialist, with some agreement with Peter Kropotkin ideas. Frederick Douglass, precursor of liberation theology aka Christian Marxist Nikola Tesla, socialism. Marie Curie, socialism David Graeber, anarchism Stephen Hawking, social democracy or democratic socialism William James, anarchism, the leader of the pragmatist movement, John Dewey, liberal socialism Elias Disney, socialism and proponent of the IWW, the father of Walt Disney, William James Cedis, Leninism, the smartest human that has ever lived with an IQ of 250 to 300, was a proponent of the Bolsheviks. He was an atheist and his book The Animate and the Inanimate Creating the Field of Astrobiology, he predicted black holes and the first to predict the existence of dark matter 2 years before Jacobus Captain, H.G. Wells, socialism George Orwell, democratic socialism, yes, the same man that wrote 1984, George Carlin, anarchism Oscar Wilde, socialist Martin Luther King, Jr., socialist, one of the leaders of the black rights movement, Jean-Paul Sartre, anarchism, in the end of his life, E.P. Thompson, Marxist, the Marxist historian, Malcolm X, socialist, John Lennon, socialism. Charlie Chaplin, anarchism Isaac Asimov, socialism Bernie Sanders, social democracy Patrick Stewart, socialism John Stuart Mill, liberal socialist Gil Green, socialism, hero of the Spanish Civil War, J.R.R. Tolkien, anarchism, the author of The Lord of the Rings, the father of high fantasy, Michel Foucault, Marxist anarchist, his impact/influence on historiography and philosophy of history is unimaginable and his view of the history of sexuality change how we view sex, gender, and sexuality in history. Karl Marx, Marxism, one of the founding fathers of sociology, a third of all countries in the world adopted his theories in less than a century that China and Russia became superpowers that rival the US and UK and all historians use his approach of historiography and philosophy of history the materialist conception of history. Gandhi, socialism/anarchism Leo Tolstoy, anarchism, the author of Anna Karenina and War and Peace, Jean Baudrillard, post-Marxism, he took the philosophy of postmodernism, post-structuralism and postmodern nihilism to its logical extreme/and Jesus of Nazareth, socialism, communism, and anarchism, Matthew and Acts, Paul, anarchism, 1 Corinthians 6:1-6. But contradicts himself by promoting theocracy in Romans, Allah and Muhammad, egalitarianism, Quran 49:13, Dwight D. Eisenhower, social democracy, you read that right, one of the presidents of the United States was on the far left and he was a liberal conservative branch of the Republican Party, Matthias Knudsen the first, modern, atheist and anarchist in recorded history, living during the scientific revolution. Jean Meslier, anarcho-communism, advocate for feminism, right to divorce and animal rights. Jeremy Bentham, utopian socialism, advocate individual/economic freedom, separation of church and state, equal rights, freedom of expression, right to divorce, decriminalize homosexuality, abolition of slavery, capital punishment, physical punishment, and advocate animal rights and apologists say atheists have no morals. Auguste Comte, utopian socialism Henry de Saint-Simon, the first utopian socialist, the founder of the European Union, Rudolf Carnap, socialism, one of the giants in the 20th century philosophy, Nikolai Chernyshevsky, socialism, the man who influenced Lenin, Benedetto Croce, liberalism, won the Nobel Prize in Literature 16 times, Claude Adrien Helvetius, egalitarianism, one of the few atheists who was a member of the Freemason, Hilary Putnam, socialism Frank Ramsey, liberal socialism, he contributed the theory of taxation, John Rawls, liberal socialism Sam Harris, center-left Bhagat Singh, anarchism. James Flynn, social democracy/atheist, the most popular philosopher from New Zealand. Etienne de la Boétie, anarchism, the founder of modern political philosophy in France. Carmelo Delgado, socialism, one of the first U.S. citizens to die in the Spanish Civil War, joining the International Brigade, was the leader of the Nationalist Party of Puerto Rico and a member of the Cadets of the Republic. Isabel Gutierrez del Arroyo, one of the first Boricua female historian, by the time I'm typing this she is turning 114 years old. Antonio Panique, anarchist, who is currently over 110 years old and he is fighting fascism, Cuban dictatorships, and U.S. imperialism for a literal century. Pancho Villa, socialist/Blanquism, made the only successful attack against the U.S. which the U.S. never got their payback and Villa defeated a young Dwight Eisenhower and Patton. Anarchism, it's been around since the beginning of human history. The idea of egalitarian lifestyle with no authority is in our nature and hierarchy is an invention to gain power and capitalist ideas only started in the 9th century but people have no understanding of anarchism and I can give you a list of not only anarchist, socialist/egalitarian in general, societies that has been successful but did not end it in a dictatorship. Human prehistory from 7 million years ago to 12,000 years, a period when humanity had for the longest time have no state, no authority, no religion, and no hierarchy, and around this time only 3% of all deaths were violent. Cities from Kittilhoyok to Poverty Point to Talianki, the first cities from 8000 BC to 5000 BC before the rise of Uruk and Egypt, were anarchist cities which people live without kings, administrators, or bureaucrats. The web. When the concept of hyperlink was invented, it changed how humans communicate. The web browser functions as anarcho-communism /stateless /classless /moneyless system, with some exceptions like Spotify, and everything is free and you can make your own Twitter software and give it for free. The opposite how capitalist functions, and companies like YouTube or any capitalist companies who goes to the internet has to function like communists because people go to YouTube to watch videos and companies use ads as an ability for user as free worker and gain profit, and the users will not gain a single cent. Wikipedia use knowledge as more useful and beneficial if everyone has access to it and control over it, and built by volunteers, a common ownership of the means of production. The same goes to all open source. This is the greatest proof that we don't need profit and competition to make amazing work. Making mods for video games, discussion forums, Patreon, DeviantArt, Tumblr, Reddit, 4chan, 8chan, crowdfunding, and the internet functions from each according to his abilities to each according to their needs. If Peter Kropotkin and Marx was alive, the internet will bring him the biggest joy that his ideas not only work but praise even people from the right using the web to criticize Marx while using the same technology that functions by his ideas and anarchist ideals. In the words of the anarchist FAQ, encouragingly, this socialistic gift economy is still at the heart of computer/software development and the internet. For example, the Free Software Foundation has developed the General Public License, GPL. GPL, also known as copyleft, uses copyright to ensure that software remains free. Copyleft ensures that a piece of software is made available to everyone to use and modify as they desire. The only restriction is that any used or modified copyleft material must remain under copyleft, ensuring that others have the same rights as you did when you used the original code. It creates a commons which anyone may add to, but no one may subtract from. Placing software under GPL means that every contributor is assured that she, and all other users, will be able to run, modify, and redistribute the code indefinitely. Unlike commercial software, copyleft code ensures an increasing knowledge base from which individuals can draw from and, equally as important, contribute to. In this way everyone benefits as code can be improved by everyone, unlike commercial code. Many will think that this essentially anarchistic system would be a failure. In fact, code developed in this way is far more reliable and sturdy than commercial software. Linux, for example, is a far superior operating system than DOS precisely because it draws on the collective experience, skill, and knowledge of thousands of developers. Apache, the most popular web server, is another freeware product and is acknowledged as the best available. The same can be said of other key web technologies, most obviously PHP, and projects. Wikipedia springs to mind, although that project, while based on cooperative and free activity, is owned by a few people who have ultimate control. While non-anarchists may be surprised, anarchists are not. Mutual aid and cooperation are beneficial in the evolution of life, why not in the evolution of software? For anarchists, this gift economy at the heart of the communications revolution is an important development. It shows both the superiority of common development as well as the walls built against innovation and decent products by property systems. We hope that such an economy will spread increasingly into the real world. Teachings of Buddhism, Taoism, Judaism, Christianity, Zoroastrianism, Hinduism, and to lesser extent Islam has teach socialist values, and early followers live in a socialist lifestyles, and since its foundation many followers still practice this concept. Plato's Republic gives the earliest literary example of feminism and a socialist society that even Marx used him as a reference in his Das Kapital, but his doctrine of philosopher king gives birth to modern totalitarianism, and Plato last work the laws believe a just society should have theocracy by putting the worship of the gods should be mandated by law. Aristophanes made a comedy parody of classical Athens where women control Athens, and in his words, I shall begin by making land, money, everything that is private property, common to all. In ancient Greece, anarchism was promoted by the Cynics and Stoics. People like Diogenes of Sinope and Crates of Thebes promotes anarchism. The founder of Stoicism, Zeno of Citium, made his own version of Plato's Republic that not only promotes socialism like Plato but anarchism as well. Socrates may be anarchist by his philosophy of questioning everything including authority, and Aristippus, the founder of hedonism, also promotes anarchism. Kittilhoyok, 7500 to 5700 BC, was the world's first city where evidence shows the culture was egalitarian, anarchist, men and women have the same status, and was the first example of anarcho-communist society. Kionu, 8630 to 6800 BC, this is where pigs were first domesticated and the first domestication on wheat. Kilkitany, Tripoli culture, 5500 to 2750 BC, is the largest settlement of Neolithic Europe, has the earliest salt works in the world, and one of the earliest examples of proto-writing. New Guinea Highlands, one of the few prehistories anarcho-communist society that is still around, 10,000 years. Tokopia, a Polynesian society before European contact. Meona civilization, 2600 to 1100 BC, was the first European civilization which functioned as matriarchy and anarchism and ended by a volcano eruption called the Minoan eruption, which may give birth to the Atlantis story. Janapadas, 1500 to 600 BC, was a series of republic/kingdom of Vedic India where in some cases was anarchist while other times was monarchist yet never had borders. Which the Vedic Varna was anarchist city. Indus Valley civilization, 3300 to 1300 BC, was the largest anarchist society in the Bronze Age. Phrygian freedom, 993 to 1350, was a region where feudalism was absent and anarchism reigned, but emperors took the city, ending the only place in medieval Europe where people are truly free. Republic of Kospia, 1441 to 1826, was a small state in Italy and was the only state where there is no government, aka the only anarchist state in Italy. Republic of Pirates, 1706 to 1718, a loose confederacy under the principles of anarchism during the golden age of piracy. Mississippi and Pennsylvania during the American Revolution function as anarchists based on direct democracy and socialist ideals of Thomas Paine respectively, which 2 months after Paine published Common Sense, John Adams published Thoughts on Government, which the U.S. government functioned the anti-democratic principles of Adams. South Carolina Commune, 1868 to 1874, was one of the few if not the only commune that functions under anarchism in 19th century America and was run by African Americans. Paris Commune, 1871, is considered the first successful anarchist revolution and was doing great until being massacred, and there was also a Paris Commune during the French Revolution. Cantonal States, 1873 to 1874, was to first attempt to make anarchist society, mutualism, in Spain with help from the former president of Spain, Francis Pi I Margall, which later influenced the revolution in Catalonia of the 1930s. Strandzha Commune, 1903, was an anarchist state based on anarcho-communism, but the Ottoman Empire massacred the people of this anarchist state. Maginista, 1911, during the Mexican Revolution the anarchists controlled Tijuana and Mexicali, but the revolution ended by military oppression from both the U.S. and Mexican government. Morelos Commune, 1913 to 1917, was a successful anarchist society in Mexico which later influenced the Zapatista movement, but it ended by betrayal when Venustiano Carranza ordered the General Pablo González to use military violence against its own revolutionary allies. Soviet Republic of Nizhsar, 1917 to 1918, was a short anarchist state with less than 100 people but later massacred by the Germans. Odessa Soviet Republic, 1918, was an anarchist society which later merged with the Bolsheviks. When Lenin made the policy of state capitalism, many anarchists made rebellions against the Bolsheviks but all failed. Bavarian and Bremen Soviet Republic, 1919, was a very short anarchist state in Germany which was overthrown by Marxists, Eugen Levine, which used terror and barely lasted under Marxist rule. Limerick Soviet, 1919, was a self-declared Irish Catholic anarchist state. Guangzhou City Commune, 1921 to 1927, was an unknown anarchist state with little information to work on. Saigon Commune, 1945 to 1946, was a short-lived anarchist society in Vietnam. People's Republic of Korea, 1945 to 1946, was a short-lived anarchist society in Korea, both north and south, but was slaughtered by the combined force by Mao's Communist Army in the north and the imperialist Japanese in the south at the same time. Shanghai People's Commune, 1967, was the second ever anarchist society in China as the opposition to Mao. Chinese communes in the democracy movement of 1978 to 1979 Symphony Way, 2008 to 2009, was an anarchist community in South Africa where 300 families lived there. Siafa Valley, 2000 to 2012, Sarvodhya Shramadana, 1958-2, is a self-government anarchist society in Sri Lanka and has the largest indigenous community, 38,000 villages, in Sri Lanka and based on the teachings of Buddhism and Gandhism and becomes one of the most successful places in Sri Lanka with a population of 11 million. Fijuv, 1979-2, an anarchist society in Bolivia with over 600 councils based on the practice of the indigenous Aymara and became the second biggest and the second most powerful city in Bolivia. The first is the capital. Marinaleda, 1979, is a small anarchist province in Spain with a population of 2,778 people. Popular Indigenous Council of Oaxaca, 1980, a small anarchist state that is self-governed and been praised by many indigenous community. Puerto Real, 1987, is a small anarchist province with the population of 40,667 people and it has been praised by many people in Spain for their anarcho-syndicalist method. Spesino Albanese, 1992-2, is a municipal anarchist province in Italy with a population over 6,000 people. Rebel Zapatista Autonomous Municipalities, 1994-2, one of the more well-known anarchist state with the population of 363,583 people and the economy functions under the principles of mutualism, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, and collectivism, Mikhail Bakunin, selling over $44 million worth of goods per year and is one of the least violent and the least poorest community in Mexico, have universal health care which was praised by the World Health Organization. Barcelona Numerous Social Centers, 2002, a small group of municipalities that embrace anarcho-communism. Barbey Cha, 2001-2, a small region in Algeria with the population of 27,000 people and is one of the few places that is against the Algerian government. Abahali Basemjandolo, 2005-2, is a housing movement in South Africa with the support from the church. Zachila, 2006-2, is a municipality in Oaxaca. Exarchia, 2008-2, is a neighborhood in Athens. Zone of Defend, 2009-2, a small French neologism. Turin, 2011-2, a small municipality in Mexico. New Harmony, Indiana, 1825, the first modern socialist society in the United States that got interest from John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, James Monroe, and John Quincy Adams were interest of the people's socialist ideas. Utopia, Ohio, 1847 to 1875, Modern Times, New York, 1851 to 1864, New Australia, Paraguay, 1893 to 1905, founded under the principles of anarcho-communism, ended over the conflict of prohibition of alcohol. Home, Washington, 1895, Equality Colony, Washington, 1897 to 1907, Whiteway Colony, 1898, Life and Labor Commune, 1921, Drop City, 1965, Stapleton Colony, 1921-2, a Christian anarchist community. Federation of Egalitarian Communities, 1967-2, a series of communities in Virginia, Missouri, and Ohio. Twin Oaks Community, Virginia, 1967-2, is the longest and largest enduring secular international community in North America. Freetown, Christiania, 1971-2. Longomai, 1973-2. The Farm, Tennessee, 1973-2. Aramba, Ethiopia, 1982, the safest place for women in Ethiopia. Commune Niederkaufungen, 1986-2, is the largest community in Germany. Kibbutz, Israel, 1909-2, is an anarchist society in Israel and Palestine and is one of the biggest industrial ventures of Israel and the leaders of solar technology in Israel. Smangus, 1990s-2, an indigenous Christian anarchist society in Taiwan. Canados, Brazil, 1893 to 1897, was an anarchist society controlled by free slaves with a population of 25,000 people until the government of Brazil committed a genocide. WA state is a territory in Myanmar, Maoist put in practice capitalist. Many indigenous groups that live in anarchist or anarchist communist societies today and before European contact like Aboriginal Australians, Ambazai, Andamanese, Anga, Anuak, Bassa, Baram, Birafor, Bobo, Cherokee, Croatan, Dan, Dogon, Ikoi, Kigo, Gribo, Hopi, Ibibio, Idoma, Igbo, Ija, Inuit, Kisi, Konkambai, Kru, Kusesai, Lugbara, Mamprasi, Mono, Mapush, Maragoli, Beauty, Nubian, Newer, Pequot, Pro, Talensi, Plateau Tonga, Quinnipiac, Sami, San, the oldest indigenous group in history, Santal, Simei, Seminole, Shona, Tiv, Samiheti, Beauty Pygmies, Kung, Kalahari, Iroquois, Nambikora, Indians, Nazca, Moche, African Pygmy, Sanda, Hadza, Nama, Vizo, Talansi, Imai, Windu, Onondaga, Baining, Borora, Malagasy, Bro, Siboney, Cuban Tanos, Bayaka, Batek, Nyatsatepi, Haudenosaunee, Wendat, Kionu, Malaipantaram, Palayan, Minangkabau, Majgo, Kuna, Anuak, Bayaka, Konkumba, Nugha, Lugbara, Pequot, various tribes in Arabia in pre-Islam, Shirant, Kirikuru, Jibaro, Moriori and Urhobo. St. Louis Commune during the Great Railroad Strike of 1877 in the U.S. which took the combined might of the police, National Guard, militias, and federal government to put down these U.S. version of the Paris Commune killing over 100 people. Incarnacine Commune anarchist society in Paraguay that lasted for 16 hours. Castile Confederation anarchistic society in the 16th century. Maluku archipelago have been historically anarchist. Yulman society was both hunter-gatherer and have permanent towns was anarchist with little to no violence. Tlaxcala, post-classical, anarchist city without Aztec rule. The Pueblo people successfully kick out the Spaniards in 1680 to make anarchist society. Gengino, 250 BCE to 1400 CE, anarchist society in Mali. Pailigong, 7000 BC to 5000 BC, anarchist society in China. Nishnabega anarchist society in pre-colonial North America. Kionu, 7200 BCE to 4200 BC, anarchist society in Anatolia. Navajo Nation is anarchist society. Idaho's villages are anarchist societies in Basque. Teotihuacan, 100 to 600 CE, anarchist city in Mexico. Early Israelites was mostly decentralized society until the 6th century BC. Massachusetts and Pennsylvania during the American Revolution was anarchist and Paine-style socialism respectively. Blackfoot Confederacy was anarchist government in Canada that lasted for centuries until European contact. Zomia is the largest anarchist society, size of Europe, in the world with the population of 100 million people where countries like China have no control/influence in the area where the majority are atheist or atheistic, animist, Buddhist, Taoist, and is one of the best examples that anarchism can work. Iroquois Confederacy was anarchist society of the Native Americans that hold huge territory and women hold same status as men and the people living in anarchist society that even Europeans see them as the freest people and lasted for over 300 years and the U.S. governmental system of democracy was based on the Iroquois. Korean People's Association in Manchuria, 1929 to 1931, was a massive anarchist society with a population of 2 million people under anarcho-communism where schools and mutual banks are made and prosper until Stalin and Japan eliminated it. Ukraine Free Territory, 1918 to 1921, was at the time the biggest anarcho-communist society in Europe. 7 million people lived there, and was so successful that even Lenin and Trotsky consider a separate anarchist society in their Marxist state but was crushed by the Bolsheviks themselves. Rojava, 2012 2, the only country in the Muslim world that supports secularism, separation of church and state, gender equality, freedom of religion and the population is 2,000,000 people and follow the philosophy of Murray Bookchin of his communalism and libertarian municipalism. Other examples that non-anarchist but still socialist/socialistic country that flourish like Finland, Iceland, Ireland, Canada, all of them today, and the UK during World War II when Keynes was in charge of the treasury. Sumeria, 2100 BC, had a state-planned economy thus the civilization was socialist and was at its peak. Babylonia in 1750 BC where the Code of Hammurabi was made and fixed the wages of workers. Egypt during the Ptolemaic dynasty, 323 to 30 BC, during the Egypt's most successful period a Hellenistic country where the state owns the means of production. The Roman Empire during the reign of Diocletian nationalizes all major industries and his socialist reforms ended the crisis of the 3rd century and stabilized the empire for the next 150 years. The Han dynasty under the rule of Wu of Han nationalized natural resources, income tax, regulated trade, fixed prices, and established public works. He is considered the greatest Chinese emperor of all time and made the Han dynasty one of the most powerful nations in the world. Mauryan Empire of India was a state socialist monarchy. The Incan Empire, 1438 to 1533, is the biggest empire in the history of America before European contact and lasted for 95 years and was socialist from the empire was established to its end a society where everyone was collectively organized and every Incan citizen participated in exchange for food and security and government mixed with socialism, theocracy, and absolute monarchy. Now compare the earliest no examples of proto-capitalism has been promoted by John Calvin, already mentioned his abuse of power, Islamic Golden Age in the 9th century, where many Muslims see the importance of creating capital where even Ibn Khaldun talks about the labor theory of value, have a proto-merchant capitalist system especially in the Arab slave trade, medieval Europe developed its own merchant economy in the 12th century but have little influence from its more popular feudalism. All European countries like Phoenician cities, Venice, Genoa, and Malacca adopted early merchant economies from the medieval ages to industrial evolution and companies like the East India Company use kings and Atlantic slave trade to gain more capital. The Dutch Golden Age suffered the first ever stock market crash. In the 11th to 12th century Europe where new concept of free labor, public loans, and merchants have influence of the state and early establishment of monopoly, the Dutch East Indian Company was its own country that waged wars for profit but between the 11th to 18th century the merchants class became the new aristocracy and early economic inequality and the rise of trade hierarchy and the world market was starting to take shape. Already capitalism was not yet created but its precursors used violence and the deaths of suffering of millions of people. Then during the first industrial revolution is when capitalism was first adopted but the middle class worked 10 to 12 hours a day and earned 20% to 40% less than the minimum requirement to live its basic needs to survive. Similar conditions already existed in proto-merchant capitalist societies, that these horrible conditions influenced socialists like Robert Owen to promote better working conditions for workers. Child labor were common in these industrial societies and the children were paid less than the adults despite their chances of survival was lower. Children as young as 4 were employed which is basically committing child murder by today's standards and some children work under these horrible conditions for 13 hours. Children were treated as slaves when warehouses will sell orphans to work without wages and those who ran away were whipped and sent back to their capitalist overlords. Children were abused, lost limbs, got cancer and even decapitated under these conditions. Many unions were made to improve workers' rights but the Combination Act 1799 made unions illegal but Chartism the first workers' movement was created during time with early influence of socialism which later became the British Labour Party but early capitalism gained power by the Atlantic slave trade. Smoke pollution was on the rise which corresponded to today's environment while in the US used the slave trade for their capitalist economy but Thomas Paine the man who started the American Revolution was against this practice and promotes socialism, especially in its work agrarian justice. The United States, who doesn't care of the near million homeless people living in the richest country in the world, they don't spend their money on free universal health care, while forgetting socialists are the reason that many countries adopted the principles of national health service as a human right, access to education, development of council housing and welfare state, free education, including universities, basic universal income, but they will spend money on military budget. Over $700 billion a year, and recently in August 29, 2019, President Trump will have a new military branch called the Space Force, which will cost at minimum $5 billion a year. They cost money more than the entire continent of Europe, China, and Russia combined, and if we reduce their budget by half, America will still be number one in military spending, while this is the same country where the economy is crumbly, the stock market that will eventually break, wages stagnated since the 1980s, infrastructure crumbly, mass incarceration crisis, refuse the tax cut to the rich, which trillions of dollars of debt will fall on the poor. Trump's first military act was to approve a raid that kill a child, girl, and this is the same country that 57% are against the First Amendment and want a theocracy and giving bombs to Saudi Arabia to kill Yemeni civilians, or when Afghan civilians are being killed by U.S. soldiers more often than the Taliban, and the U.S. is allied to the Saudi Arabia, the same country that practiced public beheadings, 158 in 2015, and the minimum age is 15 for beheading, witchcraft hunts justify in the hadith, Sharia law, criticizing the Saudi family is illegal, theocracy, surgically paralyze its prison inmates, homosexuality is illegal, atheism is illegal. American welfare is warfare. They rely war to survive. They must kill to economically survive because of their broken industrial military complex. They care so much about oil that even John Bolton admitted on Fox News that we should have American coup in Venezuela. Is about the oil companies to invest in and produce oil capabilities in Venezuela. Many conservatives are against many ideas that are useful, like universal basic income, but Finland made this experiment to see if Uber works, which it became a success. The government should give citizens a regular infusion of free cash to 2,000 unemployed citizens at random, and the results show that the recipients show less stress than the control group, felt more trust towards other people, from random strangers to the police to political parties. Recipients became happier and less likely to join the workforce and debunk the idea that free money will induce people to work less, and Alaska did a similar experiment and also results positive results. They are also against free higher education and canceling student loan debt, but having these things have beneficial economic results, like what Richard Wolff said. It helps them, students, at the price of the 1% or the 5% at the top. One side benefits, the other side loses some, at what's been going on the last 40 years, where the reverse has gone on, and Bernie Sanders wants to erase all student debt, $1.6 trillion, and this debt crisis caused 2.5 million students are forced into prostitution in order to pay their debt, and it all started from the 2008 Great Recession. The right is against free universal healthcare, which the U.S. is the only first world country that does not have one, and this lack of healthcare kills 45,000 people a year, leaves 27 million people without insurance money, thousands going bankrupt because of the system. 25 million people don't have health insurance, while Norway, Canada, Australia, and UK have 0 people that don't have health insurance. Americans who are diabetic, 1 million, goes to Mexico for cheaper insulin because they can't afford it in America, and the people save $800 for going to Mexico to buy insulin. The politicians are working for Big Pharma like a illegal pyramid scheme. The American healthcare system is an insult to humanity. The big pharma see people as price tags for them. This is business, not human beings. Pharma companies raise anti-seizure medications from $40 to $38,892, or 60 companies in their 2018 federal tax rates amounted to 0 or less than 0 on income earned on U.S. operations. They got away with dodging over $16 billion in taxes and blowing $20 billion in deficit. America, despite being the richest country in the world, suffers massive economic inequality, like taxpayers with the highest income, plus 392% average income and minus 37% average tax rate. Occupations of taxpayers, 31% from executives, managers, and supervisors who are non-finance vs 0.2% from pilots, 0.8% of teachers, and 1.6% of scientists and professors. The top 1% owns 40% of the nation's wealth, while the bottom 80% is 7% of the wealth. The 1% take home 24% of national income. The 1% own half of the country's stock, bonds, and mutual aid, while the bottom 50% own 0.5% of it. The 1% have 5% of the nation's personal debt, while the bottom 90% have 73%. The 1% has the average income of $1.5 million, and you know what's so disgusting about this? That there are the wealthy who are so out of touch of reality that they believe that they need almost $200 million to survive. That is an insult to the poor, who will die and kill to have $5,000 to survive and live the rest of their lives. To rely only $5,000, and 54% of the rich believe that the poor have it easy, while in fact being poor is expensive and hard, and there are over 10 million working poor people in America. Business of big companies are using slavery when a CEO can make over $30 million a year, while the worker who is doing the actual work earns $14 an hour. Thus the overwhelmed value doesn't go to the worker but straight to the chain of commands of people who basically just breath and earn all the money from the factories it doesn't use and huge land that it doesn't even explore. The global economy is structured around cheap exploited labor at the bottom and useless objects like ice cream with gold that cost $1,000 at the top. There is so much inequality when it comes to global wealth, like in 2019, 7.7 billion people live on Earth and exist $317 trillion in global wealth across the world. Enough for all people in the world will have $41,169 in their pockets. 70% of the world's population are in the lower class and only control 3% of the world's wealth. 21% are the middle class and control 12% of the global wealth. The 10% of the world's population have a net worth over $93,170, and the average American, Canadians, and Europeans are in the 10% of the upper middle class and control 38% of the world's wealth, and the 1% control 47% of the world's wealth, and these people at the top have a net worth of at minimum $770,000 and represent 0.06% of the global population, and that is just the millionaires. Then there are 2,208 billionaires in the world, with a combined wealth of $9.1 trillion, and if you don't know how insulting it is, then if billionaires were a single country, then it will have the third largest economy in the world behind China and the United States. In the year 2000, the combined wealth of billionaires was barely $1 trillion, and the 10 richest people in the world have greater health than the bottom 50% of the world's population, or 3.85 billion people, and these people have a net worth of a minimum $30 billion. In America, the combined U.S. household net worth is $94.7 trillion, thus divided it Equally to all households in the U.S. it will be $760,000 per American family, while in reality 50% of these families have a net worth of $11,000, while the richest 400 Americans have more money than 163 million Americans combined, and the 1% in America controls 38% of the nation's wealth. And the worst part is that despite America's extreme economic inequality compared to the rest 200 countries in the world, America is the most economically equal country in the world, thus other nations suffer. Even worse than this, South Africa is the worst, that the 1% controls 70% of the nation's wealth, and the income in North America is $105,000, while in the Caribbean is $35,000. The rich like Jeff Bezos not only are legal criminals but try to avoid taxes by various means, like having low salaries. Bezos is $81,840 by using shares of their companies to have lower rate tax, paying a smaller percentage in taxes than his own employees, corporate tax, not paying any federal income tax, using loopholes like Amazon to pay zero taxes, use donations to nonprofit organizations to avoid taxes. They are not doing it to help people but instead to max their income, carried interest, home mortgage, property taxes as well, and death. When a child with a billionaire father who is dead can inherit all of his money by existing, and the child has to pay taxes instead of the parent who was still alive. This is why capitalism should die and the rich is the new emperors of our current militaristic Keynesian plutocracy we are living. This is why we should tax the rich and church. In fact, 60% of the American people agree with the idea, except the Republicans, of course, and many conservatives will use the argument of how the left pay for all the free stuff, free universal health care and free education, while 62% of the American approve free universal health care. Then there is an answer, and it can be done in their terms, like David Parkman, a social democrat, has given a strong answer. Reverse Bush tax cuts, $488 billion/year. Reverse Trump tax cuts, $164 billion/year. End wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, $127 billion/year. 7.5% employer payroll tax, exempting first $2 million in payroll, $390 billion, saves business $9K/year average. 4% taxpayer tax on income above $29,000, $350 billion/year, saves families $4,400 thousand/year average. Carbon tax $73/ton, $300 billion/year. Wealth tax, 2% above $50 million, 3% above $1 billion, $275 billion/year. Increased top marginal tax rates, 40% $250K $500K, 45% $500K $2M, 50% $2M $10M, 52% above $10 million, $180 billion. Raise SOC secretary payroll cap to $250,000, $120 billion. Wall Street speculation tax 0.5% on trades, 0.1% on bonds, 0.005% derivative trades, $55 billion. And fossil fuel subsidies, $26 billion. And LIFO accounting, $11.2 billion. Long-term cap gains 15% to 20%, $5 billion. Also, the Political Economy of Research Institute at the University of Massachusetts Amherst found that single-payer healthcare would save the U.S. $5.1 trillion over a decade. Capitalism puts workers in a state of constant conflict with the capitalist and ourselves. Bosses earning more money than the workers, entrepreneurs taking dangerous risk at the expense of the workers, jobs are distributing at the free market, selling their work to the capitalist. The lack of available jobs compared to available workers gives little chance for the workers to survive in the market, and the owners has more power than the workers because of this, and the unemployed compete against each other to find the scarce sources of jobs. 80% of U.S. workers live from paycheck to paycheck. They are the working poor. The people's jobs/labor are a commodity of the capitalist machine. No matter you have PhDs in physics, math, and philosophy, the capitalists own the means of production. You don't. You are a resource that can be abused and throw away like junk at any moment without your consent. You don't have a choice to live in a capitalist system as long the capitalist maintains control over the places you live. You are forced to participate to survive, not starving to death, not becoming homeless, and not losing my health care. Companies like Apple and Walmart has been using child labor, yet they are the richest companies with little consequences of their immoral actions. While many people on the right accuse the left, mostly liberals, of entitlement while forgetting the richest person in the world, Jeff Bezos has enough money to end world hunger for 5 years. That is one person who doesn't do customer support, doesn't deliver the things people buy, doesn't use code for his website, doesn't make the products, yet he gets all the money from the people who struggles to meet ends meet by working long hours. Jeff not paying federal tax, when he is hoarding so much money and wanting more while knowing that 1 in 9 people are dying of the lack of resources that he possesses. That is entitlement. Other big companies like Disney, which has been discovered to have inhumane sweatshops in South China, mostly young girls working for long hours, poverty wages, poor food, and workplace hazards. Another problem of capitalism when it comes to intergenerational mobility is that children from low-income families have 1% chance of reaching the top 5% of income distribution, while rich children have 22%. African-American children from poor families has higher chances of staying poor, while poor white children are less likely. Capitalism is so destructive that a poll found that millennials who are born at the height of the Cold War and witnessed the collapse of the Soviet Union found that 44% prefer socialism over capitalism and 7% prefer communism over capitalism, and this is from the US, or when India, which is a social democracy, the most far-left position that still support capitalism, has 300 million people unemployed and landless and from the lower caste backgrounds, and worldwide over 800 million suffers from chronic undernourishment. Or look again at Amazon. Jeff has over 500,000 employees, yet he keeps all the money they earn because he is a big boss. And remember I said that Jeff can end world hunger? Well, you don't even need that, because the world has enough power to end it right now. In fact, it only needs $30 billion a year to eliminate world hunger, but the capitalist system will collapse if we do so. The system is immoral. It prevents people to have basic food to survive. Many will defend entrepreneurs to make capitalism great while forgetting that 82% of small businesses fail, 78% of U.S. workers are living from paycheck to paycheck, and 81% of workers can't make ends meet. Other problems of capitalism is the gender wage gap. It is harder for women to have full-time employment jobs, and when women are asked for compensation, they suffer harder pushbacks than men. Culture that still persists on traditional values that prevents women for higher pay jobs. Women offense suffers from discrimination, lack of educational promotion, and inability of workplaces to implement effective strategies in the business world and in the sciences/humanities. Women are Underrepresented because of the stereotype that women lack innate talent in these fields and is the two African Americans and men have higher chances to be higher, have better salaries and offer mentorship than women, and when women wants a raise there are higher chances to be turned down. 24.3% of all national parliamentarians were women, 20.7% of government ministers are women while socialist countries have more women like Cuba, 53.2%, and Bolivia, 53.1%. The salary of female scientist is $26,500 while the men is $30,200. Women who are college graduates get paid less than men, and in the culture where women are not allowed to be as assertive as men is discrimination, especially in Islamic countries where women are imprisoned and killed for protesting to have better rights. Capitalism is ending. It has become eating itself by reducing wages, cutting rights for workers in order to keep profit, but that only takes so long before it collapses in on itself, and its doctrine of infinite expansion is suicidal when we live on a planet that has finite sources, and in order to survive is to adopt anarcho-communism by fully automated society, fully embrace green technology, and we have the means to do so 50 years ago, but the greedy capitalists prevent it and use universal basic income in order to keep the rich richer and the poor poorer. It will keep to the point it becomes apocalyptic for the working class. Brazil with their Pinochet-style capitalism and their fascist president Jair Bolsonaro, using firing squads to kill suspected criminals, who said to the natives that they will not have one more centimeter of land. Its deforestation of the Amazon for profit is the biggest example that capitalism is a threat. It is destroying the environment that will eventually lead to our extinction unless we somehow fix it or colonize space to survive. Its global warming crisis just got worse thanks to Brazil of all things, and thanks to this many children are suffering and many babies having breathing problems. He refused aid from international community. The fires have been raging by 300% more than last year, and America is also responsible of this environmental terrorism by processing over 230,000 barrels of crude oil. Capitalism and the state is destroying the environment because of their persistent of privatized water and overdependence of oil, not technology and not overpopulation. One of the most extreme examples of the dangers of capitalism is something most people don't think about, and that is idol culture. K-pop and J-pop. The industry is like a vampire and the fandom is their main source of profit. The industry commonly consists of young, mostly female singers who reach a rise to fame in their teenage years. There are idols who are in their 30s or fictional groups from anime that also gain popularity. The industry will paint a picture of their idols as flawless beings who enjoyed a rich/high-class lifestyle as a tactic to gain more profit and recruit more teenagers in their business, but in reality these idols are slaves to the industry to the point that everything from their public appearances, concerts and interviews, to private life are orchestrated and controlled by their masters, managers, promoters, and the industry. And remember I said that they promote the idea they live a rich lifestyle? In reality their promoters prevent them to enjoy such lifestyles, force them to overwork and be underpaid, with the exception of the few elites that gain legendary status. Not only this, but the ones that did not gain popularity are forced to work as hostesses, cabaret dancers, prostitution, and others because of the contracts they sing, and all this happened in the beginning of the idol industry, 1960s to 1970s, despite in the 1980s things improve when it comes to have personal lives but still have this totalitarian grip on teenagers, using new strategy to appeal to masses by portray the idols as everyday people who so happens to be talented in a specific field. While the industry knows that their fan base is extremely fanatical and because they want profit, then they have extreme restriction imposed by their agencies giving their idols of an image of purity and sing contracts in order to have this image of innocence of their idols, which in response controls and molds their fan base in an obsessive/cult-like state, and that is how the industry survived, by capturing obsessive fans who will waste their life savings for their precious idols, and thus the industry gains more profit, thus resulting by ruining the lives of both fans and artists. AKB48 is an extreme example by having over 300 members so they can perform multiple places at once, overproduce their works, and again the promoters have this control of their private lives to the point they are not allowed even to get in a relationship because it will ruin their image of purity among the fan base, which I'm surprised of how this is not domestic abuse among workers. In order to keep them from even thinking of having a relationship, they keep their idols will stay silent about their work schedule and inform me at the last minute to prevent them of having any independent lives and decisions, or keep them in an overworking state that they are too tired to think in order to have more profit. You know what happens when idol from AKB48 has a relationship? Then look at Minami Minagishi, that after it was discovered to have a relationship that she was punished by shaving her head bald and apologizing on camera while she was crying and demoted from the group. Other instances like these that idols are either kicked out of the group, fined $6,072.30 in one case, or even sued by having a relationship. A 23-year-old idol was sued for $92,466 for having a relationship, but thankfully she won the case. The industry encouraged the fans to be obsessive to the point the fans even stalk and try to kill their idols, and the industry preventing their idols of basic human needs is an insult to the music industry. The media censorship and South Korea's first 3 presidents who were dictators who kill its own people that the US were allies with and give funds to continue their crimes because they were anti-communist, and this media control that K-pop first started their rise and their focus on fashion and the artist have no creative control in their music, control every aspect of their careers, and use contracts to force their idols to go plastic surgeries, preventing them from using social media, intense training program to fit their standards which cause physical, mental, and psychological abuse. There are many contracts that will rightly fully believe are slave, but they have a literal slave contract, both name and content, that can last for 13 years. This also adds the abuse when the South Korean minimum wage is barely $3 and both government and private companies harass and sanction union groups to prevent them from losing profit. The government's intense studies and working hours of Japan and South Korea leaves little room for creative activities and having relationship to the point Japan is reducing its population because few people reproduce because of overworking, robbing their idols' childhoods to become their product for profit, as young as 8 years old, and fearing of being fired from their managers at any moment that they adopt a extreme competitive behavior that damage any relationship between workers and outsiders. This is slavery, not just wage slavery but absolute slavery, and this is legal approved by the government and society. Out of the many economic crises in the history of humanity, the biggest and most devastating in history happened under capitalism, and that is the Great Recession of 2008. The epicenter was the U.S. mortgage market, where there had been an extraordinary acceleration of credit and price for several years. The originators of the loans were banks and non-banking institutions in the United States. The international financial crisis of 2008 was mostly the result of the crisis in the U.S., which had a negative impact on the world economy. The crisis had its origin in the problem of U.S. mortgages, and it was later extended, affecting not only the entire economy of that country, but also those of other nations, principally members of the European Union. Due to the rise in oil prices, the increase in inflation and credit stagnation caused the economic future of the United States to be full of pessimism and uncertainty, until the point where the New York Stock Exchange succumbed daily. During late 2007 and early 2008, It is the economic crisis that has as its main factor the crisis of the banking system that affects the monetary system. This is manifested in the bankruptcy of banks, the reduction of credit caused when states take over bankruptcies and bank bailouts, the increase in sovereign debt, the deficit of states that generally affect the productive economy. It arises in the United States, due to the collapse of the housing bubble caused by the crisis of subprime mortgages and high prices in raw materials, mainly oil. At the end of 2007, the U.S. stock markets began a precipitous decline. Subprime mortgages severely affected the banking system, and the cause of the crisis were decrease in interest rates, high-risk mortgage market boom, derivatives markets, variable rate mortgages, and increase in interest rates. Financial crises can be preceded by monetary crises, external debt crises, stock crises, and banking crises. The latter being the one that produces international financial crises, altering the national financial and banking systems as well as the composition and dynamics of the behavior of capital flows at international level, and the collapse of large, medium, and small banks has a very important significance in the field of economic theory, economic cycle, competition between national financial markets and the various regions of the world. Faced with this situation, bank failures were evidenced in Thailand, Indonesia, South Korea, and Japan at a cost to the International Monetary Fund close to $100 billion. The banks of Scandinavia at the beginning of the 90s, Latin America, having suffered the Great Depression, the crisis of 1929, and the crisis of 2008, once again it is shown that capitalism is not only ineffective but dangerous, that can ruin and kill people for things that the grand majority of people have nothing to do with it. Capitalism kills. People will say Marx killed 100 million people as a way to discredit Marxism, socialism, communism, anarchism, and atheism in general, but let's say that Marxism kills and use their maximum death toll plus the French Revolution to please them, and it is 111,400,000 deaths. But what about capitalism and its death toll? Which many atrocities were the result of capitalism, which many people don't talk about, and in fact capitalism has killed more people than Marxism. Thus here are the results. People die because of lack of water, food, and medicine, which is 20 million a year because of capitalism, which from 2010 to 2019 will result in 200 million deaths in a period of 10 years, while the Soviet era, all countries in the world that was Marxist-Leninist, from 1917 to 1991 kill 100 million people. It took 74 years while capitalists took 5 years. Capitalism is organized to produce profit rather to satisfy people's needs, like many anarchist philosophies, and social democracy, which is a mix of capitalism and socialism, and the socialist part is to help people through welfare programs, but capitalism only cares about profit. Thus many people's needs are not met because there is no profit, but we have the resources to feed all people. We overproduce food that almost half, 40%, of the world's food are thrown away instead of giving it for those who are starving. There are homeless people in rich countries like Canada, Hong Kong, and United States. In the U.S. there are 3.5 million homeless, while at the same time the country has 18.5 million vacant homes. 77.5% of U.S. households are in debt. The 5 richest people, there is a 25-year gap in life expectancy between rich and poor. Jeff Bezos, $153.72 billion. Bill Gates, $102.1 billion. Bernard Arnault, $93.9 billion. Warren Buffett, $84.8 billion. Mark Zuckerberg, $67.4 billion. These 5 people give 10% of their money to world hunger, 3% of their money to clean water. They will solve world hunger and clean water for all. They have the money, resources, power, and influence to do it right now, but instead they are not. But why? Because they don't care. Money and power is what they care, and this is a failure of capitalism regardless which definition or version you subscribe to, because it cares profit over human beings. For example, Western corporations bring jobs in the third world not because they want to help, but instead the labor in these countries is cheaper and brings more profit. Capitalism has been built on conquest for the preservation of the few by the expense of the many. The richest are the laziest and inherited the wealth of others. People labors. Not only the cost to end world hunger, giving everybody clean water and other basic needs are cheaper, but the capitalist has enough money of halting global warming is $300 billion. Which is 1/8 the cost of the Iraq war in total. $340 billion it costs to end world hunger. Solve climate change, give everybody clean water and giving everybody basic needs for survival, but instead the U.S. spent over $700 billion on the military, making guns, tanks, nuclear weapons, and other inventions to kill, torture, destruction, pollution, and bringing unnecessary suffering to the world, both people and animals. People need money for education that 94% don't have access to higher education, which brings to question that how many Einsteins have died in sweatshops or are too poor to have education. Not only that capitalism holds scientific progress back, and to achieve it is public funding to achieve basic scientific progress, and the idea of funding for science is something many socialists advocate. Capitalists will say that capitalism has lifted millions from poverty, but in reality the evidence shows an increase of economic inequality and increase of poverty from 1.9 billion people as in 2015 are in absolute poverty, while in 1987 it was 1.2 billion. The event called Armoro tragedy, which can be easily avoided, but when many volcanological organizations warn the government about the volcano but instead they ignore them, which this phrase became popular. The volcano didn't kill 22,000 people. The government killed them. That is not all. Let's not forget other atrocities that are the direct result of capitalism, state, and hierarchy. Congo Free State, 7 million to 15 million deaths. Anarcho-capitalism, 1/3 of all deaths is from absolute poverty. 1912 Lawrence textile strike, 3 deaths. 1914 Ludlow massacre, 20 deaths, 12 are children. Homestead strike, 10 deaths. 1921 Battle of Blair Mountain, 10,000 deaths. Everett massacre, 7 deaths. Orange riots of 1870 and 1871 to 61 deaths. Irish Protestant want to make their own Paris Commune in New York. Red Summer of 1919, 1,000 deaths. Astor Place riot of 1849. 22 to 31 deaths. Bonus Army of 1932 to 2 deaths. Internal Security Operations Command, Thailand, untold thousands. Red Drum killings, 200 to 3,000 deaths. Jeju uprising, 30,000 deaths. The US/South Korean Army vs Korean labors, Thomas at University massacre, 46 deaths. Amazonian rubber companies, plus 250,000 deaths. Bengal famine of 1943, British imperialism, 3 million deaths. Atlantic slave trade, 11,400,000 to 60 million deaths. Arab slave trade, 7,545,000 to 70 million deaths. 7th century to 1981. Indonesian occupation of East Timor, 100,000 to 300,000 deaths. French Equatorial Africa, 3 million to 9 million deaths. El Nino famines of the 19th century, 27 million deaths. Decommunization, plus 4 million deaths. Japanese occupation of Dutch East Indies, 2,400,000 deaths. Camp Sumter, 13,171 deaths. Nazi Germany, plus 20 million deaths. 5 years of U.S. drone strikes, 2,400 deaths. Obama administration. Syrian civil war, U.S. funding of rebels and terrorists like al-Nusra to overthrow the government, 146,000 deaths. U.S. funded and NATO intervention of Libya, 30,000 deaths. Congo's exploits of diamonds and other minerals that our smartphones are made of, 5,000,000 deaths. Chinese civil war, USSR helping the nationalists thus rejecting socialism, plus 6 million deaths. British occupation of India, 20 million to 35 million deaths. Famine in held British India, 30 million deaths. Atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, 126,000 to 226,000 deaths. U.S.-backed anti-communist/anti-atheist massacre in Indonesia, 500,000 to 3 million deaths. Operation Condor, 50,000 to 80,000 deaths. General Plan Ost, 13,684,700 to 40 million deaths. Hacienda, 173,000 to 2,015,000 deaths. Slavery in French Empire from 1900 to 1940, 200,000 to 13 million deaths. Construction of Suez Canal, 30,000 to 120,000 deaths. FIFA World Cup abuses of human rights, Qatar, 1,400 deaths. Dirty War, America-backed state terrorism in Argentina, 9,000 to 30,000 deaths. War crimes of capitalist South Vietnam, 57,000 to 284,000 deaths. French conquest of Algeria, 500,000 to 1 million deaths. Genocide of native Brazilians, 235,000 to 800,000 deaths. Bodo League massacre, 100,000 to 200,000 deaths. 3 all policy in China by Japan, 2,700,000 deaths. Construction of Burma Railway, 12,000 to 60,000 deaths. U.S. war on drugs, 47,000 deaths. Joe Biden, insulin manufacturers price gouge on insulin which results in the death of thousands of type 1 diabetics. And drug companies monopolized insulin and charged diabetics $500 per month while Charles Best and Frederick Banting, the ones who discover insulin, wanted to give this treatment for free no charge. This is extortion. The U.S. approved thousands of child brides. From 2007 to 2017 there are 8,482 cases of forced child marriage. 150 U.S. workers die each day from bad working conditions. Were in 2015, 4,836 workers were killed on the job. Japanese imperialism, 12,705,105 deaths. Nanking massacre, 300,000 deaths. Japanese bombing of China, 71,105 deaths. Japanese occupation of East Timor, 70,000 deaths. Japanese massacre of Singapore, 100,000 deaths. Japanese democides, 5,964,000 deaths. Japanese germ warfare in China, 200,000. U.S. support Saddam and were responsible for his rise of power, plus 600,000 deaths. Germany selling poison gas to Saddam, 400,000 deaths. Rebelling Shia, 300,000 deaths. Desert Storm, 500,000 deaths. U.S. imposed sanctions on Iraq from 1990 to 2012, 1 million to 3,300,000 deaths. U.S. bombing Iraq water supply 1991 to 500,000 deaths. War of Terror, 1,300,000 to 2 million deaths. CIA-backed Khmer Rouge, 2,035,000 deaths. Irish potato famine, British landlords to sell their remaining potatoes and the Anglican Church used the Bible to justify the famine, 1,500,000 deaths. Somalia's anarcho-capitalist period, 1 million deaths. Angolan Civil War, where Communist China and capitalist U.S. join force to fight Communist Russia, 1 million deaths. Mozambican Civil War, plus 1 million deaths. Selling tobacco, 7 million deaths. Dutch East Indies, 25,000 deaths. Nigerian Civil War, 1 million deaths. Second Boer War, 75,000 deaths. Rwandan Genocide, 1 million deaths. French Madagascar, 80,000 deaths. South African Apartheid, 3,500,000 deaths, where Elon Musk inherited his wealth. Spanish Civil War, 400,000 deaths. First Indochina from 1946 to 1954, 1,500,000 deaths. Man-made famines made by Gulags from 1932 to 1933, 7 million deaths. U.S. giving Pakistan military government to massacre Hindus and Bengalis, 2 million deaths. The Paris Commune massacre, 20,000 deaths. Union Carbide Bhopal disaster, 15,000 deaths. Capitalist policy in India from 1947 to 1990, 120 million deaths. Children die from hunger in 2009, 5,256,000 deaths. Children die from hunger in 1990 to 1999, 100 million deaths. Children die from preventable diseases since 9/11, 208 million deaths. While Earth produces enough food to feed 10 billion people, yet 1 in 8 people lack the food needed to survive. This is the problem of hierarchical/capitalist distribution. When the food gets produced but is not profitable enough to send it to the poorer countries in Africa and Asia where the most starvations happen in the world. Investment prevent countries to have shipment of food because the government have to pay a lot of taxes that countries like Puerto Rico can't afford. Instead of capitalists spending money to help them, but instead on private prisons, which is a $74 billion industry, and are paid how many people are in prison. Thus they prioritize to lock up many people and make them to stay there as long as possible to make profit. UNICEF results and bread for the world estimate 15 million people die each year from preventable poverty, which 11 million of them are children under the age of 5, which means capitalism kill more kindergartners in 10 years than socialism in 74 years. Russian Empire, 1,066,000 deaths. U.S. where 20,000 to 40,000 people die a year because of the lack of health insurance. The Great Famine of 1876 to 1878, 5,500,000 deaths. The Indian Famine of 1899 to 1900, 4,500,000 deaths. The Orissa Famine of 1866 to plus 2 million deaths. Queen Victoria forced starved farmers to export over 200 million pounds of rice to Great Britain. The Upper Tute Famine of 1860 to 1861, 2 million deaths. Indian Famine of 1896 to 1897, plus 1 million deaths. Indian Rebellion of 1857 to plus 800,000.